In the midst of a boundless desert, Uchiha Madara, clad in crimson battle armor and holding the Uchiha war fan, slowly opened his eyes. Countless memories fluttered through his mind like scattered slips of paper. Uchiha Madara understood at once that he had arrived in a new world. In the ninja world he had already absorbed the complete Ten Tails and obtained his own Rinnegan. Yet just as he was about to realize his Eye of the Moon plan and unleash Infinite Tsukuyomi, a black hole suddenly appeared and dragged him into this world. Although he still cared about the unfinished Eye of the Moon plan, since he had come to a new world, he could not wallow in the past and needed to grasp the situation of this world as quickly as possible. Uchiha Madara placed his Uchiha war fan behind him, closed his eyes and attempted to mobilize and refine the chakra within his body. Uchiha Madara was not someone who would sit and wait for death. Although this world was different, there were common principles shared between worlds regardless of whether a world was powerful or weak. Every world followed the jungle law where the strong reigned supreme. Whether he could refine chakra, the source of his former power, would determine whether he possessed some initial capital at the start of this world. Uchiha Madara focused his attention on his body. The instant he began refining chakra, vast amounts of spiritual energy and physical energy intertwined within him, merging in perfect proportion to form abundant pure chakra. So the power of chakra still exists. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly. This could be considered good news. If his guess was correct, this was because chakra was formed from the spiritual and physical energy within his own body rather than relying on any external medium. After confirming that he could still wield chakra, Uchiha Madara continuously refined vast quantities of it. The speed at which it was produced utterly terrifying. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth lifted slightly. Since becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, this was his first time refining chakra, and his current refining speed far surpassed any period in his past. Truly worthy of being the source of the ninja world's chakra, the Ten Tails, the fusion of the chakras of the nine-tailed beasts. This suited his tastes perfectly. With such a fearsome rate of chakra refinement in merely a dozen seconds, Uchiha Madara had restored his strength to its peak. After confirming that all his chakra-driven powers still existed, Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction. Though he did not reject starting from zero, he despised the feeling of weakness. The sensation of power surging within him, ready to erupt into full-force battle at any moment, was what he loved most. Once his strength was fully restored, Uchiha Madara again closed his eyes to sense the auras in the surrounding environment. After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, his range of perception no longer paled in comparison to his Warring States era friend Uzumaki Mido, who possessed the Kagura's mind eye, reaching a radius of dozens of kilometers. The moment he released his chakra, Uchiha Madara sensed the auras of many living beings, the closest one lying directly beneath his feet. Uchiha Madara crouched down, narrowed his eyes, gathered power into his right hand and suddenly thrust into the sand. His hand flashed and he yanked out a sandy yellow scorpion that flailed its pincers at him. Whatever the scorpion might have intended, it could not escape Uchiha Madara's vice-like grip. He examined the scorpion in front of him with careful scrutiny. Though his perception had only swept past in a fleeting instant, Uchiha Madara had already noticed that every living creature he sensed possessed the same type of power, a power that could also be felt in the air itself. If he was not mistaken, this should be the fundamental source of this world's power system. The place where the energy is most concentrated is here. Uchiha Madara pinched the scorpion's head lightly between his right thumb and index finger, and with a subtle squeeze extracted a small translucent glowing yellow core-like orb. With a flick of his right hand, Uchiha Madara tossed the scorpion aside and carefully examined the magic core in front of him. Though small, the power contained within was respectable, albeit limited in amount. He considered that he might test this world's power system to see whether it could corroborate and intersect with his own cultivation. With that thought, Uchiha Madara raised the magic core to his mouth and popped it in. His upper and lower teeth moved lightly and he crushed the core between them. At the very instant the magic core shattered, a surge of violent energy erupted. It was merely a first-tier magic core, yet the Dou Qi within it was exceedingly violent. Even a Dou master would find it impossible to directly harness the Dou Qi contained within a magic core. The proper method of using a magic core was for an alchemist to refine it with other herbs into a pill, not to devour it raw as Uchiha Madara had just done. However, the word impossible did not exist in Uchiha Madara's vocabulary. Poof! He gave a cold snort as he sensed the core's energy rampaging chaotically through his body. Did such a feeble power truly dare to rampage within the body of Uchiha Madara? A formidable force instantly suppressed the Dou Qi from the magic core, then domineeringly dragged the Dou Qi through a full circuit of Uchiha Madara's meridians. After completing one circuit, the once violent Dou Qi transformed in an instant into gentle white Dou Qi that immediately settled within his body. Then with a sudden exertion of will, Uchiha Madara refined the gaseous white Dou Qi into a purer form. He drew in large amounts of Dou Qi, compressing all the Dou Qi surrounding his body down into his lower abdomen, where it shifted from faint white to milky white. The white Dou Qi attempted to resist, yet this resistance was like an insect trying to halt a chariot before Uchiha Madara. After a brief stalemate, it could only shrink back helplessly. When compressed to the size of a palm, the once disordered Dou Qi turned into an orderly milky white vortex. Outside the vortex, a nebula-like layer of milky white energy gas wrapped around it. Uchiha Madara had intended to continue compressing the milky white vortex to see whether it could be condensed into liquid or solid form, but the quantity of the vortex was simply too small to support further compression. With a mere thought, a wisp of white gas separated from the milky white vortex and gathered in Uchiha Madara's right palm. He struck the desert beneath his feet with a single palm, leaving a clear palm print impressed in the sand. It can already rival a drank ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara, unfamiliar with this world's power hierarchy, could only compare it against the standards of the ninja world. At this initial Do fighter realm of Dou Qi, the power Uchiha Madara could exert was roughly comparable to that of a low-ranking genin in the ninja world's administrative hierarchy. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes once more, unleashing his perception again to envelop the desert within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Though Uchiha Madara had gained an initial foothold in this world's power, his understanding of many aspects of this world remained as blank as an unwritten page. To further comprehend this world, he needed to locate intelligent beings. At that moment he sensed around 30 life auras roughly 1 kilometer away. Uchiha Madara estimated that these were intelligent beings, for within his earlier perception numerous such small teams existed throughout the surrounding dozens of kilometers. Such organized movements made it highly probable they were intelligent creatures. With that thought, power erupted from within Uchiha Madara and he shot forward like a streak of lightning, his crimson armor gleaming brilliantly under the desert sun. Come then. Let Uchiha Madara witness this world. A vast boundless desert stretched to the horizon, the sun scorching the earth like a blazing furnace. In one area of the dunes, dozens of fully armed snake people gripped poison-laced spears, their vertical pupils gleaming sharply as they meticulously patrolled this small sector. Any creature that did not belong to the snake people race would be met with their utterly annihilating slaughter. The patrol squad wove back and forth in overlapping routes, leaving behind long sinuous traces of swaying tails etched into the sand wherever they passed. Those damned humans dare to rampage so arrogantly into the depths of the desert. If we manage to capture them, we will make them taste what it means to be devoured alive by 10,000 serpents. Under the blistering sun, a snakeman who looked like the leader wiped the sweat from his brow and cursed under his breath. Captain, what exactly happened? Why did the entire tribe suddenly enter a state of high alert? A snakeman flicked his tail, his gaze sweeping over the empty desert as he asked in puzzlement. Being dragged out at high noon to search the sands was anything but a pleasant assignment. The dozen or so nearby snake people, hearing his words, also turned questioning gazes toward the leader. Their status was just as low as his, and they too wanted to know the truth of the matter. If you want to know what happened. Last night a group of powerful humans forcibly broke through the defenses of the Meshi tribe and penetrated into the deeper regions of the desert. According to the intelligence passed on from the Meshi tribe, that group of human experts includes 1 Dou Huang, 3 Dou Wang and several Douling powerhouses. The leading snakeman's expression grew dark and vicious as he spoke. 1 Dou Huang and 3 Dou Wang. At those words the surrounding snake people immediately turned pale. Was the human empire truly intending to go to war with them? Aside from the temple where their queen resided, not a single one of the 8 great tribes of the snake people could on its own withstand such a terrifying lineup. Right now every tribe of the snake people, great or small, has already entered a state of martial law. From the information I've received, the leaders of the 8 great tribes have all received Her Majesty the Queen's command and are rushing toward the temple at the desert center. The swiftest among them will arrive by tonight. When he mentioned Her Majesty the Queen, a fanatic almost devout fervor surfaced on the leader's face. As long as 3 of the tribal leaders can reach the temple, Her Majesty will order a carpet-style search. So what if they have a Dou Huang? Since they dare provoke our snake people, we shall show them the true meaning of overestimating themselves. The leading snakeman let out a cold laugh as he spoke. At that moment he suddenly noticed a lone figure in the distance sprinting toward them at astonishing speed. Human presence detected. Prepare for battle, the leader ordered. Although Uchiha Madara was not using chakra, his physical strength alone was enough to kick tailed beasts flying. When he ran, he moved like a storm wind across the desert. In just a few heartbeats after the leader spotted him, Uchiha Madara appeared before the squad of snake people. What are you things? He asked. Seeing the dozens of snake people before him, Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed. Was this world ruled by beasts and beastfolk? Why was it that the 2 kinds of creatures he had encountered since arriving in this world were both non-human? Such a situation would be utterly impossible in the ninja world. In the ninja world there was only one type of ruler ninja. Even the 9 most powerful tailed beasts were in the eyes of Uchiha Madara nothing more than 9 beasts. In short, the state of this world left him fatally ill at ease. A mere Dou Zhe dares to behave so impudently here. Who gave you such courage? Let this human taste the terror of the snake people. At first the leading snakeman had been somewhat intimidated by Uchiha Madara's speed. But once he sensed that the chi within Madara's body was only at the level of a Dou Zhe, his confidence instantly surged. He was a Dou Zhe. How could the faint glimmer of a Dou Zhe ever compare to the radiant brilliance of a full moon? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly at his words. I am asking you, where is this place? What exactly are you and to which power do you belong? Go to hell, human. Ignoring Uchiha Madara, the leader's spear left his hand in an instant. It tore through the air with a shrill whistle as the chi of a Dou Zhe erupted in full force. He intended to kill Uchiha Madara in a single blow. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning even more razor-sharp. It seems you still do not understand. I was not negotiating with you. With that, Uchiha Madara snatched the incoming spear out of the air. Terrifying power erupted from his hand as he instantly hurled it back at an even greater speed. The leading snakeman had only time for his pupils to contract before he could react. His body was pierced through. A torrent of blood gushed from the leader's body in an instant. Countless scales along his torso split open, turning crimson as they were soaked in his own blood. You, what are you? You are clearly just a Dou Zhe. How can you possess such overwhelming strength? The leader asked in terror. You are not even worthy of entertaining me. Without wasting another breath, Uchiha Madara flashed to the front of the leader. His black eyes morphed into scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, then into Rinnegan rippled with violet rings. The power of the human path activated in an instant, and the leader's soul and memories were forcibly extracted. During the soul extraction, the leader's eyes turned blank white. Seeing their squad captain slain without the slightest ability to resist, the other snake people scattered in panic like startled birds and beasts. The leader is dead. Run! By then Uchiha Madara had already finished reading the leader's soul memories. Seeing the fleeing snake people, he raised his right hand toward them. A powerful gravitational force erupted from his palm, dragging every last one of them helplessly toward him. Then an immense repulsive force exploded outward from Uchiha Madara as its center. In the instant it collided with the pull of gravity. A vast tearing force seized the snake people's bodies, and they all burst into blood mist in a single heartbeat. Uchiha Madara cast a brief glance at the stretch of desert now stained red, then withdrew his gaze and began digesting the memories he had just obtained from the leader's soul. So that's how it is. After a moment, the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth curved slightly. He now understood precisely what kind of world he had found himself in. This world is called the Dou Qi Continent. The power of Dou Qi is the sole theme of this land, unlike the ninjas in the shinobi world, who are categorized by administrative ranks lacking a precise standard of strength comparison. On the Dou Qi Continent, one can roughly distinguish a person's strength through three conditions: cultivation methods, combat skills, and realms. First, we have cultivation methods. According to statistics, the cultivation methods of Dou Qi on this continent are classified into 4 tiers and 12 levels, ranked from highest to lowest as heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Each tier is further divided into 3 levels: initial, intermediate, and advanced. The level of cultivation method one practices is crucial in determining future accomplishments. For instance, a person cultivating an intermediate mysterious tier method is naturally much stronger than someone practicing an advanced yellow tier method at the same level. Next, we have combat skills. As the name suggests, combat skills are techniques that utilize Dou Qi. Similar to cultivation methods, combat skills are also divided into the 4 tiers of heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The higher the level of combat skill used, the greater the power of Dou Qi that can be unleashed. Finally, we have realms. On the Dou Qi Continent, excluding the foundational Dou Qi stage, realms are classified from low to high as Fighter Master, Great Master, Spirit Fighter, King of Fighters, Emperor of Fighters, Sect Master, Honored Fighter, Saint Fighter, and Emperor Fighter. Within each realm there are rankings from 1 to 9 stars from low to high. Through the soul memories obtained, Uchiha Obito understands that his current power in terms of Dou Qi is merely at the lowest rank of the Fighter realm, which is 1 star. The Serpent Man he just battled was similarly at a low level, a Great Master in the 10th realm. Judging by status rather than strength, he probably equates to a Chunin or even a Genin in the shinobi world. Interesting, Uchiha Obito thought to himself. His only hobby is to spar with strong opponents. There was no one left in the shinobi world who could truly engage him, and he wondered if there were any strong beings in the Dou Qi Continent who could rekindle the flames in his heart. This is the overview of the power system of the Dou Qi Continent that Uchiha Obito derived from the Serpent Man's soul. As for the overview of the world power system on the Dou Qi Continent, due to the Serpent Man's limited insight, Uchiha Obito only obtained a vague understanding of the situation in the vicinity of his current position. It is unlike the shinobi world where humanity is revered. The Dou Qi Continent presents a scenario of myriad races coexist. The human race certainly possesses great power, but various beast races are equally formidable, competing with humans for territories. Currently he is in a place called the Tagore Desert, which is the territory of the Serpent Men. This faction of Serpent Men is led by the Serpent Queen named Medusa and 8 leaders of serpent tribes. Among them, the 8 tribal leaders are all at the King of Fighters realm, while Queen Medusa is a powerful Emperor of Fighters representing a formidable force. Beyond the Tagore Desert lies the territory of the human empire of Gamma. However, due to his lowly status as a Serpentman, he does not have much knowledge regarding the specifics of the Gamma Empire. However, from the Serpent Man's soul he learned one thing. Just last night, a human team composed of 1 Emperor of Fighters, 3 Kings of Fighters, and several Spirit Fighters forcefully broke through the desert's outskirts and ventured into the depths of the desert. The destination of this human team is the Serpent Man's temple located about 80 kilometers from where he currently stands. This means that as long as he heads towards the Serpent Man temple he will encounter several higher status humans and gain further insight into this world. Kings of fighters and emperors of fighters, he pondered. I wonder what their strengths are like. With this thought, Uchiha Obito formed hand seals, used Earth Escape, and submerged underground. Underground Uchiha Obito stood calmly with his eyes closed, but amid the swirling sands he moved at an astonishing speed towards his destination. As the sun gradually set in the west during Uchiha Obito's movement, the Serpent Man Royal City was met with a large-scale conflict. In the air several hundred meters above the city walls of the Serpent Man Royal City, a colossal magical beast hovered with several figures floating not far in front of the beast, emanating a terrifying aura. On the city walls, Serpent Man spear throwers coldly eyed their targets, ready to attack. Yet these figures proceeded leisurely towards the city, eventually stopping just outside the attack range of the Serpent Man spear throwers. Meanwhile, within the Serpent Man Royal City, two figures soared into the sky. One was a dark burly figure and the other was an enchanting beauty. These two figures are the leaders of the Serpent Man clan: Moba, the leader of the Dark Serpent tribe, and Yume, the leader of the Charming Serpent tribe. Humans, why have you intruded into our territory without permission? If you don't wish to provoke a war between the Gamma Empire and the Serpentmen, I advise you to leave quickly. Moba's cold voice lingered in the air. You must be Moba, the leader of the Dark Serpent tribe, right? A distinguished middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd in the distance, smiling gently. Who are you? Moba scanned the middle-aged man with a chilling gaze, slightly flapping his energy wings. I am Dou Qi. The middle-aged man smiled lightly, unperturbed by Moba's gaze. Upon hearing this name, a figure hidden in the cracks of a rock let out a long sigh, shuddered slightly, then fell silent again. Is that Dou Qi, the Pill King of the Gamma Empire? Hearing this name, both Yume and Moba were equally surprised. Although Serpentmen seldom regard human powerhouses with respect, they must give ample attention to a master alchemist like Dou Qi, because they are well aware of the kind of influence a master alchemist of Dou Qi's caliber possesses. Leaders, I have come to your noble land on an urgent matter to discuss with Queen Medusa. May I request an audience with Her Majesty? To see Her Majesty. I'm afraid I cannot pass that request on to you. Moba shook his head, refusing without hesitation. He slightly raised his eyelids and said indifferently, Dou Qi, you should leave with your people as soon as possible. Our 8 tribes are already on their way here, and by then you may not even have the opportunity to leave. Upon hearing this, Dou Qi glanced around the city, exhaled lightly, and then his loud voice, carried by Dou Qi, spread throughout the entire city. Queen Medusa, I am Dou Qi from the Gamma Empire. I have not come here to wage war with your tribe, but simply wish to discuss an important matter with you. I hope to see you in person. Watching Dou Qi's actions, both Yume and Moba furrowed their brows slightly but did not voice any objections. In such a situation, it would indeed be better for Queen Medusa to appear. The 2 kings of fighters would be no match for Dou Qi and his group of 1 emperor of fighters and 3 kings of fighters should a conflict arise. The resounding shout echoed throughout the city, and after a long time it gradually subsided. In the high skies above the city walls, a space began to twist bizarrely. Upon witnessing this scene, Dou Qi and the others took a small step back, gazing solemnly at the twisting space. In the sky, the afterglow of the setting sun fell upon the twisted space, and in the next moment a graceful silhouette slowly emerged before the eyes of countless spectators. The suddenly appeared beautiful woman wore a lavish purple brocade robe. Beneath the robe, her voluptuous figure resembled that of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle allure. Her long hair cascaded down from her fragrant shoulders, falling between her slender waist, and a segment of a purple serpent tail peeked out from beneath the robe, gently swaying, radiating a wild charm. Your Majesty. Upon seeing the enchanting woman appear, countless serpentmen below the city walls immediately knelt down, their reverent voices rising to the heavens. Outside the Snake People Temple. Gazing at the Medusa Queen who had appeared in the sky, Dou Qi involuntarily took a step closer to a silent black-robed figure beside him. Among their party, only she who was also a Dou Emperor stood a chance to rival the Medusa Queen, whose fearsome reputation had shaken the entire Gamma Empire. You summoned me. The Medusa Queen slowly lowered her head, a seductive red smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her exquisite features exuded an aura of enchantment, and every subtle movement caused several Dou spirit experts beside Dou Qi to lose themselves in distraction. Under the Medusa Queen's faint gaze, Dou Qi took a deep breath, suppressing the superfluous emotions within him, and raised his head to look at her. Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. I am Dou Qi of the Gamma Empire. The Alchemy King Dou Qi, I presume. I have heard of you. A 6th grade alchemist is indeed extraordinary, capable of even enlisting a Dou Emperor's assistance. The Medusa Queen's eyes swept over the mysterious black-robed figure, and she smiled. Speak, Master Dou Qi. You have invited so many friends and gone to great lengths to come to my Snake People tribe. What is the matter? The Medusa Queen blinked her long lashes. Hearing that the conversation had returned to the main topic, a look of gravity settled on Dou Qi's face. He paused, briefly deliberating over the words he was about to utter. He was well aware that although the Medusa Queen before him appeared charming and harmless, her strength was among the top ranks of Dou emperors. During the war between the Snake People tribe and the Jama Empire, had it not been for the combined efforts of 3 Dou emperors from the empire, no one could have withstood the Medusa Queen. Exhaling slowly, Guvi raised his head toward the Medusa Queen in the sky and said in a deep voice, "I have come for the strange flame that your majesty has obtained." Among the piles of rocks in the desert, Xiaoyan, lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha! So this fellow is indeed after the green lotus core flame." Just as Xiaoyan was lamenting, the soil beside him suddenly split open and the figure of Uchiha Ban emerged from underground. A sudden sound startled Xiaoyan. "Kid, what is this strange flame they speak of?" Looking at Xiaoyan, who was crouching among the rocks, Uchiha Ban sat down beside him and asked. Uchiha Ban had just arrived. He had originally intended to go directly to the sky to join the conversation, but while passing by he keenly sensed Xiaoyan's presence. After briefly observing Xiaoyan, Uchiha Ban discovered 2 things that piqued his interest. The first was that there was a spirit dwelling within Xiaoyan's body. Although that spirit had been desperately trying to conceal itself since his appearance, how could it escape the notice of Uchiha Ban? The second was a peculiar sensation he felt from Xiaoyan, like the feeling he had encountered during the 4th Shinobi World War when he faced Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, a breath of being favored by the world. Uchiha Ban was now a 6 paths level powerhouse, and his intuition had become a form of prophecy. He believed that what he sensed was absolutely correct. Xiaoyan, seeing Uchiha Ban beside him, was filled with shock. The term pupil earthquake could aptly describe Xiaoyan's state at that moment. Although Xiaoyan had been living in the Dou Qi Continent for over a decade, he could never forget that he was actually a transmigrator from Earth. The iconic spiky long hair, the red armor whose style was starkly different from that of the Dou Qi Continent, and the unique Uchiha war fan on his back, was this not the character Uchiha Ban from the manga Naruto that he had read in his previous life? Why was he here? Xiaoyan instantly activated all his Dou Qi and frantically called out to Yao Lao in his mind, seeking help. Xiaoyan had no idea which period Uchiha Ban had crossed over from, but he knew that given Uchiha Ban's adult appearance, no matter when he came from, Xiaoyan was no match for him. Only by relying on Yao Lao's power could he have a chance to defend himself. "Are you counting on the spirit inside your body? I happen to be quite skilled in the matter of souls. If that spirit dares to show itself, be careful, I might just make it dissipate. I, Uchiha Ban, am not an unreasonable man. I ask you a question and you answer. You have no right to talk back." Sensing Xiaoyan's movement, Uchiha Ban said indifferently. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. A hidden soul was like a fish on a chopping block before him who excelled in yin release and yang release. At the same time, Yao Lao's spirit spoke to Xiaoyan from within. "I sense a tremendous threat from him. Xiaoyan, you'd better not provoke him." Xiaoyan could only smile wryly. With Uchiha Ban unleashing a full-powered Susanoo hundreds of meters tall, even the strongest Dou emperor he had ever seen would be nothing but a child compared to him. Moreover, Xiaoyan knew very well that in this man's dictionary there were no such words as caution or hesitation. The only thing he could do was to treat him with utmost respect. With that thought, Xiaoyan quickly put on a flattering smile. "Lord Ban, my name is Xiaoyan. You wish to know what a strange flame is, correct?" Uchiha Ban nodded, seeing that Xiaoyan's attitude was acceptable. If Xiaoyan was indeed a son of the world like Naruto Uzumaki, then he would be wary of causing trouble by fighting him. Just like back then when he had killed Naruto and Sasuke, yet they were revived by the power of the 6 paths immortal and the aid of others, quite absurd. Although he did not fear such troubles, if there was a son of the world before him, he could gain a clearer understanding of this world. "Exactly. Tell me carefully what this strange flame is. If you speak well, I will ensure your safety today." Uchiha Ban glanced at the sky. He observed that the Medusa Queen was also a proud and haughty person, and today's affair would likely not end peacefully. Xiaoyan nodded. Lord Ban was a man of his word. He would never go back on what he said. Since he came to obtain the green lotus core flame with Uchiha Ban's help, his chances of success would greatly increase. So Xiaoyan began to explain the strange flame. In this vast world there exist some natural strange flames. They might be sparks carried within a falling meteorite or the lava fire that has been smoldering for 1,000 years deep within a volcano. These strange flames possess immense power. Many people desire to control one, especially for alchemists like Dou Zhe. These flames are of utmost preciousness. Hearing this, a look of keen interest appeared on Uchiha Ban's face. From what Xiaoyan had said, he could simply summarize that these strange flames were a unique and extraordinary kind of fire. And the Uchiha clan's favorite pastime was playing with fire. So Uchiha Ban was very curious about these special flames. Are they contending over a strange flame? Yes. The ranking of strange flames lists 23 types, and what they are contending over now is the green lotus core flame, which ranks 19th on that list. Xiaoyan nodded. The green lotus core flame. How interesting. Little one, I will come looking for you again. With those words, Uchiha Ban ceased his conversation with Xiaoyan. He erupted with power, his feet stomping the ground, and leaped into the sky using sheer physical strength. This strange flame was something he was also quite interested in. Watching Uchiha Ban depart, Xiaoyan took a deep breath inwardly. Regardless of why Uchiha Ban had appeared in this world alongside him, he knew he must focus on the task at hand. But for now the most urgent matter is to subdue the Qinglian Earthcore fire. Xiaoyan, I cannot see through that strangely dressed man, but from his words he does not seem to be lying. We must be even more cautious in today's actions. Yao Lao spoke from within Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan took another deep breath to steady his nerves. He was merely a slight dosher without Yao Lao's soul protecting him amid the clashes of these formidable figures. A single misstep would mean certain death. I understand, Master. Xiaoyan found another pile of rocks to crouch behind, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile in the sky the conversation between Queen Medusa and Alchemist Gu He had reached a heated stage. A strange fire. Why would I have a strange fire? Where did you receive this information? Queen Medusa's slender fingers lightly brushed through the strands of her hair, her beautiful eyes glinting with chilling coldness. Half a year ago I was searching for a medicinal herb in the desert when I happened to sense the aura of a strange fire. I followed it all the way, but though I did not find your majesty, I did pick up several bloodstained 7-colored snake scales. 7-colored snake scales are a peculiar type of scale that only appear on your majesty's body during intense battles. Moreover, we detected the aura of the strange fire on those scales. It seems that when your majesty retrieved the strange fire you were injured by it. Gu He said softly. I imagine that when your majesty retrieved the strange fire it must have injured you, right? Gu He said softly. Queen Medusa gently licked her crimson lips, her strange serpentine pupils fixed intently on Gu He, a dense chill swirling within them. Sensing the hostility in Queen Medusa's eyes, Gu He stepped back behind the black-robed figure among their group and said, Your Majesty, I have no other intentions. As an alchemist you must understand how important a strange fire is to me. I have scoured every strange and remote place in the Jiama Empire in search of it. The serpent bloodline has always been ean and cold by nature, so the strange fire holds little use for your majesty. Therefore I hope your majesty will allow me to exchange it for something else. Exchange. Hearing this, a faint trace of mockery rose at the corner of Queen Medusa's eyes. You are an alchemist, so you know better than I the power of a strange fire. Tell me, what can you offer that is worthy of its value? I am willing to offer 2 6th-grade Dou Ling pills and 1 7th-grade transformation pill in exchange for the strange fire. What does your majesty think? Gu He said, his face showing rare emotion and a hint of reluctance. Gu He's words startled everyone present. They had not expected him to be so generous. The 6th-grade Dou Ling pill had a simple effect. It could directly elevate a Dou Wang by 1 star level. It should be noted that at the Dou Wang level the gap between each star was immense. It was not uncommon for many Dou Wang after years of arduous cultivation to remain stuck at the same star. Countless people would pay a tremendous price to obtain a single Dou Ling pill. Compared to the 6th-grade Dou Ling pill, the 7th-grade transformation pill was even more astonishing. This pill could drive countless Dou Huan-level magical beasts to madness. Once they obtained it, they could completely shed their beast form, simultaneously gaining the long lifespan of a magical beast and the rapid cultivation talent of a human. The combination of these two abilities could create a Dou Zone or even a Dou Zun level powerhouse. Hearing this, everyone turned their tense gazes toward the silent Queen Medusa, waiting for her response. Under the weight of countless eyes, Queen Medusa, after a long silence, let out a soft sigh. She pursed her sexy lips, her beautiful eyes tinged with regret as she looked at Gu He. I have to admit, your offer is very tempting. However, sorry, I still won't trade. Gu He sighed, a look of dejection on his face. He knew all too well that given Queen Medusa's strength, if she was unwilling to exchange the strange fire, there was no way they could force her. Can you tell me why you are so determined to keep the strange fire? Gu He said with a bitter smile. Sorry, I cannot. After a slight shake of her head, Queen Medusa lazily waved her hand and said lightly, Master Gu He, you should return to where you came from. As for compensation, there is no need. Hearing this, Gu He turned to look at his companions, his eyes full of helplessness. He was naturally unwilling to leave just like that, but Queen Medusa's strength was too formidable and they were on her territory. If they resorted to force, the outcome would likely be disastrous. Gu He and his group turned their gazes to the mysterious black-robed figure nearby. The final decision rested with him. What does sect leader Yin think? At this moment, Queen Medusa also fixed her eyes on the black-robed figure, waiting for him to speak. After a moment, the black-robed figure stirred slightly and took a step forward, a faint cool voice emanating. I once happened upon a record in an ancient text about the Serpent Queen. It said that when Queen Medusa reaches the peak of Dou Huang, if she has sufficient opportunity, she can undergo a strange evolution. After evolving, the queen can not only freely transform into human form but also naturally ascend to the Dou Zone level. And the essential element for this evolution is a strange fire. I presume that the queen's refusal to trade is for this very reason, is it not? Just as the black-robed figure finished speaking, a lightning-fast black-and-red figure shot up from below like a cannonball, landing a heavy punch on Queen Medusa's body. With a dull thud, the enchanting Queen Medusa in midair turned into a wisp of light purple smoke, slowly rising and dissipating into the sky. A mere clone putting on airs here. After shattering Queen Medusa's clone, Uchiha Ban stood in the sky with arms crossed, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly with strange patterns. With the observational power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, such a simple trick could not deceive him. The black-robed figure Gui's group and the serpent peoples Yume and Mobasi were all stunned at a loss as they looked at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Ban. After a brief sensing, both sides could perceive that Uchiha Ban's Dou Qi was only at the 1-star dojo level. But both sides also knew. Whether it was the immense speed and power he had just displayed or the aura of standing in the void and looking down on all, he was far from being a mere 1-star dojo. Uchiha Ban was definitely not as simple as a 1-star dojo. Thank you for your assistance, sir. Guhi will surely repay you handsomely in the future. But after a brief moment of shock, he quickly recovered. Hearing this, Uchiha Ban slowly turned his gaze toward Guhi, his innate arrogance and indifference displayed without concealment. You seem to have misunderstood something. I am here to take the strange fire. After Uchiha Madara spoke those words, every gaze in the arena shifted toward his calm, unruffled face, serene as still water, even as he stood before the formidable elites of both the Jama Empire and the Snake Clan, boldly declaring his intent to seize the heavenly flame. Yet to those from both factions, Madara showed not the slightest flicker of emotion, as though claiming the heavenly flame were no more consequential than plucking a leaf from a branch. Esteemed sir, our side feels 1 Do Huang and 3 Do Wangs. Are you certain you wish to make us your adversary? Dan Wangui's expression darkened as he watched Madara's unchanging countenance. This is Dan Wangui, the preeminent alchemist in the Jama Empire's vicinity, a 6th-rank alchemist. To oppose him is to render yourself unwelcome across the entire empire. Yenshur Lion King and one of the 10 greatest experts of the Jama Empire boomed beside Guhi. What say you? Madara paid no heed to Guhi or Yenshur. His gaze remained fixed solely upon the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, the intricate patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly as he spoke with quiet composure. Only the strongest possessed the right to speak with him. Under Madara's penetrating stare, the mysterious cloaked figure felt utterly laid bare, his estimation of Madara instantly rising, his wariness sharpening accordingly. I am an ally of Dan Wangui, sent here at his behest to aid in locating the Azure Lotus Earthcore Flame. Should you persist in obstructing us, you must first overcome me? A faint cool voice emanated from beneath the black cloak, its stance unmistakably resolute. Madara silently appraised the figure, his expression remaining placid as though weighing unseen possibilities. To most, Madara's first impression, forged during the 4th Shinobi World War when he alone charged headlong against the entire allied shinobi forces, was one of overbearing arrogance, terrifying power and utter disdain for all but battle itself, a slaughter machine born for the battlefield. Yet those who truly understood Madara knew otherwise. Even setting aside the youth who once dreamed earnestly of peace, cherished his younger brother and gazed upon the future with innocent hope. Consider only the Madara who emerged after the Valley of the End, a man stripped bare by cruel reality, left with nothing but ashes and resolve. He savored battle, not as a mindless killer driven by bloodlust, but as a warrior who found profound joy in its intensity, its clarity, its truth. Though pride flowed in his blood, etched into his very bones, and though his actions often appeared reckless, that did not render him irrational nor a true madman devoid of logic or principle. On the contrary, Madara was guided by ideas forged through rigorous independent thought, by ideals he pursued with unwavering fidelity, a true practitioner of his own vision. And owing to the Uchiha clan's exalted lineage, Madara, when choosing not to engage, was often remarkably courteous. Just as during the latter stages of the 4th Shinobi World War, when Hashirama Senju, preoccupied with subduing the Jubi, asked Madara to wait, Madara simply paused and waited. True, he could extend courtesy. But should others show him none, he would return it twofold. And should anything stand between him and his destined path, he would erase it without hesitation. Now newly arrived upon the Qi Cultivation Continent, Madara indeed craved battle, but he also sought to maximize its value, to savor every pulse of combat while refining his strategy with ruthless efficiency. That the heavenly flame would ultimately fall into his hands was beyond question, yet that did not preclude it passing briefly through others' grasp first. Though decades after awakening, the Rinnegan had granted him complete mastery over the Mangekyo's essence, including the flame-controlling technique Amaterasu, Madara valued his life above all else. Before entering the fray himself, he preferred to deploy a test subject, to observe how that subject absorbed the heavenly flame, thereby honing his own success rate. Beyond combat, what set him immeasurably apart from those present? His perception, vast, precise, extending dozens of kilometers in every direction. From his assessment, none among them practiced specialized sensing techniques, they relied solely on sight and instinct. Thus whoever claimed the heavenly flame would remain within his perceptual reach, for at least some time, guaranteeing his ultimate acquisition. And so for now he could indulge purely in the exhilaration of battle. For the heavenly flame would inevitably end up in the hands of one among 3 Dan Wangui, Queen Medusa, or Xiaoyan, that young man blessed by the world's aura whom Madara had just encountered. His resonant voice rolled forth like thunder, shaking the air around him. Then let us settle this here, by force of arms. A crisp, commanding feminine voice answered in kind, sharp as steel, radiant with martial spirit. Gui Yanshi Fonli, ranked equal to Yanshi among the 10 greatest experts of the Gemma Empire at Dou enter the city. Queen Medusa has yet to appear. She must be at a critical juncture. She is at her weakest now. This is your sole opportunity to claim the heavenly flame. As for this sudden interloper, I shall handle him myself. Gui's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's silent deliberation he nodded, knowing well that fleeting chances must never be sacrificed to hollow notions of honor. Old Lion Fonli, we go now. You two hold back Mobasi and you may. I will enter the city to secure the heavenly flame. With a decisive sweep of his hand he issued his command. Yanshi and Fonli nodded, then unfurled immense wings of battle chi leapt skyward and shot toward the city like streaking meteors. Madara glanced after them once, then withdrew his gaze, arms crossed, eyes locked unwaveringly upon the black-cloaked figure, offering no acknowledgement. Given your earlier demeanor I assumed you would move immediately to intercept them. The cloaked figure's cool voice rang out once more. Madara smiled, confident, effortless. Poof. How do you know they won't be intercepted? I refrain from acting, not out of hesitation but because everything unfolds precisely as I foresee. Why have you not considered that possibility? Upon hearing the words the mysterious figure clad in black robes instinctively turned his gaze toward the city. At that very moment Yume and Moba, both formidable Dou kings and chieftains of the snake tribe, were issuing orders to the countless guards stationed upon the ramparts. Slay these humans. As Yume and Mobas gave their command, a thunderous chorus of assent erupted from the battlements, its roar piercing the heavens. Countless snake people tightened their grips on venom-coated spears, took 2 measured steps backward, then lunged forward with explosive force, propelling their poison shafts high into the air with devastating momentum. The sky darkened beneath a torrent of descending spears aimed squarely at Gui and his 2 companions attempting to breach the city gates, the shrill shriek of wind slicing through air sending faint tremors through the eardrums. The mysterious black-robed figure's expression shifted instantly. Though Gui and his companions could likely defend themselves against such a barrage penetrating the city walls remained uncertain. With a flick of her sleeve she summoned a colossal vortex before her, a spiraling azure tornado rotating at blinding speed, drawing up torrents of golden sand from the desert floor before surging forward to intercept the storm of poison spears. Gui and his companions, initially startled, had already begun preparing their own countermeasures, yet upon witnessing the black-robed figure's intervention they exhaled in quiet relief and pressed onward. At that precise instant Uchiha Madara struck. Without invoking any of the 5 basic elemental techniques he thrust his right hand forward, clenching it tightly toward the azure vortex. His Rinnegan activated, an invisible overwhelming repulsive force erupted from his clenched fist, surging across the void toward the azure vortex with cataclysmic intensity. The force traversed the emptiness between them and collided head-on with the azure vortex. In the next breath the black-robed figure's mighty azure vortex shattered violently midair, as if severed by an unseen blade, sending cascades of golden sand plummeting back onto the vast expanse of the Takur Desert. Daring to engage me while diverting your focus to aid others. Perhaps you should first consider how you might escape my grasp. To spar with me half-heartedly is to court death. I am Uchiha Madara. My word is absolute. Madara lowered his arm and crossed his arms once more, gazing coldly at the black-robed figure opposite him. Such effortless mastery over elemental forces marked a rare caliber of strength even among shinobi. Yet such power, however impressive, fell far short of what he deemed worthy of true challenge. The black-robed figure fixed her gaze upon Madara, her expression grave. Though merely a first-rank Dou spirit cultivator, his sovereign aura and the sheer authority with which he dismantled her technique defied all logic. An oppressive weight pressed upon her spirit. Slowly she drew down her obsidian hood, revealing a face of exquisite nobility and flawless porcelain pallor, breathtaking even amid the howling desert winds. Yun sect, master of the Yunlan sect. Her voice rang clear and crystalline, its resonance harmonizing perfectly with her ethereal beauty, radiating irresistible allure. Madara smiled faintly. He had intended, had she persisted in hiding behind anonymity like a coward, to forcibly unveil her identity mid-battle. Yet now it seemed this formidable woman possessed greater dignity than he'd anticipated. The Yunlan sect, yes, he recalled its name. Even within the fragmented memories of that lowly snake tribe dwelled echoes of the Yunlan sect, renowned as the preeminent sect of the Gemma Empire, its power legendary. Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan. His declaration carried unshakable pride. Though the Yunlan sect held sway here in his heart, only the Uchiha clan reigned eternal. Yun strained her memory, searching for any record of the Uchiha clan. Madara's supreme confidence reminded her of emissaries from great sects in the Central Plains. Surely this clan bore extraordinary lineage. Indeed, the Uchiha clan must be of unparalleled origin. Such certainty could not stem from mere vanity. Yet after long reflection no trace of the Uchiha clan surfaced in her knowledge. When she lifted her eyes again, Madara's right hand had already begun drawing the massive Uchiha war fan from his back, his presence swelling like a gathering tempest. Yun snapped her focus inward, her dantian surged with battle chi flooding her limbs and meridians, her own aura ascended in radiant tears suffusing the air with regal opulent majesty. Before combat commenced their eyes met, brief yet profound, and in that single glance Yun sensed Madara's fundamental difference from every man she had ever known. His gaze held none of the lecherous hunger lurking in most men's eyes, a contemptible weakness she had long despised. Instead his look conveyed wondered genuine awe at her rarefied grace and singular bearing, while deeper still burned the exhilarated fascination of a child beholding a treasured artifact. And indeed Madara had never been one enslaved by carnal desire, not in either lifetime spanning nearly a century within the Naruto world. Before Yun could fully process that revelation, Madara seized his war fan, crouched low like a panther poised to strike, then exploded forward, his feet carving paths through empty air as he charged like a mountain tiger descending upon prey. The instant Madara moved, a crushing wave of killing intent descended upon Yun, engulfing her in visions of endless blood-soaked battlefields, viscous crimson tides and mountains of corpses, so visceral, so suffocating that even her iron-willed composure faltered with a subtle tremor. What unspeakable slaughter had forged such killing intent? How many lives, human and beast alike, had fallen beneath his hand? Before Yun could voice her astonishment, Madara appeared before her, his perfectly proportioned arm coiling with lethal power as the colossal warfan swung downward with earth-shattering force. Yun's pupils contracted sharply, battle chi erupted from her core, summoning a violent azure vortex before her, a desperate bulwark against Madara's onslaught. Yet the moment the vortex materialized it froze mid-rotation, locked in eerie stasis against the warfan as though time itself had arrested her technique. A faint knowing smile curled Madara's lips. Though the mechanism eluded him, the fan's power remained undiminished. Uchiha Reflection. His voice cut through the silence, whereupon the suspended vortex reversed course with terrifying velocity, slamming directly into Yun and hurling her from the sky in brutal unceremonious fashion. Hovering above Madara's Rinnegan, receded first to the Mangekyo Sharingan, then further to the standard 3-tomo Sharingan. That single clash had revealed her limits, he could prevail using sheer physical might alone. This state, unburdened by chakra exhaustion, unrestrained by technique, was ideal for savoring battle. Without hesitation he shot downward like a meteor, plunging toward where Yun had crashed into the desert sands. Meanwhile, as Madara reveled in combat, the struggle for the progenitor flame continued, unfolding, step by inexorable step. Dou Qi and his two companions were initially delighted to see Yun attempting to block the rain of poison spears for them, but Uchiha Madara intercepted her midway, leaving them to fend for themselves against the sky-filling poison spears. Dou Qi opened and closed his palm, and pale blue flames instantly coiled around his body. His wings behind him vibrated slightly, generating turbulent air currents. His hands transformed into a special gesture like lightning, and he murmured in a low-voiced blue flame engulfing the sky. With his shout, pale blue flames abruptly appeared before Dou Qi, and with a wave of his hand they shot toward the poison spears in front of him. When the pale blue flames touched the poison spears, the spears instantly turned into nothingness under the extreme heat. Although not all the spears were incinerated, they successfully cleared a bloody path in front of Dou Qi. Although his main profession was alchemy, Dou Qi was also a Dou Wang, and his strength should not be underestimated. Immediately after, he shot toward the city. Stop right there. Seeing Dou Qi's actions, the snakemen leaders Yume and Mobasi swiftly flashed over from the city wall, their faces cold and grim as they attempted to block him. Although they did not know why the man who had shattered their queen's energy clone was now fighting against the Dou Huang from the human side, nevertheless this had indeed done them a great favor, for otherwise they would have been incapable of resisting a Dou Huang. Their current mission was to intercept the remaining Dou Wang, preventing them from disturbing Medusa Queen, who was at a critical moment. Your opponents are us. Fierce gale force energy tore through the air, howling fiercely as it rushed toward Yume and Mobasi. Yume and Mobasi swiftly dodged the energy attack. But at that moment Yanshur and Feng Li had already appeared before Yume and Mobasi, smiling as they intercepted the two, preventing them from interfering with Dou Qi. Yume's already cold snake pupils grew even icier. In a Dou Wang Tuntuo, she and Mobasi were no less formidable than these two, but the problem was that there was still another Dou Wang, the alchemy king Dou Qi. In the sky, just as Dou Qi was about to charge into the city, a fierce energy blast that sent a chill of danger through his heart suddenly shot up from below. He quickly flapped his wings and retreated, narrowly avoiding the flying snake spear. Medusa Snake Guard Captain Hua Xir. A graceful figure flashed across the city wall, accompanied by a woman's cold shout. The Medusa Snake Guard was a team dedicated to protecting the royal city, serving as the personal guards of Medusa Queen. Its captain also possessed Dou Wang strength. Dou Wang. The snake man race indeed has considerable depth. Looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him, Dou Qi sensed her strength and sighed inwardly with some helplessness. Hua Xir had no intention of chatting with Dou Qi. She grabbed a sharp snake spear, swung her tail in the air and charged at him with a ferocious aura. Dou Qi surveyed the battlefield. Yun was fighting the mysterious powerhouse Yanshur, and Feng Li were battling the snakemen leaders. Everyone who could help him was now entangled, and he could only rely on himself. Thinking this, Dou Qi took out a red pill from his bosom, and his Dou Qi surged dramatically. The explosion chi pill could unleash twice the power of Dou Qi with a powerful effect, but also a severe side effect: 3 full days of weakness afterward. However, Dou Qi had no time to hesitate. For he did not know how much time remained before Medusa Queen would complete her evolution. Seeing Gui's greatly enhanced aura, Medusa Snakeguard Captain Hua Shir's face grew more serious. Her own strength was not strong, she could only delay as long as possible. Immediately Gui and Hua Shir engaged in battle. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, a shadow slipped in from outside the city wall. After dealing with a few weak snakemen along the way, it dashed into the city. "Master, have you sensed the ethereal flame?" Xiao Yan asked urgently as the battle outside was raging. Xiao Yan had seen Dou Huang before. Back in the Beast Mountain range, both the purple crystal-winged Lion King and Yunji were powerful Dou Huang, so he had a clear understanding of their strength. But he was even more aware of Uzibo Ban's power. If Uzibo Ban unleashed his full strength, no Dou Huang could stop him. Moreover, Uzibo Ban was also vying for the ethereal flame. If he intervened after defeating the black-robed figure, Xiao Yan would have no hope of refining the flame. Medusa Queen is cunning. She used some method to split the ethereal flame's aura into 4 parts located at the 4 corners of the city. If we search one by one, it will take a great deal of time. Yao Lao said. What should we do now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned bitterly and asked with a wry smile. Hee, don't worry. Although her methods are quite clever, I have dealt with the ethereal flame for many years and can still discern the subtle differences. The east is where the real ethereal flame is located, Yao Lao said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yan heaved a heavy sigh of relief and used his flying combat technique to rush eastward. Soon Gui, relying on the temporary burst of power from the pill, defeated Hua Shir and entered the city. Then, facing the same 4-choice dilemma, after a moment's hesitation, Gui flew toward the north of the temple. Obviously Gui had chosen the wrong direction. Outside the city, Uzibo Ban sensed this and smiled. He knew that the world-favored one he had encountered earlier would likely be the final victor. Otherwise, why would one be called favored by the world? With his immense perception range, Uzibo Ban had long known that there were 4 flame auras in the city. Without the real ethereal flame, he could not distinguish which one was genuine. But when he shattered Medusa Queen's energy form at the beginning, Uzibo Ban had already memorized her soul aura. Thus, by following her soul aura, he learned the true location of the ethereal flame. It was already clear who would claim the ethereal flame. Next, he would enjoy his own battle. Uzibo Ban stood on the desert, his long hedgehog-like hair fluttering in the wind, looking at the large crater where Yun had fallen. There the dust was gradually dissipating. As the dust enveloping Yun gradually dissipated, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes slowly rotated as he carefully gazed ahead. The joy of battle was indispensable, but while savoring it, he did not mind reaping some gains as well. From the soul of the serpent man, he learned that the strength of people in this world consisted of 3 components: cultivation realm, cultivation technique, and combat technique. And before his Sharingan, the cultivation techniques and combat techniques of any opponent he faced were no secret. A Dou Huang level powerhouse, as far as he could tell, was currently the strongest near the Jiama Empire where he was. Her cultivation technique and combat techniques held some reference value for Madara. At that moment, Yun's figure was fully revealed. Her black robe had been torn and tattered from the fall, so she simply tore it off to fight more freely. Yun held a strangely shaped longsword emitting a cyan glow. Her cyan hair was coiled into an elegant phoenix ornament, her face was beautiful and moving, and her moonwhite plain dress wrapped her delicate figure, appearing very alluring. Yun slightly crouched, her expression grave as she looked at Uchiha Madara. Although their previous exchange had been a casual clash, she had already sensed that Madara was no ordinary opponent. Without using any Dou Qi, this Uchiha Madara had used only his physical strength and that strange war fan to forcefully deflect her attack back at her. Such formidable power made Yun feel as if she were not fighting a human but a humanoid magical beast. The next moment, Uchiha Madara sprinted toward Yun at high speed, his right hand holding the Uchiha war fan. Though he merely exploded the power of his legs, his speed was terrifying. Yun's expression stiffened. She could tell Madara was serious. Her delicate hands formed a strange hand seal before her chest, and a gale of wind swept her far away from Madara. But to her shock, the distance between them did not increase, instead it grew shorter. She was most adept at wind attribute combat techniques that greatly enhanced speed, and among Dou Huang she was one of the fastest. Yet now she had failed to distance herself from Madara. And until now she had not sensed any trace of Dou Qi from Madara. He was fighting solely with his physical strength. Could it be that Madara was actually a transformed magical beast? If that were the case, it would make sense. Only a magical beast that had broken through to the 7th rank Dozone could successfully transform. The power Madara had displayed so far seemed only possible for a 7th rank magical beast. Realizing this, Yun's gravity deepened. Her movements became more fierce and Dou Qi burst from her body as she unleashed a new combat technique. Rending Wind Dance. The space before Yun rippled slightly. Dozens of deep cyan wind blades, each over 10 meters long, appeared out of nowhere. They tangled together into a pillar-like spiral storm, spinning at high speed as it shot toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's expression shifted slightly. This attack was already more powerful than most wind-release ninjutsu in the ninja world. This world had not disappointed him. Though inwardly pleased, Madara did not slow his pace. He continued charging toward Yun as if he would directly meet her wind attribute combat technique. Seeing this, Yun felt a chill in her heart. Even a Do Huang's frontal attack should not be something a 7th-rank magical beast could withstand. Hedon. What was Uchiha Madara planning? The moment Madara touched the spiral storm, he used his war fan to shield his body, positioning it with one hand above and one below. Then he relaxed his body, following the rotation of the storm to spin 180 degrees. The next moment he exerted force with the war fan, and a cyan light radiated from it as well. With a single slam of the fan against the spiral storm, the rebound propelled him into a somersault. He landed again on the desert and resumed his high-speed sprint. Uchiha Madara's calm expression did not change, nor did his running posture. But Yun's spiral storm had been left behind him, carrying sand and dust into the distant emptiness. This was Uchiha Madara. If combat were an art, then he was the most accomplished artist of that art. Dancing on the edge of life and death, surpassing all expectations, was the most intense and climactic movement of this art. Seeing this, Yun was momentarily stunned. The Dou Qi Continent was not lacking in masters of close-quarters combat, but most of them relied on brute physical strength and tough hides to charge recklessly. It was the first time Yun had seen such a graceful and aesthetically pleasing battle style as Madara's. She could not imagine anyone being so agile. Faced with her powerful rending wind dance, a normal person would either choose to clash Hedon or evade. But Madara had instead used her own technique to close the distance, and he himself had suffered no injury. How was that possible? How could anyone on the Dou Qi Continent invest so much effort in combat reflexes? No wonder Yun was surprised. To achieve Madara's level 1 would need at least a decade or two of battle experience against various experts on the battlefield. With that much time, most people in the Dou Qi Continent would rather cultivate 2 high-level combat techniques or raise their Dou Qi realm by a few stars. After all, the Dou Qi Continent was a high-level plane where Dou Qi had reached its peak. The foundation of strength here was cultivation realm technique and combat technique. And as for combat experience, they did not believe it could play a significant role when faced with absolute power. While Yun was stunned, Uchiha Madara had already swung his massive war fan and arrived before her. He brought the fan down from above without any chivalry, aiming to smash her. The sound of the fan cutting through the air showed the immense power of this strike. At the same time, Madara's indifferent voice reached her ears, his casual tone making it seem as if he were strolling through his own home rather than in a fierce life-or-death battle. "I don't know why you're distracted," he said. "But in a fight with me, losing focus will cost you your life." Upon hearing his words, Yun sensed that Uchiha Madara was utterly serious. Instantly her azure longsword trembled rapidly in her hand, unleashing a cascade of azure light trails that struck Madara's Uchiha war fan. A tremendous concussive force surged forth in relentless waves, yet this was only the beginning. Her azure blade quivered violently, emitting a sharp resonant hum, then in an instant a slender beam, no thicker than a thumb, blazed forth with profound abyssal intensity. Madara's eyes lit up with exhilaration. His triple tomo Sharingan spun at blinding speed as his body shifted ever so slightly, revealing every minute detail of Yun's wind annihilation strike before it even fully manifested. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto the entire execution of her wind annihilation strike, searing its combat principles into his memory like indelible scripture. Most of his own techniques were broad-sweeping and power-dominant. Amplifying scale or raw energy output remained the simplest path to greater effect across any world. Yet compressing overwhelming force into a single point demanded far greater finesse, insight and mastery, especially for Madara. Among all his known arts, only the in-release Lightning Palm shared this principle, concentrating immense power into a pinpoint strike. But Lightning Palm commanded thunderous energy, whereas this technique commanded the untamed gale, making it uniquely instructive for Madara. He had never scorned another's artistry. Rather, endowed with the Sharingan, he excelled at assimilating others' wisdom, forging through synthesis a singular, unparalleled Uchiha Madara. Augmented by the Sharingan's preternatural motion perception, Madara shifted his stance with effortless grace, evading the wind annihilation strike moments before it reached his body. The attack moved at supersonic velocity, beyond mortal evasion, but Madara was no ordinary man. First, his physical speed and neural reflexes were extraordinary, enabling instantaneous microsecond-scale reposition. Second, long before Yun unleashed her technique, Madara's Sharingan had already dissected its full trajectory, mapping every nuance of its release with crystalline precision. When Yun realized her strongest single-target technique had been evaded, astonishment flickered within, but her expression remained impassive. Her hands swiftly formed a new seal, and the wind annihilation strike veered sharply within a confined space, striking from behind. This feint caught even Madara off guard. His spatial awareness of rear threats had always been comparatively weaker than his frontal vigilance. The devastating wind annihilation strike sliced cleanly across Madara's shoulder, severing his entire arm in one fluid arc. Crimson blood erupted in a violent spray as Madara leapt backward, placing distance between himself and Yun. "Well done," he remarked, a faint smile blooming across his face even as one arm lay severed on the sand. Pain did not daunt him, rather it catalyzed him. Indeed, agony sharpened his sense of existence, deepening his immersion in the sublime ecstasy of battle. As for the lost limb, he was never alone in combat. Hashirama stood beside him. With a soft knowing smile, Madara pressed his left hand to his chest and instantly his severed arm regenerated smoother, paler, softer than newborn skin. Yun had exhaled inwardly upon seeing her technique succeed, only to find her relief swiftly eclipsed. Madara's serene smile, his casual remark, and most unnerving, the seamless near-instantaneous regeneration of his arm all coalesced into a chilling weight upon her brow. Such prodigious regenerative capacity rendered conventional tactics futile. Her own physique possessed nothing near that resilience, his recovery might be rated 10, hers barely 1. Moreover, his margin for error in combat clearly surpassed hers. Victory was not impossible, but growing perilously remote. Yet she bore Gui's trust. Escape before his emergence would likely doom him too, so she must hold out if only for a little longer. Resolving herself anew, Yun launched into motion, each gesture summoning another arcane tier technique from her arsenal. Wind Spirit Phantasm Blade. Sky-cleaving Sword. Thousand Gale Vigor. Willow Down Body Technique. Wind Annihilation Falling Sun. From mid-tier to high-tier arcane techniques, each unleashed with flawless precision, the desert itself roared into a maelstrom transformed into a grand symphony of wind-based martial artistry. Madara fought with mounting fervor, each clash deepening his exhilaration. He now confirmed it beyond doubt. Yun sect, master of Yunlin sect, wielded the wind with a mastery surpassing anyone he had ever encountered in the shinobi world. With the Sharingan active, her wind techniques became her understanding of wind his own. Every novel technique she unveiled, every refined nuance in her command of the gale enriched Madara's own comprehension, layer upon layer. That was one reason for his rising elation. The second. Her assaults were razor-sharp and unrelenting, dodging them entirely without resorting to ninjutsu proved genuinely taxing even for him. Though he restrained his true power, fighting deliberately beneath his peak, he had not felt such genuine parity in centuries. All things considered, Madara now yearned only for greater revelations from Yun, while their fierce duel raged on. Meanwhile, the prodigal flame gradually yielded itself to Xiaoyan. Enveloped by Yao Lao's bone spirit cold flame, Xiaoyan pierced into the lake that exuded the strange fire's aura, evading a dozen monstrous guardian serpents before arriving at an island in the center of the water. The islet was modest in size, carpeted with luxuriant bamboo groves and a profusion of flowers and grasses, vivid, brimming with life, and exquisitely beautiful. Drawing a long breath, Xiaoyan could already sense from this close range the hidden presence of an anomalous flame within the island. A fierce flame danced in Xiaoyan's dark eyes. He clenched his fist, softened his footsteps, and slipped into the bamboo, soon reaching the end of a narrow path where he crouched to observe the scene ahead. At the bamboo's edge lay a shallow pool, its surface dotted with crystalline blue-white droplets. A pale mist curled above it. This little basin immediately captured Xiaoyan's attention. This was the priceless Bingling Hanquan Ice Spirit Cold Spring. He had once exchanged a single companion purple crystal source for only a vial of such water. Yet here the Bingling Hanquan filled an entire pool. Could this be the handiwork of Queen Medusa? Xiaoyan's gaze slowly shifted and settled upon a plume of azure flame rising at the pool center. At the sight of that fire, a consuming fervor flared in Xiaoyan's black eyes. This was the Qinglian Dixin fire, Qinglian earthcore flame he had yearned for. Beside the Qinglian Dixin fire stood the bewitching visage of Queen Medusa. Faced with this Dou Huang powerhouse, Xiaoyan forced himself to calm his racing heart. He was here only by virtue of Yao Lao's spirit. He had to remain composed. A single rash move could ruin all. Pressing himself lower to remain concealed, Xiaoyan watched Queen Medusa's next actions in silence. Beneath her purple brocade robe, Queen Medusa revealed two alabaster wrists. Her slender hands began to weave a sequence of hand seals with languid precision. In the next instant, the Qinglian Dixin fire surged, its blaze shooting toward the heavens as the water of the little pool steamed away at a rate apparent even to the naked eye. Under such appalling heat, Queen Medusa bit her crimson lips and with an almost ritual serenity began unfastening the buttons of her robe. A body sculpted as if by heaven itself was laid bare in the midst of the bamboo. Her beauty carried a sudden arresting glamour, a long pale neck arched with elegant grace, a willow-like waist seemed scarcely within a hand's grasp yet possessed resolute strength, her flat tender abdomen bore not a hint of excess flesh, and a wild purple serpent tail swayed with subtle intoxicating rhythm. Letting her brocade robe fall to the ground, Queen Medusa fixed her gaze unwaveringly on the Qinglian Dixin fire. If she advanced by orthodox cultivation, who knew how long it would take her to reach the threshold of Dozone? To hasten her ascension to Dozone there was but one path. Queen Medusa lifted her head and stared toward the place where energies writhed beyond the city. If her evolution succeeded, she swore that every human who had gathered here would be buried beneath the sands. At that she gave a soft cry, sealing several hand seals. Light flared across her form and a colossal purple serpent 10-odd zhang in length suddenly manifested above the islet. The immense body coiled in the air as dense purple radiance poured from its scales, nearly enveloping the entire temple in its glow. Queen Medusa was arranging an energy barrier to guard against interference. After circling several times, the purple serpent uttered a clear low moan and with resolute abandon lunged toward the azure flame. The instant it dove into the Qinglian Dixin fire, Queen Medusa's piercing scream rent the air, a sound that sent a chill through those who heard. The purple serpent writhed wildly. Soon after entering the strange flame, its scales began to warp and contort, charred fragments flaking away as if burned to ebony. As scales fell, dark red blood flowed, but the moment the blood touched the flame it was consumed by the fire's terrifying heat into nothingness with a sizzling hiss. The serpent's body visibly contracted. Queen Medusa's frenzied, agonized screams were the sound of her being seared from flesh to soul. That cry spread across the entire city. Xiaoyan watched in horrified fascination to see such a proud, mighty sovereign driven to this state testify to the dreadful power of the Qinglian Dixin fire. "Master, what should we do now?" Xiaoyan asked, brow furrowing. "Alas! Wait," Yao Lao said helplessly. "The Qinglian Dixin fire has already been provoked into a frenzy by Queen Medusa. Anything that approaches it will be burned into nothingness." Hearing this, Xiaoyan could only endure and wait. Outside the temple, innumerable people also heard Queen Medusa's harrowing screams. Countless serpent men raced to the rooftops, faces pale with horror as they stared at the surging purple light. Some tried to rush forward but were beaten back by the ferocious glow, watching anxiously as the enormous purple serpent writhed in the sky. High above, Gui, having taken a wrong path, swooped rapidly toward the commotion and halted beyond the purple light barrier, his hand tightening involuntarily. Queen Medusa had already begun her evolution, he could not interfere. If nothing went awry, this strange flame's matter would no longer concern him. Outside the city, those locked in combat, Uchiha Ban and Yun Yun, also heard the desperate wail. Uchiha Ban had been trading blows with Yun Yun for some time. Yun Yun had already unleashed nearly every douji she possessed against Uchiha Ban, yet she continued to be pushed back, her body marred with many new wounds. Uchiha Ban unleashed another strike to create distance and watched Yun Yun from afar. To him, not every battle needed to end in life or death. He had enjoyed the fight. He was also curious about Queen Medusa's current evolution and the potency of this strange flame. Using that curiosity as his pretext, he said, "This duel with you has been most entertaining, but now I have matters of greater import. Today I must possess that strange flame. If you wish to follow, you may, but you would do well to keep those who accompanied you in check. Do not let them harbor any extraneous intentions." "I have never pretended to be kind," Uchiha Ban murmured. Saying this, he slung his war fan back across his shoulders and leaped toward the direction from which the disturbance emanated. Yun Yun smiled, wryly grateful to have survived this encounter. Had the fight continued, even if she played her last card, Uchiha Ban's terrifying combat sense and regenerative ability would have ensured her certain death. Moreover, he clearly possessed other abilities. With that thought, Yun Yun drew a black robe from her ring to shroud herself and then sped toward the city as well. Today she would not obtain the strange flame for Guhi. Yet Guhi's existence was crucial to the Yunlan sect. She had to go. Outside the purple barrier, where Medusa Queen was undergoing her evolution. All the people within this city were drawn by Medusa Queen's piercing screams, and no one continued to fight. Everyone knew that the outcome of today's events would ultimately depend on whether Medusa Queen succeeded in her evolution. If Medusa Queen succeeded in her evolution, she would attain the strength of a Dozong, and all the humans who attacked the Snake People tribe today would be trapped here. If Medusa Queen failed in her evolution, the Snake People tribe would have no power to resist, and the heavenly flame would fall into the hands of humanity. The enormous purple serpent writhed incessantly, its once vast body covered in beautiful purple scales now scorched black. Moreover, its massive frame gradually shrank as the heavenly flame burned, as if its energy was being concentrated. A sharp sound of tearing air arrived, and Uchiha Madara, who had already entered the city, quickly reached the spot. He casually stood on the rooftop of a nearby house, the Uchiha warfan strapped to his back. His crimson eyes with 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as he observed Medusa Queen's evolution process with intense focus. Uchiha Madara's attention was entirely absorbed in Medusa Queen's evolution, and he did not spare even a glance at the nearby Gui Yenshir Fengli and others, nor at the Snake People tribe Do Wangs like Yumei Mobasi and Huaxier. In simple terms, these people were not worthy of his gaze. Gui frowned. Uchiha Madara had just been fighting Yun Yun, who was a Do Huang. Now that Uchiha Madara appeared here, Yun Yun was nowhere to be seen. While Gui was puzzled, following closely behind Uchiha Madara, Yun Yun, clad in a black robe, soared through the sky and landed beside Gui. Just as Gui was about to ask something, he noticed the wounds on Yun Yun's delicate face concealed beneath her black robe. "You're injured?" Gui asked in surprise. As usual, Yun Yun was a Do Huang powerhouse. In the Jiama Empire, the number of Do Huang powerhouses could be counted on 2 hands. Yet now Yun Yun was severely wounded, while Uchiha Madara seemed completely unharmed. Yun Yun nodded, her clear, cold voice ringing out, "Don't provoke him lightly. His strength is formidable. If he hadn't held back, I fear I would have lost my life here today. Gui, I know you desire the heavenly flame, but with him here there is no way you can seize it today. If you still harbor hopes and wish to try, don't blame me for not warning you." Hearing this, Gui frowned even more deeply and couldn't help asking, is he that powerful? He must be at least a 6-star Do Huang, right? Yun Yun was currently a 2-star Do Huang. If she was overwhelmed by this mysterious powerhouse, then he must be that strong. A 6-star Do Huang. Yun Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had seen high-star Dou Huang powerhouses before, but the strength Uchiha Madara had displayed was beyond her ability to describe. He hadn't used any Dou Qi at all nor any long-range Dou technique. Yet once he closed the distance relying solely on combat experience and physical strength, he had rendered her completely passive. A 6-star Dou Huang. I'm afraid not. I suspect he is a Dou Zone. Upon hearing this, Gu He's pupils contracted. He nodded with some disappointment, indicating he understood, and took out a bottle of medicinal pills to hand to Yun Yun. A 5-grade healing pill, the rejuvenation pill. Take it to heal. If Medusa Queen succeeds in her evolution, we will need you to escape. Yun Yun nodded. Gu He was quite clever, he had not been blinded by the heavenly flame. Yun Yun took the pill, held the bottle in her left hand, poured one into her right hand and swallowed it with a flick of her wrist. The effects of the rejuvenation pill began to take hold. Hidden beneath the black robe, Yun Yun's injuries gradually healed and the Dou Qi within her body steadily surged. Soon she had recovered to her peak state. The power of a 5-grade pill was indeed formidable. After returning to her peak state, Yun Yun couldn't help but turn her gaze toward Uchiha Madara. From her position, which was slightly behind and to the side of him, she could only see his profile. Uchiha Madara had resumed his stance with arms crossed, his back straight, exuding a unique aura. His face was directed toward the evolving Medusa Queen. Although Yun Yun could not see Uchiha Madara's eyes, she could clearly feel his intense concentration and focus at this moment. When fighting, he was entirely focused on the battle, his face full of smiles. Now focused on something else, his face was full of calm. A man like Uchiha Madara was something Yun Yun had never encountered before. Yun Yun felt that Uchiha Madara was like a child filled with curiosity, yet he acted as if he cared about nothing at all. This peculiar childishness, rooted in his own immense strength, stirred a desire in Yun Yun to understand Uchiha Madara more deeply. After a moment of thought, she shook her head and turned her gaze to the evolving Medusa Queen. Medusa Queen's cries remained piercing and her serpentine body continued to thrash within the green lotus core flame, causing Yun Yun's heart to tremble. Medusa Queen was a high-star Dou Huang with far richer experience than Yun Yun. Yet the green lotus core flame had driven her to such a state. If it were her in that position, she would surely find it unbearable. Yun Yun also wondered whether Medusa Queen would succeed in her evolution. Time passed gradually and nearly half an hour went by in the blink of an eye. The evolution of Medusa Queen had reached its final critical moment. Half an hour later. The colossal body of the Medusa Queen had ceased its tumultuous rolling, shrinking to 1/5 of its original size. She lay motionless within the green lotus core flame, allowing the fire to relentlessly sear her form. Beyond the violet barrier, countless snakemen stood atop the surrounding rooftop, staring blankly at the churning azure flames. Mournful hisses echoed through the entire city, shrouding the most sacred of snakekin cities in a somber atmosphere. Failed. Gu He sighed softly. Could it be that the Medusa Queen, once a bane to the upper echelons of the Jiama Empire, had perished so dramatically? How ironic. Most sighed in lament, but one exception stood out: Uchiha Madara. The others lacked observational prowess. Regardless of their opinions, they were merely outsiders watching the spectacle. Yet Madara, who had kept his Sharingan fully active, observed with utmost clarity. The immense energy interacting with the named green lotus core flame was gradually converging toward a single point within the serpent's body. Though the outer layer of the serpent's body had become completely charred, the life force emanating from that point grew increasingly vibrant, as if it were brewing a new power. The faint ripples of Rinnegan flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Simultaneously, he could sense the soul aura of the Medusa Queen undergoing a transformation, a qualitative shift. If his judgment was correct, the Medusa Queen had successfully evolved. However, this success might remain unnoticed until the soul aura fully transformed. The wait was not long. Shortly after, Madara perceived that the original soul aura of the Medusa Queen had completely transmuted into a different one. At that very moment, Madara suddenly sensed an anomaly in the sky. He jerked his head upward. The once clear sky had grown ominously dim. Dark clouds seemingly from nowhere slowly enveloped the entire expanse. Within the clouds, a rumbling thunder resounded and silver lightning slithered like serpents, weaving a terrifying spectacle. A celestial phenomenon. Uchiha Madara felt a flicker of surprise. In the ninja world, the only entity that descended accompanied by such a celestial phenomenon was the Ten Tails, which now resided within him. Though the Ten Tails lacked self-awareness, its power was unmatched in the ninja world. He was still unaware of the true strength levels of Dou Zong, Dou Zun, Dou Shang and Dou Di in this Dou Qi Continent, but he did not believe that ordinary-tailed beasts could rival the Ten Tails. Could it be that the evolved Medusa Queen possessed potential comparable to the Ten Tails? At this thought, the interest in Uchiha Madara's eyes deepened. The answer to his conjecture still needed to be sought, but his curiosity about this world had grown even stronger. As he pondered, Madara heard voices nearby, the Yunlan sect leader with whom he had just fought. Activating his perception ability, he listened without revealing his intent. I once read an ancient text. It stated that when legendary magical beasts from ancient times are born or ascend, the imbalance of immense energy within their bodies can trigger celestial phenomena. These legendary magical beasts are extraordinarily powerful. The best among them are not inferior to human experts at the Dou Zhe or Dou Shang level. In the current Dou Qi Continent, such creatures are exceedingly rare. Given the current situation, the most likely cause of this celestial phenomenon is the Medusa Queen evolving into such a legendary beast. Yun's cool voice resonated. Then if she has succeeded, should we retreat? Gu He's hesitant voice followed immediately. Let's wait. Even if she has evolved, being burned by the strange flame for so long must have drained her considerably. At this point, finding a quiet place to recover would be her wisest move. Yun paused, then spoke calmly. All right. The conversation ended with Gu He's agreement, and Madara withdrew his attention. Potential to reach Dou Shang. If every Dou Shang possessed power equivalent to the Ten Tails, then battles against these Dou Shang would be truly exhilarating. Uchiha Madara mused, his dark eyes gleaming with bright light. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from within the City of Clouds. The heavens blazed with light as a colossal silver lightning bolt shot down from the clouds, pierced the violet ceiling barrier, and slammed violently into the green lotus core flame. The silver lightning came and vanished swiftly. Before the thunderous roar had fully faded from their ears, the dark clouds receded rapidly. In the next instant, blazing sunlight once again bathed the city. Under the lightning strike, faint azure mist seeped out from the small island, obscuring the view of the onlookers. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly. The azure mist was a product of the violent collision between lightning and the strange flame. Blocked by this mist, even he could no longer see through the violet barrier. Even he could only wait now. The amount of azure mist was not large, and it should dissipate quickly. Let's wait for it to clear, thought Yun and Gu He simultaneously. Within their bodies, Dou Qi began to circulate, ready to retreat at any moment. Given the situation, the Medusa Queen had likely succeeded. If she recovered to her peak state upon evolution, they would have to flee immediately. With this in mind, Yun's gaze once again fell upon the erect figure of Uchiha Madara. In her view, Madara seemed to have no intention of retreating. Was he planning to confront the evolved Medusa Queen hidden? She herself could not do such a thing, but if it were Uchiha Madara. Recalling her battle with him earlier, Yun was uncertain. Moreover, from what she had gathered of Madara's personality, he indeed seemed like the type to do such a thing. If that were the case, they could leave safely. Everyone's attention was focused, ready to act according to the Medusa Queen's condition. At this moment, the true state of the Medusa Queen, only Xiaoyan, hidden within the violet barrier, could perceive it. On Xiaoyan's side, he had already hidden behind a massive boulder the moment the thunderbolt struck down. However, the tremendous impact of the thunderbolt shattered the boulder into fragments. Had it not been for Yao Lao's intervention, Xiaoyan would have met his doom from that force. What a terrifying thunderbolt! Rising from the ground, Xiaoyan gazed at the now barren island, involuntarily drawing a sharp breath of cold air. He then slowly walked toward the center of the island. In the center of the island, the green lotus core flame had reverted from its berserk state to its original form, hovering quietly in midair, continuously shifting its shape. Below the flame on the ground lay a gigantic snake, its body charred black, utterly motionless, indistinguishable from a dead serpent. Failed. Xiaoyan thought to himself, letting out a soft sigh. A generation of Dou Huang powerhouses had thus dissipated like smoke. Forget it, let's just collect the flame. Xiaoyan skirted around the giant serpent's corpse and arrived beneath the flame. He was about to ask Yao Lao how to subdue it. But at that moment, a faint cracking sound suddenly came from behind Xiaoyan. The unexpected noise made his body tremble. He turned his head toward the source, and instantly his pupils contracted to pinpricks filled with intense tension. Under Xiaoyan's gaze, the charred blackened skin of the stiff serpent corpse lying on the ground began to peel off slowly. The peeling accelerated as if something was about to burst forth from within the corpse. After a moment, a violent explosion erupted from the serpent corpse on the ground. Pitch-black scales flew in all directions, and the corpse instantly turned to powder. Simultaneously, a vast and terrifying aura burst forth, rapidly enveloping the entire city at a shocking speed. Has Her Majesty the Queen succeeded? Sensing a faint familiarity within that aura, countless snake people stood stunned for a moment before breaking into ecstatic cheers, their jubilant cries shaking the heavens. The moment that vast aura erupted, Gu He's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he leaped back dozens of meters. Quick, go! Medusa Queen has evolved successfully. Gu He shouted urgently to Yun. At this moment, Uchiha Madara turned his head to glance at Gu He. His scarlet three-tomo Sharingan locked onto Gu He, and a murderous aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood instantly overwhelmed him. Gu He felt as if he were trapped in a blood-red world, immediately terrified into silence. Even the matter of Medusa Queen was completely forgotten. Uchiha Madara withdrew his gaze, and the scarlet three-tomo Sharingan slowly faded. Truly a coward. Facing a strong opponent, not even a shred of courage to draw a blade and fight. And this is the so-called Pill King. If I were an alchemist I would at least claim the title of Pill Saint. Uchiha Madara turned his attention back to the purple light barrier. Although this aura was terrifying, he could clearly sense that the power was lacking in endurance. Uchiha Madara's perception was correct. After erupting for merely a dozen seconds, the aura gradually faded away like an ebbing tide. Uchiha Madara sighed. He had hoped to test his strength against the evolved Medusa Queen, but it seemed the opportunity was lost. Others like Gu, he breathed a sigh of relief, nearly frightened out of their wits moments ago. As the aura died out, the cheers of countless snake people in the city abruptly ceased. All snake people wore expressions of astonishment, their hearts filled with anxiety and anticipation. Uchiha Madara looked at the purple light barrier. Its color was growing increasingly dim, and it wouldn't be long before it dissipated. Now all that remained was to wait for the purple light barrier to vanish. Within the barrier, a streak of multicolored light suddenly shot out with a sharp piercing sound, hurtling toward Xiaoyan. Bang! At the critical moment, Yao Lao took control of Xiaoyan's body. A bone-chilling white flame erupted from within Xiaoyan, its scorching heat distorting the surrounding air. Squeak! Sensing the formidable power of the bone-chilling white flame, the multicolored light streak abruptly halted its charge just outside the flame's reach. The seamless transition from extreme motion to absolute stillness was remarkably natural. Xiaoyan's heart raced like a roller coaster, experiencing a moment of extreme terror. Yet when the creature's form came into view, he couldn't help but study it closely. It was a slender serpent, barely 2 centimeters in length, its entire body covered in tiny multicolored scales. Its pale purple pupils held an eerie allure, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. The small serpent hovered before Xiaoyan, its pale purple eyes devoid of the oppressive killing intent of the original Medusa Queen. Instead, they appeared remarkably pure and innocent, gazing at Xiaoyan with a pitiable look. Its body is multicolored, its pupils slightly purple, its form exudes fragrance, and its power reaches the heavens. These signs. It seems Medusa Queen has evolved into the legendary ancient beast, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, capable of rivaling Dou Shang-level powerhouses. Yao Lao murmured. Rivaling a Dou Shang. Xiaoyan was astonished. This harmless-looking beautiful little serpent was an ancient beast that could one day contend with a Dou Shang. Master, if she is Medusa Queen, why do I sense no killing intent from her? Should I lower the bone-chilling flame and try? Xiaoyan stared intently into the small serpent's eyes, seeing only the curiosity of a newborn. Alright, be careful. Yao Lao hesitated for a moment before nodding. The white flame surrounding Xiaoyan swiftly dissipated. The multicolored serpent blinked, its crystal-clear eyes flicked its tail and swam toward Xiaoyan. After circling a few times, the multicolored serpent stopped in the air above Xiaoyan's palm. Its sparkling eyes fixed greedily on the ring on Xiaoyan's finger. It raised its head and let out a few soft hisses as if pleading. Xiaoyan lightly tapped the ring. He could tell the small serpent was interested in something inside it. Xiaoyan patiently swapped out various items. After a moment, when he retrieved a jade bottle filled with purple liquid, the multicolored serpent instantly appeared above it, thrusting its tiny tongue into the bottle and lapping up several mouthfuls of the liquid. Interested in the accompanying amethyst source. Xiaoyan winced inwardly as he saw that a tenth of the precious liquid had disappeared. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python is also a fire-attributed beast, naturally drawn to the pure fire energy within the amethyst source. Yao Lao's tension eased and he spoke more lightly. Xiaoyan looked at the multicolored serpent. After absorbing the accompanying amethyst source, he keenly sensed a hint of wariness fade from its gaze toward him. Thus Xiaoyan carefully extended his hand and gently stroked the serpent's delicate body. The multicolored serpent wriggled slightly without retreating. Instead, it twisted its little head and rubbed against Xiaoyan's palm in a playful manner. At that moment, a thought arose in Xiaoyan's mind. Xiaoyan's thoughts were quite simple. He wanted to keep the colorful swallowing sky python close to him. The colorful swallowing sky python is considered an ancient beast with limitless potential. If he could harness it, it would be no less than controlling a different kind of flame. However, at that moment the voice of Yao Lao warned, while the colorful swallowing sky python is indeed powerful as it matures, it is currently just in its juvenile stage. Although it harbors immense strength, it remains uncertain how long it will take to fully develop its capabilities through training. And you must understand that no matter how docile this colorful swallowing sky python appears now, its true form is that of Queen Medusa. Once Queen Medusa regains her memory, with her pride and ruthlessness she may very well kill you for daring to assume the role of her master. Xiaoyan frowned at these words. He was a person with a spirit of adventure. The current colorful swallowing sky python was like a newborn baby, showing him little hostility. Otherwise it wouldn't have clung to him so readily in search of food. And an ancient beast that could potentially rival a Dou Shang had an irresistible allure for him. Teacher, I want to take a gamble. Xiaoyan said. You must think this through carefully, Yao Lao warned again. For the sake of a future super fighter, what harm is there in taking a gamble? If the situation arises as you mentioned, isn't there still you, teacher? Xiaoyan smiled. Alright, I hope you won't be playing with fire, Yao Lao said with a wry smile as if conceding. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled and placed the colorful little snake in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan flicked his finger on the storage ring and a bottle of accompanying purple crystal source appeared in his palm. He took out a small white jade stick, dipped it in a few drops of the purple crystal source and gently waved it in front of the colorful little snake. Upon seeing the purple crystal source, the colorful little snake's eyes instantly lit up, the human-like daze disappeared rapidly and it flicked its tongue in anticipation, looking at Xiao Yan. At that moment a smile also appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Regardless of whether the soul of Queen Medusa truly existed or not, at least the current colorful swallowing sky python did not have the strength to resist the temptation brought by the purple crystal source. Xiao Yan dripped the purple crystal source into the little snake's mouth and it smacked its lips in satisfaction. Moments later, the colorful little snake curled its tail around Xiao Yan's wrist and slid into his sleeve, gradually falling asleep. Ha ha! Watching the actions of the colorful swallowing sky python, Xiao Yan suddenly burst into laughter. With the help of the accompanying purple crystal source, his relationship with the colorful swallowing sky python was rapidly becoming intimate. Given the current situation, Xiao Yan believed he could certainly forge a solid bond before she matured. Although the joy on his face was nearly impossible to conceal, Xiao Yan understood that the pressing matter at hand was still to subdue the Qinglian Earth Heartfire. Thus Xiao Yan took a few steps forward and looked up at the Qinglian Earth Heartfire in midair. Teacher, how do I subdue this Qinglian Earth Heartfire? Subduing a different fire is not easy. It will incinerate anything that comes close to it into nothingness. Unless you use some special items, you can only forcibly envelop it with an endless stream of Dou Qi and take it away. However, the consumption of Dou Qi for that is exceptionally great. Even if you were to circulate all the Dou Qi in your cyclone, it would be impossible to move it off this small island. Yao Lao pondered. Then what should I do? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression immediately fell, feeling somewhat helpless. Have you forgotten the Qinglian lotus seed you once obtained? The Qinglian lotus seed is of the same lineage as the Qinglian Earth Heartfire. Using it to contain the latter would not only suppress the aura of the different fire from leaking out, but its safety would also be far superior to directly wrapping it with Dou Qi. Yao Lao said with a smile. Xiao Yan's expression instantly shifted to joy as he flicked his storage ring and the slightly rotating Qinglian lotus seed floated in front of him. Xiao Yan supported the Qinglian seed in his palm and gently tossed it toward the different fire in midair. As the Qinglian seed reached beneath the different fire, a faint circle of blue light radiated outward, quietly enveloping the Qinglian Earth Heartfire. The blue light shield gradually shrank and the different fire offered no resistance as it returned to the lotus heart. The process of Xiao Yan subduing the different fire was remarkably smooth. Quickly leave the city and find a quiet place to devour the different fire. The different fire cannot be stored in the storage ring, otherwise everything inside will be burned to nothingness. Yao Lao reminded solemnly. Xiao Yan nodded, his body trembling slightly. Using his flying Dou technique, the purple cloud wings suddenly shot out and Xiao Yan looked gravely at the vanishing purple light shield. The purple light shield flickered and finally at a certain moment it shattered into countless tiny purple light spots. As the purple light shield exploded, Xiao Yan stomped his foot hard on the ground and shot out, desperately fleeing towards the city's outskirts while holding the Qinglian. Meanwhile, outside the city, 5 minutes before the purple light curtain shattered, the leaders of the snake people, Yumei and Mobasi, had already directed the snake people to form a faint encirclement. They were stalling for time. They could not contend with the Dou Huang powerhouse, but once the leaders of the 8 tribes arrived they would not fear much. Retreat, Guhi, Yun urged. Guhi was somewhat reluctant. The most important thing had not yet been secured and he found it hard to give up on retreating. But for now he had no choice but to withdraw. Whether it was the leaders of the 8 tribes gathering or that mysterious powerhouse, they posed a threat to his life. Retreat. Guhi gritted his teeth. Yun nodded and the wind attribute Dou Qi surged forth, carrying Guhi and the others swiftly into the sky, leaving the city. In an instant, among the humans in the city, apart from the unseen Xiao Yan, only Uchiha Madara remained. Uchiha Madara glanced around lightly. He certainly noticed that the snake people were forming an encirclement, luring him into a trap. But who was Uchiha Madara? To him, taking on a group alone was a regular occurrence. Therefore Uchiha Madara paid no mind, he was solely focused on the purple light curtain. However, moments later a male snake person cloaked in red Dou Qi came rushing from the horizon like lightning, his gaze sweeping through the air before landing with a fierce expression on Uchiha Madara. Damn human, you dare to enter my clan's sacred city. The newcomer had a fiery temper, and upon seeing Uchiha Madara his furious roar immediately echoed across the city. At the same time the red Dou Qi surrounding him surged violently, resembling a fiery figure. Having reached outside the city, Yun and the others immediately recognized who he was. This guy is Yen Ci, the leader of the Yen snake tribe among the 8 tribes. Although he has a very explosive temper, his strength ranks among the top of the 8 leaders. In the past, during the war between the snake people and the Jiama Empire, many powerful figures from the empire fell at his hands. Thankfully he had left early, or he would have been a very troublesome opponent. Yenshur, one of the Dou Wang among Guhi's group, remarked. The pressure now falls entirely on that mysterious powerhouse. We will observe the changes. The leaders of the 8 tribes should be arriving soon, and the final outcome will likely be a mutual destruction. When that happens, we can reap the benefits as fishermen. He looked up at the sky and spoke. Yun on the other hand gazed quietly at the standing Uchiha Madara. She did not believe that Uchiha Madara could be trapped here. The light shield is about to shatter, Yun said. Upon seeing Yen Si arrive, Yume and Mobasi were instantly overjoyed. They hurriedly rushed to Yen Si's side, whispering to him, detailing the events that had transpired earlier. Listening to Yume and Mobasi's words with a face full of anger, the red Dou Qi on Yen Si surged increasingly violently, and finally he clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intensely on Uchiha Madara, exuding unmatched violent killing intent. Human bastard, the humiliation of today shall be washed away with your blood. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara glanced back at Yen Si. Feeling his weakness, the corners of his mouth curled up and he could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. His laughter grew increasingly unrestrained, echoing throughout the city. After the laughter, Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold, looking at Yen Si with disdain. Though Madara was positioned relatively low, his aura made it feel as though he stood at the highest point, leading others to feel a sense of inferiority. You can come and try. Simple, direct, and domineering. This is Uchiha-ban. With his arms crossed, Uchiha-ban exuded an aura of supreme arrogance, instantly subduing all the snake people present. After a moment, Yen Si regained his senses. The fact that he felt fear before a mere human was utterly unforgivable. Flames of crimson Dou Qi erupted anew from his body, preparing to launch an assault on Uchiha-ban. Yume and Mobas reacted swiftly, each restraining Yen Si from either side. He just fought evenly with a Do Huang powerhouse. You alone are no match for him. Wait until the others arrive, or until we find the queen, before engaging. Though rage surged within Yen Si's heart, he understood that facing a Do Huang was futile. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in reluctant agreement. Uchiha-ban sneered mockingly, pouring fuel onto Yen Si's fire. What's the matter? Why don't you come at me? Come on, entertain me fully. Such confrontational words, coupled with the innate pride and disdain radiating from Uchiha-ban's very bones, amplified the scorn to its peak. Yen Si's fury flared wildly, his crimson Dou Qi blazed fiercely. Calm down, patience is a virtue for great plans, Yume and Mobas hurriedly urged, holding Yen Si firmly. Uchiha-ban snorted coldly, seems you are nothing more than a coward who only talks big. At that moment the purple light screen flickered faintly, then shattered with a thunderous explosion. Countless tiny fragments of energy scattered across the sky. At the instant the purple light screen broke. Although the cyan smoke had yet to dissipate, Uchiha-ban activated his full perception and immediately detected Xiaoyan stealthily slipping out from the shattered screen. Uchiha-ban chuckled softly, knowing well that children of this world often accomplish the unimaginable from humble beginnings. Yet he was eager to see just how much favor this child of the world truly received. Facing countless snake people calling out for Her Majesty the Queen as they tried to infiltrate the isle, Uchiha-ban lifted both hands. A surging chakra burst forth and the dense power of wood release instantly descended upon the city. Towering wooden walls shot up abruptly beside Uchiha-ban, swiftly rising to dozens of meters in height. Centered on Uchiha-ban, the wooden walls extended continuously on both sides. In mere moments they completely isolated the temple where Queen Medusa resided from the rest of the city. Just a mere piece of wood. A snake person unleashed his Dou Qi with a shout and struck the wooden wall with a powerful punch, attempting to shatter it to pieces. However, the result left the snake person dumbfounded. Despite all his strength, his punch only left a shallow dent. This was no ordinary wood, even ordinary rocks would crumble under such a blow. Seeing this, Yen Si furrowed his brow, unleashing his full Dou Qi as crimson flames swirled around his fists, charging toward the wooden wall. His fists possessed tremendous power. The strike could easily fell a Douling. Confident that fire overcomes wood, Yen Si was certain his punches would smash through the barrier. Yet the outcome was disappointing. Yen Si's fiery fists only scorched 2 blackened imprints onto the wooden wall, failing to pierce it entirely. Impossible! Yen Si exclaimed in astonishment, retracting his fists. Most rocks in the Gamma Empire would not compare to this wood before him. Uchiha-ban watched calmly as Yen Si struck his wood release, a playful expression on his face. Hashirama's wood release was in existence even his fire release could not overcome. Within Hashirama's wood lay immense vitality, its hardness and resilience far surpassed ordinary timber. To break through such an attack was nothing but wishful thinking. Yen Si's gaze shifted to Uchiha-ban. You now face the entire snake tribe human. Are you certain you want to be enemies with all of us? Upon learning that Uchiha-ban was a Do Huang powerhouse, Yen Si grew somewhat serious. Uchiha-ban sneered with slight disdain. I believe you have misunderstood one thing. It is not I who should decide whether to oppose your snake tribe, rather it is your snake tribe that must decide whether to oppose me. Uchiha-ban formed hand seals as fire release chakra surged from every cell in his body, gradually converging at his throat. So you fancy fire, do you? Let me teach you how to truly wield fire. Fire release. Great Fire Annihilation. With swift hand movements and instant seals formed, an unmatched and ceaseless inferno of fire release materialized. The horizon blazed a fiery crimson as an endless sea of flames surged towards all the snake people. All snake people seek shelter immediately. This battle is beyond your capacity to engage. From above you may sense the overwhelming might of Uchiha Ban's fire release, her expression shifting as she urgently issued orders. Countless snake people, each possessing eyes of their own, saw the terrifying sea of flames approaching. Instantly they leapt across rooftops, seeking sturdy and well-sealed places to take cover. Umeamoba and Yenci all Do Wang materialized wings of Dou Qi and hovered high above, observing the grim scenes unfolding throughout the city. Homes struck by Great Fire Annihilation were reduced to ashes in an instant. Snake people caught in the flames were instantly charred black. The snake tribe's royal city became akin to a living hell. Damn it! Yenci slammed his fists together, fiercely cursing. Let's wear him down first. Even a Dou Huang's Dou Qi has limits. Sustaining such a colossal attack must drain him greatly. Yume, watching Uchiha Ban wield Great Fire Annihilation, was both shocked and resigned as she spoke. Outside the city, Guhi and other Dou Wang were equally astonished. After all, none of the Dou Huang in the Gamma Empire specialized in fire attribute Dou Qi. Sect leader Yun, it was fortunate you warned us in time. Facing such a formidable opponent would have been a grave trouble. Guhi remarked. But this man seems rather dim-witted. Engaging the snake tribe's main force while expending such a massive technique for mere fodder soldiers is unwise. The 8 chief leaders of the snake tribe are on their way. When he and the snake tribe are both severely wounded, that will be our prime opportunity. Yun forced a bitter smile. Earlier Uchiha Ban had subdued her using only basic physical strength. She was unaware he possessed such abilities. Moreover, who could fathom what other secrets Uchiha Ban concealed? This suddenly appearing man seemed enveloped entirely in a mysterious cloud. If Umeamoba, Yenci and the other snake people Dou Wangs, upon witnessing Uchiha Ban's Great Fire Annihilation, occupy the first tier. Meanwhile, human Dou Wangs like Gui Yenshir and Fengli, those who knew Yun could not overcome Uchiha Ban, belong to the second tier. Yun herself, having personally fought Uchiha Ban, stands in the third. Yet Uchiha Ban's mystery ran far deeper. On the towering wooden rampart, Xiaoyan slowly poked his head out, cautiously surveying the scene below. At the instant the purple barrier shattered, Xiaoyan had intended to slip away amid the chaos by using the aerial Dou technique Purple Cloud Wings. But Uchiha Ban's sudden display of wood release nearly sent Xiaoyan crashing into the wall. Unsure of the situation outside, he cautiously climbed to the highest point of the wooden rampart to observe. When he saw Uchiha Ban standing alone, unilaterally declaring war against countless snake people, the unmatched might of the Great Fire Annihilation awakened a memory in Xiaoyan from more than a decade of his life on Earth. If his recollection served him right, Uchiha Ban's first appearance had likewise been brazen, directly confronting the allied ninja forces. Xiaoyan touched the wooden wall beneath him. He could tell this was Uchiha Ban's wood release. The ability to wield wood release indicated that this Uchiha Ban was at least the incarnation into which Zhu Jian cells had been grafted after the Zhongjia Valley period. Combined with the repulsive force that had erupted when Uchiha Ban first stood beyond the city, it meant he had at least activated the Luanhu AI. Whether he had become a Shui Renzali remained unknown. A fire technique of this intensity is already formidable. And delivered with such nonchalance, combined with the threat I felt when I first saw him. Xiaoyan, if possible avoid making an enemy of this man. I exist now only as a soul, though I might be able to contend with him, my spirit would likely fall into slumber. Yao Lao warned. Xiaoyan nodded. He understood without prompting. Though he had never seen a dozone, he did not believe Luanhui Ban's strength would be inferior to one. At that moment both Xiaoyan and Yao Lao's faces changed. A voice sounded in their ears at once. Xiaoyan, is it? I know you obtained the Qinglian Dixinhua, do not deny it. The flame's aura upon your hand cannot be concealed from me. The voice paused, then continued. The Qinglian Dixinhua in your possession is something I must obtain without question. I have never refined an exotic flame, so I will make you my test subject to refine it first. Do not worry about dividing the flame, I will handle that myself. Uchiha Ban's calm voice reached them and Xiaoyan's throat went dry with nervousness. Of course you may refuse, but be prepared that refusal will make us enemies. When that time comes, after I seize the exotic flame in your hand, I will not spare your life. At those words cold sweat broke out on Xiaoyan's brow. Within Xiaoyan, Yao Lao wanted to urge compliance but feared that speaking would alert Uchiha Ban's spiritual perception, so he could only wait anxiously. It would be my honor to cooperate with Lord Ban, Xiaoyan said. A sensible man, came Uchiha Ban's last remark, and he ceased the soul telepathy directed at Xiaoyan. When the oppressive pressure faded, Xiaoyan's back was soaked through with sweat. The strain of conversing with Uchiha Ban had been immense. Xiaoyan had always considered Uchiha Ban the most daunting boss in the realm of the Hokage. Xiaoyan, luckily you agreed just now, otherwise the two of us likely would not walk away today. That he could perform soul telepathy across such a distance, I've underestimated his strength, Yao Lao said with some relief. Xiaoyan smoothed his chest and nodded. Soul telepathy it might be, but he suspected this was not the same orthodox soul telepathy of the Dou Qi Continent. He recalled that in Hua Ing Rinzhe the Shanzhong clan's secret art could accomplish this. For a technique that placed no bloodline restriction, it was not surprising that Uchiha Ban had learned it during his decades-long absence. Master, let us wait. Safety should no longer be a concern. Xiao Yan lay on the rampart and watched Uchiha Ban on the ground below. Though Uchiha Ban could be domineering, the pride of the Uchiha clan in his blood made him a man of his word. Since Uchiha Ban had vowed to protect his safety, Xiao Yan believed that protection would indeed be guaranteed. Thinking this, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, when he had first seen Uchiha Ban, Xiao Yan's anxiety had far outweighed any other feeling. But after tentatively establishing a cooperative relationship, an inner calm settled over him. Xiao Yan's trust in Uchiha Ban even exceeded that he felt for Yao Lao and Xiao Suner. The reason was simple: whether Yao Lao or Xiao Suner, they knew him fully while he remained in the dark about them. Yao Lao and Xiao Suner knew Xiao Yan's entire growth intimately, yet Xiao Yan was utterly unaware of many of their secrets. With Uchiha Ban it was different. The situation was reversed. Uchiha Ban was in the know and Xiao Yan was in the dark. Xiao Yan knew what Uchiha Ban had been like as a boy, what he had been like as a youth, the ordeals of his life and the course of his inner journey. Moreover, Uchiha Ban's arrival touched upon Xiao Yan's greatest secret: he had crossed over from Earth. Thus Xiao Yan's trust in him was considerable, tinged with the warmth of meeting a kindred spirit in a foreign land. Uchiha Ban himself was pleased with their exchange. As a child of the world, this Xiao Yan surely bore many valuable qualities and would encounter plentiful opportunities in the future. Most importantly, children of the world often attract trouble. And what Uchiha Ban loved most was fighting all manner of powerful opponents. Uchiha Ban cut off the chakra flow to his fire release. Great Fire Annihilation. With the matter of the exotic flames settled, what followed would be a splendid feast of battle. The ground of the Snake People's royal city had been scorched black. Uchiha Ban drew the Uchiha clan war fan from his back. Facing 110, 100, 1,000 Snake People, his footwork quickened until his feet blurred into countless afterimages as he charged forward. Hedon. Second round. Begin. Uchiha Madara's pace grew ever faster, covering dozens of meters in an instant, distancing himself further from the concentrated snakemen. Though thousands oppose, I shall advance. This proverb perfectly described Madara's current state. When they saw Uchiha Madara charging toward the snakemen, Yume Amobasi Yenci and the others in the sky were not alarmed but delighted. Even if he is a Dou Huang, what of it? A Dou Huang's Dou Qi may be abundant, but it cannot withstand the siege of 1,000 snakemen. Since he walks into the trap, let us oblige his wish. Yenci narrowed his vertical pupils and said cold. Yume glanced at the sky, and upon seeing two figures grow from tiny dots to larger and clearer forms, she nodded. 2 more tribal chiefs have arrived. Barring surprises, all 8 chiefs should be here soon. But the 5 of us Dou Wangs can already unleash the secret technique, 5 snake poison seal. Let us wear him down a while longer, then we strike. Hearing this, Mobasi and Yenci both nodded in agreement with Yumei's plan. Uchiha Madara, wielding a large Uchiha fan, had already plunged into the midst of the snakemen as if willingly entering the trap. But Uchiha Madara was no fish on the chopping block, he was a true high-end hunter. The fan struck horizontally, slashed sideways, cut downward and smashed straight. The Uchiha fan seemed to have a soul in Madara's hands, continuously claiming the lives of snakemen in various forms. Not only the fan, but every part of his body became a weapon in close combat. Fists, elbows, feet and knees, all were employed. Every blow Madara delivered was devastating. Each downward strike knocked a snakeman unconscious, their fate every strike from the front, back, left or right sent a snakeman flying dozens of meters, likewise unconscious. In just a few breaths, a dozen or more snakemen had fallen at Madara's hands. Yet Madara's movements remained supremely fluid, coherent, and possessed an artistic quality. 2 snakemen Dou Wangs had now arrived. Standing beside Yume Amobasi and Yenci, they listened to the entire story, watched Madara's slaughter, and a bloodthirsty gleam flickered in their eyes. This human is no easy opponent. His close combat prowess shows he is no pampered flower, but a figure tempered by countless battles in blood and fire. To deal with such a human, unless he is killed, he will hardly stop fighting for any reason. I would rather face the group outside the city than this man. He excels at close combat, every strike is a fatal blow. If you fail to react, you are dead instantly, unlike those who prefer long-range Dou techniques and give you time to respond. One of the newly arrived snakemen Dou Wangs observed after a moment of analysis. And he is a Dou Huang, which makes things even more troublesome, added the other snakeman Dou Wang. Let us continue to observe. With the queen missing, we must hold the line, or else the snake people will be bullied by all. Yume said. The other snakeman Dou Wangs nodded and continued watching. Guhi and the others had lost count of how many times they had been astonished by Uchiha Madara that day. Seeing Madara's magnificent close combat, they could not help but sigh in admiration. Only Yun Yun, who had witnessed Madara's close combat abilities before, was slightly less shocked. But even so, surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Madara's battle with her was unknown. Now his battle with the snake people was 1 against 1,000. Though she was a Dou Huang from a visual perspective, the grandeur of Madara's current battle far exceeded that of their previous fight. The unceasing fluidity made it seem as if Madara was born for the stage of large-scale battle. If Madara were to attack the Yunlan sect, she was uncertain who would win between Yun Shan and Madara. Perhaps the Yunlan sect would be slaughtered by Madara. Yun shook her head, quickly discarding that dangerous thought. It was too unlucky. Madara had no grievance with the Yunlan sect, so why would he attack it? Yes, that possibility would not occur. As for Xiaoyan, who was watching from a VIP seat on the high wooden wall, he was filled with awe. 1 against 1,000, though Madara had performed such feats before, seeing it in person was still overwhelming for Xiaoyan, especially when he was perched dozens of meters high with a panoramic view of the battlefield. In Xiaoyan's vision, countless snakemen surrounded Madara in a circle. But the circle seemed to be under Madara's control. Wherever he killed, the circle sluggishly followed. It was not that Madara was trapped in the circle, rather the circle did not anticipate his movements in advance to form a further blockade. Teacher, can you achieve such close combat mastery? Xiaoyan could not help but ask. Yao Lao looked at the scene and shook his head. I have not seen a Dou Shang's close combat, so I cannot comment. I have only seen their long-range battles. But compared to a Dou Zun's close combat, his far surpasses that of a Dou Zun. I truly wonder which faction stands behind him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled with delight. It was within his expectations, as people in the Dou Qi Continent preferred to hone their combat techniques rather than their Dou arts and cultivation levels. At this moment, perhaps because Xiaoyan was the only one in this world who knew Uchiha Madara's true identity, he felt a sense of pride at Yao Lao's high praise. Time passed and Madara's figure still moved like a phantom, having already slain over 200 snakemen. The 5 snakemen Dou Wangs in the sky could no longer remain idle. His combat power is terrifying. After fighting for so long, he shows no signs of fatigue. We must take action. If this continues, the foundation of our serpent clan may suffer irreversible damage. This grey-robed elder named Inshur has just arrived and is a highly respected elder of the serpent clan, boasting a strength equivalent to an 8-star Dou Wang. Hearing this, the other 4 serpent Dou Wangs nodded in agreement, fully complying with Elder Inshur's arrangements as they flew towards Uchiha Madara. His close combat ability is strong. We cannot fight him unknown. Form the 5 serpent venom seal. The grey-robed elder swiftly formed a dazzling array of hand seals, and as these seals flew, a massive ghostly blue light quickly gathered in the palm of his hand. In the instant the grey-robed elder formed the seals, the other 4 serpent Dou Wangs also swiftly followed suit, forming the same hand seals. Clearly they had practiced the 5 serpent venom seal countless times, as they were able to complete the intricate hand seals at an astonishing speed upon hearing the command. A pale blue energy shield enveloped the 5 of them, and their momentum continuously surged. Below, Uchiha Madara observed the increasingly potent power with a glint of interest in his eyes. This technique's power is not enough to impress Uchiha Madara, but its skill intrigued him. If Uchiha Madara was not mistaken, this was a combat technique that could only be unleashed through the combined effort of these 5, perhaps more aptly termed a fusion combat technique, which had never existed in the world of ninjas. Within the ninja world, only combinations of ninjutsu exist, such as multiple people jointly using the earth flow wall to accumulate into a powerful 10,000-mile earth flow wall, or the fire-wind combination ninjutsu leveraging the wind's force. There is no qualitative change, only the accumulation of quantity or momentum. If one desires a qualitative change from different attribute ninjutsu, it is often referred to as a bloodline limit rather than a combined ninjutsu, something ordinary ninjas cannot replicate. And now the 5 serpent venom seal perfectly fused the powers of the 5 individuals, unleashing a brand new force. Uchiha Madara's Uchiha fan spun like a whirlwind, and a massive shockwave surged around him, instantly clearing a 5-meter radius. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara leaped onto the roof of a house, his eyes displaying the crimson Fritamo Sharingan. Finally realizing that no matter how many miscellaneous soldiers come, it would be futile. I offer you a chance. I will not interfere with this move, and you may unleash your strength as much as you wish, the more the better. If you can defeat me, that would be best. If you cannot seize this opportunity, then there will be no need for the existence of the Serpent Clan's royal city today. After speaking, Uchiha Madara's gaze meticulously focused on the 5 serpent Dou Wangs in the sky who were executing the 5 serpent venom seal, gradually analyzing and replicating the technique. Soon the entire structure of the technique became increasingly clear in his eyes. The light in Uchiha Madara's eyes grew more intense as he gathered more information. 5 serpent venom seal. Activate. With a low shout from the grey-robed elder, the 5 Dou Wangs' palms suddenly glowed intensely, and 5 massive ghostly blue energy pillars shot forth from their palms. As the ghostly blue energy pillars burst forth from the 5 palms, they intertwined and wrapped around each other, and moments later an immensely huge energy pillar suddenly appeared in the sky. When this gigantic energy pillar emerged, a fierce wind swept through the desert, and a bloody and violent aura emanated from the energy pillar. The enormous energy pillar began to churn, and in an instant it transformed into an energy green serpent over 10 feet long. As the energy green serpent appeared, a fierce wind erupted in the desert, and visible streams of air rapidly spun around the energy serpent, the howling sound echoing throughout the desert. Quite interesting. In the next moment Uchiha Madara also moved. No one could see exactly when he acted, but by the time they looked again Uchiha Madara was already standing in the sky next to the energy green serpent. Hiss. Upon noticing the target beside it, the energy green serpent let out a fierce roar, its massive tail swinging through the air attempting to smash Uchiha Madara into a pulp. But Uchiha Madara reached out, firmly grasping the massive tail, rendering it immobile. "Is this all the power you possess?" Uchiha Madara said softly. Though there was a significant size difference, Uchiha Madara's small figure contained a far more overwhelming power than this energy green serpent. It should be noted that during the 4th Great Ninja War Uchiha Madara could easily take down the 9-tailed beasts with just his fists and feet. The power of this energy green serpent is decent, but compared to the tailed beasts it still falls short. Uchiha Madara glanced at the 5 serpent Do Wangs in the sky. This 5 unknown scene felt familiar, reminiscent of the previous 5 Kage facing him. Suddenly an idea struck Uchiha Madara's mind, and his 3 Tomo Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern, then morphed into the Rinnegan, which rippled with purple patterns. As the Rinnegan's ability activated, the energy from the energy green serpent grasped in Uchiha Madara's hand was rapidly transmitted to him, shrinking swiftly from its massive size until it completely vanished. Ignoring the astonishment of the 5 serpent Do Wangs, Uchiha Madara turned to face them, a faint smile on his lips as he formed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. "So it's 5 against 1, is it?" Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Madara's hands danced swiftly, quickly forming the seals for the shadow clone technique as the wood-released chakra erupted within his body. 25 wood clones appeared around Uchiha Madara, surrounding him completely. These 25 wood clones carried not only chakra but also the fighting spirit acquired from the energy green snake that Uchiha Madara had just absorbed. In the next moment the 25 wood clones acted together, a surge of fighting spirit erupted from them and all 25 were enveloped in a dark green light shield. The 5 fighting kings of the Serpent Clan were taken aback by this spectacle, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. This sensation was eerily similar to the 5 serpent poison sealing technique they had just used. "Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like he is using the 5 serpent poison sealing technique?" Yume said incredulously. "No, I think you might not be mistaken, because I feel the same way," replied another. Mobasi displayed a similar expression. "This is a secret technique of our Serpent Clan. It is absolutely impossible for it to be leaked out. Moreover, the 5 serpent poison sealing technique requires 5 serpents to work together. Even if he wanted to learn it, he wouldn't have any other serpents to assist him. Then there is only one possibility: during the brief time we used the 5 serpent poison sealing technique, he learned it." The elder Inshur, the most esteemed among the serpents, spoke. "How is this possible? The 5 serpent poison sealing technique is a high-level fusion fighting technique of the Xian rank. How could anyone learn it in such a short time?" Yen Ci questioned. "Then tell me, aside from that, what other possibility is there?" Elder Inshur glanced at Yen Ci. Yen Ci was at a loss for words, unable to find a retort. It does indeed seem like only such an absurd situation could explain this. Outside the city, Yun observed Uchiha Madara's actions, her beautiful eyes constantly changing in expression. Just now Uchiha Madara showcased 3 new abilities, or more accurately new fighting techniques. The first was the ability to absorb energy. Yun saw clearly that Uchiha Madara merely placed his palm on the energy green snake and the snake dissipated as if it had encountered a natural enemy. If the target of absorption were fighting spirit instead of a specific technique like the 5 serpent poison sealing technique, it would mean this ability is a powerful counter to all offensive techniques. Other people's techniques might not even be able to touch Uchiha Madara, as he simply absorbs them. Aside from the potential limits of this absorption ability, which could be considered a weakness, Yun struggled to think of effective countermeasures. Choosing not to use techniques and opting for close combat against Uchiha Madara would alleviate concerns about this ability. However, Uchiha Madara's terrifying close combat skills and physical prowess were already clearly displayed. How many individuals could contend with Uchiha Madara in close combat without using techniques? The second ability is the capacity for physical clones. Yun couldn't discern any differences among the 25 wood clones created by Uchiha Madara. Moreover, all 25 wood clones possessed the ability to act autonomously and could even coordinate to unleash fusion techniques. This was equally terrifying. The inability to distinguish between them could cause countless powerful fighters to falter, exerting tremendous effort only to defeat a mere clone. No one could easily accept such a result. And coordinating to unleash fusion techniques meant that large-scale techniques which originally required a dozen or even several dozen people could now be unleashed effortlessly by Uchiha Madara alone. Fusion techniques represent not only an increase in quantity but also a dramatic qualitative change. The power of a formidable army-style fusion technique is exceedingly terrifying. The third ability is the capacity to replicate and learn others' techniques. Regardless of what techniques others use, Uchiha Madara can replicate them. This means Uchiha Madara can easily see through others' moves, understanding their strongest threats and most fatal weaknesses. Yun was uncertain whether Uchiha Madara's ability to replicate and learn others' techniques had any limitations. Currently the 5 serpent poison sealing technique that Uchiha Madara replicated is merely a high-level fusion technique of the Shin rank. If he could easily replicate Earth or even Heaven rank techniques, it would be unfathomable. Yun-Yun's expression grew increasingly grave. She must win Uchiha Madara over. If she couldn't ally with him, she couldn't afford to be his enemy. The abilities Uchiha Madara has displayed have left Yun-Yun seriously questioning whether the former leader of the Yunlan sect Yunshan could defeat him. What Yun-Yun could see, Dou He and others around her could also perceive. They understood that Uchiha Madara was not someone to be trifled with. Only Dou He, being a pharmacist, thought of something else. He can use fire attribute fighting spirit and can also use wood attribute fighting spirit. He is simply a natural-born alchemist. On the high wall, Xiao Yan recounted Uchiha Madara's abilities in his mind like a treasured collection. Hell Path. Shadow Clone. Sharingan. No wonder it's Madara. If only I could possess such powers as well. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with an uncontainable envy. In the eyes of Yao Lao the brilliance flickered as he searched through his memories for similar abilities, trying to uncover which force lay behind Uchiha Madara. With such monstrous abilities appearing in one individual, Uchiha Madara surely cannot be a nameless figure. He must be a successor of a great power. At this moment Uchiha Madara's wood clone had already completed the 5 serpent poison sealing technique. 5 dark green energy beams shot towards the heavens, transforming into 5 enormous green energy serpents which faced the 5 fighting kings of the serpent clan, flicking their tongues and exhibiting dangerous glints in their eyes. The 25 wood clones of Uchiha Madara stood behind the 5 energy serpents. Uchiha Madara's main body stood with his arms crossed behind the 25 wood clones, a faint voice slowly emanating. Since you like 5 against 1, let's have a 5 against 1 match. Each of you is a powerful leader of the serpent clan possessing formidable strength. Don't say I'm bullying you now. The current situation is the true 5 against 1. As Uchiha Madara spoke, 5 colossal serpentine constructs radiating airy emerald energy shot forth like arrows loosed from a bow, surging toward the 5 snake clan Dou Kings. These 5 emerald energy serpents are no easy opponents. Though their internal Dou Qi reserves seem unusually diminished, unlike ours which rival the strength of Dou Huang cultivators, each still commands the power of a high-ranked Dou King. In unknown combat few among us would stand a genuine chance of victory. You may remarked. The Snake Clan's 8 paramount leaders were all Dou Kings, but most ranked below 7th star. Only Inshur Laoren attained 8th star, while another leader, yet to arrive, also stood at 7th star or higher. In single combat each would be severely strained. He mastered our 5 serpent venom seal and turned it against us. This ability defies all reason. Yen Ci, ever quick-tempered, grumbled. Enough talk, survive this battle first, Inshur Laoren commanded. Without hesitation he surged forward, engaging the emerald serpents in fierce swirling combat. He knew precisely the limits of his fellow Snake Clan Dou Kings, and equally well the terrifying potency of these constructs summoned through the 5 serpent venom seal. Unless 3 additional tribal chieftains arrived swiftly, none of the remaining Dou Kings could hope to prevail alone against even a single serpentine construct. The other Dou Kings, having grasped the grim reality, likewise strained against their respective serpents. Meanwhile Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged as he swept his palm across the sky. In that instant 25 wood clones erupted with power, leaping simultaneously to scattered locations across the city, unleashing chaos in every direction. Even these clones, bearing only a fraction of Uchiha Madara's true might, were beyond the reach of ordinary Snake Clan warriors. In moments both airborne Dou Kings and ground-bound Snake Clan soldiers alike found themselves teetering on the precipice of annihilation. While Yun-Yun, Gui, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao stood awestruck by Uchiha Madara's overwhelming presence, a sharp serpentine hiss suddenly pierced the silence from within Xiao Yan's sleeve. The infant 7-colored heaven-devouring serpent stirred awake, its face contorting in anguish as if torn between dual consciousnesses. Waves of terrifying aura flickered briefly before surging toward Uchiha Madara's 25 wood clones. Master, what has happened to the 7-colored heaven-devouring serpent? Xiao Yan carefully withdrew the cool jade-like serpent from his sleeve, cradling it gently in his palm, eyes fixed intently upon it. The tiny 7-hued serpent had already reverted to its placid, docile expression. Yao Lao paused thoughtfully before replying. The 7-colored heaven-devouring serpent evolved from Queen Medusa herself, and now as this mysterious powerhouse named Uchiha Madara slaughters Snake Clan warriors without restraint, her slumbering soul stirs in resonance. Then, has Queen Medusa's memory fully returned? Xiao Yan asked, voice taut with gravity. Unlikely. Were her memories restored, Queen Medusa's proud, unyielding nature would never permit her to remain at your side. Her soul remains gravely wounded, yet the sheer devastation befalling the Snake Clan has momentarily forced it to pierce the veil binding it to the serpent's form. Still, judging by the serpent's current calm demeanor, Queen Medusa's soul has been suppressed once more. Indeed, a walking time bomb. Xiao Yan nodded, then turned his gaze toward the aftermath of the serpent's assault. Fully a dozen of Uchiha Madara's wood clones had dissolved upon contact with its aura. Master, what do we do? Queen Medusa has intervened uncontrollably in the battle. How shall we explain this? Xiao Yan asked, voice edged with alarm. His panic was hardly unwarranted. He faced none other than Lord Madara himself. Don a black robe and descend. Speak to him openly and directly. Those clones appear mere afterthoughts, dispensed casually. He is a man of principle. Until he secures the heavenly flame he will not harm you. As for the Dou Zhe, great Dou Zhe and Dou Ling cultivators you'll encounter midair, I retain ample spiritual energy to shield you. Yao Lao declared, voice resonant and unwavering. Xiaoyan pondered briefly, then finding wisdom in the council donned a black robe and leapt downward. At that moment Uchiha Madara, observing half his wood clones vanish in an instant, turned slightly, his gaze falling upon the descending figure of Xiaoyan. What is this? His voice rumbled, deep resonant, identical to the timbre he used when confronting the fourth Hokage and Obito. It is the creature within my sleeve, the seven-colored heaven-devouring serpent, an ancient divine beast born of Queen Medusa's evolution. Queen Medusa's soul should have remained dormant, but perhaps the plight of the snake clan stirred her consciousness, compelling her to seize control of the serpent's body and strike. Yet she has now withdrawn once more into slumber, and will not disturb your battle further, Lord Madara. Xiaoyan said. Uchiha Madara gazed impassively upon the serpent, sensing the immense coiled power throbbing beneath its iridescent scales. But the serpent, meeting his gaze, bared its fangs, its tiny visage twisting into a fierce defiant snarl, as if warning him to keep his distance. Madara placed a hand upon his abdomen, feeling the tentails stir restlessly within. If even the tentails responded thus, the seven-colored heaven-devouring serpent truly belonged to the same echelon of primordial beings. So, you are the seven-colored heaven-devouring serpent. Intriguing. I tire, let me grant the Snake Clan one final technique. How many survive shall depend solely upon fate. With that he formed hand seals and lifted his gaze toward the towering roiling clouds above. His ultimate technique would descend from there. Its name. The attack launched by the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python wiped out more than a dozen of Uchiha Madara's wood clones, naturally drawing everyone's attention. Everyone searched for the source of these attacks and eventually turned their gaze to Xiaoyan, who leaped from the wooden wall in a black robe. Upon seeing Xiaoyan standing beside Uchiha Madara, confusion filled their hearts. If the robed figure was allied with Uchiha Madara, why would he intervene to stop Madara? If not, then Madara should have struck him down immediately. What is happening? Suddenly the sharp-eyed Gui spotted the green lotus pedestal in Xiaoyan's hand, and his expression changed drastically. If I'm not mistaken, what that robed figure holds is the very object of our journey, the green lotus core flame. I wondered why this mysterious strongman claimed to be seizing the strange fire but ended up battling the snake tribe here. It turns out he had an accomplice who had already broken in to search for the flame. Gu, he gritted his teeth. Yun glanced at him, knowing he was still scheming for the strange fire. Gu, he, open your eyes and see the situation. Even the 5 Do Wang of the snake tribe simultaneously using the 5 snake poison seal failed to kill him. Instead he easily neutralized it. Moreover, he hasn't even gotten serious yet. He merely used the 5 snake poison seal he had learned in some clones to utterly defeat the snake tribe, driving them to the brink of despair. If he were to take it seriously, the gap between us combined and him would be far too vast. We must recognize reality. Yun cautioned. Gu, he clenched his fists and nodded. He understood the reasoning, but he simply couldn't accept it. At that moment he suddenly felt the sky darken and looked upward. A colossal meteor high above the clouds was plummeting directly toward the snake tribe city below. What is this? Is this also his ability? Gu, he murmured. His expression was almost dazed, for Uchiha Madara's heavenly obstruction star was truly overwhelming. It was not the power of a human, but rather the power of nature, of a god. Yun's face also turned solemn. Another ability had been displayed, one that was nearly invincible. Gazing at the heavenly obstruction star in the sky, Yun realized that even if she used all her Dou Qi to unleash her strongest technique, she could only cut off a small part of such a massive meteor, utterly unable to resolve it completely. Facing this meteor, the best strategy she could think of was to flee. And the farther she ran from the center of the impending impact, the better. Such a massive meteor will produce unimaginable shockwaves upon impact. We must retreat quickly, Yun commanded. Wind sweeps the earth. A surge of powerful wind-attributed Dou Qi erupted, sending a fierce gale that swept Yun and the others swiftly into the distance. In the sky, the 5 snake tribe Do Wan, locked in battle, watched the descending heavenly obstruction star and could not suppress the despair welling in their hearts. An attack of this magnitude, even if Medusa Queen, their pillar of support, were still with the snake tribe, they might not survive it. And now she was missing. Inshur, old man, gazed at the massive meteor in the sky and sighed inwardly. The other snake tribe members could only hope for their own survival now. They, the Do Wang, who were the high-ranking leaders of the snake tribe, were already trapped here by 5 massive energy snakes. Facing this heavenly obstruction star on top of it, they might not even be able to save their own lives, let alone spare any effort to help the countless snake tribe members resist the heavenly obstruction star. On the ground, countless snake people scattered in all directions, seeking a glimmer of hope. Xiaoyan, standing beside Uchiha Madara, felt a flicker of fear and glanced at Madara. This heavenly obstruction star was terrifyingly powerful. He was not confident he could withstand it. Lord Ban, what should I do? Under the heavenly obstruction star everyone fends for themselves. The soul within your body should have the ability to handle this. Uchiha Madara said casually. Although the heavenly obstruction star was spectacular, it was essentially used to clear out common soldiers. As long as one's strength was sufficient, they could protect themselves from it. This level of strength converted to the Dou Qi cultivation system of the Dou Qi Continent was roughly around the Dou Wang level. Uchiha Madara looked at the 5-snake tribe Dou Wang and recalled his battles with the 5 Kage in the ninja world. The power levels of the ninja world and the Dou Qi Continent were not directly comparable, but the gap between the performance of the 5 Kage and these 5 Dou Wang was still significant. Whether facing with style or the heavenly obstruction star, the 5 Kage always managed to break through his barriers and unleash power anew, bringing him fresh surprises. But these 5-snake tribe Dou Wang had almost no ability to fight back. Thus if the 5 Kage from the ninja world came to the Dou Qi Continent, they should all be at the Dou Huang level. In particular, the young Inoki far surpassed Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Cloud Mist sect he had just fought, in terms of character, willpower and combat experience. As for whether they could rival a Dou Zong, Uchiha Madara had not yet fought one, so he could not judge for now. The heavenly obstruction star is about to fall, boy. Remember to protect yourself. As he spoke, the skeletal framework of Susanoo enveloped Uchiha Madara's entire body. He then slowly began walking toward the outskirts of the city. There were no longer any strong warriors here that could interest Madara. Staying any longer would be meaningless, only adding to his boredom. It would be better to quickly move on to the next destination. Xiaoyan felt helpless, but he followed Uchiha Madara's steps out of the city while summoning Yao Lao. Master, I need your help. Yao Lao nodded. Pale white flames wrapped around Xiaoyan's entire body, protecting him. A vast shadow swept across the entire sky. As Uchiha Madara departed, the heavenly obstruction star descended rapidly. The moment Uchiha Madara stepped out of the city, the heavenly obstruction star crashed fully onto the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave and endless explosions within the Snake Tribe royal city. Yet this tremendous commotion did not draw Uchiha Madara's attention. He continued walking out of the city, utterly indifferent. A true man never looks back at an explosion. With the power of the heavenly obstruction star, naturally the snake people without Queen Medusa could never withstand it. Of course, even with Queen Medusa, the possibility of her blocking it was not high. At this moment, the city of the snake people had already become a ruin. Amidst the ruins, the snake people's current highest combat power, the 8-star Dou Wang Insure old man, propped himself up and slowly rose from the ground, his snake eyes filled with intense hatred as he gazed at the figure of Uchiha Madara, who had already neared the outskirts of the city. Uprooting not the weeds. Insure old man's face twisted into a sinister grin. He swore that in the future the snake people would surely avenge this. Rising from ruin, reviving from annihilation, he could sense that Queen Medusa had not truly perished. He believed that one day, after completing her evolution and greatly increasing her strength, Queen Medusa would return to this Tiger Desert and lead their snake people to new heights. However, Uchiha Madara cared little about these matters. Whether to uproot the weeds or not was entirely at his whim. If he was still in the mood, he would exert a bit more effort; if not, he could not be bothered to continue. Just like when he faced the 5 Kage back then. After his complete Susanoo's few slashes left all 5 Kage on the brink of death, he did not bother to finish them off. As for the snake people, or rather the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python that housed Queen Medusa's soul, possibly seeking revenge in the future, Uchiha Madara was not afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. If they truly had the strength to compete with him, the more that came the better. If they lacked that strength, no matter how many came, it would only be a matter of a wave of his hand to suppress them. Uchiha Madara walked along, observing the pale white flames enveloping Xiaoyan, and asked with interest, "Boy, you already have a type of strange fire within you. Know this feeling? This strange fire belongs to the soul within your body, doesn't it? Once we leave this desert, would that soul be interested in having a chat with me? I'm also very interested in your strange fire." Uchiha Madara, who had fully mastered in release, could sense that Yao Lao's soul was far more powerful than most Kage he had encountered in the ninja world, and also much stronger than the Yunlan sect leader Yun Yun he had just met. Moreover, Uchiha Madara could also sense that Yao Lao's current soul was merely a broken remnant. For a broken soul to possess such power, his identity was absolutely extraordinary, and there was likely an untold story behind it. Such little stories were also a nice seasoning for life. Beneath the black robe, Yao Lao hesitated for a moment, then his aged voice emerged from under the robe. "Mr. Madara, if you want the bone-chilling flame on me, I cannot give it to you. I am able to survive in my current soul state largely due to the power of the bone-chilling flame." Uchiha Madara chuckled softly upon hearing this. Bone-chilling flame. Quite a fitting name. Though it is fire, it possesses a coldness even more frigid than ice, truly a fire worthy of its name. You don't need to be too tense. I have my own ways. For now, let's first refine the green lotus core flame. We'll talk about your bone-chilling flame later. And compared to this flame, I'm more curious about the story behind you. Even in a broken state you possess a soul power comparable to a Dou Huang. Then in your prime you must have been a renowned powerhouse. So why did you end up in this state? What exactly happened to you? Uchiha Madara asked with interest. Yao Lao smiled bitterly at this. Just some family shame. If Mr. Madara wishes to hear it once we leave this desert, I can tell you when we have time. If Mr. Madara is confident in refining multiple strange fires, then I can think of a method that benefits both sides. Once 3 strange fires are refined, a body can be recreated for me. However, finding the 3rd strange fire may take some time. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted. The pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan instantly appeared in his eyes, and then a jet-black flame emerged in his hand. After decades of tempering yin release, Uchiha Madara had long mastered the techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The essence of Mangekyo techniques was simply yin release. Except for techniques like Obito, Uchiha's spacetime related ability, and the unique technique Kotoama Tsukumi, Uchiha Madara could manifest all other Mangekyo techniques using yin release. Naturally, this included the Amaterasu flame, which both Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha mastered. What do you think of this flame of mine? Can it be considered a kind of strange fire? Uchiha Madara asked. Amaterasu was considered the strongest flame in the ninja world, and in Madara's view it was comparable to the strange fires of this Dou Qi Continent. Yao Lao turned his head to look at the Amaterasu flame and Uchiha Madara's hand, his eyes filled with unrestrained shock. Mr. Madara, I feel that this flame of yours is no less than the top 10 strange fires on the strange fire rank, but this flame is not listed on it. How did you obtain it? None of that matters. Just tell me, can it be considered a strange fire used to reshape your body? Uchiha Madara said. Yes, the intensity of this flame is more than sufficient. With this, along with the bone-chilling flame and the green lotus core flame, a body can be recreated. Yao Lao nodded, his eyes unable to conceal his joy. Wait a moment. It seems you have misunderstood something. After receiving the answer, Uchiha Madara nodded, smiled slightly, and withdrew the Amaterasu flame in his hand. What have I misunderstood? Yao Lao questioned. You provide the bone-chilling flame in your hand and I provide the Amaterasu flame in mine. This is a transaction. As for me recreating your body, that price will be negotiated separately. You should have quite a few good things in your hands, right? Uchiha Madara said. Yao Lao smiled bitterly upon hearing this. So straightforward. Although they had only interacted for a few hours, Yao Lao's years of experience in judging people allowed him to sense. Uchiha Madara was to some extent a very simple person. You give me something and only then will I give you some. Whenever he acted, he always had his own purpose. It seemed he cared nothing about interpersonal relationships, only about whether he could become stronger. I also have a Dou Qi technique specifically for cultivating with strange fires, which can grow to a level no less than a heaven-grade Dou Qi technique. I wonder if Mr. Madara is interested. Yao Lao said. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara immediately became interested. The Uchiha clan loved to play with fire, and what he sought to cultivate in this Dou Qi Continent was also a fire attribute Dou Qi technique. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the technique cultivated by the world's favored son. This Dou Qi technique he was determined to obtain. However, Uchiha Madara was not in a hurry. He asked, old sir, don't just paint a rosy picture. If it can grow to a heaven-grade technique at most, what about at least? You'd better explain the pros and cons of this technique clearly so that our transaction can proceed. What do you think? Uchiha Madara, after all, had lived for over 100 years. There is nothing new under the sun. Though the world was different, no matter how it changed, certain truths remained immutable. Whenever intelligent beings engage in trade, they always speak highly of their own goods. Since there was a maximum growth level, he could guess that there might also be a minimum initial level. Yao Lao inwardly smiled bitterly again. Indeed, this Uchiha Madara was not as easy to fool as Xiao Yan. This Dou Qi cultivation method is called the Fanju. As you said, Mr. Madara, this method does have certain disadvantages in its early stages, being merely a yellow-tier low-grade initial level. When cultivating Dou Qi, one could only switch to a higher-grade cultivation method, never to a lower-grade one. If one wished to cultivate the Fanju, they would have to start from the moment they became a doju, or else they would have to disperse all their existing Dou Qi. Moreover, the evolution of the Fanju could only be achieved by absorbing strange fires. Other beast fires had negligible effects, and there were only 23 types of strange fires in the entire Dou Qi continent. Refining a strange fire also carried great risk. To put it bluntly, it was a life-threatening endeavor. Being able to possess even one strange fire already made one a favored child of the Dou Qi continent, and the possibility of owning multiple was even slimmer. Yao Lao finished his explanation, laying all his cards on the table. Both were shrewd individuals, and such matters could not be concealed. If he deceived Uchiha Madara and Madara later discovered the truth, the consequences would be dire. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly. He now understood the pros and cons of the Fanju low initial grade inability to switch from higher grade scarcity of strange fires and the difficulty of refining them. These were the four major drawbacks of cultivating the Fanju. However, none of these were real problems for Uchiha Madara. First, regarding the low initial grade and the inability to switch from higher grades. Uchiha Madara had just arrived in this world and had only become a one-star dojo that morning by absorbing the Dou Qi from the magic core. He had only just learned of Dou Qi cultivation methods. How could he have had time to cultivate any other? Thus the issue of being unable to switch from higher grades did not apply to him. As for the low initial grade, Uchiha Madara already possessed three flames: the Green Lotus Core Flame, the Bone-Chilling Flame, and the Amaterasu Flame. With these three flames as a foundation, Madara estimated that his Fanju could rise to a respectable initial level, enough to surpass most cultivators on the Dou Qi Continent in terms of cultivation methods. As for the scarcity of strange fires and the difficulty of refining them, those were purely tests of the cultivator's own qualities. And Uchiha Madara's confidence had always been exceedingly high. These obstacles might daunt others, but they would never daunt him. The difficulty of refining strange fires was automatically dismissed. Madara's dictionary lacked the word difficult. The scarcity of strange fires was even better for Madara. Because they were rare, the identities and positions of most known strange fire possessors were also known. When the time came, he would simply go directly to their doors. If they were willing to negotiate, he would negotiate; if not, he would simply take it by force. Wasn't that simple? These four drawbacks were no hindrance to Uchiha Madara. And his reason for choosing the Fanju could be summed up in 2 points. First, this was most likely the cultivation method of the world's child Shaoyan. The method cultivated by the Child of Destiny was probably the best in this world. Since Uchiha Madara was going to cultivate Dou Qi, he wanted the best. Second, the Fanju's attribute was fire and he loved flames. He cultivates the Fanju as well, doesn't he? Uchiha Madara asked, clearly referring to Shaoyan. Madara wanted to confirm one last time that the Fanju was indeed Shaoyan's method. Yao Lao nodded. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara had already reached a conclusion in his mind. He said, "Your Fanju, though promising for the future, also has obvious flaws." Hearing this, Yao Lao showed a resigned smile as if he had expected this. It seemed that the Fanju alone would not be enough. Yao Lao was about to reveal his identity as an alchemist and add some medicinal pills as bargaining chips, but then Uchiha Madara spoke again. "But you've met me, Uchiha Madara. I don't care about those drawbacks of the Fanju. No matter what difficulties arise, I have absolute confidence in overcoming them. Along with your own story, then this deal is sealed. What do you think?" Uchiha Madara said. Yao Lao revealed a delighted expression and smiled. "It is my honor to have Mr. Madara help me forge a body." Uchiha Madara nodded and continued walking forward. Shaoyan, who had been listening all along, also breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that the negotiation between Madara and Yao Lao would collapse. If it had, they would have lost everything. After all, Uchiha Madara could use his Rinnegan to extract their souls and learn all the information they possessed. "Thank you, Lord Madara, for sparing our lives," Shaoyan thought to himself. He gazed at Madara's retreating figure, feeling a glimmer of anticipation for Madara's cultivation of the Fanju. The Uchiha clan was the most renowned fire-style family in the Naruto world. As the clan leader who had led the Uchiha for a long time, Madara's mastery of flames was far deeper than his own. In terms of progress with the Fanju, Madara would likely surpass him quickly. When that time came, he would no longer be alone on the path of the Fanju. If Madara improved the Fanju in the future, he would be the sole beneficiary. "Lord Madara, where are we going next?" Shaoyan asked, having regained control of his body. "Next we find a place to refine the strange fire," Uchiha Madara said, stopping in his tracks. "But before that we need to deal with the sneaky rats. Are you still hiding? Come out now." 2 waves of people were startled by Uchiha Boban's words. One group consisted of Guhi Yun and others who had been hiding, hoping for another chance. It was chiefly Guhi's unwillingness to leave that kept them. He wanted to stay and watch. Besides, they had been transfixed by the shocking descent of the Tian'ai and had no thought of departing. By the time they realized Uchiha Boban had already left the city, it was too late to pursue him. Yun felt helpless upon hearing this and wondered how she might explain the matter to Uchiha Boban. Guhi, however, stepped forward at once, holding a Na ring in his hand, and said to Uchiha Boban, "Mr. Ban, I am Guhi, a 6th grade alchemist with some modest skill in refining pills. These vials are 5th grade restorative pills that can help replenish the expenditure from your earlier battle. If you would not disdain them, I hope to form an acquaintance with you, Mr. Ban." Uchiha Boban scrutinized Guhi for a moment, then replied, "Generally speaking, I, Uchiha Boban, have little interest in befriending the weak." He added, "However, though your combat strength is meager, you are a true practitioner among alchemists." Uchiha Boban extended his right hand. The power of Wanxiang Tianin activated an exacting pull, and he drew the Na ring from Gui's grasp. With a slight perception, discovering that the small ring contained its own pocket realm, a faint surprise crossed Uchiha Boban's heart, though he betrayed no emotion. It bore some resemblance to a ceiling scroll yet was far more convenient. Was this the world's means of carrying things, a kind of bag? From now on, if you encounter trouble, I permit you to seek me out once. But do not come to me for opponents of Dou Huang rank or below. Your strength is too weak to pique my interest, Uchiha Ban said coolly. Thank you, Mr. Bangu, he replied with a smile. Among those he associated with, Uchiha Ban's prowess ranked among the very top. Having just witnessed Uchiha Ban's devastating sweep and the thunderous descent of the Tianai, he felt elated to have made his acquaintance. If my actions earlier offended any hidden matter, I apologize. In future, if Mr. Ban requires anything in alchemy, feel free to seek Guhi. I shall spare no effort, Guhi offered. Your concealment is poor, you cannot hide from me. You are not sneaking mice. That one sneaking mouse, however, conceals himself well. Apart from me, none of you seem to have noticed him. Not coming out. You sneaking little mouse. Uchiha Ban's voice rang across the desert, echoing far and wide. At those words, Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, Guhi and Yun Yun were all startled and looked about. The Tagir desert lay utterly empty, nowhere seemed fit to hide a person. They truly felt no trace of any presence. Still thinking of fleeing. Moments later, the chill in Uchiha Ban's eyes turned absolute. His legs exploded with power and he shot away like a projectile. Before leaving, Uchiha Ban left Xiao Yan a curt warning using an escape technique. The sky grows late, leave this desert at once. That mouse is likely following you. Once I deal with the little mouse trailing you, I will come for you. After Uchiha Ban departed as he pleased, Xiao Yan glanced helplessly at Guhi and the others. Yun Yun remained swathed in a black robe, so she and Xiao Yan did not recognize one another. Sir, what is your relationship with Mr. Ban? Could you tell us something of his background? After Uchiha Ban left, Guhi addressed Xiao Yan beneath the black robe. Teacher, I leave this to you, Xiao Yan said. Yao Lao nodded, and then his hoary voice issued from beneath the robe. Young man, curiosity is not meant for such matters. Pry into hidden secrets lightly and you may lose your life. Hearing the aged voice, Guhi changed color. Elder, would you not travel with us for a while? We can guarantee your safety. Hey, unnecessary. I have grown used to freedom, go your own way. This small Tagir desert, even if I were to meet the Medusa queen, this old wretch can cope. Perhaps fate will see us again. Yao Lao's voice trailed off as he bounded away into the distance, leaving Guhi staring up at the darkening sky. That black-robed man's speed in departing was tremendous, perhaps even swifter than you who excel in wind, attributed Dou Qi. He is no simple figure. Indeed, one who stands beside Uchiha Ban is likewise exceptional, Guhi said, narrowing his eyes as he spoke to Yun Yun at his side. Yun Yun nodded. This mysterious flame remains a prized treasure across the Dou Qi Continent. Though we are hegemonic within the Jiama Empire against the whole Dou Qi Continent, our strength is still insufficient. Yet to have met such a battle-proficient powerhouse and formed a benevolent tie is not without its merits. Let us go, it is time to return. Guhi and the others nodded, then flew beyond the bounds of the Tagir desert. On a patch of sand in the Tagir desert, a shadow stirred strangely, and within moments the darkness congealed into a humanoid shape. The figure, likewise cloaked in a black robe, watched Uchiha Ban streak past from behind. He lifted his head slightly, revealing a dark and aged face. That was close, he murmured. The black-robed silhouette exhaled softly. That one called Uchiha Ban has such keen perception. I had already contracted my aura with a technique, yet he still sensed me. I cannot even read his strength, truly fearsome. Since when did the Jiama Empire harbor such a powerhouse? As for that brat Xiao Yan, he secured the mysterious flame with little peril. His luck has been fortunate, but his talent still falls short. If he continues lingering in a small place like the Jiama Empire, what great heights can he attain? Young man, the gap between you and the young miss will only widen. Did you truly think the Gu clan chieftain's daughter was so easily won? After a few sighs, the black-robed figure shook his head. Forget it. The boy will soon go to Yunlan sect. Once matters here are resolved, I can return to protect the young miss. Stretching his arms and twisting his form, the black-robed figure blurred and prepared to melt back into the darkness. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. I say, you're just leaving like that. Leaving? Did you obtain my permission? This figure in a black robe is naturally linging an 8-star dark attribute Dou Huang sent by Xiao Suner to protect Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's voice, Linging immediately felt a jolt, and without a second thought he spun around, unleashing a shadow formed from his gathered fighting energy towards the source of the sound. However, how could Ling Ying's hasty attack possibly affect Uchiha Madara? As soon as Ling Ying raised his wrist, Uchiha Madara appeared beside him in an instant, his hand gripping Ling Ying like a vice. Ling Ying felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and then his fighting energy dissipated. A sense of terror filled his heart. He was after all an 8-star Dou Huang, able to stand tall among countless powerful figures in the Jiama Empire. Even if there were one or two reclusive old monsters in the Jiama Empire, they would at most be on par with him. To approach him silently and capture him in just one round was simply impossible. Thoughts raced through Ling Ying's mind and he intended to use secret techniques to escape, but he found that the surrounding space seemed to be sealed, preventing him from employing his escape methods. In reality, Uchiha Madara had simply pulled Ling Ying into a realm composed entirely of pure in-released chakra to prevent his escape. With the two worlds completely isolated, escaping was not an easy task. However, to Ling Ying it felt as if the space itself had been sealed. How is this possible? It's a power that affects space. Cold sweat immediately poured down Ling Ying's forehead. He was a servant of the ancient clan, not one of those ignorant powerful figures in the Jiama Empire. In the Dou Qi Continent, to affect space one would need to be at least a high-star Dou Zone, most would have to be a Dou Zun. Heavens! A Dou Zun! The mere thought that Uchiha Madara might be of that level nearly caused Ling Ying to faint. Even in Zhongzhou, Dou Zuns are considered top-tier powers. How could he encounter one in the remote northwestern corner of the Jiama Empire? Initially Ling Ying had the intention to resist, but upon realizing that Uchiha Madara might be a Dou Zun, he lost all will to fight. As a servant of the ancient clan, he had seen Dou Zuns before. However, having witnessed their power, he understood all too well the terrifying gap between a Dou Zun and a Dou Huang. Moreover, in a distant place like the Jiama Empire, even if he revealed the name of the ancient clan, it would be of no use. With that thought, Ling Ying immediately put on a smile, saying, "Mr. Madara, I truly mean no harm." Uchiha Madara smiled lightly, no ill intent. Why has an 8-star Dou Huang been tracking and surveilling that kid? Do you think I'll believe such a statement? When he first encountered Xiaoyan, Uchiha Madara had already sensed Ling Ying's presence. However, he was too busy at the time to divert his attention. Now that he had caught this guy, he wanted to see what exactly Ling Ying was up to. "Mr. Madara, I truly mean no harm. To be honest, I was entrusted to protect that little friend Xiaoyan." Ling Ying spoke anxiously. At this moment his desire to survive was at its peak and he immediately confessed the truth. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. He believed what Ling Ying said. After becoming the jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he could keenly sense whether a person was sincere or carried malice. Moreover, he was not surprised by anything that happened to Xiaoyan, the child of this world. However, Uchiha Madara would not easily voice such thoughts. Protect him? Why would you protect a powerless and insignificant kid? Don't think you can fool me. He is claimed to be just a young master from an ordinary family in the Jiama Empire. You better speak honestly, or I won't spare you. Uchiha Madara stated. Although Xiaoyan is powerless, my lady has taken a liking to him, which is why I was sent to protect him. As for how my lady came to like him, I have no idea. Ling Ying replied, though he still concealed some information regarding the ancient 8 clans and the Tuoshi ancient Emperor Jade. Uchiha Madara scrutinized Ling Ying deeply. Do you really not know? You may not realize it, but I possess the ability to read soul memories. Do not make me use this ability, for if I do, your spirit may very well collapse. Upon hearing this, Ling Ying immediately felt a sense of despair. The ability to read soul memories could only be mastered by the Soul Palace. Could it be that Uchiha Madara before him was from the Soul Clan? Mr. Madara, are you a member of the Soul Clan? I am from the ancient clan, and I hope that you will spare me for sharing the same distant heritage. What is the Soul Clan? I, Uchiha Madara, forever belong to the strongest Uchiha clan. You should elaborate on this Soul Clan and your ancient clan to me. Upon hearing Ling Ying mention new information, Uchiha Madara's eyes brightened and he commanded. Ling Ying was somewhat surprised that Uchiha Madara, being a Dou Zun, was completely unaware of the ancient 8 clans. Suddenly he considered a possibility. Uchiha Madara was likely a sealed ancient figure recently unsealed. If that were the case, it would explain why Uchiha Madara seemed oblivious to everything. But how many years ago was he sealed away to not know of the ancient 8 clans? The Soul Clan and the ancient clan both belong to the ancient 8 clans. The ancient 8 clans are. With his own speculations in mind, Ling Ying obediently began to recount the history of the ancient 8 clans to Uchiha Madara. After a while, Uchiha Madara nodded after listening to everything Ling Ying shared. The ancient 8 clans. Quite interesting. The status of the ancient 8 clans in the Dou Qi Continent is somewhat reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's status during the Warring States period in the shinobi world. In the future he would definitely seek to spar with the ancient 8 clans and their many powerful figures. You've done well. I won't pursue what you concealed regarding how your lady came to like Xiaoyan, as I have no interest in such matters. One final task and then you may leave. I won't inform him about your constant presence beside Xiaoyan. What task? Ling Ying asked expectantly. Hand over all the techniques and fighting skills you possess. Robbery, Uchiha Madara calmly stated. Having killed and burned during the Warring States era, he had engaged in such acts countless times, but later on no one had anything he found interesting, or he had already obtained everything of interest in the shinobi world, thus ceasing such actions. Ling Ying grimaced upon hearing this. Mr. Madara, I am a servant of the ancient clan. The techniques and fighting skills I possess do not belong to me personally but to the ancient clan. Uchiha Madara smiled as he looked at Ling Ying. I hope you understand one thing. I am not negotiating with you. If you refuse, do not blame me for directly acting upon your soul. One day later. At the foot of a mountain, Xiaoyan had just landed from flight. His black robe was dusted with a fine layer of yellow sand, and sweat soaked his body, leaving him disheveled and worn. The Tagore desert stretched boundlessly. Yao Lao could not possibly keep expending his soul power to ferry Xiaoyan across for long. Thus Xiaoyan had spent the entire day traversing the wastes himself, relying on the flying Dou skill Z Yin purple cloud wings. It was no wonder he looked so ravaged. After touching down Xiaoyan, his face a little pale and grave, quickly placed beside him the Qinglian lotus seat that contained the Qinglian earthcore fire. After supporting the lotus seat for a full day, Xiaoyan's arms had grown numb to sensation. He hastily withdrew a Huichi pill from his Neji, popped it into his mouth, assumed a cultivation posture, and plunged into recovery of his Dou Qi battle chi. Although the pills aided him while traveling, medicine is an external crutch. Prolonged reliance on pills to restore Dou Qi breeds dependence. In time, a cultivator's innate ability to regenerate Dou Qi will wane, perhaps even vanish. If a practitioner who wields Dou Qi loses the capacity to recover it himself, can he still be called a true Dou Zhe? Therefore Xiaoyan immediately urged open his meridians, forcing his body to resume regenerating its own Dou Qi. After a while, Uchiha Ban appeared beside him. He had succeeded in taking several earth-rank Dou skills and methods from Linging. Seeing Xiaoyan's condition, he nodded in acknowledgement. Whether a man becomes a powerhouse often hinges on the breadth of his character. Much of that breadth is forged by the stubbornness of his will. Though Xiaoyan was still weak in strength, his temperament revealed a soul worth cultivating. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long heavy breath. Seeing Uchiha Ban and the others beside him, Xiaoyan immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Ban. Uchiha Ban inclined his head. Your Fenju burning technique must be of low grade now. I can see your Dou Qi has been severely drained. Xiaoyan offered a wry smile. My Fenju only advanced to a yellow rank mid-level after it once devoured the beast fire of the Zi Jingishir Wang purple crystal winged lion king. It truly cannot sustain my consumption alone. Without the support of so many Huichi pills, I would have collapsed long ago. Uchiha Ban looked to Yao Lao and asked, if he successfully devours the Qinglian earthcore fire, what level might his Fenju attain? I would not claim more than I am certain of, but reaching Xian rank is absolutely attainable. A Xian rank method would ensure he holds no disadvantage against the vast majority of opponents in the Jiama Empire, Yao Lao replied. Although the energy required for a technique to leap across ranks is dozens of times greater than that for a mere grade advancement, the Qinglian earthcore fire unquestionably possesses such power. Otherwise the Qinglian earthcore fire would not command the reverence that bends so many strong figures of the Dou Qi Continent to their knees. Uchiha Ban nodded. This child of the world was intriguing. He appeared to be following a path of steady ascent, not some scheme for overnight glory. I wish you success, Uchiha Ban said. Thank you, Lord Ban, Xiaoyan answered, his confidence bolstered. He fixed his gaze on the earthcore fire, his thin lips pressed tight, a stubborn resolve shining through. For 3 years Xiaoyan had crisscrossed half of the Jiama Empire in search of an exotic fire. Time and again he danced on the side's edge of death and narrowly avoided blades that would have claimed his soul. Today at last he had the chance to refine an exotic flame. No matter how arduous the refining might prove, he would endure. He was a transgressor from Earth. His soul power differed from ordinary people. If others could succeed, he would not permit himself to fail. Xiaoyan flicked his fingers and produced 2 items in quick succession, a blood-colored pill the size of a longdan and a snow-white jade vial from which a pale cold mist coiled. Yao Lao's soul form drifted beside Uchiha Ban and explained, Lord Ban, these are Shuelian Dan blood lotus pill and Bingling Hanquan ice spirit cold spring. Both are indispensable when devouring an exotic fire. Uchiha Ban nodded and asked, is anything else required? Yao Lao nodded in turn, snapped his fingers, and a faint gray light rose from his fingertip. Uchiha Ban focused his gaze. The light condensed into a thumb-sized gray stone, its surface as smooth and flawless as jade. In the stone's core a faint blue glow writhed like a living mote. And this, Yao Lao said, is the nailing spirit receptacle. An exotic fire of such terror cannot be stored directly within the meridians, it must be housed within a specially prepared pocket of space. The nailing can carve out exactly such a dedicated space within a person's Dantian elixir field, a sanctum reserved for storing an exotic flame, Yao Lao explained. Very rare then? Uchiha Ban asked. Indeed, across any world, forces that govern time and space are the most precious. Yao Lao nodded. Only among the raw materials used to craft high-grade Neji are there the slightest chances of excavating and nailing. It is exceptionally scarce. High-grade Neji. High-grade Nast ones. Uchiha Ban cast a glance at the Neji he had been given earlier when Gui had delivered the pills. If his guess was correct, a true high-grade Neji would hold many times the space of the ring in his hand. With the 3 items arrayed, Xiaoyan fixed his gaze upon the Qinglian, his eyes locked on the slender thread of blue flame at its core. He licked his lips, lightly, desire and longing writ plain across his face. Release the Qinglian earthcore fire, Xiaoyan, Yao Lao intoned. Xiaoyan nodded, cupped the base of the lotus seed in his palm and used his soul power to delicately sever the bond between the flame and its pedestal. Freed from the lotus seat's restraint, the once diminutive azure tongue of flame swelled many times over and in an instant became a considerable conflagration hovering in midair. If this fire is to be split in two, the moment is now, Xiaoyan said. Yuji Boban, astonished by the flame's emergence, showed a flicker of excitement and nodded. In the next instant, Yuji Boban's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Xiaolunian and the power of Yin Dun's shadow release thundered forth. Jia Gu Tu Ming, he cried. Jia Gu Tu Ming, the power to command and subdue flame, was the wellspring of Yuji Boban's confidence. The once wild Qinglian earthcore fire, as if meeting its natural adversary, suddenly calmed and grew docile. One half of the flame was cleanly cleaved off and quietly hovered at Yuji Boban's side. To split an exotic fire with such ease, perhaps only Yuji Boban could accomplish that on the entire Dou Qi continent. Xiaoyan, continue, he said. Having witnessed Jia Gu Tu Ming, both Xiaoyan and Yao Lao brimmed with envy. Such an ability would be a priceless boon to alchemists and to any owner of an exotic flame. Yet for the moment they could only imagine it. Xiaoyan drew a deep breath, steadied himself, nodded, and resumed the process of devouring the exotic fire. The commotion caused by devouring the heavenly flame will be extremely formidable. If we don't protect it before you finish devouring, this mountain might be half burned by the flames. I have already enveloped this mountain with my soul power, so you need not worry about that. Moreover, as a precaution, you had better sit on the green lotus seat. If something goes wrong, the green lotus seat can save your life. After all, you are about to devour the heavenly flame into your body. Even I cannot rescue you if something goes wrong. First, consume the blood lotus pill. Without the protection of its blood crust with your current strength, you cannot approach the heavenly flame at close range. Madara Uchiha stood by, listening to Yao Lao incessantly giving instructions to Xiaoyan. This was understandable, for Xiaoyan's current actions would largely determine the feasibility of the flame-devouring art and whether he could reshape his body. Xiaoyan nodded, slightly bent his palm and tossed the blood lotus pill into his mouth. In Madara Uchiha's eyes, the Rinnegan with its rippling purple patterns quietly activated. If he used the Sharingan, even the Mangekyo Sharingan, it had almost no penetrating ability. The Rinnegan, however, possessed a certain degree of penetration, capable of at least seeing the flow of all energy-containing objects within an enemy's body. In Madara Uchiha's observation, the blood lotus pill, as soon as it entered Xiaoyan's mouth, transformed into a stream of somewhat cold energy, swiftly burrowing into Xiaoyan's meridians and permeating his bones. As this energy seeped in, strands of blood continuously emerged from Xiaoyan's pores. In the blink of an eye, his body was coated with a layer of crimson blood. Soon after appearing, this blood formed a defensive blood-colored stratum corneum. This stratum covered not only Xiaoyan's hands and feet but also completely sealed his eyes. Madara Uchiha was somewhat astonished. The power of this pill was truly peculiar. It seemed he would need to study the pills of this Dou Qi continent in the future. If possible, he even wanted to try becoming an alchemist. Madara Uchiha turned his gaze back to Xiaoyan, who extended his blood-crusted palm toward the heavenly flame suspended in midair. The next moment, as Xiaoyan's hand erupted with force, the green lotus heart flame in midair also surged violently. In an instant, a terrifying destructive power awakened. The green lotus heart flame churned violently, causing slight distortions in the space around it. Yao Lao quickly sensed the frenzy of the green lotus heart flame. His vast soul power spread out rapidly, isolating Xiaoyan from the outside world. Under Xiaoyan's suction force, the green lotus heart flame soon halted about a meter in front of him. Reach your hand into the green lotus heart flame. There should be a flame seed at its center. Grab that seed and pull it out quickly. Yao Lao said gravely. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment. Thrusting his hand directly into the heavenly flame wasn't that suicide? But he hesitated only for an instant, then without further delay he plunged his hand into the green lotus heart flame. Madara Uchiha nodded slightly. Though it was somewhat like forcing a duck onto a perch, the boy still had some. As for Xiaoyan, the moment his arm entered the green lotus heart flame, the blood-colored stratum on his arm began to melt rapidly, with bloody liquid dripping down continuously. At this moment, the medicinal power of the blood lotus pill was released again, providing a constant stream of cold energy that quickly repaired the melted stratum on his arm. In this cycle of melting and repair, Xiaoyan's arm fully penetrated the green lotus heart flame. Enduring intense burning pain, his palm groped inch by inch within the flame. After a moment, Xiaoyan withdrew his arm from the green lotus heart flame. A strand of liquid resembling green magma writhed slowly within it. This was the flame seed of the green lotus heart flame. All the power accumulated over thousands of years of its formation was contained within this thumb-sized strip of magma. If the power within were to erupt, it would surely bring destruction upon heaven and earth. Madara Uchiha followed suit, extending his arm toward the other half of the green lotus heart flame beside him, observing through the Rinnegan as he penetrated the flame's surface. After a moment, Madara Uchiha's eyes sharpened. He activated the Kagetsuchi ability, quickly reaching in and withdrawing his hand. The same flame seed now appeared in his palm. Earlier, when separating the heavenly flame, he had used the Kagetsuchi ability to make the green lotus heart flame automatically split into two halves. Otherwise the flame seed might have been present in only one of the halves. Madara Uchiha's movements were subtle and Xiao Yan and Yao Lao fully focused on devouring the heavenly flame did not notice. Otherwise they would have been shocked once again. Master, what's the next step? Xiao Yan carefully held the flame seed of the green lotus heart flame while the thick blood-colored stratum was melting at an alarming speed. Next you must swallow the heavenly flame. Yao Lao's voice came striving to remain calm, yet a hint of tremor could still be sensed. This step was the most dangerous in devouring a heavenly flame. No matter how tough a person's skin, muscles and bones might be, the interior of the body was always the most vulnerable part. Not to mention a heavenly flame with destructive power, even any random thing entering the body could make a person wish for death but find none. Xiao Yan's hand couldn't help but tremble, a look of struggle appearing in his eyes. The blood lotus pill's blood-colored stratum continued to melt. Seeing this, Madara Uchiha gave a seemingly contemptuous smile and said coldly, "Kid, yielding already? Being cowardly already? Only by passing the test between life and death can you truly qualify to become a strong one. If you're afraid, I advise you to go home early and be your young master. I don't know what you're hesitating about. If you want to spend your whole life with only a yellow rank technique, then just keep sitting there like that. If you don't have the courage to do what others dare not, then you don't deserve to achieve what others cannot." Madara Uchiha was actually encouraging Xiao Yan, but due to his own personality the way he encouraged was somewhat special. Xiao Yan raised his head, glanced at Madara Uchiha and then hardened his heart. He swallowed the flame seed directly. 3 years of being called a waste, 3 years of struggle and training, Xiao Yan's character had already been tempered extraordinarily. If life and death, strength and weakness, genius and mediocrity were to be determined from this moment, then he was determined to become the victorious strong one in the end. He also wanted to become like Madara Uchiha, a true powerhouse with unmatched strength and an indestructible mentality. Seeing this, Madara Uchiha's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible arc. Not bad. As the azure seed entered Xiao Yan's body, his entire frame quivered violently as if struck by lightning. His once rosy complexion instantly turned deathly pale. Uchiha Madara shifted his gaze and continued to peer into Xiao Yan's interior. By now the seed of the green lotus earth core flame that had entered Xiao Yan's body had split into countless minute azure flames darting chaotically through his meridians. Everything in their path was instantly incinerated into nothingness. Although Xiao Yan's meridians were protected by the blood membrane formed from the blood lotus pill, the sheer permeating heat was a devastating assault on his entire internal environment. Under the searing heat, the once spacious and resilient meridians underwent severe deformation, appearing extremely gruesome. This was even with the protection of the blood membrane. The blood membrane was now dissipating at an alarming rate. Once it vanished, Xiao Yan would be burned to nothingness by the strange flame within him. To proceed, an external force was needed to intervene. Uchiha Madara's gaze swept around, finally settling on the small white jade bottle emitting a chill aura among the 3 initial items. As expected, Yao Lao's voice rang out at that moment. "Take the ice spirit cold spring and drive it through your meridians." After completing the circulation, wrap the strange flame with Dou Qi, force it to run through the route of the burning art once and then devour. Xiao Yan, as if grasping at a lifeline, quickly picked up the small bottle containing the ice spirit cold spring and poured it into his mouth. The bone-chilling cold stream coursed down Xiao Yan's throat, flowing through his meridians in all directions. Everywhere it passed, a milky white layer of ice rapidly formed. Uchiha Madara could clearly see that 2 opposing energies within Xiao Yan's body were mutually tempering each other, and Xiao Yan seemed to have eased considerably. Then the green lotus earth core flame was forcibly wrapped and driven through the meridians. The power of the ice spirit cold spring gradually waned. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth, pushing the green lotus earth core flame onward, refusing to give up even as his skin split open. The green lotus earth core flame was pushed bit by bit along the route of the burning arc within Xiao Yan's meridians. Moments later, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's lips. Xiao Yan had successfully driven the green lotus earth core flame through the entire route of the burning art. The moment the route was completed, the devastating heat of the green lotus earth core flame rapidly subsided. Its ferocity faded and a hint of docility emanated from it. But by then Xiao Yan could no longer hold on, he collapsed unconscious. He succeeded. For his age, his willpower is impressive. Uchiha Madara walked over to Yao Lao, offering his first words of praise for Xiao Yan. Indeed, it's no easy feat for a 16-year-old to achieve this. Yao Lao remarked with a hint of emotion. Over the past 3 years he had watched Xiao Yan grow step by step. Now Xiao Yan was finally beginning the path of breaking out of his cocoon and becoming a butterfly. There is gain for every effort. The green lotus earth core flame within him is transforming his physique. Uchiha Madara looked into Xiao Yan's body. As if possessing a will of its own, the green lotus earth core flame began circulating along the route of the burning art within the meridians. Strands of fine azure magma separated during the flow, merging into the walls of the damaged meridians that had nearly lost their ability to contain Dou Qi. As the azure magma seeped in the meridians slowly unfurled like parched grass after a long drought finally meeting a refreshing rain, Xiaoyan's withered meridians regained vitality, his cracked bones and burned muscles recovered rapidly. Layers of dry skin peeled off like a snake shedding its skin. Clearly the immense power contained within the green lotus earth core flame was swiftly strengthening and repairing Xiaoyan's ravaged body. Not only that, but a surge of azure Dou Qi emerged from Xiaoyan's energy vortex followed by droplets of azure liquid energy. Uchiha Madara's gaze paused briefly, recognizing this as the fundamental power of this world Dou Qi. When he had first consumed a magic core in the desert and obtained Dou Qi, he had also considered compressing it into liquid form. However, at that time the amount of Dou Qi within him was far too insufficient to accomplish this feat. Watching Xiaoyan, Uchiha Madara felt an itch in his heart. He too wanted to try refining the strange flame in his hand. "You don't mind if I take the burning art in advance, do you?" Uchiha Madara looked at Yao Lao. According to the rules of this world, one must cultivate a Dou Qi technique after becoming a doju in order to advance further. After obtaining and learning the burning art, Uchiha Madara began his own refinement. Yao Lao was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and handed a soul jade slip to Uchiha Madara. "Of course not." Uchiha Madara nodded, taking the burning art from Yao Lao. "Keep an eye on the lad. I'm going out to handle some matters, I'll be back soon." With those words, Uchiha Madara flew away from the mountain, found a secluded cave on another peak and sat down cross-legged. While observing Xiaoyan, he had already memorized the entire route of the burning art. He only needed to check for any omissions. Uchiha Madara took out the soul jade slip of the burning art, closed his eyes and began to carefully absorb its contents. Moments later he opened his eyes, having fully mastered the burning art. The initial burning art was merely of yellow rank low grade, posing no difficulty to him. Uchiha Madara looked inward at his dantian, where the attributeless milky white Dou Qi rapidly converted into the fire attribute Dou Qi of the burning art. Compared to his immense spiritual power, the amount of Dou Qi within Uchiha Madara was not substantial. Thus what would have taken others 1 or 2 hours to complete the attribute conversion, he finished in less than 10 minutes. Uchiha Madara extended his hand and pale yellow Dou Qi appeared in his palm, the characteristic color of a yellow rank low grade fire attribute technique. However, with a wave of Uchiha Madara's hand, 2 flames, the azure green lotus earth core flame and the pitch black Amaterasu flame, materialized and floated beside him. Soon the burning art would no longer be merely yellow rank low grade. Uchiha Madara began circulating the burning determination art, a low tier yellow rank cultivation technique. Though modest in rank, an overwhelming torrent of battle chi now surged into his body from the heavens and earth as if drawn through a colossal vortex. The reason was simple: soul strength held paramount importance across the Battle Chi continent. Especially among alchemists, the continent's foundational profession, soul strength served as the decisive benchmark for one's future potential. Across the Battle Chi continent, countless cultivators possessed physical power far exceeding their soul strength. For them, advancement proved arduous, constrained by the inherent ceiling of their spiritual capacity. Conversely, individuals like the Elder Yao, whose soul strength surpassed their current cultivation level, were exceedingly rare, occurring perhaps once in 10,000. Such beings advanced with remarkable ease, possessing vast untapped potential. After the Elder Yao reclaimed his original body, he instantly transcended the 9th transformation, the pinnacle of the Battle Sage realm, and ascended directly to the Half-Saint realm, an irrefutable testament to this truth. Then how formidable was Uchiha Madara's soul? First, he belonged to the Uchiha clan, the lineage inheriting the Sage's Eye. And what precisely was the essence of the Sage's Eye, the Sharingan? In release. And what lay at the core of in release? Spiritual energy, synonymous with soul strength. Madara had further refined this ancestral legacy to its ultimate expression, the Rinnegan, emblematic not merely of divine insight but of an unparalleled sovereign soul. Secondly, Madara embodied the reincarnated chakra of Indra, a lineage spanning millennia. Though not Indra himself, each cycle of rebirth had indelibly fortified his soul's depth and resilience. Finally, having fully absorbed the 10 tails, Madara underwent a fundamental metamorphosis, both corporeal and spiritual, elevating him to the 6 paths tier, akin to the sage of the 6 paths himself. Taken together, Madara's soul, while perhaps not surpassing the legendary Emperor tier souls of the Battle Chi continent, stood indisputably near their apex. The burning determination art, though merely a low-tier yellow-rank technique ordinarily cultivated at a sluggish pace. Yet Madara, still only at the battle cultivator rank, found his immense soul strength drawing torrents of battle chi into his body with effortless obedience. Battle cultivator, 1st star. 2nd star. 3rd star. Under the deluge of battle chi, Madara's cultivation level surged forward with breathtaking velocity. For others, such rapid advancement would invite grave consequences: uncontrollable surges of power, unstable foundations, or inability to match peers of equal rank. Yet for Madara, such concerns were non-existent. This influx of battle chi paled utterly beside the sheer magnitude of chakra coursing through his being. Could a master versed in countless jutsu possibly lose dominion over such meager force? Even the fused battle technique of 5 Snake Clan battle kings yielded instantly to his command. Moreover, Madara's physical constitution rendered this quantity of battle chi negligible, far below his threshold of endurance, eliminating any risk of foundation instability. Battle Cultivator 4th star. 5th star. 6th star. His ascent continued, albeit at a markedly diminished pace, leaving Madara distinctly unsatisfied. Amaterasu. The unquenchable hellfire descended obediently at Madara's will, drawn close to his side. With the activation of Koto Amatsukami, the power of fire control, the infernal flames settled into serene stillness. Madara reached out, grasped the black flame within his palm and swallowed it whole, then guided its searing essence along the meridian pathways prescribed by the burning determination art. Compared to Xiao Yan, Madara's assimilation of heterogeneous flames proved astonishingly effortless. First, unlike Xiao Yan, who required blood lotus pills and ice spirit cold spring to suppress volatility and safeguard his life, Madara needed neither. His mastery of yin-yang release granted absolute dominion over fire itself, where heterogeneous flames raged like savage tigers before others. Before Madara, they became docile kittens leashed and tranquil. Even should an improbable anomaly arise, a heterogeneous flame powerful enough to evade his Koto Amatsukami, he could instantly subdue it within his body using the primordial authority of yin-yang release. Second, unlike Xiao Yan, who relied on the nailing organ to contain heterogeneous flames, Madara required no such artifact. As the ten-tails jinchuriki, his body already housed a vast innate sealing space. He could thus store refined heterogeneous flames within that sealed realm, deploying them at will, as effortlessly as channeling the ten-tails chakra itself. After Amaterasu completed one full circuit along the burning determination art's meridian map, Madara commenced its deliberate ingestion per the technique's canonical instructions. In an instant, the black flame dissolved into a unique potent energy, sinking deep into his core, sparking a self-sustaining cycle that catalyzed the art's evolution. As this energy integrated, the burning determination art shattered its yellow rank low tier confines, ascending relentlessly: yellow rank mid tier, yellow rank high tier, profound rank low tier. The evolution did not cease even after breaching the threshold from yellow rank to profound rank. With each ascending tier, Madara's capacity to absorb battle chi multiplied exponentially, transforming him for a fleeting moment into an insatiable void devouring ambient battle chi. Battle Cultivator 7th star. 8th star. 9th star. Swiftly Madara arrived at the critical threshold, the transition from Battle Cultivator to Battle Master. To become a Battle Master, one must condense gaseous battle chi into liquid form, a transformation marking true mastery over elemental refinement. The vast turbulent gaseous chi resisted, but at Madara's cold contemptuous snort an overwhelming pressure erupted, crushing all resistance. Instantly the gas coalesced into dense luminous liquid. Thus Uchiha Madara officially ascended to the rank of Battle Master, achieving this milestone in scarcely half an hour. Were such speed revealed across the Dou Qi Continent, it would leave countless cultivators speechless with disbelief. Simultaneously, the burning determination art ceased absorbing Amaterasu's essence, stabilizing firmly at the profound rank mid-tier, a peak attainable only through the assimilation of a heterogeneous flame. This outcome was hardly surprising. Amaterasu's eternal combustion and incinerating potency ranked among the most formidable heterogeneous flames known in this world. Though perhaps inferior to the top-tier ranked heterogeneous flames, it stood unchallenged against lesser ones, such as the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame. Yet even this extraordinary feat left Madara dissatisfied. In his estimation, the battle chi now coursing through his body remained pitifully insufficient. With a mere gesture across space, the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame bloomed in his palm like a radiant lotus. "Come forth, heterogeneous flame, let me test your limits." 2 hours later, inside the cave, Uchiha rose to his feet as a crimson flame materialized in the palm of his hand. He projected his Dou Qi outward, an ability only attainable by those who have reached the rank of Grand Dousher. Uchiha moved with brisk, efficient decisiveness. If he was to train, he would push himself in one surge to the limit that could be reached in the short span. That was the manner of Uchiha. After 2 hours having devoured the Qinglian Dishin Fire Fenju advanced once more, becoming a quasi-earth rank cultivation art. During those 2 hours, Uchiha absorbed every scrap of Dou Qi he could find. The Dou Qi within several kilometers had been drained dry. Thus he shattered the barrier of a Dousher and became a Grand Dousher, a rank Xiao Yan had striven for many years without yet attaining. Comparisons with others could be maddening. Uchiha exhaled lightly. He had accomplished much today. He could afford a pause to sort through what had transpired over the past 2 days. He closed his eyes and began to replay the events of the last 48 hours. First, after obtaining the Luanhuayan Rinnegan in both eyes, he had been transported to this Dou Qi Continent. Upon arrival, he devoured the demonic core's Dou Qi to become a dojo, extracted serpent souls to gather intelligence, and then traveled to the serpent clan's capital. There he engaged in a satisfying battle with the Dou Huang powerhouse Yun, a confrontation that ended in his decisive victory. Next, Queen Medusa began to evolve, and after transforming into the Chitsai Tunshin Mang, vanished from sight. A hot-tempered serpent speaking out of turn insulted him. He then displayed his battlefield dominance and nearly razed the serpent clan's capital to the ground. After leaving the serpent capital, he sensed a Dou Huang named Linging lurking in the shadows and learned secrets of the ancient 8 clans, deepening his understanding of this world. He witnessed Xiao Yan refine the mystic flame and cultivate Fenju at the same time he himself devoured an exotic fire and evolved his own Fenju, elevating his Dou Qi realm. All in all, the past 2 days had been remarkable. As he reviewed them, one question loomed above all for Uchiha. The question was why he had appeared in this world. Even now Ban had no clue, but he knew that as his strength grew so too would the information he could obtain. He would know in time. With that thought he set several defensive seals around him, leaned against the cave wall, crossed his arms and fell asleep. Asleep to restore his spirit to full vigor before new action tomorrow. The next day upon waking he found Xiao Yan and Yao Lao again. Xiao Yan was brimming with excitement as he tested the Qinglian Dixin fire. Surging azure flames danced upon his palms while he threw punches fierce and impetuous. Uchiha appeared at Yao Lao's side and watching Xiao Yan inquired whether his Fenju had evolved, noting that the young man's Dou Qi fluctuation seemed markedly stronger. There was a time when he too would joyfully test a newly learned ninjutsu with the same eagerness as Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, after the battle of the final valley he had collected nearly every useful ninjutsu from the shinobi world, yet there was no one left with whom to share that delight. Yao Lao was somewhat astonished at Uchiha-ban's presence, not because Ban had appeared but because of the sudden change in his Dou Qi signature. Yesterday Ban had been a 1-star Dou Zhe, today he was a Grand Dou Zhe. It was indeed strange. But having witnessed Ban's true strength before, Yao Lao knew that these surface Dou Qi ripples did not fully represent him. Surely there were secrets about Uchiha that he did not know, but Yao Lao did not pry. After all, no one appreciates their private affairs being questioned. Yao Lao explained that Fenju had not yet evolved, but after tempering the Qinglian Dixin fire the day before, the vast energy within it had reacted with Ban's constitution, allowing him to advance from a 2-star Dou Zhe to a 4-star Dou Zhe. He added that there was no established method to induce Fenju's evolution. Midnight, when the coldest Qi gathers, offered a slightly better chance for Xiao Yan to begin the process. Yao Lao explained further. Uchiha nodded. His constitution was formidable and the fierce force released during Fenju's evolution could not harm him. But Xiao Yan was another matter. If things went awry, the unleashed power might even kill him. Uchiha glanced at Yao Lao and a Qinglian Dixin fire flickered into being in his hand. Ban revealed that he had also refined a mystic flame the previous night and in the process had caused his Fenju to evolve. He said that Fenju as a technique was sound, the only concern was whether Xiao Yan could withstand the tremendous burst of energy from the Qinglian Dixin fire during the evolution. Ban explained that he had split the Qinglian Dixin fire in two, making the procedure much safer. Moreover, the Qicai Tunshin Mang at Xiao Yan's side, an ancient beast evolved through mystic flame, could bear the brunt of any overflow if Xiao Yan failed to hold it. Yao Lao stared in shock at the Qinglian Dixin fire in Uchiha-ban's hand. Ban casually withdrew it, yet even that brief glimpse filled Yao Lao with astonishment. Yao Lao could not hide his surprise that Ban in a single night had refined a mystic flame and evolved Fenju at the same time. Refining a mystic flame was an undertaking that made everyone on the Dou Qi Continent uneasy. Anyone attempting it did so with extreme caution and exhaustive preparations. As for Fenju, even its current bearer could not be sure whether absorbing a mystic flame would trigger its evolution. It remained experimental and fraught with risk. Yet Uchiha had accomplished both feats within a single night, refining a mystic flame and evolving Fenju. It bordered on the unnatural. Ban said that he loved flame, disliked waiting, and trusted his own abilities so naturally he completed it all in one night. He added that one could consider it a form of retraining and thus his speed was indeed swifter. He nodded without further elaboration. Yao Lao, rendered speechless, could only offer his admiration for Ban. Ban dismissed it as a trifle. That measure of power was still far from the goals he wished to attain. Yao Lao regained his composure and looked toward Xiao Yan, hoping the youth would succeed tonight. At midnight, Xiao Yan sat alone inside a mountain cave refining the Fenju cultivation technique while Uchiha Madara conversed with senior pharmacist Yao outside. Taking advantage of Xiao Yan's refinement period, Madara seized the opportunity to hear senior pharmacist Yao's story. Speak, how did you, a soul of extraordinary strength and bearer of a heavenly flame, fall into such dire straits? Madara settled onto a large azure boulder. Senior pharmacist Yao's ethereal form drifted gently in midair as he began recounting his past. My name is Yao Chen. Yao, the surname, belongs to one of the 8 ancient clans. Are you of the Yao clan? Upon hearing this, Madara asked immediately. Though he had heard of the 8 ancient clans only once, from Linging, he recalled their names with flawless precision. After all, only those bearing the bloodline of the Dou Di sovereigns descended from these clans, thus true Dou Di masters could emerge solely from among them. I hadn't expected Master Ban to know of the 8 ancient clans, Yao murmured, momentarily stunned, then nodded. To him, Madara was no novice like Xiao Yan, but an unfathomable powerhouse. That such a figure knew of the 8 ancient clans was hardly surprising. Indeed, I was once of the Yao clan. Once. Madara caught the subtle weight of that word instantly. A failed mission, compounded by my own missteps, led to my exile from the Yao clan. Yao smiled bitterly, expecting Madara's disdain. After all, he had been cast out by the very clan he'd relied upon since childhood. His expression dimmed. Then what happened next? To Yao's astonishment, Madara showed no trace of judgment over his banishment. How could Yao possibly know that Madara understood such betrayal all too well? Indeed, Madara's plight ran far deeper. As head of the Uchiha clan, he had sought to depart Konoha, yet not a single clansman followed. He had led the Uchiha through the Warring States era, annihilating countless enemies, only to find himself utterly alone in the end, abandoned by every soul he had ever commanded. The irony stung. Master Ban, you do not condemn my exile from my clan? Yao asked. A clan is never defined by numbers, nor by where the majority stands. Madara replied. To him, what was the Uchiha clan? The answer was simple. Uchiha Madara, was the Uchiha clan. Yao nodded. Clearly this Master Ban had endured trials beyond ordinary measure. Though exiled, I remained a Dou Zhe, my standing even then remained formidable. Yet later I took on a disciple, whom I trusted utterly. In pursuit of personal gain, he betrayed me. My body shattered in the aftermath, only my soul escaped annihilation. A sorrowful tremor colored Yao's voice, a bone-deep chill born of betrayal by one bound to him as kin. Madara clenched his fist, his empathy visceral. Betrayal ranked among his most abhorred sins. He too had suffered it, and thus felt Yao's anguish with piercing clarity. Should you ever encounter that traitor again, I shall purge him myself. Such a man deserves no breath in this. This act requires no price from you, Madara declared coldly, his tone suggesting he would strike now were the betrayer within reach, even though the betrayal had not been directed at him. Thank you, Master Ban, Yao said with a wry smile, and resumed his tale. After my physical form collapsed, the Soul Palace hunted me relentlessly. The Soul Palace specialized in capturing souls of exceptional potency, and wielded unique techniques to suppress them. Years ago I fell into their ambush. Though I broke free, my soul force was halved in the ordeal. Does the Soul Palace share ties with the Hun clan, one of the 8 ancient clans? Their names bear uncanny resemblance, surely no coincidence. Madara asked. Precisely, the Soul Palace serves as the Hun clan's shadow arm, Yao confirmed. Madara nodded, thoughtfully gesturing for him to continue. Fortunately, during my alchemical service to others, I chanced upon a rare substance, soul-warming spirit-nurturing essence, capable of forging a ring space that sustained and healed the soul. I commissioned its refinement into a ring which ultimately shielded me from the Soul Palace's siege. The ring passed through many hands before reaching Xiaoyan. While he lingered in the early Dou Qi stage, my soul absorbed 3 years' worth of his Dou Qi, and thus awakened. Thereafter I began instructing him and entrusted him with the Fenju, hoping he might one day forge a new body for me. Yao added. You are also an alchemist. How does your mastery compare to that of the 6th-rank alchemist Guhi? Madara, intrigued most by this subtle detail, leaned forward. I am an 8th-rank alchemist. Across the entire Dou Qi Continent, fewer than a handful surpass me. Yao spoke with quiet pride. This, after all, had been the zenith of his life's work. A peerless alchemist of the continent. I had no idea you bore such distinction. Madara's surprise was genuine. Since you are an 8th-rank alchemist, I have a question for you. What prerequisites must one fulfill to become an alchemist? Mr. Ban wishes to become an alchemist. Yao Lao asked in surprise. Uchiha Ban nodded. Indeed, whether in fire control or the strength of his soul, Mr. Ban is exceptionally outstanding. But to be called an alchemist at pill refiner, there are exacting demands placed upon a person's soul. Namely that the soul must be inherently of the fire attribute, yet being solely fire is insufficient. The fire body must also carry a thread of wood chi to act as a catalyst in pill refining. If Mr. Ban's soul fulfills this condition, then he may walk the path of an alchemist. Fire body with wood chi, huh? At those words, Uchiha Ban instinctively touched his chest. Before transplanting Zhu Jian's cells, his soul had evidently been purely fire in nature. Only after the transplantation of Zhu Jian's cells did his soul gain a trace of wood chi. Was this heaven's arrangement? Whether it was the presence of multiple exotic fires or the existence of alchemists. This world called the Dou Qi Continent felt as though it had been prepared for him. I meet the conditions. Uchiha Ban withdrew his right hand from his chest. If this were a gift bestowed by fate, he would ascend to the summit of this world bearing Zhu Jian's power, whether in combat or in the art of alchemy. Hearing this, Yao Lao was rather surprised. Souls that satisfy an alchemist's requirements are 1 in 10,000, and he had not expected Uchiha Ban to truly possess a fire body laced with wood chi. But Yao Lao reacted swiftly. With a snap, he produced several thick volumes from his storage ring, which promptly appeared before Uchiha Ban. Uchiha Ban looked closely. There were 4 books: Alchemist's Compendium of Herbal Identification, Detailed Analysis of Alchemist's Fire Control Guide to Choosing Pill Cauldrons, and Methods for Soul Cultivation of Alchemists. Mr. Ban, the most important things in refining pills are threefold materials: fire control and the alchemist's own soul power. Of course, a fine pill cauldron can also improve the results. These 4 books are among the most essential a budding alchemist must study. They form the very foundation of the craft. Uchiha Ban did not open the books. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Yao Lao's eyes. His look deep and unfathomable. Yao Lao found the stare unnerving and could only force a smile. Although these may be basic matters, Uchiha Ban will remember your kindness. You are still being pursued by that Hun Dian, are you not? With me here, even if the lord of the Hun Dian arrives, I will slay him for you. Yuji Boban reached out and touched the 4 books. 3 vanished into his storage ring, leaving one in his hand which he studied with earnest attention. Yao Lao smiled at this and accepted Yuji Boban's intent, though he did not take the boast entirely at face value. The lord of the Hun Dian possessed the strength of a Dou Shang. Yuji Boban, having appeared in this remote Jama Empire, at best could only be Dou Zhe level even if he were strong. Watching Yuji Boban study those basic alchemy texts with such seriousness, Yao Lao was reminded of his former self. It had been similar foundational alchemical volumes that first stirred his interest in pill refinement, and he had persisted ever since. Mr. Ben, if you have any questions, ask me. I am comparatively adept in this field. Very well. Yuji Boban agreed at once. He was never one for pretense. He never forgot those who had aided him. Yao Lao nodded and resumed waiting for Xiao Yan to evolve the Fenju. Ah! A piercing, agonized roar echoed from within the cave like a wounded beast crying out. With that cry, a terrifying torrent of cyan flame suddenly swept from the cave, consuming an entire stretch of rock face into nothingness. Yuji Boban and Yao Lao turned their attention instantly toward the cave. Inside, Xiao Yan knelt on both feet, his head bowed, racked by pain. He slammed his fists against the hard stone until his hands bled. By now Xiao Yan's garments had been mostly burned away, great patches of blood staining his skin. As if sensing the arrivals of Ban and Yao Lao, he strained to lift his head. Xiao Yan's face was nearly deathly pale, twisted into a horrifying expression. Any clear-eyed observer could tell that with his present strength he simply could not bear the immense power of the Qinglian Dixinhua. Yao Lao stepped forward to help relieve the pressure on Xiao Yan, but Yuji Boban stopped him with a single hand. We all came up from nothing. You should understand that such life and death trials greatly benefit one's future growth. He must ultimately face everything alone. You cannot always stand by his side, can you? Yuji Boban's calm voice brought Yao Lao to a halt. Yao Lao could only look at Xiao Yan with anxious concern. Although Yuji Boban had shown the Fenju could indeed evolve successfully, Xiao Yan was the youth he had cultivated for 3 years, and their bond ran deep. Then cyan flames burst forth from Xiao Yan's body. It seemed every pore belched Qinglian Dixinhua, turning him into a living flame. A low hiss suddenly sounded within the cave, and a 7-colored shadow shot from Xiao Yan's sleeve circled him once, then unleashed a fearsome suction from its mouth. Under that pull, the cyan flames coiling around Xiao Yan were swiftly drawn into the Qi Kai Tun Tian Mang's body. More and more of the cyan fire was devoured by the Qi Kai Tun Tian Mang. The Qinglian Dixinhua around Xiao Yan gradually diminished. When the final wisp of cyan flame left his body, Xiao Yan convulsed violently, then went limp and collapsed. It succeeded, Yuji Boban observed, speaking with the voice of one who had been through such things before. But it seems his spirit has reached its limit. He has lost consciousness again. In just 2 days he has fainted twice from the severe pain. Mr. Ben, you were right. Xiao Yan's success today was thanks to that Qi Kai Tun Tian Mang, Yao Lao said with relief. Moments ago Xiao Yan had nearly been consumed by the Qinglian Dixinhua. This is a small matter. He has already refined the exotic fire. Where will you go next? Where to go next was a question of paramount importance. Uchiha Madara had always been a man of clear purpose. If an endeavor promised no gain, he would not pursue it. Next we will first return to Maching, the city beyond this desert. There a Dou Emperor sealed by Queen Medusa awaits. I need to refine a pill for him and in exchange obtain a crucial map fragment. Yao Lao pondered before speaking. The Dou Emperor in question was the Ice Emperor Haibuodong, but judging by Madara's demeanor he likely did not know the title, so Yao Lao simply referred to him as a Dou Emperor. Uchiha Madara however seized upon the point that interested him. Refine a pill. I would like to witness your alchemy. Madara's focus was not on the Ice Emperor Haibuodong nor on the map fragment, but on Yao Lao's impending pill refinement. Being sealed by Queen Medusa indicated that this Dou Emperor's strength was far inferior to hers. He had already gauged the capabilities of such a Dou Emperor from Yun Yun, the sect master of the Yunlan sect, decent area effect attacks but extremely weak in close combat. Moreover, who could know how much his power had degraded after being sealed? In Madara's eyes this opponent had lost all value for a duel. As for the map fragment, he felt even less interest. Since it was a fragment, it meant other pieces still needed to be collected. The world's chosen one was right beside him. Instead of wasting time gathering fragments, he would rather familiarize himself with this world and grow stronger. Madara had a hunch that the completed map would likely fall into the hands of Xiao Yan, the world's chosen one. Compared to the sealed Dou Emperor and the map fragment, watching Yao Lao refine pills was an entirely different matter. From his earlier conversation with Yao Lao he learned that the old man had once been one of the top alchemists on the Dou Qi Continent. Thus Yao Lao's alchemical techniques must be among the finest on this continent. Finding another alchemist of his caliber in the remote Jama Empire was impossible. And Madara possessed the Sharingan. Once Yao Lao demonstrated his techniques, he could attempt to replicate and imitate them. That was what Madara desired. Of course, Yao Lao replied after a moment of surprise. Most beginners when first encountering alchemy feel utterly lost and yearn to witness the actual process of pill refinement. This was a common occurrence. Most alchemists were willing to allow such novices to observe. After all, alchemy was a genuine xill, how could it be fully learned just by a single glance? Good. And after that? Madara nodded, committing the matter to memory, and then inquired. After that, Xiao Yan has a 3-year agreement with the current young mistress of the Yunlan sect. He must go to the Yunlan sect to fulfill that promise. A 3-year agreement. What is that? Madara asked with interest. If his guess was correct, this was likely a significant part of Xiao Yan's story. Yao Lao recounted the entire tale, how Xiao Yan had once been a genius, then turned into a waste, and finally suffered a broken engagement. Madara listened, then revealed a look of understanding. The broken engagement is understandable. If I were that girl, I would have done the same. In fact, I might have gone further, I would have killed Xiao Yan to eliminate all future trouble. Madara remarked. In his view, romance and love were unnecessary unless, like between Hashirama and Mito, both individuals possessed high potential for growth and could complement each other's abilities. Otherwise, such bonds were pointless. They would only slow his progress toward becoming stronger. But Xiao Yan became that way because I absorbed his Dou Qi. He himself is not a waste, Yao Lao countered. So what? Who knows that it was because of you? To others, the problem seemed to lie within Xiao Yan himself. People cannot withstand trials. That girl waited 3 years, that was already a generous gesture. If it were me, I would have waited at most 1 year. From Xiao Yan's perspective, he had indeed suffered unfair treatment. But from Nalan Yanran's perspective, Madara saw no fault. Could a proud daughter of heaven be expected to spend the rest of her life with a worthless man? You gain something and lose something. Xiao Yan lost 3 years of glory, but in return he gained you. As for this 3-year agreement, it is now somewhat superfluous, merely fulfilling an obsession from the immature Xiao Yan's past. Madara commented impassively. Perhaps that is true. But this agreement has become an inner demon for Xiao Yan. Unless he fulfills it, he cannot rid himself of this demon. Madara remained silent. A mere scuffle between children held little interest for him. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yao Lao brought up a topic that might pique Madara's interest. Mr. Madara, Xiao Yan's 3-year promise is still 2 months away. Before that, there will be a young alchemist convention in the Jama Empire this year. I believe you might find it intriguing. Oh. Do tell. Yao Lao's guess was correct, Madara was indeed intrigued. Yao Lao elaborated on the details of the alchemist convention. To him it was child's play, but for Madara it should be just right. The age limit is under 30. I wonder if you meet that condition, Mr. Madara. This question stumped Madara, for his true age far exceeded even Yao Lao's. I am not sure how they determine age, but I likely do not qualify. Participating or not hardly matter. Even if you do not compete, it is enough for me to simply observe. Yao Lao nodded. Madara had only just begun learning alchemy by the time the convention started. He would probably not even be a first-rank alchemist. Then once Xiao Yan awakens and we finish refining the pill, we will go to the alchemist convention. Agreed. The next day, early morning. At the junction of desert and land. Figures moved back and forth across the desert, some ordinary travelers, most of them mercenary bands either heading out to hunt or returning from hunting magical beasts. However, 2 figures with extremely peculiar attire caught the attention of passers-by. One figure was dressed in a black shirt with a large black ruler as tall as an adult human slanted across his back. The other figure wore an old-fashioned black and red battle armor with a giant black and white circular fan slung on his back. This morning, after Xiao Yan woke up, Uchiha Madara and Xiao Yan headed toward the outskirts of the Tiger Great Desert. By all logic, Xiao Yan should have been delighted to leave the lifeless desert where he had spent quite some time. Moreover, over these 2 days his Dou Qi cultivation had advanced from Dou Master 2-star to Dou Master 4-star, and his decisive burning art had also upgraded from yellow rank intermediate to mysterious rank intermediate, which should have been an even greater cause for joy. Yet at this moment Xiao Yan felt deeply frustrated. He had learned that Uchiha Madara had gone from a Dou practitioner to a great Dou master in just 1 night, and had even effortlessly elevated the decisive burning art to the quasi-earth rank level. Unlike Yao Lao's speculation that Uchiha Madara's original strength might have been sealed, which explained such rapid improvement, Xiao Yan knew Madara's background and understood that he had likely gone from a Dou practitioner to a great Dou master within that single, spending far less time than him yet achieving far greater results. Truly comparing oneself to others could drive one mad. However, Xiao Yan also knew his own limits and understood just how formidable Uchiha Madara was. Moreover, Xiao Yan realized that Lord Madara was not of his generation at all, but spanned about 100 years across the Naruto world. After sighing in admiration for a while, he let it go. Master, are we really going to refine pills for that guy? Standing on a sand dune from which the city walls could already be seen, Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he looked at the bustling city gate. This guy naturally referred to Ice King Hai Buodong. Xiao Yan didn't particularly like Hai Buodong, whose temper had been far too eccentric during their first meeting. Winning the favor of a Dou Emperor so easily is still of great benefit to you at this stage. Moreover, the subsequent evolution of your decisive burning art requires other strange fires, and the pure lotus demon fire is the third-ranked strange fire on the strange fire ranking. Don't you want to obtain it? Yao Lao smiled at this. I just think that guy doesn't seem like someone who would stay put, Xiaoyan said with a shrug. Poof. Those who act unruly before me have mostly ended up dead, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. What he loved most was an honorable fight, what he hated most was sneaky tricks like a bug in the shadows. If someone truly weak dared to bounce around in front of him, he wouldn't mind crushing them casually. Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly worthy of Lord Madara, his actions were always domineering. Lord Madara will soon arrive at the map shop where Ice King Hai Buodong is. He sells maps of the Tiger Great Desert area there. Alright. At the end of the street, an ancient-looking map shop. Xiaoyan walked ahead and pushed open the door for Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, this is the place. Uchiha Madara nodded and stepped inside. Inside the shop, a moonlight stone was emitting a bright yet non-glaring glow, illuminating the store quite well. At the counter piled with maps, an old man with completely white hair and beard was bent over, carefully crafting a map in his hands. Besides him, there were 4 other people in the shop selecting maps. Their attire was quite splendid, suggesting they had some status. The moment Uchiha Madara entered, the 4 people turned to look at him, and a flicker of surprise appeared on their faces. A great Dou master. In this city on the edge of the desert, even the leaders of the 3 major mercenary groups were only at the great Dou master level. Thus a great Dou master was definitely considered a formidable figure in this city. Uchiha Madara glanced at the 4 and then looked away. 3 men and 1 woman, all very weak, nothing worth noting. Xiaoyan, however, was completely different from Uchiha Madara. He carefully scrutinized the 4. The 3 men looked decent, but the hint of arrogance on their faces deducted quite a few points. The woman wore a tight red dress, and in Xiaoyan's eyes she was quite pretty. The 3 men's gazes toward her were complex, revealing both admiration and desire as well as a deep wariness. After entering, Uchiha Madara became very interested in the maps hanging on the walls. He noticed that not only were there maps of the Tiger Great Desert area but also maps of the entire Jiama Empire. His Sharingan activated silently, and Uchiha Madara's gaze swept over rows of maps, imprinting all the information on them into his sight. Xiaoyan meanwhile walked to the counter, casually picked up a map scroll and flipped through it. Since Lord Madara was interested, he would stay quiet and not disturb his lord's enjoyment. However, just as Xiaoyan wanted to keep quiet, Ice King Hai Buodong spoke first without even looking at Xiaoyan and said coldly, "Sorry, the shop is closed. If you wish to buy maps, please come back tomorrow." Xiaoyan shook his head. Such aloofness. Just as Xiaoyan was about to speak, 2 burly bodyguard-like men from behind the red-dressed woman stepped in front of Xiaoyan, blocking his way. Xiaoyan was taken aback. He hadn't even said anything yet, so how had he offended someone? He looked at the red-dressed woman with confusion, wondering why. "Master Ice does not wish to be disturbed while making maps, so please leave this place," the red-dressed woman said slowly, her tone carrying an unquestionable arrogance and domineeringness. Xiaoyan was stunned. Logically, Ice King Hai Buodong, whose strength had been sealed, should not be valued by these people. This red-robed woman. Had she discovered something? While Xiaoyan was stunned, the woman in the red robe was equally frustrated. Her father had always told her that the old man who ran the map shop was an extremely powerful expert, so she should visit and help him whenever she had free time. But the old man never appreciated her efforts. Every time she came, she was met with cold indifference, which was becoming unbearable for the red-robed woman. Today was no different. Though she diligently tried to assist him, his attitude remained frosty as ever. With her frustration building, she naturally couldn't vent her anger at the old man, so Xiaoyan became her target for releasing her pent-up emotions. However, Xiaoyan was not one to follow the usual path. Since Hai Buodong was the one begging him for help, he refused to be left standing idly by. Xiaoyan grabbed a handful of maps and tossed them toward Hai Buodong. Old man, still pretending to be aloof. "Do you still want me to refine pills for you?" As the maps approached Hai Buodong, a wave of freezing cold aura erupted, turning them into ice that fell weakly beside him. Courting death. The red-robed woman thought to herself, certain that Xiaoyan was in for a harsh lesson. But to her astonishment, Hai Buodong's icy face actually cracked into a smile. In all her years by Hai Buodong's side, she had never seen such a smile. Leaving aside the red-robed woman's reaction, Hai Buodong and Xiaoyan engaged in a surprisingly pleasant conversation. After dismissing her, they turned to the day's main topic. "When will you give me the map fragment?" "As soon as you refine the pill that breaks my seal, I'll hand it over. Consider it a debt of gratitude. I hope you won't make excuses after getting the pill." "Of course not. A promise between experts, how could it be false? What about the formula and ingredients? Let's start now." After a brief exchange, Hai Buodong was taken aback when Xiaoyan insisted on immediate pill refinement, but quickly nodded and produced the required formula and materials. Xiao Yan inspected the formula and ingredients, then nodded, turning his gaze to Uchiha Madara, who was still examining maps in the shop. The moment he saw Madara, his eyes twitched. Madara was scanning through the maps at lightning speed, giving the impression not of a man studying maps but of someone briskly strolling through the entire shop. Without needing to guess, Xiao Yan knew Madara was using his Sharingan to memorize the maps. "Boss Ban, it's time to start refining." Xiao Yan approached Madara and whispered. Madara nodded, withdrawing his gaze from the maps. In that brief moment he had already committed to memory every map of the entire Jiama Empire. A mere great Dou master, is he worth your attention? Haibuodong raised an eyebrow at the sight of Madara. Unlike Xiao Yan, whose depth he couldn't fully gauge, Madara's strength was clear to him, a great Dou master. Madara turned to Haibuodong, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan fixed on him. "You wish to fight me?" The moment their eyes met, a torrent of blood-soaked battle aura surged toward Haibuodong, immersing him in a boundless crimson hell. In that single glance, Haibuodong realized he had misjudged. This man whom Xiao Yan called Boss Ban could emanate such an aura. He was no ordinary figure. Especially those eerie crimson eyes filled with a strange and divine quality sent a chill down Haibuodong's spine. He felt a powerful threat to his life from a mere great Dou master. Even though most of his strength was sealed by Queen Medusa, a great Dou master should never have been able to evoke such a sensation. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Haibuodong said with some gravity. "Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara." Madara replied proudly, for the bloodline of the Uchiha clan was forever his pride. "Uchiha clan." Haibuodong, seeing Madara's pride, began to rapidly search his memory for anything related to the Uchiha clan, just as Yun had done before. After a moment, Haibuodong frowned slightly. His memory was decent, but he could not recall any information about the Uchiha clan. Yet given the natural infectious confidence in Madara's words, the Uchiha clan must surely be an extraordinarily powerful existence. Then the fault must lie with him. The Dou Qi Continent was vast and the Jiama Empire was merely a corner in the northwest. The Uchiha clan was likely a renowned family he had never heard of. "So you are from the Uchiha clan. I've long admired your reputation. My apologies for my ignorance." Haibuodong suddenly laughed heartily, as if he knew the clan well. Xiao Yan immediately burst out laughing, snorting like a pig. Uchiha Madara, seeing Haibuodong's reaction, couldn't help but crack a smile on his usually cold face. He came from another world, so Haibuodong could not possibly know the Uchiha clan. Yet the man acted as if he had long admired their reputation. It was simply too hilarious. However, Haibuodong's flattery hit exactly the right spot for Madara. Hearing the Uchiha clan praised filled him with delight. "You are quite interesting." Uchiha Madara left a remark and then strode toward the alchemy chamber at the end of the corridor. Xiao Yan, suppressing his laughter, patted Haibuodong on the shoulder. "Boss Ban possesses two types of strange fire, and his mastery over them far surpasses mine. He is also an alchemist. This time Boss Ban and I will refine the pill together. Just wait outside." Haibuodong, still not fully recovered from the earlier laughter, nodded immediately upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. "I'll guard the corridor outside and ensure a quiet environment for your alchemy." "Good." Xiao Yan entered the end of the corridor, leaving Haibuodong alone outside. Master of two strange fires. Haibuodong became even more convinced that the Uchiha clan, though unknown to him, must be a major power on the continent. Haibuodong's assumption was both wrong and right. Because sooner or later Uchiha Madara would make the name of the Uchiha clan resound throughout the entire Dou Qi Continent. Within the alchemy chamber, Uchiha Madara watched as Xiao Yan slowly paced around the entire room, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny. Satisfied, he nodded slightly. "This Xiao Yan has a decent sense of crisis. Master, it's time for us to begin." Xiao Yan flicked his finger against his ring, and the pile of materials previously given by Haibuodong covered the entire table. "Very well." Yao Lao's soul form drifted out, nudged the ancient black ring, and suddenly a massive pure black cauldron materialized. The black cauldron was quite bulky, exuding a steady aura that seemed to emanate from its entire body. Vivid flame totems were etched onto the cauldron's surface. As the cauldron slowly rotated, faint wisps of flame energy began to coalesce around it. This is..." A flicker of memory stirred in Uchiha Madara's mind. He pulled out the book on cauldron selection and compared it for a mere second. He then returned the book and crossed his arms. This cauldron should be the Black Demon Cauldron, ranked 8th on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Uchiha Madara recalled clearly, just like the unusual flame ranking, the alchemy world also had a Heavenly Cauldron ranking which recorded the 13 most perfect and outstanding cauldrons across the entire Dou Qi Continent. This information was documented in one of the 4 alchemy books, Cauldron Selection. It was said that cauldrons listed on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking could greatly enhance the success rate of pill refinement. Correct, this is the Black Demon Cauldron. I paid a heavy price to obtain it back then. Yao Lao looked at Uchiha Madara with slight surprise. In just over a day, Madara had already reached the section on cauldrons in the 4 books. It seemed his learning pace was remarkably fast. Uchiha Madara curved his lips into a smirk. What a fitting name. What a domineering name. Beside him Xiao Yan was equally astonished. Previously Yao Lao had always refined pills directly in his palm using his unusual flame. But this time he had brought out his own cauldron showing just how much importance he placed on this refinement. Yao Lao had already begun his operations. With a slight tremor of his palm a ghostly white flame swiftly coiled around it. He pressed his hand against a diamond-shaped flame poured on the black cauldron, flicked his finger and the ghostly white flame surged within the cauldron. One by one Yao Lao grabbed herbs and tossed them into the cauldron. His hands moved like plucking flowers and leaves swift and agile. The scorching ghostly white flame instantly enveloped each herb. To observe more closely and gain deeper mastery, Uchiha Madara's three-tomo Sharingan had silently transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyes darting rapidly as he tracked Yao Lao's every move. Yao Lao's hands moved with incredible speed. If anyone had observed Uchiha Madara's eyes at that moment, they would have noticed his eyeballs moving just as swiftly, shifting dozens of times in a single second. Standing nearby, Xiao Yan cast a cautious glance at Uchiha Madara. Seeing that Madara had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to observe Yao Lao's alchemy, envy flickered in his eyes. I wish I had that Sharingan ability to learn things instantly. At his peak Yao Lao was an 8th grade alchemist. Even though the steps for a 6th grade pill were complex, he handled them methodically, completing every stage with ease. In the tidy room the black cauldron rotated slowly in midair, the ghostly white flame churning violently within. As the cauldron turned, layers of delicate energy ripples spread outward from the surrounding space like water disturbed by a pebble radiating in all directions. Inside the flame-roiling cauldron a pale purple pill the size of a thumb was slowly taking shape under the intense heat. After a while a deep purple aura emanated from the cauldron and the fragrance of the pill lingered, refusing to dissipate. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed. The pill should be nearly complete. The 4 books mentioned that the fragrance of a pill drifting out was a precursor to the formation of a high-grade pill. Only one final step remained. This calamity-breaking pill designed to shatter seals required an unusual flame as an auxiliary ingredient. Sure enough, the next moment Yao Lao flipped his left hand. A ghostly white flame appeared in his palm and began to compress, rapidly shrinking to the size of a thumb. By then the bone-chilling flame had turned into a tiny white crystal in form. Yao Lao pinched it between his fingers, flicked it gently, and the white crystal shot into the cauldron, embedding itself into the pill that was almost complete. This was the crystalline ice form of the bone-chilling flame, intended to prevent any hidden schemes from Hai Buadong. As the crystal entered the pill it dissolved into tiny, extremely subtle white particles, fully merging with the pill. Yao Lao nodded slightly. After a brief pause the ghostly white flame surged again, beginning the final round of intense burning. Once this step was finished Yao Lao waved his hand toward the black cauldron and the pale purple calamity-breaking pill immediately landed in his palm. Uchiha Madara stood beside Yao Lao. Although Madara was genuinely focused on the alchemy, Yao Lao couldn't help but feel a powerful oppressive aura emanating from him. Mr. Madara, would you like to take a look? Yes. Yao Lao tossed the pill and it landed in Uchiha Madara's hand. Madara examined it with curiosity. Pale purple with a silky luster. The surface was etched with patterns that exuded a strange energy which Madara sensed must be the key ingredient for breaking the seal. Uchiha Madara nodded and tossed the pill to Xiao Yan, who was also extremely interested in it. This was his first time officially observing the entire alchemy process. Combined with the knowledge from the 4 alchemy books he had read over the past 2 days, countless inspirations flooded Uchiha Madara's mind. Now he wanted to try the entire alchemy process himself. Do you have any simple pill formulas? I'd like to give it a try. Uchiha Madara spoke decisively. When he thought of something he liked to act on it immediately, especially when he had such a fine cauldron and a high-level alchemist by his side. Mr. Madara wants to try. Yao Lao was somewhat surprised. If he remembered correctly, Uchiha Madara had only been exposed to alchemy for 2 days at most. Yet despite his surprise Yao Lao readily agreed, producing a first-grade pill formula and the corresponding herbs. If Madara wanted to try, let him. After all, refining a first-grade pill wouldn't take much time. It would also be a good opportunity to let Uchiha Madara experience the difficulty of alchemy, thereby elevating Yao Lao's stature in Madara's eyes. Madara sat down, took a deep breath and prepared to begin. This was his first time refining a pill and he wasn't entirely confident. But a man must not fear failure. A man should grow through countless battles against defeat. That was his ninja way. He sat cross-legged. Uchiha Madara glanced at the items beside him, a cauldron, medicinal ingredients and a formula for pills. Uchiha Madara first picked up the pill formula, his soul power penetrating into its contents. According to his memories, those 4 books mentioned that formulas generally concealed essential data for alchemy, such as the quantities of various medicinal ingredients required, the degree of heat needed and the duration of heating, among others. Strictly speaking, these details were the culmination of countless experiments conducted by predecessors to derive the optimal formula. Without this data, even a remarkably skilled alchemist would have to undergo numerous experiments to find the appropriate ratios, thereby forging true pills. However, this experimental process would undoubtedly damage many rare medicinal ingredients. Most rare herbs are quite troublesome to gather and cannot withstand such consumption. Thus a good pill formula is as significant to an alchemist as earth tier or heaven tier techniques are to ordinary energy practitioners. After a moment, Uchiha Madara withdrew his soul power, having memorized all the content of the formula. This was a type of first-grade pill called recovery pill which could expedite the healing process of the user. The difficulty of refining a first-grade recovery pill is merely average among first-grade pills, yet for Uchiha Madara, who was attempting alchemy for the first time, it posed a considerable challenge. At least that's how it appeared to the medicinal elder. Mr. Madara, the ingredients for the recovery pill are relatively easy to gather. Between Xiaoyan and me we have a total of 3 sets of the ingredients all right here. The elder looked at Uchiha Madara, who was extremely serious. Uchiha Madara glanced at the neatly arranged 3 sets of ingredients beside him and nodded. 3 chances, huh? I wonder if I can complete it in one go. After the preparations were complete, Uchiha Madara placed his palm close to the cauldron and immediately the pitch-black Amaterasu flames surged upward, burning fiercely within the cauldron. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara quickly threw all the ingredients into the cauldron. The dark Amaterasu flames began to extract the liquid essence from each herb bit by bit. To extract all the ingredients at once. Seeing this, the elder couldn't help but shake his head. Is Uchiha Madara imitating my previous alchemical process? But it was due to his exceptional fire control ability and his profound soul power that he could extract dozens of herbs at once. For an alchemy novice to do this seems overly ambitious. Xiaoyan, however, watched Uchiha Madara's refining process seriously without the rigidity of the elder's perception. In terms of the required soul power and fire control abilities, Uchiha Madara far surpassed him. From Xiaoyan's perspective, the only reason Uchiha Madara might fail at this simple first-grade pill would be due to a lack of attention and seriousness. However, at this moment the tranquil Uchiha Madara emanated an allure Xiaoyan had never felt before. He could see that Uchiha Madara was almost entirely immersed in the world of alchemy. This level of concentration was several times stronger than his own. Thus, even though it was his first attempt at alchemy, Xiaoyan had immense confidence in Uchiha Madara. After all, he was Madara. Uchiha Madara's hands moved swiftly, methodically executing the steps of pill refining. The hellish dark Amaterasu flames in his hands behaved like a docile little kitten, obedient and manageable. The flames moved wherever Uchiha Madara directed them, flowing as smoothly as his own hands. Such powerful fire control ability. The elder's eyes narrowed, though Uchiha Madara's formidable fire control had already been displayed in the cave. However, the use of flames in combat and their use in alchemy are entirely different matters. One emphasizes forceful dominance while the other focuses on delicacy and gentleness. Xiaoyan was also a bit astonished as he wondered how Uchiha Madara had mastered all the Mangekyo Sharingan techniques. Could it be that Madara possesses the ability of the earth attribute? Xiaoyan thought to himself, if that were the case it would indeed make sense. For Madara, who possessed such an ability, the flames in his hands were fundamentally different from those in others' hands. For others, flames could at most provide auxiliary guidance, while Madara could genuinely exert powerful control over the flames. Time passed little by little as Uchiha Madara focused intently, his eyes fixed on the situation in the cauldron. After the liquid extracted from the medicinal materials had rolled over countless times, it finally became smooth. Uchiha Madara reached out, extinguished the Amaterasu flames, and the pill appeared in his hand. Uchiha Madara focused on the pill. It was about the size of a thumb, entirely pale yellow with faint green ripples mixed in, looking quite peculiar. Uchiha Madara understood what this was: pill patterns, something that would only appear on pills that reached the pinnacle of quality. A smile involuntarily appeared on Madara's face as he revealed the recovery pill, glancing expectantly at the elder and Xiaoyan. Look at my pill. What do you think? Madara was indifferent to whether people recognized him, but that didn't mean he was unwilling to be acknowledged. To refine a pill on the first attempt. And it even has pill patterns. Madara is truly incredible. Xiaoyan exclaimed. Although he could also achieve this, his foundation was different from Uchiha Madara's. At this moment Xiaoyan was genuinely expressing his admiration. Mr. Madara, your talent in alchemy is remarkable. I can only say you are a born alchemist. The elder initially found it hard to believe such a thing could happen before his eyes, but the evidence was right in front of him, so he could only acknowledge it. Haha, indeed. Uchiha Madara laughed a couple of times and nodded, agreeing with this assessment. I'm very happy today. Let's go outside and take a look. If anyone outside tries to ruin the mood, we'll just take care of them, he said as Uchiha Madara raised his robe and stepped out of the corridor. Xiaoyan and the elder exchanged smiles, tidied up their things and followed him out. Meanwhile, outside, Hai Buodong was anxiously waiting. In the dimly lit corridor, Hai Buodong leaned against the wall. Though his aged face appeared calm, the fingers tapping incessantly against the wall betrayed the tension and caution within him. Sensing the slow passage of time, Hai Buodong glanced at the room at the end of the corridor, his brow furrowing slightly. The materials for refining the Po Dan were not easy to find. He had spent years gathering these herbs. If Xiaoyan failed to refine it, his hope of restoring his strength would be delayed once again. Let me check. Hai Buodong made up his mind and turned around. The moment he turned, he found Uchiha Madara standing silently behind him, startling him. But Hai Buodong recovered in an instant. Since Madara had emerged from the room, it meant the Po Dan had been successfully refined. Mr. Madara, my Po Dan. Hai Buodong said with a fawning smile. The map, Uchiha Madara replied. Mr. Madara, I think I should take the pill first to break the seal, then give you the map. What do you think? Hai Buodong said, feeling uneasy without breaking the seal first. Uchiha Madara stared coldly at Hai Buodong. What do you think? Bargaining in front of him. Seeing Madara's unyielding stance, Hai Buodong was at a loss. Just then Xiaoyan also emerged from the room, so Hai Buodong approached him. Young friend Xiaoyan, it's not that I don't trust you, but I've never seen the Po Dan before. I only know from the prescription that it is purple in color. Could you allow me to take the pill and test if it can truly break my seal? If the seal is indeed broken, I will immediately hand over the map with both hands. Hai Buodong said with an awkward smile. Uchiha Madara sneered, manifesting the dark flames of Amaterasu in his hand, his gaze coldly fixed on Hai Buodong. Madara's move was a blatant threat. Hai Buodong's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this Uchiha Madara to be so unyielding. Grandpa Madara, don't be angry. If he dares to go back on his word, he won't get off easy. Xiaoyan quickly soothed Madara, who was like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest provocation. But he still wanted Ice Emperor Hai Buodong as his bodyguard. After all, Dou Huang was a top-tier powerhouse in the Jiama Empire. Rest assured, once I break the seal, I will immediately present the map fragment with both hands. Hai Buodong chuckled, but in his heart he thought otherwise. This Uchiha Madara was too arrogant. Once he regained his strength, he would definitely subdue him. And this Xiaoyan playing the good cop and the bad cop, did they think the Ice Emperor was a pushover? Xiaoyan coaxed Madara for a while before Madara withdrew the dark flames of Amaterasu. No, next time, Madara said. After reaching an agreement, the three headed to an underground chamber where Hai Buodong would break the seal. Soon they arrived at the underground chamber. It might be more appropriate to call it an underground ice cellar. The ceiling and thick walls were covered in snow-white frost with sharp icicles hanging like stalactites in a cave. Looking at the surroundings, Uchiha Madara guessed that Hai Buodong, given the title Ice Emperor, was likely a Dou Huang of the Ice Attribute. During the Warring States period, he had fought against experts skilled in ice release who were even more formidable than the later 5 Kage. He wondered how this Ice Emperor Hai Buodong would compare. Hai Buodong sat on a platform formed of ice, placed the Po Dan into his mouth and swallowed it with a slight roll of his throat. On the ice platform, Hai Buodong's body, which had been still, suddenly began to tremble violently. Intense energy ripples rapidly spread from within him, shattering nearby objects with a crackling sound. At the same time, a strange cyan energy rapidly gathered at the center of Hai Buodong's forehead, forming a tiny cyan serpentine pattern. This was the seal placed on Hai Buodong by Queen Medusa, firmly suppressing the surging Dou Qi within him. The medicinal power of the Po Dan began to take effect, the pale purple energy coming into contact with the cyan serpentine pattern. After nearly half an hour, the pattern had noticeably dimmed. Finally, in a moment, the purple energy surged, completely erasing the cyan serpentine pattern. The moment the cyan serpentine pattern vanished, Hai Buodong's tightly shut eyes snapped open, a sharp light bursting forth, and the fierce aura suppressed for decades exploded out. This damn seal. Finally gone. Hai Buodong stomped on the ice platform, his face filled with ecstasy, and he threw back his head in wild laughter. After laughing for a while, Hai Buodong's gaze fell on Uchiha Madara below. He was merely a great dosher. No matter how strong, could he cross 3 major realms to fight him? Haha, Mr. Madara, you said you wanted to fight me earlier. Does that offer still stand? Now that I have regained my Dou Huang strength, it might be unfair to you. Hai Buodong laughed loudly, releasing his overwhelming aura to intimidate Uchiha Madara. Xiaoyan, standing by, could clearly feel Hai Buodong's fierce aura and wanted to ask Yao Lao to use the bone-chilling flame. Uchiha Madara said nothing, responding with action. He drew the Uchiha war fan from his back, gripped it tightly, stomped the ground, and shot into the sky. Come and fight. Good. How refreshing. A smile curled on Hai Buodong's lips. The provocation had worked perfectly. Today he would teach this great dosher the true power of a Dou Huang. Above the desert, Uchiha Madara and Hai Buodong stood facing each other. Frozen Ice Spear. Hai Buodong grabbed the air with his right hand, and an exquisitely crafted blue frozen ice spear materialized in his grasp. In the next moment, he dashed rapidly toward Uchiha Madara. Flame War Fan. Uchiha Madara tightened his grip on the Uchiha war fan, which was enveloped in layers of pitch-black Amaterasu flames. With wind beneath his feet, he too charged forward. Both moved with remarkable speed and within moments they clashed together. Haibuodong thrust his spear at Uchiha Madara, unleashing a surge of freezing Dou Qi. The surrounding air grew icy cold, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. This thrust possessed considerable penetrating power from the front, but in Madara's eyes its flank was riddled with openings. Uchiha Madara's gaze remained utterly composed as he swung the Uchiha Warfan sideways against the incoming frozen ice spear. Haibuodong's expression betrayed no emotion. He twisted his body in midair, instantly accelerating the spear's rotation, transforming the thrust into a sweeping strike aimed at the back of the Uchiha Warfan. Haibuodong's combat instincts were evidently sharp-honed through years of experience. Just as his earlier thrust concentrated all its power at a single point, leaving its flanks vulnerable, so too did this maneuver reveal a weakness. Uchiha Madara's current downward strike, driven by forward momentum, left his rear exposed. A flicker of recognition crossed Madara's mind. There was something to this opponent. Yet Uchiha Madara remained unflustered. He tossed the Uchiha Warfan upward, retracted both arms in a highly acrobatic motion to evade Haibuodong's attack, then swiftly caught the fan just as it was about to fall and renewed his assault. After a single exchange with two shifts in tactics from both sides, the frozen ice spear finally collided with the Uchiha Warfan. A clanging sound rang out as the two weapons met. The noise was audible even from a great distance, a testament to the immense power both combatants had unleashed. With a loud bang, Haibuodong was sent flying backward by the force of the Uchiha Warfan. In terms of raw physical strength, Uchiha Madara, who could single-handedly pummel the nine-tailed beasts, far surpassed Haibuodong. Such formidable strength! Haibuodong thought in alarm. This power was nothing short of a humanoid monster. But before he could dwell on it further, Uchiha Madara's figure closed in again, hurling Haibuodong into the sky with a single fan strike. Uchiha Madara had an impeccable grasp of combat timing. Once he seized even a slight advantage, he would exploit it to the fullest. Or to put it more vividly, it was like a relentless combo. Haibuodong clearly realized this as well. After being knocked back by Madara, he was granted not a single moment to catch his breath, trapped in a state of passive beatings. Occasionally he attempted to counterattack, but every minute opening he exposed was seized by Uchiha Madara, only worsening his disadvantage. Such an extraordinary level of combat prowess. After several exchanges, Haibuodong understood that Uchiha Madara's close-quarters combat skills far surpassed his own. Yet he was not without a solution. A surge of freezing Dou Qi erupted, and from Haibuodong's back a pair of blue-white frozen ice wings materialized. Taking advantage of this, he instantly broke free from Madara's combo control. Ice Blade Storm. Haibuodong soared high above his surging frozen Dou Qi, unleashing countless white blades of ice that converged into a massive storm of frozen weapons. Once fully formed, the white frozen blade storm hovered in the sky for a brief moment before hurtling toward Uchiha Madara. Each ice blade streaked through the air with a piercing sound, making this attack no easy matter to handle. In the distance, Xiao Yan, watching the battle, couldn't help but feel a chill for Uchiha Madara. If he were the one fighting, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough. Haibuodong's strength had been sealed for decades, yet the moment the seal was broken he could unleash such power, a testament to how formidable he must have been originally. Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan poured out its ocular power, and a massive four-armed blue half-body Susanoo materialized over the desert. This was the first appearance of Susanoo on the Dou Qi Continent, and the fact that Madara had resorted to it meant he was becoming somewhat serious. In terms of combat experience, Haibuodong was indeed far superior to Yun Yun from earlier. When Haibuodong beheld the Susanoo, even if it was only a half-body form, it left him profoundly shaken. This entity, a giant entirely composed of energy, must require an immense expenditure of power. True to expectations, the Susanoo did not disappoint. Its forearms crossed in a double X formation, each hand gripping a blue energy greatsword, and it unleashed two fierce cross-shaped slashes. The cross slashes covered a vast area and carried immense power. Upon colliding with Haibuodong's Ice Blade Storm, they shattered at Heaton and continued unabated toward Haibuodong. Such devastating frontal attack power! Haibuodong exclaimed inwardly. He unleashed another burst of freezing Dou Qi, forming a massive ice mirror composed of countless fragments before him. Myriad Ice Mirror, this was Haibuodong's most adept defensive technique. Even against the ultimate moves of opponents far stronger than him, the Myriad Ice Mirror could often hold firm. The half-body Susanoo's cross slashes, after breaking through the Ice Blade Storm, clearly lacked the strength to overcome this Myriad Ice Mirror. Eventually they dissipated upon impact. A smile curled at the corner of Haibuodong's mouth. He wanted to see how Uchiha Madara could possibly break his Myriad Ice Mirror. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise that Haibuodong had managed to block it. But recalling that the previous attack was merely a basic strike from the half-body Susanoo, he relaxed somewhat. Still, one could not underestimate the experts of this world. Yasaka Magatama. The four-armed Susanoo moved, hurling four blue rotating double Magatama projectiles. Yasaka Magatama, a powerful long-range attack exclusive to the Susanoo state. In the next instant, Haibuodong's Myriad Ice Mirror was shattered. Heaton. Hai Bodong, who had been supremely confident, was stunned. His confidence shattered in an instant. This was his strongest defensive technique and it had been broken just like that. After the initial surprise, Hai Bodong began to think carefully. The Ice Emperor Hai Bodong was a very intelligent person, often referred to as a golden investor. Recognizing Xiaoyan's potential, he was truly serious about it. Upon discovering the formidable strength of Uchiha Madara, Hai Bodong instantly realized that it was no longer appropriate to continue fighting. Continuing would not merely be sparring but would nearly evolve into a life-and-death battle. However, seeing that Uchiha Madara was a combative person, he realized that it would be difficult to stop Madara from continuing the fight. Thus he had to contemplate deeply. A few moments later, Hai Bodong's voice, amplified by his fighting spirit, spread out widely. "This is my strongest strike. If I lose this move, I will gladly concede defeat." Hai Bodong shouted, and then the cold fighting spirit within his body surged forth, continuously manifesting a robust and radiant sky-blue ice dragon beside him, encircling him. Mysterious Ice Dragon Roar. Hai Bodong's most powerful fighting technique, condensing his cold fighting spirit into an ice dragon, unleashing tremendous power. A pure energy body akin to Susanoo. Uchiha Madara instantly understood. His hands formed seals and the power of chakra flowed from his heart to his limbs, bursting forth. An even more agile and massive wooden dragon appeared, soaring in the sky, its claws flailing wildly while emitting roars and howls. Would release wood dragon technique. One of the wood techniques that his old friend Hashirama excelled in, which was no less impressive than the half-body Susanoo. Hai Bodong's eyes narrowed. He felt that no matter what technique he employed, Uchiha Madara could respond with a completely new technique. He had basically exerted all his strength, yet how much ability Uchiha Madara was hiding remained a mystery. However, fortunately, this was already his final move. In the sky, the wooden dragon and the ice dragon had collided. Ultimately, Hai Bodong's power still fell short, or perhaps he was simply someone who saw things very clearly. Upon realizing that the ice dragon was unable to compete with the wooden dragon, Hai Bodong was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut landing on the ground. Based on Hai Bodong's years of experience, the best way to deal with a combative person is to display that one is unable to continue fighting. Across from him, Uchiha Madara indeed lost interest. To Madara, Hai Bodong's strength was quite similar to that displayed by Yun Yun that day. However, when he fought Yun Yun that day, he only used taijutsu, whereas today he utilized two powerful ninjutsu to easily overpower Hai Bodong. Moreover, Uchiha Madara looked at the Hai Bodong lying on the ground. Whether he had truly lost his combat ability or was feigning it, Hai Bodong had already lost his fighting spirit. Fighting someone who had lost their fighting spirit did not interest him at all. The massive blue Susanoo surrounding Uchiha Madara dissipated, and he waved his hand, telepathically conveying to Xiaoyan, "Farewell, Imperial Capital." After saying this, Uchiha Madara flew away towards the horizon, leaving the Tagore Desert. Xiaoyan was somewhat astonished and couldn't help but smile wryly. He left without hesitation, which truly matched Madara's character. At this moment, Hai Bodong also stood up again and walked over to Xiaoyan, expressing his amazement at Uchiha Madara. Is his true strength at the level of Dou Huang or Dou Zong? Clearly his fighting spirit is only at the level of a great Dou Shi, yet he is so formidable. Xiaoyan glanced at Hai Bodong, who was also quite adept at assessing the situation. You know nothing about Madara's strength. Enough about that, what about the remnants of the map? Hai Bodong produced a fragment of a map with a faintly weathered and ancient aura, awkwardly handing it to Xiaoyan. This is the map fragment. Based on my experience, I have no way to decipher it. Originally I wanted to create a copy, but every time I finished drawing the map it turned out to be vastly different from the original. Hai Bodong shrugged. Xiaoyan took the map fragment and nodded. He could roughly guess the reason. After obtaining the first map fragment in the Monster Beast Mountain range, Xiao Lao discovered that there was a substantial residue of soul power on the fragment. If it weren't for the fact that alchemists possess a soul power that is different from ordinary people, one would not be able to detect it at all. If someone wanted to copy the map, that soul power would gradually erode the person's thoughts, causing the final drawn map to be completely different from the original. After carefully stowing the map fragment, Xiaoyan looked at Hai Bodong. Mr. Hai, now that your strength has been restored, you wouldn't still be staying in this small shop, would you? I originally stayed here to look for a way to break the seal. Now that the seal has been lifted, there is naturally no reason to remain here. Hai Bodong glanced at the smiling Xiaoyan and asked, what is it? Indeed, there are some matters. Xiaoyan replied. Have you already used the favor of a Dou Huang so quickly? Hai Bodong remarked. I am an alchemist, mister. Hai may still owe me more favors in the future, Xiaoyan smiled. Hai Bodong nodded, non-committal. Speak up, what do you need me to do? Within my capabilities, I will not refuse. Xiaoyan exhaled gently. 2 months later, I will visit Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, let's not continue with Xiaoyan's matters at this moment. Uchiha Madara had arrived at the Monster Beast Mountain range after leaving Xiaoyan. After the earlier confrontation with Hai Bo Dong, he had come to a realization. Originally he thought that he would encounter numerous powerful beings beside the child of the world. However, after fighting with Hai Bo Dong, he realized that while those might be formidable opponents for Xiaoyan, they could simply be easy adversaries for him. Thus Madara decided to roam the world alone, which would completely liberate himself. His goals were clear with 3 main points. First, to become stronger. Second, to fight more powerful foes. Third, to become a top-tier alchemist. The Monster Beast Mountain Range was the first location Madara chose for his trials. From Hai Bo Dong, Uchiha Madara had already noted the entire topography of the Monster Beast Mountain Range and was aware that numerous magical beasts ranging from 1st to 6th rank were distributed here. There was still about a month until the Alchemist Conference. Uchiha Madara's plan was to train in the Monster Beast Mountain Range solely by relying on the power of fighting spirit for this month. At the same time, he would spend a considerable amount of time studying the 4 thick books related to alchemy, thoroughly understanding the alchemical knowledge within and engaging in extensive alchemical practice during this month. Madara set a simple goal for himself. 1 month's time. He aimed to reach the level of a high-star Dou Ling in fighting spirit and to be able to independently refine 4th-tier pills in alchemy. The journey in the Monster Beast Mountain Range officially begins. To summarize, there were 2 updates today and there will be 4 updates tomorrow. The storyline in the Tagore Desert has come to a close and a new story will follow. The new story will incorporate lessons learned from the past 40 chapters, focusing on 2 main aspects of optimization. The first is the optimization of the plot direction. Initially my idea was to follow the plot or to follow Xiaoyan, which made writing relatively easy. However, after suggestions from readers and authors along with my own serious consideration, I decided to deviate from the plot. Following the plot was too restrictive for Madara and many plot points could even be said to be unnecessary for him. To better present the effect, I will not follow the plot, and it will also greatly liberate Madara's character and strength. I am currently rewatching Dou Qi, having reached the Black Corner region and Jianan Academy. As for the recent chapters, the current outline is Monster Beast Mountain Range Alchemist Conference, 3-year agreement with Yunlan Sect, battle with Yunshan and Soul Hall Guardian, destroying the Soul Hall branch, attracting the Soul Hall's attention, Black Corner region, seizing Hanfeng's Heartflame, Jianan Academy, seizing the Fallen Heartflame. For the subsequent outline, I will continue watching Dou Qi, and after finishing the entire book today I will think it over. Regarding Xiaoyan, we can just have occasional encounters at key points. In fact, writing Madara in the Dou Qi world is somewhat different from the protagonist in Dou Qi fanfiction following Xiaoyan. Because Xiaoyan is a reincarnator from Earth, a setting in Dou Qi is aware of the entire plot of Naruto, a setting in this story. His presence essentially serves as someone who understands Madara, deeply akin to us. His views and attitudes toward Madara differ significantly from those of other Dou Qi natives. For example, in the battle at the Serpent Man clan's royal city. The Serpent Man Dou Wang is on the 1st level, Guhi and other Dou Wangs on the 2nd level, Yun who fought Madara is on the 3rd level, and Yao Lao who sensed Madara's powerful soul energy is on the 4th level, while Xiaoyan who knows Madara's true strength is on the 5th level. When writing this, the sense of layers emerges immediately, whereas without Xiaoyan there would be a lack of the layered perspectives that come from Yao Lao and Xiaoyan. This is more of a matter of web literature writing. As a reader it might be difficult to notice. Most would feel it flows well and lacks any plot holes. To summarize, the role of Xiaoyan in this story greatly differs from his role in other Dou Qi fanfics. I hope this makes sense. I am integrating this understanding, allowing Xiaoyan to appear only at key points, letting Madara walk his own path. This is an optimization in the plot direction. The second optimization pertains to Madara's behavior and approach. Some readers have given feedback that Madara is not written with enough dominance and talks a bit too much. Indeed, I have noticed it myself. I fear that I might not grasp the balance between dominance and overbearingness. If overbearingness is not handled well, it could come off as unreasonable rather than the charismatic dominance that defines Madara. Furthermore, as the matters increased, I ended up writing him as cold. I thought that after writing 200,000 words of Madara as an important supporting character in Naruto fanfiction, I should know him well enough. However, as the plot deviated from the fixed battlefield of Naruto's 4th grade ninja war and became more diverse, I realized I needed to further enhance my grasp of Madara's character. I will take a closer look at character development, hoping to achieve better writing results. That's all. On the outskirts of the Mozo mountain range, a forest encircled the mountains. The vegetation here was thick and lush, presenting an overall dark green hue. Unlike the valley terrain of the outer Mozo mountain range, this forest was fraught with infinite deadly perils. Countless magical beasts lurked in ambush, using the camouflage of the vegetation and their own protective coloring. A single moment of carelessness meant certain death. Ordinarily, no one would choose to come here unless there were special circumstances. Even the most powerful mercenary bands would never risk their lives here unless the mission rewards were far higher than elsewhere. At this moment, a blackened figure was walking through this forest. This figure was none other than Uchiha Madara. On the outskirts of the Mozo mountain range, the strength of magical beasts generally ranged from the first to the third tier, corresponding to the human levels of Dou Zhe to Dou Zhe. However, due to the diversity and vast numbers of magical beasts, even a Douling powerhouse could easily lose their life here if careless. A Douling might be able to instantly react and kill a magical beast after it strikes, but many beasts in the forest possess deadly venom. Killing the beast without neutralizing the poison would still lead to death. But Uchiha Madara craved this thrill. Although his current Dou Qi realm was only Dou Zhe, he believed no one of the same level could defeat him. Facing magical beasts which had low intelligence, Madara was even more confident. No matter how many beasts came, they would only become his slain victims. Moreover, Madara had another reason for coming to this forest. With the highest density of magical beasts, he needed to gather raw materials for his own alchemy. The magic cores of first to third tier magical beasts of various attributes were the most important ingredients for many low-grade pills. Madara had set himself the goal of becoming a fourth-tier alchemist within the next month. To achieve this, he would undoubtedly need a large number of low-grade pills as stepping stones, which meant he would need a massive quantity of magic cores. However, based on his recent investigations, the drop rate of magic cores was not particularly high. Madara disliked inefficient tasks. To obtain more magic cores, he naturally chose to go to the forest with the highest density of magical beasts. His 30 seconds after entering the forest, 3 serpentine magical beasts hanging upside down from a tree trunk swiftly lunged at Madara as he passed beneath. Uchiha Madara had already detected these 3 serpentine beasts and was waiting for them to take the bait. The flame of the burning art, which had advanced to the quasi-art tier, appeared in Madara's palm. His hand shot out with lightning speed, instantly grabbing all 3 serpentine beasts from the side with a swiftness that left no time for reaction. The 3 serpentine beasts, upon contact with the flame on Madara's hand, could not help but let out agonized screams. Their serpentine bodies turned increasingly charred under the intense heat. Uchiha Madara brought his hand in front of him. On his way to the Mozo mountain range, he had purchased a concise guide to the magical beasts of the range, so he easily identified these 3 serpentine creatures. They were a type of first-tier magical beast called the Red Ice Snake, common in the outer Mozo mountain range. Their attribute was ice, and they carried a cold poison. Anyone afflicted by the Red Ice Snake's cold poison would have their blood frozen solid by the poison within half a day if not treated promptly, leading to death. Ice attribute magical beasts. Madara nodded. He recalled that among first-tier pills there was one called the ice condensation pill, which could temporarily release the power of ice. It was one of the most difficult first-tier pills. If he used it as practice material, the ice condensation pill would be a good choice. However, one essential ingredient for refining the ice condensation pill was the magic core of a first-tier ice attribute magical beast. He wondered if these 3 red ice snakes had magic cores inside them. Madara applied a little force with his hand and the 3 red ice snakes fell silent. Then, with a slight movement of his fingers, he extracted a total of 2 magic cores from their bodies. Madara's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded. It seemed his luck today was quite good. Unlike high-tier magical beasts, which always contained a magic core holding all their power, low-tier beasts typically yielded a magic core only once every 5 or 6 individuals on average. With a flick of his fingers, Madara stored the 2 magic cores and the carcasses of the 3 red ice snakes into his ring. The former would be used for alchemy, the latter for food. Continuing deeper into the forest, Madara encountered many sudden attacks from first and second-tier magical beasts. However, with his incredibly sharp perception, he dispatched them all without exception, reaping a certain number of magic cores. In addition, Madara discovered an unexpected bonus: the forest was not only rich in low-tier magical beasts but also abundant in low-grade herbs. Low-grade herbs were also crucial raw materials for refining low-grade pills, so Madara collected them all into his ring without The ring Madara wore was the low-grade ring Gu he had given him, with a space of 3 meters by 3 meters by 3 meters. After gathering everything in sight for a while, the space in his ring was quickly filled more than halfway, causing Madara to frown. If the ring had no space left, he would be unable to continue collecting alchemy materials. Within 10 minutes he would inevitably face 2 choices: either find a new ring or leave temporarily. However, he had only been in the forest for about 10 minutes. Leaving so soon after entering was not Madara's style. Just then Uchiha Madara heard human voices coming from deeper in the forest. In the next moment he dashed toward the source of the sound. Where there were people, there were rings. As Uchiha-ban heard this shout, an old man flying unsteadily and carefreely who happened to be passing over this forest also heard the cry. Slightly sensing the situation in the forest, the old man understood that the group below was about to be in trouble. Ah, who says this old man doesn't have a good heart? Humming a tune, the old man fluttered down unsteadily. Princess Yaoyue, that was too dangerous just now, those snakes were right above you. A young man with a worried expression spoke. His Dou Qi cultivation was at the Douling stage, which in the Jiama Empire could be considered a minor expert. No, I must find the azure flower fruit today. You are a Douling and this is only the periphery of the Magic Beast mountain range, are you afraid? The woman called Yaoyue scolded sharply. Yaoyue, the youngest princess of the Jiama Empire, was also a 4th-rank alchemist. The young man could only smile bitterly. Although this was the periphery of the Magic Beast mountain range, it was the forest with the highest density of magic beasts. Without vigilance even he would face certain death. Suddenly the young man sensed a dangerous feeling. He looked around and saw many green glowing eyes appearing in the surrounding grass. His eyes narrowed instantly. A third-rank magic beast, the forest wolf of the wood, a tribute known for its agile speed and rapid reflexes. Crucially, forest wolves usually lived in packs, often appearing in groups of over a dozen. Princess, we're in trouble. A dozen forest wolves and I can barely protect myself. Princess, you must flee at full speed and never look back, the young man said gravely. Yao Yu bit her lip, clearly not expecting such danger. What about you? She asked, still clinging to unrealistic hope. Princess, don't worry about me. Being able to protect you is my honor. As he spoke, the forest wolves had already launched their attack. Fierce shadows pounced toward the young man while several others lunged at Princess Yao Yu. The young man's face hardened as he unleashed a sharp burst of cyan Dou Qi, striking the wolves that had targeted Yao Yu. Those wolves were instantly sent flying by the explosive force. However, by diverting his power to the wolves attacking Yao Yu, he had no way to counter those lunging at himself. Just then two powerful shouts rang out simultaneously. Storm, release light Fong. Thunder art, falling thunder. A transparent laser and a blue-white lightning bolt struck together, hitting the dozen forest wolves, killing them instantly. At the same time, two figures appeared in the forest, one clad in red-black battle armor, the other in a blue-white robe, creating a striking contrast. Not bad, young man, said the old man in the blue-white robe, stroking his small beard with a smile, his eyes revealing a hint of interest. Given the speed and power just displayed, this oddly dressed youth was far more than just a great dosher on the surface. You're not bad either. Uchiha-ban looked at the old man, a near fanatical battle intent surging in his eyes. This Dou Qi. This aura. He could sense that this old man's strength far surpassed both Yun Yun and Haibuodong, both Dou Huang's, and was the strongest he had encountered since coming to this world. In fact, he vaguely felt a threat of life and death. State your name, Uchiha-ban said. This life and death threat was exactly what Ban craved. He wanted to fight this man. The old man in the blue-white robe noticed the battle intent blazing in Ban's eyes and smiled. Having roamed the Dou Qi Continent for many years, he had seen countless fearless young warriors like Uchiha-ban who were unafraid of the strong. I am Mang Tianqi, the dean of Jianan Academy. What's your name, young man? Want to fight me? Then come to Jianan Academy. Mang Tianqi coaxed. A young man whose apparent strength was great dosher but whose real power far exceeded that was certainly worth his recruitment or deception. After all, deceiving people didn't take much time. Moreover, once this kid entered Jianan Academy, even if his strength was decent, whether he could last a few moves against those monsters on the inner academy's power rankings was uncertain, let alone reach him. Mang Tianqi wore a kindly smile, clearly not his first time doing this. Despite being a powerful expert, he performed these actions without any sense of incongruity. Jianan Academy. Uchiha-ban had some impression of it. During his talks with Yao Lao had mentioned that Jianan Academy possessed a type of strange fire called the Fallen Heart Flame. Originally he planned to search for the Fallen Heart Flame after finishing matters in the Jiama Empire. But he never expected the dean of Jianan Academy to be so strong. Uchiha clan, Uchiha-ban. Ian released Thunderbolt. After announcing his name, Ban immediately formed hand seals, unleashing black lightning that shot straight toward Mang Tianqi in the sky. He had to seize the opportunity. If he waited for another, he didn't know how long it would take to encounter such a strong opponent again. Mang Tianqi smiled and waved his right hand, effortlessly nullifying Ban's Ian released Thunderbolt. Uchiha-ban, is it? He'll remember that. I look forward to seeing you at Jianan Academy. With that, Mang Tianqi flicked his sleeve, whisking away the distressed Princess Yao Yu and the young Dou Ling. Free space teleportation. Uchiha-ban's eyes narrowed. This was the hallmark of a Dou-zun in terms of Dou Qi cultivation. Staring at the sky where Mang Tianqi had vanished, Uchiha-ban's mind began to churn with thoughts. The power of spacetime, in the ninja world only specific Mangekyo or Rinnegan techniques could awaken it, and he had not mastered such power. This was one of his few shortcomings. Perhaps if he unleashed his full strength he could fight Mang Tianqi, but without mastering space power, Ban had no way to catch up to him, yet this only ignited Ban's desire to further enhance his strength. Uchiha-ban clenched his fist. Once he reached Dou-zone he would be able to initially touch upon space power. When that time came, whoever he wanted to fight would never be able to escape. 7 days later. Beneath the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range, a vast underground space measuring 1000 m by 1000 m and 4 m high, filled with various magical beasts and medicinal herbs. Hundreds of Uchiha Obito were working before a cauldron, their hands flying as dark flames surged with their movements and the shapes of pills were slowly forming. This enormous underground space was created by Uchiha Obito himself. After transplanting the cells of Senju Hashirama, he gained access to all attributes of chakra. After becoming the jinchuriki of the Ten Tails or the progenitor of chakra, he could wield all bloodline limits of the ninja world as the source of chakra. Although Uchiha Obito rarely used earth release, creating such a simple underground space posed no problem for him. Creating this underground space was also a necessity for Obito. His storage ring was simply too small, often a short 10-minute outing would fill it to capacity. Regarding where to store the slain magical beasts and harvested medicinal herbs, Uchiha Obito considered several methods to solve the issue. Method 1. Use more storage rings. To acquire more storage rings, he could either steal them from others or buy them from nearby cities. As for the former, in these 7 days apart from the two he initially encountered, Obito had not encountered anyone else. Even if he had this idea, there was no target for him to act upon. For the latter, Obito currently had no money, and he learned that even the most basic storage rings were not cheap. Initially, Obito considered using the first-grade pills he refined or the slain magical beasts to exchange for money, which he could then use to buy storage rings. However, this plan fell through as the price gap between first-grade pills and storage rings was too significant. The value of a first-grade pill refined in a day could only match that of a low-level storage ring. Moreover, the space taken up by the slain magical beasts was too large. With the storage rings he had, he could hardly carry more than a few beasts in a single trip. Even if he exchanged for a low-level storage ring, it would still far from meet Obito's spatial needs. The overall efficiency was too low, thus Method 1 was dismissed. Method 2 involved creating sealing scrolls. In his youth, Obito was a close friend of Senju Hashirama and had a good relationship with Uzumaki Mito. Therefore, despite the complexity of sealing techniques, Obito had learned some from Uzumaki Mito and felt he should be able to create sealing scrolls. However, it proved to be more complicated than expected. When Obito attempted to create sealing scrolls, the actual difficulty exceeded his imagination. With no feasibility, Method 2 was also dismissed. Method 3. To modify the sealing space of the Ten Tails. Inside Obito's body, due to sealing the Ten Tails, there was an additional sealing space created. The Ten Tails' enormous body meant the sealing space was equally vast, at least in comparison to the low-level storage rings Obito possessed. Thus Obito contemplated whether he could modify the Ten Tails' sealing space into a storage space, providing him with a large personal storage space. Yet in the end, Obito failed due to his insufficient mastery over spatial power. This left only the fourth method, which was to create an underground space beneath the Monster Beast mountain range. This method was straightforward. Using earth release, one could easily create an enormous underground space. The only drawback was that this underground space could not be moved, making it difficult to take anything from it. However, for Obito, who intended to cultivate in the Monster Beast mountain range for an entire month, this was not a concern. If it couldn't be moved, he would just hunt within the vicinity. If he couldn't take anything away, he would use everything here. Over these 7 days, Obito indeed did just that, training in combat every morning, engaging in fierce battles against magical beasts with only his fighting spirit. In the afternoon he would return to prepare a feast of roasted magical beasts, varying his meals each day. He would spend the afternoon locked in the underground space with hundreds of shadow clones, tirelessly refining pills, rapidly increasing his alchemical experience. At night he would stop refining pills and circulate his cultivation technique to absorb the fighting spirit from the heavens and earth, aiming to reach the daily goal he had set for his cultivation level. This target was quite small, merely relying on absorbing the fighting spirit from the environment to increase by 1 star. Today marks the 7th day, and after a week of training, Uchiha Obito's gains were quite evident. In terms of combat, Uchiha Obito had essentially fought through this forest, or rather penetrated the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range in one direction. Now the magical beasts in this forest were well aware of Uchiha Obito's presence. Upon spotting him, they would immediately flee in terror. As for Uchiha Obito himself, his mastery of fighting spirit had reached an extraordinary level. Although he was still just a great fighter in terms of the use of fighting spirit, he believed he was not inferior to any of the fighters he encountered in the Tagore Desert. In terms of cultivation level, although Uchiha Obito spent relatively little time on fighting spirit training each day, merely touching upon it, he dedicated more time to alchemy. Even so, with Uchiha Obito's powerful soul strength propelling his cultivation technique, he steadily progressed at a rate of 1 star per day. After 7 days, Uchiha Obito had become an 8-star great fighter. Obito's breakthrough was quite smooth. This was not only due to his strong soul power, but also greatly related to the fact that he refined pills with hundreds of shadow clones every day. Each process of refining was also a means to improve his mastery of fighting spirit. The only issue was that Uchiha Obito's method of absorbing fighting spirit from the environment could not simultaneously sustain the massive consumption of fighting spirit by hundreds of shadow clones. However, this was not a problem, as these shadow clones would refine their own fighting spirit restorative pills. If they consumed a significant portion of fighting spirit, they could simply take the pills, forming a perfect closed loop. Lastly, regarding alchemy, Uchiha Obito's foundation in soul power and fire control was already strong. Coupled with the experience gained from refining with hundreds of shadow clones and the focus he placed on alchemy each day. Thus Uchiha Obito's progress in alchemy could be described as remarkably rapid. In just 7 days he went from having nothing to being able to refine first-grade, second-grade and third-grade pills. Now Uchiha Obito had successfully refined 4-grade pills. In other words, he was now a 4-grade alchemist. Having battled through the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountain range, progressed from a 1-star great fighter to an 8-star great fighter and become a 4 great alchemist. This is the report card Uchiha Obito presents after 7 days of dedicated cultivation. But this is not enough. Obito has planned a training period for himself of over a month. Hundreds of Uchiha Madaras simultaneously struck the medicine cauldrons in their hands, causing the nascent pills within each cauldron to scatter into the air. The success rate of pill formation was such that 9 out of 10 cauldrons yielded finished pills. Universal pull. Uchiha Madara's true body moved, and one by one pills were drawn toward him from all directions by the gravitational force. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals, and then all his shadow clones dissipated. Countless memories flooded into his mind. He closed his eyes, earnestly digesting the experience feedback from every shadow clone. After about an hour, Uchiha Madara reopened his eyes. Out of 300 shadow clones, 282 pills had successfully formed, achieving a success rate close to 95. If it were an ordinary 4th-tier alchemist, a success rate of 50 would already be a cause for gratitude. But Madara still shook his head. Even a single pill that failed to form meant that some subtle step had gone wrong. Whether it was a problem with the medicinal herbs, his own technique, or the prescription itself, a mistake was a mistake. There was no disputing that. Madara was a man of relentless self-demand. Whenever he found even the slightest dissatisfaction with himself, he would continuously strive to improve and elevate himself rather than shying away like a weakling. Over the past 7 days he had leaped across the first, second and third tiers of alchemy and was now beginning to cross the boundary of the next tier. Uchiha Madara set himself the standard that out of 300 pills at most one could fail to form successfully. Yet it was precisely this meticulousness that allowed Uchiha Madara to progress rapidly in alchemy while building an exceptionally solid foundation. Most alchemists would not take low-tier pills so seriously. For instance, in the original story, Shaoyan, who advanced from zero foundation to the Alchemist Tournament Finals in 3 years, capable of refining the 3-stripe Azure Spirit pill, a pill rivaling 5th-tier difficulty, had only produced 1 or 2 types each of 1st and 2nd-tier pills. But Uchiha Madara had refined 20 or 30 varieties of each tier, 1st, 2nd and even 3rd-tier pills, and for each variety he had accumulated hundreds of refining attempts. To put it bluntly, even if an 8th or 9th-tier alchemist were to compete with the current Madara in refining low-tier pills, they would likely be far behind him in speed. Moreover, this process of refining low-tier pills had deepened Uchiha Madara's understanding of the medicinal properties of various herbs. As mentioned earlier, for an alchemist to refine pills, a prescription recording the ratios of herbs and the refining steps is indispensable. But after tens of thousands of attempts at refining pills with low-grade herbs, Madara had gained the confidence to create his own low-tier prescriptions. It could be said that the foundation of Madara's low-tier alchemy was worlds apart from that of other alchemists. Such achievements were inseparably linked to Madara's meticulousness. 7 days of 300 shadow clones were equivalent to 6 years of work for an ordinary alchemist. Shaoyan had taken about 3 years to reach a tier of alchemy similar to Madara's current level, a 4th-tier alchemist. An alchemist's talent depends on their flame control and soul power. Could Uchiha Madara's flame control and soul power possibly be inferior to Shaoyan's? Impossible. Yet even so, Madara had spent twice as much time as Shaoyan. This fully demonstrated Madara's relentless pursuit of perfection. Uchiha Madara stood up. Yesterday, when he finished refining, the success rate for 4th-tier pills was still 50. Today it had reached 95. Tomorrow he should be able to meet the boundary he had set for himself as a 4th-tier alchemist. But now Madara faced 2 problems. The first was that the prescriptions in his possession were insufficient. All the prescriptions he had came from the 4 books given to him by Yao Lao. Although those books were broad in content, they were ultimately just the basics of alchemy. For 1st, 2nd and 3rd-tier low-grade pills there were dozens of prescriptions recorded. But when it came to 4th-tier pills, only a few prescriptions remained. As for 5th-tier pills, there was not a single prescription. Even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. To advance further on the path of alchemy, he had to obtain a certain number of 5th-tier pill prescriptions. The second problem was that the magical beasts and medicinal herbs on the periphery of the magical beast mountain range could no longer support his refinement of 5th-tier pills. Refining a 5th-tier pill required the magic core of a 4th-tier magical beast and even more advanced materials. To obtain these, he had to venture deep into the interior of the magical beast mountain range, where 4th to 6th-tier magical beasts were prevalent. However, this suited Uchiha Madara's intentions. When his personal Dou Qi level was merely a 1-star Great Dou Master, the occasional powerful 3rd-tier magical beast or some gregarious 3rd-tier magical beasts on the periphery could still exert some pressure on him. But now that his Dou Qi level had reached 8-star Great Dou Master, no 3rd-tier magical beast in the mountain range could pressure him any. In summary, whether for alchemy or combat, entering the interior of the magical beast mountain range was a necessary choice for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked around the vast underground space. Despite his own considerable consumption, there remained several thousand bottles of various pills in this underground chamber, the fruits of his 7 days of labor. With a flick of his finger, Madara removed the superfluous items from his ring of holding and placed the several thousand bottles which took up little space inside. Then forming hand seals, Madara returned to the surface. Within a radius of several kilometers, both medicinal herbs and magical beasts had essentially been wiped out. This caused Madara a slight sigh. Since the end of the Warring States period of the shinobi world, he had not been so busy for a long time. Yet he enjoyed this sense of busyness, for he once again felt his own tangible growth. With that thought, Uchiha Madara flew toward the sky. Before entering the interior of the magical beast mountain range, he first had to find a way to resolve the issue of 5th-tier pill prescriptions. Half a day later. Without acquiring the 5th grade pill formula, Ban returned to the monster beast mountains. The only two possible ways for Ban to obtain the 5th grade pill formula came to his mind. One was to seek the help of Yao Lao, who was by Xiaoyan's side. As a former 8th grade alchemist on the Dou Qi Continent, he surely possessed numerous 5th grade pill formulas. The other was to go to Yunlan sect and ask the Pill King Guhi, whom he knew from the Tagore Desert. As a 6th grade alchemist, Pill King Guhi should also have a certain number of 5th grade pill formulas. However, Ban was unsuccessful with both avenues. For the former, Uchiha Ban arrived at 2 cities near the Tagore Desert, but within dozens of kilometers of perception there was no trace of Xiaoyan or Yao Lao. He had no idea where Xiaoyan had gone. For the latter, Uchiha Ban estimated that it would take several days to go back and forth to Yunlan sect, and since he was not very familiar with Pill King Guhi, he ultimately decided not to go. With both avenues unsuccessful, Ban sent out 2 shadow clones to the nearby Shimo City and Mo City to gather information on 5th grade pill formulas. However, these 2 cities were adjacent to the Tagore Desert and were considered very remote within the Jiamat Empire, so the likelihood of any results was slim. If this last attempt yielded no results, Uchiha Ban would have no choice but to challenge himself. He still had 2 bottles of 5th grade recovery pills gifted by Guhi, totaling 10 pills. If he could reverse engineer the formula for the recovery pill from these 10 pills, he could at least start refining 5th grade pills. However, the difficulty of reverse engineering the formula was extremely high. Moreover, unlike alchemy where hundreds of shadow clones could work together, he only had 10 recovery pills. He had to cut open the recovery pills for research, which meant he had at most 10 opportunities to reverse engineer the formula. If he failed all 10 times, he would have to send a shadow clone to Yunlan sect. Uchiha Ban looked towards the depths of the monster beast mountains and walked forward step by step. Since he had not yet acquired the 5th grade pill formula, he would first start gathering alchemical materials and enhancing his strength using only Dou Qi. The monsters inside the monster beast mountains were at least 4th grade beasts comparable to human dueling experts crossing an entire major realm. This was much more interesting than the outer regions of the monster beast mountains. Uchiha Ban began his conquest as he entered the inner part of the monster beast mountains. Why hadn't Uchiha Ban found Xiaoyan? In fact, Xiaoyan was currently lying in a miserable state on the back of a flying monster, severely injured. After Uchiha Ban left, Xiaoyan went to bid farewell to his elder brother and second brother at the Emotai Mercenary Corps. The other 2 mercenary groups in that city harbored ambitions to dominate. Prior to Xiaoyan's arrival, they had been pressuring the Emotai Mercenary Corps and had even taken away his valued maid Qing Lin, who possessed the Baishi San Hua Tong. The former situation was easily resolved as the leaders of the 2 major mercenary groups were merely at the Dou master level. With Yao Lao and Hai Bodong by his side, Xiaoyan easily dealt with them. However, the matter regarding Qing Lin proved to be more troublesome, as those who had taken her transported her from the Tagore Desert in the northwest to the Salt City in the northeast. Naturally, Xiaoyan would not give up easily. Upon learning that Salt City and its mastermind the Mo family were behind this, he directly leveraged Yao Lao's strength and flew from the northwest to the northeast, creating chaos in the Mo family. Xiaoyan successfully rescued Qing Lin and everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, a blue-clad woman at the Dou Huang level also aimed to take Qing Lin away, and this blue-clad woman had an ally, the 8-winged Black Snake King, who was also at the Dou Huang level. Thus Xiaoyan, with the help of Yao Lao, teamed up with the blue-clad woman and the 8-winged Black Snake King to engage in a fierce aerial battle. During the aerial battle, Xiaoyan fused the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, unleashing the ultimate technique Buddha's Wrath Lotus for the first time, severely injuring the 8-winged Black Snake King and the blue-clad woman. However, Xiaoyan's physical constitution was still too weak to withstand the impact generated by the eruption of Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Had it not been for Yao Lao's soul power providing protection, Xiaoyan would have already met with Yama. But because Yao Lao had used most of his soul power to protect Xiaoyan, his soul fell into a deep sleep due to the lack of soul power. With his body severely injured and Yao Lao in slumber, Xiaoyan found himself in the most dire situation since Yao Lao's emergence. Had it not been for Xiaoyan's temptation of using the recovery purple spirit pill to entice Hai Bodong to promise to serve as his bodyguard for a year, any random Dou master could easily deal with Xiaoyan now. Currently, Xiaoyan aimed to recover from his injuries and immediately rushed to the imperial capital where the alchemist conference was to be held. This was because Uchiha Ban had previously mentioned meeting him and Yao Lao at the alchemist conference. And the only person Xiaoyan could trust without reservation now was Ban. Teacher. Ban. On the back of the flying monster, the unconscious Xiaoyan murmured the names of Uchiha Ban and Yao Lao, the two individuals he subconsciously trusted most and who possessed immense power. However, no matter how much Xiaoyan thought about it, Ban still needed to train in the Monster Beast Mountains for another month before he could head to the Alchemist Conference. At this moment, Ban had already entered the depths of the Monster Beast Mountains and encountered a Crimson Flame Tiger, which would be his first opponent inside the Monster Beast Mountains. The Crimson Flame Tiger, a 4th grade fire attribute beast, had speed and strength that were above average among 4th grade beasts and could attack enemies using the power of flames. In terms of power level, the Crimson Flame Tiger was roughly equivalent to a 5th grade Doling. The gap in their realms consisted of 1 major realm plus 5 minor realms. This gap in realms was precisely what Ban desired. Roar! The moment the Crimson Flame Tiger spotted Uchiha Madara, it charged forward at full speed, its massive body barreling like a war chariot. Bang! Seeing this, Uchiha Madara lowered his stance, erupted with Cyan Dou Qi, and a solid cyan flame instantly materialized in his hand. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he collided head-on with the Crimson Flame Tiger. The result of the collision left Uchiha Madara completely unmoved, having caught the Crimson Flame Tiger's brutal charge head-on. Roar! The Crimson Flame Tiger was clearly astonished by Uchiha Madara's immense strength. Letting out a pained roar, it opened its massive maw and lunged to bite him. Uchiha Madara slapped the tiger's head with his palm, executed a spinning leap to evade the attack, and in one fluid motion vaulted onto the tiger's back. Uchiha Madara clutched the tiger's back tightly with one hand while the other erupted with Cyan Dou Qi, forming a fist that he drove fiercely into the tiger's head. Roar! After receiving such a heavy unprotected blow to the head, the Crimson Flame Tiger's roar grew even louder. It thrashed and rolled with all its might, trying to shake Uchiha Madara off. But Madara's grip was tenacious. No matter how the tiger struggled, he remained firmly seated on its back, raining punch after punch upon it. At this point, the Crimson Flame Tiger knew it had to go all out. In an instant, countless red flames erupted from its back. The Crimson Flame Tiger could envelop its entire body with fire attribute Dou Qi, manifesting as crimson flames, which was the origin of its name. Playing with fire. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, and Cyan Dou Qi also spread across his entire body. Strands of green lotus core flames swirled around him. Then let's see whose flames are more formidable. The moment the green lotus core flame erupted, it overwhelmed the Crimson Flame Tiger's red flames. Moreover, the green lotus core flame turned the tables, directly igniting on the tiger's back. How could mere beast fire rival a strange flame? Roar! The Crimson Flame Tiger was instantly racked with agony, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the green lotus core flame. But was the green lotus core flame so easily extinguished? No matter how the Crimson Flame Tiger struggled, it could not stop the flame from burning. As the Crimson Flame Tiger tried to roll, Uchiha Madara leaped off its back. Watching the beast's breathing grow weaker in its struggle, he conjured a long sword of flame in his right hand and ended the Crimson Flame Tiger's suffering with a single strike. This battle was a complete victory for Uchiha Madara. Approaching the now silent Crimson Flame Tiger, he began searching for a magic core while reviewing the fight. His clean victory over a beast of full major realm higher could be attributed to 3 factors. First was the suppression of cultivation technique. His flame devouring technique was now a quasi-earth ranked technique, granting him Dou Qi of exceptional quality. Ordinary 4th tier magic beasts possess Dou Qi quality equivalent to humans practicing Xian rank low grade to mid grade techniques. Moreover, his own Dou Qi had been tempered by the green lotus core flame and Amaterasu's flames, and through countless alchemical refinements his control over it was exceptionally high. Thus, although the Crimson Flame Tiger was a formidable 4th tier beast, Uchiha Madara, currently at the 8-star Great Dosher level, was in no way inferior. Second was attribute suppression. The Crimson Flame Tiger excelled at using fire attribute Dou Qi, and its overall combat style favored direct head-on clashes. However, in the contest of flames, the tiger's fire was clearly no match for the strange flame, effectively neutralizing its strongest aspect. Third was intellect suppression, or rather combat experience suppression. This was clearly demonstrated the moment Uchiha Madara mounted the tiger's back. If Uchiha Madara were the Crimson Flame Tiger, he would not choose to try shaking off the enemy, a tactic far too passive. Instead, he would fall backward, directly slamming the enemy hard onto the ground. Thus the enemy would either have to flee or fully endure the back slam. In that case, the one seizing the initiative would shift from the enemy to him. But the Crimson Flame Tiger, though a 4th tier beast, had yet to fully develop its intelligence and could not conceive such a countermeasure. Once the Crimson Flame Tiger fell into a passive state, it was beaten relentlessly. Even if its Dou Qi intensity matched Uchiha Madara's, it could only meet its doom. After searching for a while, Uchiha Madara retrieved a fire attribute magic core and smiled slightly. As magic beasts reached higher tiers, the probability of possessing a magic core increased. For 4th and 5th tier beasts, the likelihood of obtaining a core was quite high. After retrieving the magic core, Uchiha Madara continued deeper into the Monster Beast Mountain range. Moments later, several wolf-type beasts arrived, devoured the dead Crimson Flame Tiger, and left nothing behind. These were 4th-tier wind attribute magic beasts, the Grey Wolves, unmatched in speed among 4th-tier beasts. Within the inner reaches of the mountain range, few other beasts dared to provoke them. Because Grey Wolves, like most magic beasts, were pack animals, and among them there was a 5th-tier Grey Wolf King. With 6th-tier beasts coiling in their own territories, no lone beast dared to provoke the Grey Wolf pack. There's a human scent. Human flesh is the most delicious. Inform the king we pursue. We must hurry. This human clearly doesn't know the rules of the monster beast mountain range. If we delay, he'll enter the territory of the Ape King. Agreed. After exchanging words, the Grey Wolves made their decision and divided tasks. Some followed Uchiha Madara while others went to summon the Grey Wolf King and the rest of the pack. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was still unaware that a hunt by the Grey Wolf pack was about to be launched against him. After traveling for a while in the Beast Mountain range, Uchiha Madara dispatched several 4th-grade magical beasts. Although the intensity of their fighting spirit was similar, the gap between Madara's battle experience and these 4th-grade magical beasts was truly vast. No matter how they struggled, they could only become the fallen souls under Madara, contributing a bit of magic core to him. Uchiha Madara understood that 4th-grade magical beasts could no longer obstruct his path. He now sought a 5th-grade magical beast to practice against. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a few fighting auras around him converging steadily towards him. Each of these auras was not weak, each possessing the strength of a 4th-grade magical beast. Upon entering the depths of the Beast Mountain range, he did not use the power of chakra, and his perception range was not very wide. However, he could still sense things within a few hundred meters. Uchiha Madara looked around and soon pairs of gleaming eyes appeared. Song Wolf. So that's how it is. Upon seeing the owners of these eyes, Uchiha Madara immediately understood what was happening. Song Wolves are known for their pack behavior in the Beast Mountain range, and their intelligence is not low. They must have followed him after seeing the corpses of the magical beasts he had killed along the way silently surrounding him. Uchiha Madara's eyes searched around as he had heard that there was a Song Wolf King among the pack that had reached the 5th-grade magical beast level, wondering if it was present here. Soon Madara spotted a Song Wolf that was far larger than the others, surrounded by numerous Song Wolves. The fluctuations of fighting spirit it emitted were also far stronger than those of the other Song Wolves. If Uchiha Madara was not mistaken, this should be the Song Wolf King. Madara quickly scanned his surroundings to assess the number of Song Wolves. Quickly Madara arrived at a conclusion. 23 4th-grade Song Wolves plus 1 5th-grade Song Wolf King. This lineup should be able to pressure him, an 8-star Grand Fighter. Uchiha Madara no longer held back. In each of his hands the pitch-black Amaterasu flames and the azure primordial lotus earth heartfire ignited, charging straight at the more than 20 Song Wolves surrounding him as if he alone were encircling them. The moment Uchiha Madara moved, more than 20 Song Wolves unleashed wind blades that sliced through the sky towards him. The 20+ wind blades formed a powerful storm, making it nearly impossible to evade due to their simultaneous assault from all directions. As the wind blades struck Uchiha Madara, numerous blood marks appeared on his body. Rather than being frightened, Uchiha Madara was delighted. The blood invigorated him, igniting his passion for battle. With blood smeared all over him, Uchiha Madara charged directly into the pack of wolves, drawing back his left and right hand, simultaneously unleashing the Amaterasu flames and primordial lotus earth heartfire to swiftly and decisively kill 2 Song Wolves. Afterward, Uchiha Madara picked up the 2 dead wolves as weapons, wreaking havoc among the pack like a meat grinder, sending one Song Wolf flying after another. Ha ha ha. Dance with me. The 4th-grade Song Wolves, with both their physical strength and control over the wind, were no ordinary foes. As the battle progressed, Madara's injuries were evidently increasing. Yet Madara was growing increasingly exhilarated. He felt the genuine pain, and only such pain could make him feel truly alive. Among the wolves, that Song Wolf King displayed a human-like expression. After reaching the 5th grade, its intelligence had essentially awakened. Seeing Uchiha Madara rampaging among the pack, that Song Wolf King seized the opportunity, unleashing a tempest of chaotic air currents that formed a storm filled with high-speed cutting wind blades charging towards Madara. The Song Wolf King had chosen the perfect moment, as Madara was entangled in a brawl with several Song Wolves, unable to extricate himself. The wind blade storm struck Uchiha Madara, sending him and several nearby Song Wolves flying, his body drenched in the blood that flowed from him. The gap between a 5th-grade magical beast fighting king and an 8-star grand fighter like Madara was not something that other aspects such as extraordinary flames techniques or combat experience could wholly bridge. The Song Wolf King slowly approached Uchiha Madara, looking down at him, exuding the unreserved aura of a 5th-grade magical beast. A 5th-grade magical beast, huh? With his current grand fighter fighting spirit level, it would indeed be difficult to contend with a 5th-grade magical beast. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and flicked his storage ring. Instantly, numerous 3rd-grade recovery pills, the Hachi pills, appeared in his hand. In the next moment, nearly 100 Hechi pills were tossed into Uchiha Madara's mouth all at once, and the immense fighting spirit surged through his veins, actively transforming into his own power. Uchiha Madara's aura continued to rise. At the Grand Fighter stage, fighting spirit condenses into a fighting crystal. Under the tempering of the surging fighting spirit within Uchiha Madara's body, his fighting crystal became flawless, its size increased by 2 to 3 times compared to before. 9-star Grand Fighter. He successfully advanced. However, this was not the end. The fighting spirit from the 100+ Hechi pills had only consumed a little more than half. Uchiha Madara aimed to directly break through to fighting spirit. While an ordinary person would never dare to be as bold as Uchiha Madara, swallowing over 100 Hechi pills at once, fearing their meridians might burst from the strain. But Uchiha Madara was different. His meridians were resilient enough to withstand such fighting spirit. Drink. As Uchiha Madara's long hair swayed in the air due to the powerful energy ripples released from his breakthrough to fighting spirit, his whole being's aura climbed steadily. The barrier of fighting spirit was formidable, but under the combined force of this overwhelming power and Madara's immense soul strength, it was breached like a dam bursting. Uchiha Madara smiled, and all his injuries healed during this time due to the cells of Hashirama, leaving him feeling refreshed. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold as he gazed at the Tsun Wolf King dark fighting spirit swirling in his hand, forming a pitch-black scythe of death. Just like the external release of fighting spirit by a fighter, the armor of a grand fighter made of fighting spirit or the wings of a fighting king, the solidification of fighting spirit into a tangible form is the hallmark of a fighting spirit expert. Fighting spirit successfully broken through. Now he needs to settle accounts with this pack of Song Wolves. The sky was clear and the breeze gentle. However, in this valley, blood had already soaked the ground and there was no room for negotiation in the battle between Ban and the Tsinglong tribe. In Ban's hand was the black energy manifested as the Grim Reaper's scythe, its familiar texture igniting a new spark of passion for battle within him. The Grim Reaper's scythe, like the Uchiha fan, was an exclusive artifact inherited by the Uchiha clan for many years, or rather it served as a token of the clan leader. In unknown battles, Ban preferred to use the Uchiha fan, whereas in fights against multiple foes he leaned towards the Grim Reaper's scythe. As for the reason, the Grim Reaper's scythe was more suited for chopping. The sound of blood splattering filled the air as Ban wielded the Grim Reaper's scythe, cleaving the Tsunglong wolves into pieces. With a weapon in hand, Ban was in a completely different state compared to when he was unarmed. Previously, the Tsunglong wolves could trouble Ban with their numerical advantage, but once Ban's fighting spirit reached the level of doling and he wielded the familiar Grim Reaper's scythe, no matter what kind of attacks that Tsunglong wolves launched, Ban could weave a dense net with the Grim Reaper's scythe, blocking all their attacks. Conversely, every strike Ban unleashed with the Grim Reaper's scythe was guaranteed to take down a Tsunglong wolf, the angles so tricky that the wolves were utterly incapable of defending. Roar! The 5th-tier Tsunglong King sensed the dire situation and roared again, unleashing a torrent of wind-type Dou Qi, sending a massive blade storm towards Ban. Poof! Ban snorted coldly. Would he allow the same attack to take advantage of him twice? Absolutely not. With both hands, Ban swung the Grim Reaper's scythe in front of him, creating a large windmill that also unleashed a powerful airflow. Ban faced the Tsunglong King's wind blade storm head-on, using the windmill motion of the Grim Reaper's scythe to block the incoming wind blades. Soon Ban advanced towards the Tsunglong King while braving the wind blade storm. As he got close to the Tsunglong King, Ban swung the Grim Reaper's scythe fiercely, the black Amaterasu flames igniting at the blade's tip, cleaving directly towards the Tsunglong King. Roar! Although the Tsunglong King was not afraid of the Grim Reaper's scythe, its beastly instincts made it instinctively feel a powerful threat from the black flames burning at the tip of Ban's scythe. Thus the Tsunglong King erupted with unprecedented chaotic energy, attempting to blow Ban away. But by then it was too late. The chaotic energy that came into contact with the black flames not only failed to blow Ban away but ignited and spread to the Tsunglong King, who immediately let out a pained cry, struggling to shake off the Amaterasu flames. Yet how could the ever-burning Amaterasu flames be extinguished? The flames continued to burn on the Tsunglong King, its breath growing weaker. Eventually, after the Tsunglong King managed to knock Ban away with a headbutt, sending him flying over 10 meters, it could no longer muster the strength to attack. Ban, who had been knocked away, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his arm, his internal organs rapidly recovering from the violent shock, yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. What of the Tsunglong King? What of the 5th-tier magical beast? Since they crossed paths with him, they could only be led by him with a collar. The initial realm of an 8-star great fighter, ending the battle at the level of a 1-star doling. He had slain 23 4th-tier Tsunglong wolves and 1 5th-tier Tsunglong King. This was all thanks to having the familiar weapon, the Grim Reaper's scythe, and the never-extinguishing attribute of the Amaterasu flames. Of course, it was also related to his decisive breakthrough in the heat of battle and the powerful self-healing ability granted to him by Hashirama. Moments later, under the healing effects of Hashirama's cells, Ban had fully recovered from all injuries, rummaging through the corpses of the Tsunglong wolves for magic cores, ultimately obtaining 13 4th-tier magic cores and 1 5th-tier magic core. After battling the 5th-tier Tsunglong King, Ban felt the immense power of 5th-tier magical beasts. Not to mention the Dou Qi strength. Just the physical strength of a 5th-tier magical beast was already close to his own. His foundational physical quality could rank among the top in the ninja world, but facing 6th-tier magical beasts he would probably struggle to achieve absolute advantage in a pure physical clash. His physical strength was still insufficient and he needed to continue training. This was Ban's conclusion for himself. The explosive power of physical muscles and the power of chakra composed of his own spiritual energy and physical energy were both forms of strength that could be recognized in any world. Since this world had a high limit for physical strength, it would naturally have corresponding training methods. Ban believed that one day he would be able to train his physical strength to surpass even the 9th-tier magical beasts of this world. If he were to train his body, one method would be to harness the power of nature for refinement, such as the cleansing of waterfalls or shattering of stones. Another method would be to find an enemy with comparable or even stronger physical strength and engage in a close combat battle to gain a physical baptism. For Ban's current physical strength, it would be best to face a 6th-tier magical beast that excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Ban recalled that within the Monster Mountain range there was a 6th-tier magical ape known as the Ape King which matched his criteria. It would be great if he could find this Ape King. At that moment a shadow over 10 meters high blocking the sun loomed over Ban. "Hey human! What are you doing in my territory? And what's the deal with these Sun-Long wolves?" Ban turned around and raised an eyebrow. Whatever was said was happening. It seemed that fortune was on his side today. "Regarding your question. These gray wolves, I killed them. As for why I came to your territory initially, I didn't know it was yours, but now that doesn't matter because I've found a reason to beat you into submission and make you this big guy my sparring partner." Uchiha Madara released his right hand in the air and the death scythe dissolved into battle chi dissipating. He crossed his arms and looked at Yuan Huang saying, "Ha ha ha ha. You humans are truly amusing. Why would I be your sparring partner? And you, a mere human who has just entered the Douling realm, how dare you fight me who is 2 major realms above you?" Yuan Huang pounded his chest laughing loudly, then glared at Uchiha Madara with murderous intent. "Human, I think you've come to die." Uchiha Madara's expression remained calm as he pondered carefully. If he only used battle chi with his current Douling realm, it would indeed be difficult to deal with this Yuan Huang. Under these circumstances, if he truly wanted to defeat Yuan Huang, there was only one method he could attempt. That was to merge the 2 flames in his hands, the Amaterasu flame and the Qinglian Earthheart fire. Both flames were extremely fierce and powerful, making fusion extremely difficult, but once merged the resulting power would be astonishing. Defeating this Yuan Huang was not impossible. Act on the thought. Without a moment's hesitation, upon conceiving this slightly reckless idea, Uchiha Madara immediately placed his hands flat in front of him. After a brief silence, pitch-black flames surged from Madara's left hand. The scorching heat warped and blurred the space around it. A hint of surprise flickered in Yuan Huang's huge eyes, but he felt no tension. From the energy fluctuations, this was likely a type of strange fire. As a 6th-rank magical beast, he had that much insight. But what did a strange fire matter? How could a mere human Douling unleash the full power of a strange fire? Therefore, although Yuan Huang was somewhat wary, he was not overly nervous. Instead, he watched with amusement to see what Madara was up to. The gap of 2 major realms could not be bridged even by a strange fire. However, the amused look in Yuan Huang's eyes lasted only a moment before his huge pupils sharply contracted and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Because Uchiha Madara's right hand blazed with a clump of green flame, its aura equally terrifying. This is also a strange fire. Damn it, how can you have 2 strange fires inside you? After a moment of shock, Yuan Huang cried out in disbelief. In all his life as a beast, he had never heard of anyone possessing 2 different strange fires. Understand that strange fires are inherently domineering and destructive. 2 strange fires together are like 2 extremely unstable bombs, they simply cannot coexist. Human, don't do anything reckless. If those 2 strange fires collide, even if you manage to injure your lord Yuan Huang, you, a mere Douling, will surely die without a burial place. Yuan Huang said uneasily. He didn't know what Uchiha Madara intended by summoning 2 strange fires, but he didn't believe Madara could control them both. And if Madara lost control, not only Madara would suffer but he himself as well. But Uchiha Madara smiled and brought the 2 different colored flames toward each other. His full attention was on the flames in his hands, pressing them together with force. If he used the Kagetsuchi ability to control flames, merging Amaterasu flame and Qinglian Earthheart fire or even more types of strange fires would be no problem. But he had decided not to use chakra power, so at this moment Uchiha Madara was entirely relying on his own flame control ability to merge the strange fires. Blood continuously flowed from between Uchiha Madara's palms. Merging the strange fires was clearly no simple task. However, Uchiha Madara's tens of thousands of experiences in alchemy and flame control now came into play. Although the green and black flames resisted fiercely, they began to compress continuously. Laughing loudly, Uchiha Madara continued to merge the 2 strange fires. Uchiha Madara was not one to be bound by convention. He was the first eternal Mangekyo Sharingan wielder after the 6 Paths Sage, the first to capture a tailed beast, the first to obtain the Rinnegan. He was always the one to break free from constraints, shatter limits and innovate. In the shinobi world he had forged his own unique path. In this Dou Qi Continent he could do the same. Uchiha Madara's eyes remained fixed on the flames in his hands. His 10 fingers rapidly tapped within the flame cluster threads of battle chi channeled from the Finju infusing it. The two colored flames writhed slightly and eventually formed a green-black flower no larger than a palm to the astonishment of Yuan Huang. A flower. Uchiha Madara had already thought of a name. This technique would be called Indra's flower. He was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, he knew that. But he was forever himself, not some Indra. Faced the past, forge a new future. This technique shall be called Indra's flower. Uchiha Madara hurled the green-black flower in his hand toward the stunned Yuan Huang in the distance. Indra's flower silently sliced through the void, yet its seemingly weightless motion made all the hair on Yuan Huang's body stand on end. When Indra's flower entered within 20 meters of Yuan Huang, the calm flower suddenly erupted. It contracted and then expanded, and then a deafening explosion resounded in the void. Devastating energy radiated outward, generating ripples of force. Wherever it passed, mountain peaks erupted violently. Many nearby magical beasts were caught in the explosion. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. All 6th-rank magical beasts within hundreds of miles of the magical beast mountain range looked over in shock and disbelief. In the azure sky, waves of fire surged violently, rippling outward from the epicenter of the explosion, devastating all living beings within several miles. The dark blue flames spread across the sky for quite some time before gradually dissipating, leaving both Uchiha Madara and the Ape King in a state of utter disarray. The massive Ape King, due to his size and proximity to the explosion, undoubtedly suffered the most from the blast. Amidst the devastating flames sweeping in, large patches of charred fur appeared on the Ape King's body, while crimson blood continuously seeped from his wounds, falling like rain. In the Ape King's enormous eyes, the previous look of curiosity had vanished completely, replaced by sheer horror and a wretched demeanor far from his earlier arrogance. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's black and red battle armor brought from the ninja world was already heavily damaged, its surface cracked in many places. Uchiha Madara was also covered in wounds. He hastily stored the damaged black and red armor into his spatial ring and transformed his fighting spirit into a lighter black armor. Despite Uchiha Madara's powerful self-healing ability from the Hashirama cells, it still took him nearly 20 seconds to recover from his injuries. After cursing a few times in anger, the Ape King turned and attempted to flee without looking back. Battling a madman is entirely different from other fights. Want to run? Do you wish to experience the Indra's flower once more? Uchiha Madara said coldly, halting the Ape King in his tracks. Upon hearing this, the Ape King's previously swift fleeing figure suddenly froze as if under a paralysis technique, turning his head to look at Uchiha Madara with a bitter smile. I have to admit defeat, human. What do you really want? Fight me physically to strengthen my body, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. How can a human body compare to our beastly forms? Since you insist on trying, then try it out, said the Ape King, confident that this human would soon realize the gap in their strengths. Right there, Uchiha Madara and the Ape King began to engage in intense physical combat. A month later, in an open valley, two figures vastly different in size engaged in fierce physical combat. Logically, such a disparity in size should result in a significant difference in strength. However, when the two disproportionately sized fists collided, the smaller fist did not falter. Instead, it created a massive shockwave alongside the larger fist. The shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, with chaotic air currents being disturbed, leading to a standoff between the two forces. But in the next moment, the smaller figure displayed remarkable agility and exceptional speed, unleashing a flurry of punches that pushed the larger figure back several steps. This is absurd, the larger figure cursed as he was pushed back. The two combatants in question were undoubtedly the Ape King and Uchiha Madara. At that moment, the Ape King felt a sense of despair. A month ago, he had merely intended to test Uchiha Madara, believing he would soon retreat in defeat. However, reality turned out to be completely different from the Ape King's expectations. In their first battle a month ago, Uchiha Madara was only slightly inferior in strength but superior in speed and agility. Thus, from the very beginning of their first encounter, in terms of pure physical strength without using fighting spirit, Uchiha Madara was not at all inferior to the Ape King. Over the course of the month, the Ape King observed that Uchiha Madara's physique seemed to improve almost daily, evolving into a form that completely overpowered him. This was utterly ridiculous. Uchiha Madara swung his fists, landing blow after blow on the Ape King's body, and over this month his physical strength had seen tremendous growth. The reason for such significant improvement was simple: his innate physical advantages. After transplanting Hashirama's cells and absorbing the 10 tails of his training during the Warring States period yielded a return of 1, now it yielded 10. His cellular regeneration speed and muscle recovery rate were exceptionally fast, allowing him to experience rapid feedback from his daily training. Originally, his basic physical attributes could barely contend with a 6th-tier magical beast of the Dou Huan level. Now his basic physical attributes could completely match a 7th-tier magical beast of the Dou Zone level. This marked an improvement in Uchiha Madara's fundamental physical attributes. Besides this, he also made progress in two other areas: the realm of fighting spirit and alchemy. In terms of fighting spirit, Uchiha Madara had now reached the level of a 9-star Douling, a stark contrast to the 1-star Douling he was a month ago, now nearing the Dou Wang realm. From the time he first arrived in the magical Beast Mountains starting at the Dou Zhe level, Uchiha Madara had risen by 2 major realms. In terms of alchemy, halfway through the month and after consuming 9 recovery pills, Uchiha Madara successfully deduced the formula for this 5th tier pill. For the remaining half-month, Uchiha Madara continued to refine the recovery pill, asserting that no one was stronger than him in this 5th tier alchemical process. These 3 areas of improvement represented Uchiha Madara's progress during his time in the magical Beast Mountains. After a final clash with the Ape King, he left behind numerous magical beast corpses and departed from the mountains. Considering the time, it was also time for him to attend the Alchemist Conference in the imperial capital. Although his age did not qualify, he wanted to see the level of these alchemists who had years of experience. 3 days later, Uchiha Madara looked ahead and a magnificent city shrouded in mist appeared before him. This was the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, the Gamma Holy City. Behind the imperial capital, a grand mountain range sprawled like a giant dragon, faintly radiating overwhelming spiritual energy. There lay the formidable presence of the Gamma Empire, the Yunlan sect. As he gazed at the Gamma Holy City, Uchiha Madara felt a unique sensation. It was his first time witnessing such a grand city. Although he would never belittle himself any city in his hometown, the ninja world paled in comparison to the Gamma Holy City, leaving Uchiha Madara with an uncomfortable feeling. One day when he returned to the ninja world, he would surely strive to build it as prosperous. Dressed in a sharp black robe, Uchiha Madara stepped into the Gamma Holy City, the back of his robe emblazoned with the red and white fan emblem of the Uchiha clan. Madara's black and red battle armor had been damaged beyond repair, so he had procured a new outfit. Wearing this new attire, he appeared significantly younger. With the visage of a young man, he could easily be mistaken for someone in their 20s, 30s, or even 40s. However, his age was greatly influenced by his choice of clothing. Upon entering the Gamma Holy City, Uchiha Madara headed straight for the auction house, a good habit cultivated as a 5th-tier alchemist and world explorer. As an alchemist, he delighted in collecting various rare medicinal herbs, cauldrons, and recipes. As a world explorer, Uchiha Madara was eager to learn all combat techniques and knowledge that could benefit him. Uchiha Madara walked swiftly, soon spotting a massive building at the end of the street marked by a distinct emblem. He was no longer the clueless outsider who had just arrived in the Dou Qi Continent. He had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. If he was not mistaken, the special emblem on the building before him belonged to the Middle Family, one of the 3 great families of the Gamma Empire. The Middle Family was the most prominent in commerce within the Gamma Empire, operating auction houses and trading firms across the land. Their patriarch Middle Tingshan was one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Gamma Empire, his strength surpassing that of most Dou Wang. However, for Madara, Dou Wang no longer held any interest. His own Dou Qi realm had reached 9-star Dou Ling, and his ability to fight above his level was formidable. Even relying solely on his Dou Qi strength, he could effortlessly defeat a Dou Wang. Madara moved through the crowded streets like a fish in water, suddenly stopping in his tracks. He firmly seized the wrist of a person beside him, staring blankly at them, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan spinning as the ripple of illusionary arts instantly emerged. "You wish to steal my spatial ring, do you?" Upon seeing Uchiha Madara's three-tomo Sharingan, the thief was immediately ensnared by Madara's illusion. As if their very soul had been shattered in fear, they fled into the distance. Uchiha Madara let out a light chuckle and continued toward the auction house. His recent illusion was far beyond what that petty thief could withstand. Those who dared to lay hands on Uchiha Madara, regardless of the reason, would have to pay the corresponding price. For this day's thief, the best outcome would be a complete mental breakdown. As Uchiha Madara entered the auction house, a soft glow poured down and the clamorous noises from outside seemed to be isolated, as if a mere few meters separated 2 different worlds. Uchiha Madara scanned the auction house. Within the hall, expressionless and fully armed guards were everywhere, each wearing the emblem of the Middle Family on their chests, clearly indicating they were the direct guardians of the Middle Family. As soon as Madara entered the hall, he distinctly felt over 20 sharp gazes sweeping over him. Uchiha Madara did not hold back. He glared back at them, simultaneously casting a collective illusion to intimidate the onlookers. The onlookers instantly understood Madara's power, each of them forcing a smile from a distance. Uchiha Madara paid them no mind and slowly walked to the center of the hall. In the center of the hall stood numerous crystal display cases showcasing a variety of rare items. However, the price tags beneath these items were all above 30,000 gold coins, which many could not afford. But Uchiha Madara was now a wealthy man. On him were over 1,000 4th-tier chi gathering pills and over 1,000 5th-tier recovery pills. To put it bluntly, he could easily buy everything in the center of the hall. At that moment, perhaps due to the surreptitious signals from those intimidated by Uchiha Madara, when he first entered, a stunning figure in a red robe approached him, the sound of her red boots echoing on the floor, her smiling face radiating allure quite enticing. "Sir, may I ask your name? Is this your first visit to our middle auction house? How about I show you around, Lady Yafei?" This red-clad woman was none other than Yafei from the original work. Uchiha Madara glanced at Yafei with pride, giving a slight nod. After a brief look at the Middle Family's hidden figures, lead the way. Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. No matter how beautiful Yafei was, she could not astonish Uchiha Madara, who had seen it all. However, at that moment Madara indeed needed a guide. "Mr. Ban is it? Let me introduce you to the situation at our Mytel auction house right now. Yafei said, her enchanting peach blossom-like eyes meeting those of Uchiha Ban. Having seen many eyes filled with desire and possessiveness, Yafei found herself quite fond of Ban's calm gaze, and she stood beside him to make the introduction. This is merely the outer sales desk, and the items sold here are not particularly precious. At the headquarters of the Mytel family, the auction house is strictly categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, similar to the ranks of combat techniques. The Heaven level is the highest, but it rarely opens once every 1 or 2 years. When it does, nearly half of the powerful figures and leaders of forces in the Gamma Empire swarm in. In comparison, the Earth level auction house also opens infrequently, perhaps once every month or 2. The Profound level is more common, opening every 2 to 3 days, while the Yellow level auction house is open all day long. Interesting. Uchiha Ban nodded. However, entry to the Yellow level auction house requires at least 200,000 gold coins, while the Profound level requires 1 million gold coins and the Earth level requires 5 million gold coins. Mr. Ban might want to take note of this. Yafei reminded with a gentle smile. I understand. Uchiha Ban replied calmly, noting that even 5 million gold coins was a mere trifle for him at this point. Yafei, with her keen ability to read expressions, noticed Uchiha Ban's demeanor and marked him as someone extraordinary while maintaining her smile. I wonder what Mr. Ban needs during his visit. Perhaps I can assist you. High-grade medicinal materials, high-grade cauldrons, and 5th-tier prescriptions, the more the better. Price is not an issue, Ban stated. Mr. Ban is a 5th-tier alchemist. Upon hearing his words, Yafei couldn't help but ask. Ban nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement. Yafei's mouth dropped open in surprise. A 5th-tier alchemist. To put it into perspective, the president of the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild is only at this level, and this Uchiha Ban before her appeared to be around 30 years old. Quite young, it seemed impossible. Mr. Ban, please follow me. 5th-tier alchemists are esteemed guests here, and we have a special place to receive you, Yafei said as she turned and walked towards a staircase in the hall. Though Ban did not present any credentials as a 5th-tier alchemist, Yafei herself found it hard to believe, yet she chose to trust Uchiha Ban. If Uchiha Ban was deceiving her, it was of little consequence and the cost she incurred was minimal. But if he was truthful, then she would gain immensely. Uchiha Ban nodded, preferring silence, and followed her towards the staircase. Upon reaching the staircase, the guards exchanged glances at Uchiha Ban, wanting to step forward to stop and question him. I will take responsibility if anything arises, but before the guard could speak, Yafei said lightly, causing the guard to smile bitterly and step back. However, just as the two were about to ascend the staircase, a series of hurried, heavy footsteps echoed from above and several figures slowly appeared around the corner. The leading man, of a similar age to Yafei but with a slightly pale complexion, clearly a result of excessive indulgence, had a physique that was not particularly robust, yet his aura suggested he was a Dou master. Becoming a Dou master at such a young age was commendable in a family like the Mytel, which primarily focused on business. The pale-faced youth gazed at Yafei with a hint of lust and desire, then turned his attention to Uchiha Ban beside her. Yafei, I didn't expect you to have a taste for such people. What good taste. But I wonder if he can satisfy you. The youth couldn't help but sneer. So weak and still bouncing around in front of them. As soon as the words left the youth's mouth, Uchiha Ban moved like a flash of lightning and swiftly reached his side, his fist clenched, carrying a fierce gust of wind as it struck the youth. Before the youth could react, a series of cracking bone sounds echoed and he was sent flying by the punch, crashing hard against the wall, blood spraying from his mouth in a continuous stream as he knelt curling in pain before losing consciousness. Uchiha Ban nodded. The world was much quieter now. In the blink of an eye, no one realized what had happened, neither Yafei, the guards at the entrance, nor the others beside the youth. By the time they came to their senses, they could only see the youth's tragic state. Looking back at Uchiha Ban, they understood that this was beyond their capability to resolve. Ban's strength far exceeded their imagination. Though Yafei felt relieved seeing the youth in such a dire state, made her ask on his behalf, Mr. Ban, what will happen to him? Within a minute he will surely die, Uchiha Ban coldly replied. Mr. Ban. Yafei couldn't help but smile wryly. The situation had escalated, and this youth held some status in the family, whose father was an elder of the Mytel family. For someone so weak and unaware of their own limits, death is simply death. Just like your earlier assurance. I will also take responsibility for anything that happens. Please continue leading the way, Uchiha Ban said, striding confidently up the staircase, while Yafei could only force a smile and follow. The guards of the Mytel family rushed over and upon seeing the youth's condition began contacting the Dou Ling experts hidden within the auction house, the same 20 or so individuals Uchiha Ban had observed upon entering. The 20+ Dou Ling experts also displayed wry smiles. The brief skirmish with Uchiha Ban had taught them a lesson, indicating that his strength was at least that of a Dou Wang. This matter is beyond our ability to resolve. Please summon the clan leader. In the Miter family, the clan leader Miter Tingshan was catching up with someone. This person was dressed in a blue robe with flowing white hair exuding an extraordinary aura. This person was naturally Hai Buodong, who had once been one of the most important figures of the Miter family. Tingshan, you have managed the Miter family well over the years. Continue to do so. Hai Buodong picked up his teacup and said calmly. Elder Hai flatters me. With your return the Miter family finally has true confidence. Miter Tingshan said with a smile, clearly delighted by Hai Buodong's return. That Jia Xingtian fellow is keeping an eye on me. He won't allow a powerful family to emerge with a Dou Huang powerhouse at its helm. Hai Buodong said calmly. The imperial family of the Jiama Empire itself grew from a behemoth family once like the Miter family, so they are very sensitive to this point. Let's not talk about that. A few days ago at the Miter auction house the child named Yafei performed quite well. You know what to do. Hai Buodong took a sip of the tea in his hand and said. In fact, Hai Buodong and Xiaoyan had only arrived in the capital of the Jiama Empire a few days ago. The reason was simple: after using the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, Xiaoyan's injuries were so severe that he had to rest for many days. Moreover, Yao Lao's soul within Xiaoyan had fallen asleep, so he could not fly on his own and had to use the flying battle skill Purple Cloud Wings. To avoid revealing the truth to Hai Buodong, the two finally rode a flying beast for several days and nights to reach the capital of the Jiama Empire. Upon arriving at the capital, Xiaoyan encountered a situation almost identical to what Uchiha Ban faced today, and it was this incident that caught Hai Buodong's attention toward Yafei. That child Yafei is indeed full of spirit. Elder Hai, rest assured I know what to do. Miter Tingshan nodded, clearly knowing Yafei as well. At this moment a figure suddenly appeared before the two. It was an intelligence agent of the Miter family. Report to the clan leader: a strongman suspected to be a Dou Wang is causing trouble at the Miter auction house. Elder Leia's grandson has been severely beaten by him and is almost dead. We cannot handle this. Where did this rogue Dou Wang come from? How dare he cause trouble at the Miter auction house? Miter Tingshan frowned. Hey, Elder Leia's grandson, the one who gave us trouble yesterday, he really deserves a beating. But since a Dou Wang is causing trouble, he'll go make an appearance. Hai Buodong cracked his knuckles, speaking dismissively. Even though after taking the Podan he had only the strength of a 2-star Dou Wang, not yet restored to his peak 5-star Dou Wang, dealing with a mere Dou Wang was still as easy as turning his hand. Do we know the details of the troublemaker? A Dou Wang powerhouse should not be unknown. Hai Buodong stood up ready to set off after asking. The specific intelligence is not clear yet. Only someone heard that he seems to be called Uchiha Ban. The intelligence agent asked uncertainly. Damn. How did we provoke this lord? Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's expression changed drastically. He burst out with Dou Qi forming icy wings on his back and rushed out. Use the family's communication tool to tell the little brats in the auction house do not make a move. He'll be there immediately. Miter Tingshan's expression also grew serious. Hai Buodong's words suggested he knew this Uchiha Ban, and judging by his urgency it was likely someone the Miter family could not afford to offend. Miter Tingshan immediately formed Dou Qi wings on his back and burst forth to follow Hai Buodong. Elder Hai, what exactly is the background of this Uchiha Ban? Suspected to be a Dozone. Hai Buodong paused and said seriously. Instantly Miter Tingshan's hair stood on end. A Dozone powerhouse. Must hurry to the family auction house. Must not anger this Uchiha Ban. At the Miter auction house. Mr. Ban, these are all the high-grade herbs and prescriptions currently in the entire auction house. If you wish to continue collecting, our Miter auction house can keep gathering them for you. The price of these herbs and prescriptions alone in the auction house is already 20 million gold coins. I wonder if Mr. Ban still wishes to proceed. Yafei looked at Uchiha Ban and said solemnly. The quantity Uchiha Ban demanded was simply too great. In one go he had almost emptied the entire Miter auction house of high-grade herbs and prescriptions. Uchiha Ban, upon hearing this, lightly flicked his ring, then produced 20 bottles of pills. Of course, here are 20 bottles of 5th-grade recovery pills with 5 pills per bottle, making a total of 100 recovery pills. Consider this as payment for this and future collection of herbs and prescriptions. If it's not enough later, he'll add more. Seeing this, Yafei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. A full 100 5th-grade recovery pills. She had heard of the recovery pill. It was a type of healing pill. As a healing pill, the recovery pill was always highly sought after, often costing 500,000 gold coins per pill. Yet the Uchiha Ban before her had produced 100 pills at once. Now she somewhat believed that Uchiha Ban was a 5th-grade alchemist. Uchiha Ban looked at Yafei, his expression quite calm. The existence of the shadow clone technique allowed Uchiha Ban to match hundreds of 5th-grade alchemists. As for the entire Jiama Empire, it was uncertain whether there were even 100 4th-grade alchemists. It was only because Uchiha Ban could not gather enough materials that he didn't. Otherwise, by selling recovery pills alone he could have directly caused inflation in the Jiama Empire. Yafei immediately called a maid and handed her the list of herbs. Go and pack these herbs properly, then bring them here. As fast as possible. Yes. The maid replied respectfully and hurried out. Mr. Ban, please wait a moment. The herbs will be brought over shortly. Yafei said respectfully, watching the departing maid. Ban nodded, leaned back in his chair and waited quietly. After a moment the maid returned in a panic, but her hands were empty. Where are the herbs? Yafei frowned and asked sternly. Miss Yafei, the herbs. The herbs were forcibly intercepted by Elder Leo. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ban's eyebrows instantly raised. This old fellow, many of those medicinal herbs have been stored in the warehouse for months, yet I've never heard of anyone reserving them. Upon hearing this, Yafei's delicate face darkened. Suddenly her jade-like hand slammed heavily on the table as she angrily asked, what's going on? Uchiha Madara inquired. Taking a slow breath, her chest slightly rising and falling, Yafei bitterly smiled and said that old fellow Leo is the grandfather of the man you killed earlier, and he is also an elder of the Mytel family holding considerable power and is a battle king. So you hit the younger one and now the old one has come, huh? Truly ungrateful. Uchiha Madara chuckled coldly, rising to his feet ready to resolve this issue. Mr. Madara, please don't be anxious. I will report this to the clan leader and he will handle it. Yafei urged, worried that the conflict would escalate and she as a mediator would face difficulties. At this moment a cold-aged snort came from outside the door. It was indeed Leo from the Mytel family. Hee, what does it matter if you're anxious? You killed my grandson. Even if you are a battle king, don't think you can leave the Mytel auction house today. How dare a mere battle spirit of the Night Star act wild before me? Leo's voice was filled with fury and authority, attempting to intimidate Uchiha Madara with sheer presence. Those hidden within the Mytel auction house were merely battle spirits, so it was normal for them not to perceive Uchiha Madara's true strength. However, as a battle king, Leo easily discerned that Uchiha Madara's battle aura was merely that of a Night Star battle spirit. The gap between a battle king and a battle spirit was enormous. Today Uchiha Madara's life was certainly forfeit. With that thought, Leo's expression turned grim. Red battle aura erupted around him as he hurled a punch toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara halted his steps. He came right to my doorstep. Excellent. In the sky, Haibo Dong and Mytel Tangshan hurriedly made their way. At this moment they were about 10 seconds away from the Mytel auction house, which was now in sight. However, an overwhelming battle aura erupted, abruptly shooting toward the heavens. This is bad. A fight might have already started. Realizing this, Haibo Dong and Mytel Tangshan exchanged glances, sensing the impending crisis in each other's eyes, and hurried toward the Mytel auction house with increased speed. Meanwhile, at the Mytel auction house, Yafei and the people brought by Leo stared wide-eyed, falling into a dazed state. Before them, Uchiha Madara's right hand was thrust into Leo's heart, blood gushing uncontrollably, soaking the ground beneath them. The previously arrogant Leo now had his eyes wide open, his pupils unfocused, breathless. Having unleashed all his power as a battle king, Leo could barely withstand a single strike from Uchiha Madara before meeting his demise. At this moment, Haibo Dong and Mytel Tangshan arrived at the scene, witnessing this sight. The people beside Leo rushed to Mytel Tangshan, crying out, "Clan leader, you must seek justice for Elder Leo." Upon hearing this, Mytel Tangshan felt a weighty pressure descend upon him, causing a chill to run through his body. At this point, Uchiha Madara expressionlessly withdrew his hand, the azure battle aura accurately igniting, incinerating the blood splattered on him into nothingness as his gaze turned to Mytel Tangshan and Haibo Dong. Aside from a hint of surprise when looking at Haibo Dong, he remained indifferent throughout. "So do you wish to take revenge for him? Please come." The atmosphere in the air became exceedingly tense as a murderous intent surged toward Mytel Tangshan and Haibo Dong. "Mr. Madara, you misunderstand. I have understood the entire situation. You are completely in the right." Haibo Dong was the first to step forward, aware that if he provoked Madara further, the Mytel family would face annihilation today. "What justice? This is entirely Leo's own doing." Mytel Tangshan also awoke from Uchiha Madara's murderous aura, reprimanding those beside him, cold sweat running down his back. "That old man looked stubborn that day, but I didn't expect him to be so sensible today. I have everything regarding high-grade medicinal herbs and 5th-grade prescriptions. I've already paid her. This is no small amount." Haibo Dong was somewhat surprised, then quickly regained his composure, turning to Mytel Tangshan beside him. "Tangshan, hurry and prepare high-grade medicinal herbs and 5th-grade prescriptions for Mr. Madara." "Mr. Madara, please wait a moment, I will return shortly." Mytel Tangshan, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire and the clan leader of the Mytel family, personally went to the warehouse to fetch the items Madara had purchased. With Mytel Tangshan personally taking action, the efficiency was naturally unquestionable. Within a minute he returned. "Mr. Madara, we have taken out all the available medicinal herbs. However, one of the prescriptions from the 5th-grade prescriptions, the Dragon Force pill, has already been scheduled for auction at our upcoming Earth-grade auction. But if Mr. Madara requires it, we can make an exception for you. No need, just take me to your auction house." Upon receiving the spatial ring, Madara stated directly. "Such auction formats are rare in the ninja world. Money is merely a number here. He wanted to see who would dare to maliciously raise the price. Box number 1. Maitel Tangshan immediately instructed. Box number 1 is the most precious box in the Maitel auction house, accessible only to the most esteemed guests of the Maitel family. Uchiha Obito led the way into the first VIP room of the Mitre auction house. He glanced around the spacious room filled with exquisite plush seating and directly took a seat, while Haibadong, Mitre Tangshan and Yafei sat with great restraint, not daring to sit down. Sit. Uchiha Obito looked at the three of them and spoke, prompting them to find places to sit. I've heard that your Earth-tier auction house only opens once every month or two. Besides the 5th grade medicine formula Dragon Power Pill, what other precious items will you auction today? Yafei immediately took out a small booklet from her bosom and handed it to Uchiha Obito. Mr. Obito, this is the list of items to be auctioned at today's Earth-tier auction house. Mitre Tangshan and Haibadong exchanged glances with Yafei, carrying work-related scrolls with them which showed their seriousness. Uchiha Obito nodded, taking the booklet to read. He had refined many types of peak 3rd grade and 4th grade pills and found nothing noteworthy. There were many advanced martial arts techniques of the Xian rank which he also did not need. However, there were several advanced martial arts that piqued his interest, as some techniques were quite appealing. There were a total of 3 low-level Earth-tier techniques and low-level martial arts that he was interested in pursuing. The Dragon Power Pill formula was something he absolutely needed. In addition, there were many herbs he had basically collected and some inner armors and weapons that were of no use to him. Suddenly Uchiha Obito's eye caught the final auction item, the Space Stone. The Space Stone is a high-tier material said to contain the laws of space and can help one comprehend the power of space. The moment he saw the Space Stone, Uchiha Obito made up his mind to bid for it. The last time he encountered the principal of the Jianan Academy, he had suffered because of the power of space. It can be said that in this Dou Zone realm one begins to master the power of space. Dou Zun can skillfully use the power of space, and Dou Shan can create small worlds. The power of space is one of his few visible weaknesses. After making his decision, Uchiha Obito began to rest his eyes, while the three around him, Haibadong included, tactfully refrained from disturbing him, their thoughts unknown. Before long, a clear and melodious bell sound rang out in the venue and a smiling auctioneer stood at the sparkling crystal podium in the center. The auctioneer first glanced at the most conspicuous first VIP room, knowing that the patriarch of the Mitre family, Mitre Tangshan, was inside. The patriarch's personal attendance at the auction undoubtedly posed a significant psychological test for the staff below. However, this auctioneer quickly cast aside such thoughts and entered work mode. I believe everyone has been waiting impatiently. In that case, let us directly enter today's auction theme. Here is our first auction item, the Xian rank intermediate martial arts technique Black Wind Decision. The auctioneer was experienced and knew that the big shots present had limited time. He was well aware of what these people wanted to see and what they did not, so he skipped the preliminary fluff. His approach garnered applause from the audience. Even in the VIP room, Uchiha Obito nodded slightly, appreciating his straightforward manner. The auction continued, but Uchiha Obito remained silent. There were no items in the early stages of the auction that caught his interest. Among today's auction items, there is a space stone that aids in comprehending the power of space. The Dou Huang powerhouses from the Jiama Empire must all want to obtain this space stone, right? Tell me which notable forces from the Jiama Empire are present today. Suddenly Uchiha Obito spoke up, startling the three. Mitre Tangshan and Haibadong exchanged glances. They had just rushed over from their family and were unaware of this. Fortunately, Yafei stood up at this moment and began to introduce naturally. The notable forces from the Jiama Empire that could attend today mainly include 6 factions. The number 3 Earth Room is the president of the Alchemist Guild, 5th grade alchemist Fama. The number 2 Earth Room is Nalan Jie from the Nalan family, one of the 3 great families and one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Jiama Empire. The number 1 Earth Room is the representative of the Mu family among the 3 great families. The number 3 Heaven Room is Elder Yunling from the Yunlan sect. The number 2 Heaven Room is Jia Lao Jiaxingtian from the Jiama royal family, a 9-star Dou Huang and a strong competitor for the Space Stone. Lastly, the number 1 Heaven Room, which is ours, is the last faction among these 6. Yafei explained clearly. Uchiha Obito nodded, recognizing the Nalan Mu and Mitre families along with the Alchemist Guild Yunlan sect and the royal family of Jiama. It seems that the appearance of this Space Stone today has indeed attracted all the notable forces of the Jiama Empire. Is it a competition of wealth? Then let's see who is richer. Soon it came to the first item that piqued Uchiha Obito's interest. Wood attribute low-level earth technique Greenwood Decision. When mastered to perfection, one can easily control trees. The starting bid is 1 million gold coins, said the auctioneer. Dou Qi techniques are the fundamental guarantee of a family. Low-level earth techniques, regardless of which family they are given to, will surely produce a family comparable to the 3 great families in 50 years. In the entire Jiama Empire, only the Yunlan sect possesses inherited earth-tier techniques. Uchiha Obito's reason for wanting this Dou Qi technique is quite simple. This Dou Qi technique is of the wood attribute suitable for his old friend Senju Hashirama. Although Senju Hashirama has already passed away, Obito still subconsciously wants to keep anything useful for him. There are many methods to resurrect the dead in the shinobi world. When he returns, perhaps he can treat Hashirama to this as a local specialty. The Qingmu-ju as an earth-tier technique drew considerable attention, but the starting bid of 1 million ultimately deterred many, leading to an awkward silence. The auctioneer smiled, knowing this was only temporary. Given the allure of an earth-tier technique, some would be willing to bankrupt themselves to acquire it. 1 million gold coins. As expected, the silence didn't last long. A slightly balding middle-aged man was the first to tremblingly call out a price. But then voices surged like waves. 1,200,000. 1,500,000. 2 million. 3 million. 5 million. Soon the Qingmu-ju had reached a high price of 5 million, but for an average earth-tier technique the transaction price was often around 10 million gold coins. At this moment Uchiha Madara also spoke for the first time. 8 million. The calm voice and the massive leap of 3 million in one go caused a momentary silence across the entire auction house. Countless gazes followed the sound. When they realized it came from the heavenly number 1 box, expressions of understanding appeared. The heavenly number 1 box was the most prestigious position in the entire auction house, so a one-time increase of 3 million was no longer surprising. That was the thought of ordinary people not in boxes, but the few notable boxes thought differently. The heavenly number 2 box. Strange, what does the Miter family want with this? Would attribute earth-tier low-grade technique. If they wanted it, they wouldn't have put the Qingmu-ju up for auction in the first place. Jia Xingtian and 9-star Dou Huan thought with some confusion. Yet despite his doubts he did not intervene. Everyone frequently dealt with the Miter auction house. Since the Miter family wanted it, no one would obstruct them except for items of extraordinary allure. For the Qingmu-ju, the only ones who might truly be interested were probably the Mu family. Compared to this, Jia Xingtian was now more curious about who was speaking in the heavenly number 1 box. The earth number 1 box. The representative of the Mu family had a slightly pale face. The Qingmu-ju was a Dou Qi technique that the Mu family was determined to acquire this time. Originally he thought that even if there was competition it wouldn't be too fierce. But now the Miter family had suddenly appeared. As everyone knew, the Miter family's wealth was the most abundant in the Jiama Empire bar none. If the Miter family was determined to compete, the Mu family had no chance. 9 million gold coins. If you grant the Mu family a favor, we will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Even so, the Mu family representative still voiced his bid, retaining his final stubbornness. 10 million. Uchiha Madara's tone remained completely unshaken by the Mu family representative's words as he calmly reported the price. What was the trifling favor of the Mu family compared to his friendship with Senju Hashirama? The Mu family representative's face turned livid, and in the end he did not participate further in the auction. He was unfamiliar with this voice. After the auction ended today he would find out who this bidder really was. Unsurprisingly, the Qingmu-ju fell into Uchiha Madara's hands. After probing its contents with his spiritual power he nodded. He also mastered wood release and could see that this technique was indeed excellent. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly and placed the Qingmu-ju into his ring. Mr. Madara, consider today's Qingmu-ju a gift from our Miter family. We apologize for any previous offenses, said Hai Buodong, who had the authority to make this decision. Beside him Miter Tingshan repeatedly nodded in agreement. Uchiha Madara shook his head and took out 4 bottles of revival pills from his ring, totaling 20 pills. 20 revival pills at a price of 500,000 gold coins each come to exactly 10 million gold coins. You are the leaders of the Miter family, so we'll give the money directly to you. Let's not discuss this further, continue with the auction. Hai Buodong and Miter Tingshan exchanged wry smiles and reluctantly agreed. Yafei, upon seeing Uchiha Madara produce another 20 revival pills, once again took note of his claim of being a 5-grade alchemist. Once was a coincidence, but twice was not. This Mr. Madara was most likely a true 5-grade alchemist. As for why there was no reputation of this Mr. Madara in the Jiama Empire, she did not know. The auction continued. Uchiha Madara bid several more times. Because he was in the heavenly number 1 box, these bids faced little resistance and he secured several desired skill-based Dou techniques. Soon only 2 items remained that interested Uchiha Madara. One was the recipe for the Dragon Power Pill and the other was the grand finale, the Space Stone. Next, this item. Everyone should have heard of the 5-grade Dragon Power Pill. This pill can grant the user extremely formidable strength for a short time, strength unrelated to Dou Qi amplification but pure physical power. And the next item for auction is the recipe for the 5-grade Dragon Power Pill. With this recipe a 5-grade alchemist can continuously refine Dragon Power Pills. The importance of a recipe to an alchemist is clear to everyone present. Without further ado, let us begin the auction now. The Dragon Power Pill recipe, starting bid 2 million. Now begin, the auctioneer promptly announced. 5 million. As soon as the auction was announced from the Earth number 3 box, the Alchemist Guild President Fa directly raised the bid, showing his determination for the Dragon Power Pill recipe. But Uchiha Madara had long decided to acquire the Dragon Power Pill recipe, so he naturally did not give up. He made another large increase, 8 million. The price of 8 million is neither too high nor too low for a 5th grade prescription. It is not high because a 5th grade alchemist upon acquiring a 5th grade prescription can theoretically refine countless 5th grade pills as long as the materials are sufficient, easily recouping their costs. It is not low because you first need a 5th grade alchemist, and in a small place like the Jayamar Empire the only ones who can reach that level are the president of the Alchemist Guild Fama and the Pill King Dou Qi. Pill King Dou Qi has the supply from the Yunlan sect and likely possesses a dozen or so 5th grade prescriptions, so this 5th grade prescription is only useful to Fama, making it not low. Friend, if you need the Dragon Power Pill I can refine 2 for you free of charge after I obtain the prescription. I hope you can give me this favor in return. The Alchemist Guild President Fama first spoke some pleasantries before raising the price again. 810,000. In the first class box Uchiha Madara remained unmoved, his voice calm. 10 million. This person is already the president of the Alchemist Guild and he should have several 5th grade prescriptions in hand. Yet he has only one. At this moment no one needs the Dragon Power Pill prescription more than he does, and he will not back down. As soon as Uchiha Madara's voice echoed, all the notable figures in the auction house began to speculate about the identity of the voice's owner. In the Jayamar Empire the Alchemist Guild can be considered a significant force comparable to the 3 great families, and due to the unique nature of their profession the connections they have are not something ordinary people can possess. As the president of the Alchemist Guild most people would choose to give him face. It is rare for someone like Madara to show no mercy. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's calm voice Fama's expression soured. After the auction he would want to see who in the first class box was competing with him for the prescription. Time passed and soon it reached the highlight of the auction, the Space Stone, which allows one to comprehend the power of space. As everyone knows, in battles involving strong practitioners of the Dou Zone level and above, the power of space is a crucial tool, and today's Space Stone might be the key for someone to step into the ranks of the continent's top powerhouses. To ordinary people the Space Stone may seem worthless as they lack the talent to comprehend its mysteries. But for those of us present, whether in talent or ability, the Space Stone is an invaluable treasure. The auctioneer continued with flattering remarks. The auctioneer was well aware that those competing for the Space Stone were all renowned forces, confident in their ability to grasp the power of space from it. The starting bid for the Space Stone is 5 million gold coins. Let's begin. As soon as the bidding started, the elder of the Yunlan sect Yunling called out directly from the 3rd class box, revealing their eagerness for the Space Stone. Hee, you are mistaken. In the auction everyone takes what they need, the highest bidder wins. 10 million gold coins. From the 2nd class box the 9 stars Dou Emperor and the guardian of the Jayamar royal family Jiaxingtian spoke, sneering coldly in his box. Face. He is just one step away from the Dou Zone level, why should he give face to Yunlan sect? Today the Space Stone must be his. In the 2nd class box Nalan Jie, the representative of the Nalan family, realized the situation and understood that the Nalan family likely had no chance of acquiring the Space Stone today. The Jayamar royal family and the Yunlan sect are both forces with immense wealth and strength. Compared to them, the Nalan family with the highest strength only at the Dou Wan level is merely an insignificant family. Nalan Jie clenched his fist in frustration. In the 1st class box Hai Buodong, Miter Tingshan and Yufei all turned their gazes towards Uchiha Madara. Miter Tingshan initially released the Space Stone because no one in the family needed it at the time. Even now that Hai Buodong has returned, it would take him many years to reach the 9 stars Dou Emperor. Thus they did not intend to compete for the Space Stone. With the Yunlan sect and Jayamar royal family fiercely competing, the only one who might intervene is this gentleman. Uchiha Madara listened to the successive bids from Yunling and Jiaxingtian, remaining unperturbed. 15 million. 20 million. 25 million. 30 million. In the blink of an eye the price of the Space Stone had reached 30 million gold coins, called out by Jiaxingtian. However, after calling out this price, Jiaxingtian felt a pang of pain. 30 million gold coins could rival the tax revenue of the Jayamar Empire for 3 years. As written in the original, the Jayamar Empire's annual tax revenue is 10 million gold coins, possibly due to light taxation. The Space Stone is merely an opportunity item, not a guaranteed one, and he hesitated to raise the bid further. At this moment Yunling gritted his teeth. The Yunlan sect's budget for this auction was only 30 million gold coins, and having spent 1 to 2 million on other items earlier, he was now powerless to compete with Jiaxingtian. Is there anyone else wishing to continue bidding? If not, 1. 2. The auctioneer asked, about to conclude the bidding for the Space Stone, with 30 million being a fair price. Jiaxingtian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he was about to secure the item. If he could truly become a Dou Zone, everything would be worth it. But at that moment from the 1st class box Uchiha Madara's calm voice once again emerged, announcing a price that would shatter everyone's psychological defenses. 50 million. 50 million gold coins. After Uchiha Obito announced this figure, everyone present couldn't help but stare in shock. Such an astronomical price was something most could hardly fathom in their entire lives. In the second box labeled Tian Jia, Xingqian's expression was equally grim as he took note of this person. He must not let him know who he is, or else in this Gamma Empire he would not show the other party any good face. In the third box labeled Tian Yunling was also surprised, contemplating whether to resort to theft after the auction ended to reclaim it. This voice was very unfamiliar, likely not a person of prominence from the Gamma Empire. Given the strength of the Yunlan sect, taking him down should not be an issue. In the second box labeled D, Nailinjie stared wide-eyed in disbelief, wanting to know who Uchiha Obito was. Meanwhile, in the final box labeled Tian Hai Buadong and the others couldn't help but reveal bitter smiles. 50 million gold coins. He never expected that this man before him was so wealthy. Even the Miter family would need to put in considerable effort to come up with such funds. Uchiha Obito, however, showed no change in his expression. For someone like him, who was akin to an entire army of alchemists, money was merely an external matter. What he truly cared about was how to grow even faster. Money was nothing but a number. Ultimately, Obito secured the Space Stone and the entire auction came to an end. Moments later, the Space Stone was brought into the room and handed to Uchiha Obito. 20 bottles of recovery pills totaling 100 count as 50 million gold coins. Obito-san, are you an alchemist? At this moment, even Hai Buadong regained his composure. To produce such a large quantity of 5th grade pills, Uchiha Obito was most likely a 5th grade alchemist. Hai Buadong still believed this. After all, he regarded the crafting of the 6th grade pill, the Breaking Calamity pill, as something Uchiha Obito had assisted with. As for Yafei, she looked at Uchiha Obito as if he were a deity. He had already produced over 200 recovery pills by now. It gave one the impression that these recovery pills were not precious 5th grade healing pills but rather some inferior 2nd or 3rd grade medicines. Uchiha Obito nodded and stored the Space Stone back into his possession, not denying Hai Buadong. I have no reason to continue browsing your Miter auction house. Continue to gather precious materials and recipes for me. I have already paid a deposit. Obito-san, you should be cautious of troubles from the Gamma royal family, the Yunlan sect, the Mu family and the Alchemist Guild, Yufei reminded as Uchiha Obito prepared to leave. Without looking back, Uchiha Obito waved his hand, signaling that he understood. What a joke. If they wanted to come, let them. Would he be afraid? As soon as the auction ended, Jia Xingtian was already blocking the doorway of the second box labeled Tian, with the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect Yunling standing beside him. About 10 meters behind them, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Fama Nailinjie from the Nailan family, and the head of the Mu family stood by, watching the excitement. Since Jia Xingtian and Yunling were leading the charge, they didn't need to be at the forefront. The door of the first box labeled Tian slowly opened, revealing Uchiha Obito in a black robe with a red and white fan shimmering upon his attire. Seeing the scene before him, Uchiha Obito calmly addressed Jia Xingtian, the guardian of the Gamma royal family and the most potent force in the Gamma Empire, saying, "Good dogs, don't block the way." Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words, everyone present, including Jia Xingtian himself, was taken aback. But that was just how Obito was. So what if he was a 9-star Do Huang? Did he really think of himself as significant? He had defeated countless 6th-tier magical beasts in the Monster Beast mountain range. Now whether one was a 1-star Do Huang or a 9-star Do Huang, they could no longer pique Obito's interest. They had all been categorized as weaklings in his eyes. After a moment of shock, Jia Xingtian regained his composure, his expression darkening significantly. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him this way. What audacity! But this is the Miter auction house. I cannot make a move here. Do you know what you're saying? Once you leave this Miter auction house, you will be a dead man. Uchiha Obito raised an eyebrow at this, and in an instant he moved at a speed that everyone present couldn't comprehend. A flash of blue lightning passed by and he lifted Jia Xingtian by the neck, threatening him. Uchiha Obito's eyes revealed the crimson Sharingan as he utilized its Tsukuyomi on Jia Xingtian. Although Jia Xingtian was a 9-star Do Huang, he was not a figure with the immense soul power of an alchemist. Under the influence of Obito's Tsukuyomi, which he had mastered thoroughly, he fainted immediately. Uchiha Obito tossed Jia Xingtian aside like a ragdoll. Leaving behind a sentence, he walked away under everyone's watchful eyes. The Gamma royal family can come whenever they please, and as for you others, I am waiting for you. The Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect Yunling watched as Jia Xingtian fell without any resistance. Cold sweat poured down his back, especially as Uchiha Obito passed by him, soaking his entire back in perspiration. But Yunling was overthinking. Uchiha Obito didn't even glance at him. Hai Buadong, Miter Tingshan and Yafei, who followed closely behind Obito, couldn't help but sigh upon witnessing this. They had only stepped out for a brief moment. The 9-star Do Huang Jia Xingtian was tossed to the corner like a dead dog. Clearly Uchiha Obito was undoubtedly a Do Zone powerhouse. Having walked far, Uchiha Obito left a stunned crowd, including Yunling, Nailinjie, Fama and others surrounding Miter Tingshan. They did not recognize Uchiha Obito, but they were quite familiar with Miter Tingshan and asked him what had transpired with Uchiha Obito. To dispose of a 9-star Do Huang like Jia Xingtian so easily, his strength was terrifying. Miter Tingshan answered with a bitter smile. This powerhouse is named Uchiha Obito. He is suspected to be a dozong and a 5th grade alchemist, likely someone from outside the Gamma Empire. Go back and tell the younger generations of your families to be more restrained. This man kills without blinking an eye. On the street, Uchiha Madara was still clad in a black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, walking slowly. He knew that after leaving the middle auction house he would inevitably stir up quite a storm in the capital of the Gamma Empire. However, Madara did not mind much. He had caused such storms countless times before and had long since grown accustomed to them. In Madara's eyes, the Gamma Empire was ultimately still weak. The Dou Qi Continent has a total of 10 levels of Dou Qi, with Dou Huang merely being the 6th level. Perhaps the Gamma Empire is a dominant force in this northwestern region, but in the grand scheme of the Dou Qi Continent its status could only be compared to that of some small ninja villages in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara counted his storage ring, noting that he had acquired quite a number of new items this time. Firstly, a sufficient quantity of high-grade medicinal materials which should allow him to practice for half a month. Secondly, 3 5th-grade medicinal formulas. The formula for the Dragon Power Pill was obtained from the auction, while the other 2 5th-grade formulas were purchased along with high-grade medicinal materials from the middle family. Thirdly, the Qingmuju. That guy Hashirama would probably laugh like a fool upon receiving this gift. Of course, giving the gift required him to understand the rules of traversing worlds and then return to the ninja world to resurrect Senju Hashirama. Fourthly, a spatial stone. This small stone was essentially his stepping stone to truly entering this world of advanced combat power, and he would begin his research on it tonight. However, for now he needed to go to the Alchemist Guild to check on the situation of the Alchemist Conference and simultaneously assess the 5th-grade alchemists to validate the results of his alchemy practice over the past month. Although the president of the Alchemist Guild seemed to him to be no match for him. Soon Madara arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Stepping into the Alchemist Guild, a rich aroma of elixirs greeted him, making it hard to resist taking a deep breath, refreshing his spirit. Madara looked around. The interior of the Alchemist Guild was quite spacious, roughly divided into 3 areas: east, south and west. In the eastern hall, many square tables made of granite were neatly arranged, displaying various items, with some alchemists dressed in robes seated behind those tables. It seemed that this area was designated for trading. In the southern hall, numerous alchemical cauldrons with flames burning brightly had alchemists standing seriously behind them, controlling the heat. To Madara's eyes, the techniques of these alchemists appeared quite immature. He estimated that they were only at the 1st or 2nd grade, at most 3rd grade. This place should be for low-level alchemists to practice their craft and exchange experiences. The western hall was much quieter compared to the other 2 halls. It seemed that only certain alchemists who had reached this level were qualified to enter. Madara pondered for a moment and then headed towards the trading eastern hall. He walked past one square table after another, looking at medicinal materials, elixirs and fire seeds. Most of the items were transparent to Madara, and he did not pay much attention to them. Soon he had nearly traversed the entire trading area but had not discovered anything he could not see through. Just as he was about to leave the trading area, Madara's footsteps suddenly halted and he looked towards a corner by the door where a stone pedestal held a rather unremarkable black broken jade fragment. Holding the jade fragment, Madara instinctively felt that there was something within it. However, when he used his spiritual power to probe, he received no information. How strange. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. He trusted his instincts more than anyone else, and this jade fragment should be hiding something, but he could not discern what it was at the moment. At that moment, Madara decided he wanted this item, if only because he could not see through it. I'll take this jade fragment. What do you want to trade for it? Medicinal materials, elixirs, or gold? Madara raised the black jade fragment in his hand. Sir, I would like to exchange for a 3rd-grade elixir, the man said with an awkward smile, fully aware that his medicinal materials were not enough to cover the price of a 3rd-grade elixir. All right. Madara readily agreed, pulling out a 3rd-grade elixir from his storage ring and tossing it to the man before leaving. It was just a small advantage he had taken. Rather than being taken advantage of, he preferred not to waste time. Madara continued walking through the Alchemist Guild and soon arrived at the assessment area for alchemist levels. Is the alchemist level assessed here? When does it start? The young man responsible for reception glanced at Madara's robes, which bore no insignia of alchemist levels, making it seem he was merely an alchemist apprentice. He took a leisurely sip of water and replied. Assessing for a 1st-grade alchemist. No 5th grade. The young man spat out the water he had just swallowed. He could not have heard correctly, could he? Assessing for a 5th-grade alchemist. You are currently a 4th-grade alchemist. The young man asked respectfully. No, I currently have no level. Madara replied. The young man suddenly felt that Madara was playing with him without an alchemist level. What was he there to assess? However, alchemists' personalities were often strange, so the young man did not show it. He wanted to see if Madara truly had the skills. For assessing alchemist levels, you need to take the tests 1 level at a time. If you really want to assess for a 5th-grade alchemist, we can arrange for you to take the 1st-grade alchemist assessment first. Are you sure? Arrange it then. Outside the Alchemist Guild, the president and 5th grade alchemist Fama, after asking the crowd several questions about Uchiha Madara, returned to the Alchemist Guild. With such a mighty figure suddenly dropping from the sky, he indeed needed to be more cautious lately. Upon returning to the Alchemist Guild, Fama noticed that many people had gathered around the alchemist assessment area. Summoning his assistant, Fama asked what is going on. Sir, today a person without an alchemist level came to assess for a 5th grade alchemist and has already broken through the assessments of 1st to 4th grade alchemists. Moreover, each assessment he took drastically refreshed the historical alchemy records, the assistant said excitedly. Fama furrowed his brow. This matter was rather strange, but suddenly Fama had a flash of insight and asked, what is that person's name? It seems his name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this name, Fama's mind felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. Isn't this the name of that Dou Zhe powerhouse? What is he doing here? No, it was mentioned that he came to assess the 5th grade alchemist. He must hurry over. Among all the alchemists, he is the only 5th grade alchemist, and he is the only one qualified for the assessment. It would not be good if this Dou Zhe powerhouse is kept waiting. With this thought, Fama quickly made his way to the assessment area. At this moment, the area had already been surrounded by many people. Generally, it takes several hours for a typical person to refine a single pill. Uchiha Madara's speed in refining pills far exceeds that of an ordinary person, but after refining all the assessment pills from 1st to 4th grade, 3 hours have already passed. 3 hours is enough time for a sensational piece of news to spread to every corner of the empire's capital, where information travels quickly. Moreover, today is not just an ordinary day for many in the Alchemist Guild. Since tomorrow marks the actual start of the Alchemist Conference, the candidates recommended by the heads of various alchemist branches need to undergo an internal test, which also serves as an observation exam for the seed candidates of the Alchemist Conference. Including the Dan Kingu, his disciple Lu Ling, the little princess of the Garma royal family Yaoyue, and Xiao Yan, there are more than 10 seed alchemists, as well as the heads of various alchemist subguilds, all gathered in the Alchemist Guild. Naturally, they were all watching Uchiha Madara's alchemical techniques. At this moment, they had just finished observing Madara's refinement of 4th grade pills and were filled with many emotions. Such a fast refining speed, surpassing even my master. Moreover, this exquisite control over fire, this meticulous and coherent beauty in the steps is truly astonishing. Lu Ling looked at Uchiha Madara with deep surprise in his eyes. One must know that his master Dan Kingu, he is a 6th grade alchemist, the absolute top alchemist of the Garma Empire. Yet in terms of refining speed, he is not as fast as the person before him. How can Lu Ling not be shocked? This person seems familiar. Little Princess Yaoyu of the Garma royal family, apart from admiring Madara's skills, revealed a hint of confusion upon seeing his signature spiky hair. She felt a sense of recognition towards this person. Suddenly Yaoyu remembered. It was this person and an old man who rescued her when she was in danger in the Demon Beast mountain range. She couldn't recall the details about the old man, perhaps he had erased her memory. But Uchiha Madara left a deep impression on her. It's been over a month since we last met. How has this person become so handsome? And his serious demeanor while refining just now was truly handsome. Strong individuals always win the hearts of girls who seek a sense of security. Uchiha Madara had undoubtedly showcased his strength in front of Yaoyu in the Demon Beast mountain range. Additionally, Uchiha Madara had changed from wearing an old-fashioned red and black battle armor to a form-fitting black robe, making him appear much younger and more handsome. Furthermore, Madara's mature demeanor while refining pills only made him even more irresistible to the romantic sentiments of young girls like Yaoyu. Yaoyu's eyes widened as she looked at Uchiha Madara, eager to witness the miracle of him successfully passing the 5th grade alchemist assessment. The attention of 2 young men was drawn to Uchiha Madara, and several elderly figures were equally captivated by him. Vice President of the Alchemist Guild and peak 4th grade alchemist Kimir. Head of the Black Rock City Alchemist Subguild 4th grade alchemist Otto. Vice President of the Black Rock City Alchemist Subguild 4th grade alchemist Faklan. Were all among this. Moreover, because they themselves are 4th grade alchemists, they gained a lot from observing Madara's refinement of the 4th grade pills, and at this moment the 3 were discussing enthusiastically. I never expected that 4th grade pills could be refined like this. It must require an extremely immense soul power to achieve such results. His refining speed is so fast. I observed him closely just now, and it seems he concentrated the flames to extract all the medicinal materials at once, then fused the essences of the different materials together. This control over fire is quite formidable. Moreover, achieving this undoubtedly requires a profound understanding of the inherent characteristics of the medicinal materials. Not only that, but didn't you notice that his refining process differs from the standard methods recorded in the prescriptions? This indicates that he is very familiar with the refinement of this 4th grade pill, even capable of modifying the prescription to make the refining process more suitable. The more knowledgeable one is, the clearer the subtleties become. These 3 old fellows who have been immersed in 4th grade alchemy for many years naturally see things more clearly than the younger generation. From soul power fire control to understanding of medicinal materials and prescription modifications, the three old men were practically gasping in amazement at every moment. They never expected that alchemy could be played like this. Is this still the refining process of the fourth-grade pills that they are familiar with? While everyone else was in awe, one person was bitterly smiling. That person was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had been doing quite well these past few days. During the time spent detoxifying the Douang powerhouse Nalan Jie from the Nalan clan, he absorbed a significant amount of the toxins attached to Nalan Jie's Dou Qi, and he had now reached Dou Zhe 7 stars. After several days of refining, he was confident in his ability to refine third-grade pills. Although he had never tried fourth-grade pills, he believed it wouldn't be a problem. However, upon seeing Uchiha Madara, Xiao Yan realized what a true gap looks like. Before they parted, Uchiha Madara was merely a novice alchemist, having just received 4 books from the old man. Now upon meeting again, Uchiha Madara had already become a highly skilled alchemist, standing at the pinnacle of alchemy in the Garma Empire as a 5th-grade alchemist. Madara, as a fellow transmigrator, could you show a little respect? Xiao Yan thought to himself. He initially believed he should be the main character, but now it seemed that he might just be a side character. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan tried to calm his emotions. He decided not to compare himself to Madara, as Madara had experienced far more than he needed to be self-aware. Xiao Yan looked towards his competitors for this alchemist conference, Lu Ling and Yao Yu. Defeating these peers would be a great proof for him. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's voice rang out. Can the assessment for the 5th-grade alchemist begin? Kimir and the other 4th-grade alchemists exchanged glances. Naturally, the assessment for the 5th-grade alchemist cannot be determined by a group of 4th-grade alchemists. Fama is the only 5th-grade alchemist in the Alchemist Guild, so only he has the qualification for this assessment. It can begin. As soon as Fama entered, he heard Uchiha Madara's words and, not daring to delay, immediately called out loudly. After hearing President Fama's voice, Madara glanced over and then averted his gaze, saying, "The prescription." Since he was here to test for a 5th-grade alchemist, the prescription should naturally be provided by the Alchemist Guild, not by himself. As luck would have it, he could conveniently take away a 5th-grade pill prescription. Fama quickly retrieved a 5th-grade pill prescription from his storage ring and handed it to Uchiha Madara along with all the prepared medicinal ingredients. Since his old friend the peak 4th-grade alchemist Kimir was not far from becoming a 5th-grade alchemist, Fama always kept a set of 5th-grade prescription and ingredients ready. However, it now seemed that this opportunity belonged to Uchiha Madara. 2 sets of ingredients have been prepared, so you have 2 chances. If you succeed in refining within these 2 attempts, you will be recognized as a 5th-grade alchemist by the Alchemist Guild. Uchiha Madara took the prescription and probed it with his soul power. A vast amount of information instantly flooded into his mind. The pill was called Bingling Dan, which could grant the user extremely powerful ice attribute energy within a short time and had a formidable suppressive effect on fire poison. Among 5th-grade pills, its refining difficulty was similar to that of Fuyuan Dan. Uchiha Madara waved his hand and pitch-black Amaterasu flames ignited in his palm. This was a 5th-grade pill refinement, so Madara would not hold back. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. This principle applied to battle as well as alchemy. This black flame. President Fama couldn't help but remark. Alchemists of the Jama Empire were mostly mediocre, using mostly red flames, with a few employing beast flames of other colors, such as Xiao Yan's purple flame obtained from the purple crystal winged lion king. However, upon seeing this black flame, Fama felt a series of palpitations. This flame was definitely extraordinary. It was not hard to notice others had also taken note of Uchiha Madara's flame, and they were all discussing what kind of flame he was using. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes. The information contained in the Bingling Dan prescription rearranged and combined in his mind. Coupled with his own knowledge of medicinal ingredients, he quickly worked out the optimal refining process and mentally simulated it once. The next moment, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. He moved. His right hand controlled the flame within the cauldron while his left hand turned into a blur of shadows. One after another, the medicinal herbs were thrown into the cauldron in a continuous stream, swift and fierce. Seeing Madara's terrifying refining speed, even Fama and the others were dumbfounded. To refine a 5th-grade pill he had never attempted before at such a rapid pace. Was it absolute confidence or sheer arrogance? After all, 5th-grade pills were extremely difficult to refine, especially for a first-timer like Uchiha Madara. Yet Madara was unfazed, completely immersed in the alchemy process. Such speed was his usual habit. What did a faster refining speed mean for a first attempt? It meant a higher likelihood of making mistakes. And that was exactly what Madara wanted. He was extremely strict with himself. He wanted to uncover as many of his own mistakes as possible so he could promptly fill the gaps and grow rapidly. As for meticulously seeking a one-time success, if he succeeded on the first try, that would be gratifying, of course. But at the same time, it would mean he had not exposed his weaknesses, meaning no progress. Madara wanted success, but he sought the kind that was foolproof and firmly within his control, not a shaky, highly random success. Time passed quietly. The black flame swirled continuously within the cauldron and clusters of pure medicinal liquid churned rapidly. Uchiha Madara's eyes were fixed on the cauldron. The extraction of the herbs was complete. Next came the fusion. The next moment Madara's soul power split into two streams. One suppressed the Amaterasu flame while the other wrapped around the pure medicinal liquid, unleashing an extremely powerful compressing force. As if sensing the surrounding compressing force, the pure medicinal liquid fluctuated violently. With the liquid's agitation, extremely powerful energy ripples burst forth from it and collided with the great hand formed by Madara's soul power. With a loud bang, the collision inside the cauldron actually transmitted sound directly to the outside, and many people heard it clearly. President Fa carefully observed Madara's refining. Among those present, only he knew why this was happening. A 5th grade pill marked the initial entry into the category of mid to high grade pills. During the process of compressing the liquid, the alchemist would encounter strong resistance from the liquid. Only those with formidable soul power could suppress it. When Uchiha Madara sensed the medicinal liquid constantly struggling to break free from his soul power, his eyes instantly turned cold. How dare it resist when in his hands? Solidify. Madara's powerful soul power exerted force again. The ping-pong ball-sized medicinal liquid in the cauldron trembled violently, then visibly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the liquid had vanished. In its place was a thumb-sized light blue pill embryo. Then the light blue pill embryo spun rapidly while heat was continuously infused from the black flame. Suddenly a ring of sky-blue energy ripples emerged, crashing violently against the inner wall of the cauldron, producing a crisp and resounding sound. Seeing this, Fa himself, a 5th grade alchemist, and Xiao Yan, who had witnessed Yao Lao refining 5th grade pills, both narrowed their eyes. This was the energy ripple that only appeared when a 5th grade pill was taking shape. Uchiha Madara slapped the cauldron and a sky blue pill instantly flew out, caught in his palm. A 5th grade pill, Bingling Dan. A success on the first try. It succeeded. After the initial astonishment, the many onlooking alchemists erupted into cheers for Uchiha Ban, a peer in the same craft yet indisputably superior. If someone is only marginally stronger, resentment or jealousy may follow. But when the gulf between them becomes a yawning chasm, there is no more defiance, only awe and reverence. And what Uchiha Ban had just displayed. The forging of pills from grade 1 through grade 5 flowed like drifting clouds and running water, a process verging on art. His fundamentals were frighteningly solid. These feats left many watching alchemists breathless, some even elevating Uchiha Ban to the status of an idol. So handsome. The Jama Imperial Princess' eyes shimmered like tiny stars. Such brisk, flawless craftsmanship had immediately captured her heart. One could only wonder what Jia Xingtian, the 9-star Do Huang who still lay unconscious, would feel if he could see his little granddaughter like this. Since when did the Jia Empire produce an alchemist this formidable? His fundamentals surpass even my master. I must find an opportunity to tell him. Lu Ling pondered, forming a 5-grade pill in a single attempt, and at such speed even Pill King Gu he could not achieve this. He suspected that Uchiha Ban might already possess the capacity to concoct 6th-grade pills. Several veteran 4th-grade alchemists could only marvel, chiefly astonished by his youth. He looks so young yet has already become a 5th-grade alchemist. And we at 40 or 50 remain mired at 4th grade. Uchiha Ban happened to overhear and smiled lightly, then paid them no mind. 40 or 50 was merely half his age, to call him young. Congratulations on becoming a 5th-grade alchemist. Your alchemist's robe and identity token will be delivered shortly. Mr. Ban, do you require anything else? Fama, president of the Alchemists Guild, approached Uchiha Ban with a beaming smile. Beyond the manifestly superior alchemical prowess, Fama also knew that Uchiha Ban was a Dou Zone powerhouse, although his Dou Qi realm appeared only at Dou Ling 9 stars. Uchiha Ban nodded. He had a question for Fama. I would like information about this alchemists conference. Fama, somewhat surprised, still explained everything in detail. The champion's prize was the 6th-grade Rongling pill recipe. However, the contest restricted participants to those under 30 years old. Fama could not in good conscience compete with these juniors. Uchiha Ban's gaze swept the crowd and suddenly fell upon Xiao Yan. Though his appearance was disguised, Uchiha Ban would never mistake that soul aura and the peculiar air of one favored by the world. After briefly sensing Xiao Yan's condition, Uchiha Ban stepped before him and cast a glance at the black ancient ring on Xiao Yan's hand. Is he asleep? He naturally referred to Yao Lao within the black antique ring. Xiao Yan nodded, though they had known one another only a short while. He was still nervous to speak with Lord Ban. That is not necessarily a bad thing. You have relied on him for too long, Ben said calmly. Ban had seen this in the Tagore Desert. Xiao Yan, though strict with himself, lacked a true strong heart because Yao Lao had always provided a safety net. In other words, he still needed to be tempered. Xiao Yan forced a wry smile. That might be true, but the problem was that he would soon be going to the Yunlan sect. Without Yao Lao's protection, entering the Yunlan sect as a dosher left him with little confidence. At the Alchemists Conference, I want you to win the championship and obtain the Rongling pill recipe. If you can do it, Ban continued, I will bring you into the Yunlan sect. A 6th grade pill recipe indeed held allure. Ban wanted it. Besides, Ban had already intended to enter the Yunlan sect when he first arrived at the Imperial City. He had sensed at the Yunlan Gate a Dou Qi powerhouse surpassing even Dou Huang. Bringing this youth along seemed no harm. A child considered by the world as prodigious would likely have a fair chance at the championship. Of course, if he failed, Ban could always seize the recipe from whoever won. Having said no more, Uchiha Ban walked out of the Alchemist's Guild. Lord Ban. Xiao Yan mouthed the name. That anxious heart, unsettled by Yao Lao's slumber, inexplicably grew calm. Xiao Yan knew his alchemical skill well. Winning the conference was possible, but it would require him to throw himself into the contest without reserve. Earlier he had entered the Alchemist's Conference under orders from the Medusa Queen, forced to pursue victory. Ban's words, however, carried an unspoken charm that steadied him and made him feel valued. His entire spirit surged. In short, Xiao Yan was set ablaze. The hall itself swelled with excitement at the brief exchange between Ban and Xiao Yan. Although Ban had shielded their words and outsiders could not know the content, they sensed that something significant had passed between them. That boy. The crowd's gaze toward Xiao Yan shifted. The little princess Yao Yue, who had previously disregarded him because he was only a 2nd-grade alchemist, now regarded him seriously. Lu Ling's eyes narrowed like an eagle's, jealousy sharpening at Xiao Yan's possession of a strange flame and at the actions of Nalan Yanran. Guild heavyweights Fa Machiamireo 2FO Kalan looked at Xiao Yan with astonishment, each privately scheming how to use him as a bridge to meet Uchiha Ban. Xiao Yan remained composed, neither abject nor arrogant. The skill of an earth transmigrant in concealing his intentions served him well, and nobody could divine his thoughts. President Fa Ma, let us begin the internal assessments. Very well. Prepare yourselves. As for Uchiha Ban, after exchanging only a few words with Xiao Yan, he ceased attending to the conference and returned home to study the Space Stone. His brief words to Xiao Yan had been casual, born of mild interest in the young man. What truly mattered to Ban was his own ascent. Dou Zhe, the mastery of spatial power. He had arrived. 2 days later the Alchemist Conference came to an end. It turned out that often a person merely lacks another to ignite their potential. After being ignited by the spot, Xiao Yan, as a 2nd-tier alchemist, refined the highest purity medicinal materials during the internal tests of the Alchemist Guild, astonishing everyone. Then during the first round of basic tests after the official start of the Alchemist Conference, Xiao Yan successfully completed the refining of the 3rd-tier pill, the bone-replenishing pill, just in time, and during the efficacy test of the pill the testing machine emitted the brightest light in the entire venue. In the 2nd round of advanced testing, Xiao Yan successfully identified an error in the prescription, becoming one of the few to advance to the 3rd round, which was the final round of testing. The final 3rd round of testing allowed for complete freedom. All materials and prescriptions had to be self-sourced. Although Yan Li, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild of the Empire of Shuyun, disguised himself as a strong competitor to Xiao Yan also had the help of Fama obtaining the prescription for the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill, which was worth as much as a peak 5th-tier pill. Although the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill was worth as much as a peak 5th-tier pill, it was actually a 4th-tier pill. Its high value was due to the need for 3 flame transitions during its refinement, a skill possessed by very few alchemists. In the end, Xiao Yan lived up to expectations, successfully refining the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill, winning the ultimate victory at the Alchemist Conference and becoming the champion, receiving the champion's reward of the 6th-tier pill, the Spirit Melding Pill's prescription. However, for Xiao Yan there was one more important task. He needed to perform the final detoxification for Nalan Jie of the Nalan clan, and in the process obtain the medicinal material, the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit, due to awaken Yao Lao. After experiencing a surge in spiritual power, Xiao Yan found controlling the Blue Lotus Earth's core fire much easier, making the final detoxification quite effortless. Little friend Yan Xiao, this is the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew. By refining it into liquid with the alchemist's flame, it can rapidly restore a depleted soul. Nalan Jie said. Xiao Yan looked at the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew, which was overall a shade of blue resembling a piece of fine jade with a flower of 7 colors slowly blooming at the top. Thank you. Xiao Yan could no longer suppress his excitement, taking 2 steps forward to receive the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew from the maid, his gaze eagerly scanning it up and down. With this 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew, Xiao Yan would be able to awaken the slumbering Yao Lao. Although the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew can be stored in a spatial ring, it must be exposed to sunlight for an hour each day, otherwise it will wither automatically. You must remember this. Nalan Jie reminded. Xiao Yan nodded, saying, Old man Nalan, I still have some matters to attend to today. If there's nothing else, then I shall take my leave. So soon. Nalan Jie was taken aback, wanting to politely keep him, but upon seeing the urgency in Xiao Yan's eyes he smiled and nodded, saying, If you need help in the future, just come find me. Alright. Yan Xiao takes his leave. Eager to awaken Yao Lao, Xiao Yan cupped his hands to Nalan Jie and hurriedly exited the room. Nalan Jie watched Xiao Yan leave and shook his head helplessly. He was quite satisfied with this Yan Xiao. Originally he had wanted to invite him for a meal to solidify their relationship. He had even thought of matching Yan Xiao with Nalan Yanran, but since this Yan Xiao was acquainted with the mysterious powerhouse Uchiha Madara, Nalan Jie did not dare to force the matter. Speaking of Nalan Yanran, the 3-year appointment was approaching. He wondered how that child from the Xiao family was doing. Hastily leaving the Nailan family, Xiao Yan returned directly to the inn, firmly shutting the door behind him and placing the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew on the table. After all that effort, he finally obtained it. He just hoped it would awaken his master. Gradually calming his agitated emotions, Xiao Yan carefully closed the window, approached the table and gazed at the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew, which was constantly changing colors. With a wave of his hand, a red alchemical cauldron appeared. With a slight bend of his palm, a gentle pulling force slowly lifted the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew, and azure flames erupted from his palm, wrapping around the 7 Phantom Azure Spirit Dew as it entered the alchemical cauldron. Soon, under the tempering of the blue lotus earth's core fire, the petals of the 7-colored flower rapidly wilted and drops of 7-colored dew began to seep from the wilted petals, sparkling with an unusual glow. Afterward, Xiao Yan brought the dew close to the spatial ring. Upon contact, the 7-colored dew did not simply slide off, instead it adhered oddly to the spatial ring, instantly transforming the dark ring into a spectrum of colors. As the 7-colored light blossomed, the pitch-black ring gradually emitted a deep black glow. Under the black illumination, the 7-colored light visibly dimmed. Gazing at the strange scene occurring on the ring, a surge of joy washed over Xiao Yan. He could vaguely sense that Yao Lao's soul was slowly recovering. The black ring's dark glow intensified, eventually appearing like an unfathomable black hole. At a certain moment, the ring suddenly began to spin on Xiao Yan's finger and slowly floated before him. "Master, have you awakened?" Looking at the black ring before him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, no matter how he called, Yao Lao did not appear. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged and Madara's figure appeared in the room. "He is deliberately not responding, although I do not know why he has already awakened. Do not hide, let's talk about the matter of your body transformation. I want the bone spirit's cold fire in your possession." Ban's words were spoken, and instantly a surge of soul power emanated from the ring as an ethereal shadow of an old man materialized, locking eyes with Ban. He had not intended to reveal himself immediately after awakening. He also knew that tomorrow was the day Xiao Yan would ascend the Yunlan sect, a day of great significance for Xiao Yan. He did not want his awakening to give Xiao Yan a sense of having a backing, for the path of a strong man has always been walked alone. He wished to remain silently in the shadows, only intervening at the most critical moments to temper Xiao Yan. However, Ban did not give him that opportunity. Has Master Ban been protecting Xiao Yan these days? This old man thanks you on behalf of Xiao Yan. No. Ban replied calmly, these days the boy has been acting on his own. I did not help. As they say, heaven helps those who help themselves. Even without me he would have succeeded. Ban's words sounded like flattery, but in truth he was merely stating a fact. His character would not allow him to flatter with false words. Only he understood what it meant to be the chosen one of a world. Whenever the other party wished to accomplish something, all manner of benefactors and a series of coincidences would align to make it happen. However, Yao Lao and Xiao Yan naturally could not know these things. Perhaps in the future Xiao Yan, having become the Flame Emperor, would understand the meaning of the title Chosen of Heaven, but definitely not now. Xiao Yan grinned foolishly, feeling embarrassed. Lord Ban is joking. Uchiha Ban did not continue with polite pleasantries but cut straight to the point. Enough with the idle talk. Since you have awakened, shouldn't we discuss what I just mentioned? Mr. Ban, I can give you half of the bone spirit cold fire immediately, but splitting a heavenly flame seed is not a simple task. Yao Lao said, the full power of a heavenly flame resides in its seed. Splitting it is no easy feat. I have my own methods. Uchiha Ban said in a deep voice. In an instant his aura shifted dramatically, a ring of white chakra halo radiated from him, and even his appearance underwent a slight change. This power. Yao Lao was startled. In terms of soul power alone, the level of soul power Uchiha Ban displayed now, whether it could reach the Emperor's soul realm he was not sure, but it definitely reached the Heaven soul realm. Moreover, although he did not sense any spatial force in terms of pure power, the ability Uchiha Ban displayed was on par with the top-tier Dou Zhe, even approaching a half-saint. He thought he had already overestimated Uchiha Ban, but to his surprise he had still underestimated him. For such a level of powerhouse to appear in the Jama Empire was truly unbelievable. At this moment Uchiha Ban's eyes had transformed into purple Rinnegan ripples spreading across his gaze, and his originally jet-black hair had turned snow-white. A white immortal robe with 9 Nagatama and swirl patterns draped over Uchiha Ban, and behind him 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls emerged one after another. 6 Paths Mode. Upon seeing Ban's transformation, Yao Lao was greatly astonished, but only at Ban's strength, not at the transformation itself. The Dou Qi Continent was vast, and such secret techniques that altered one's form to increase power were not uncommon. However, unlike Yao Lao, Xiao Yan was deeply shocked inside. What Ban had displayed so far was merely the level of Rinnegan Ban. But what he now revealed was unmistakably the 6 Paths Mode. Xiao Yan understood very well what this meant. Ban's strength was even beyond his previous expectations. A black immortal staff formed from yin-yang release appeared beside Ban's hand. A pitch-black truth-seeking ball materialized, plunged into Yao Lao's soul body, and after an instant it emerged and entered Uchiha Ban's body. Yao Lao let out a muffled groan, feeling that half of his bone spirit cold fire, both the flame and the seed, had vanished. As for Ban, after the truth-seeking ball re-entered his body, a pale white flame materialized in his hand. Splitting a heavenly flame is difficult for ordinary people, but this does not include Uchiha Ban. The truth-seeking ball allowed Ban to easily envelop the bone spirit cold fire without damage, while Kagetsuchi enabled him to split it effortlessly. Ban flipped his hand, withdrawing the bone spirit cold fire. Tell me what conditions are needed to restore your body. Mr. Ban, crafting a new body suitable for a soul body is not easy. 3 items are required. First, a top-grade 7th tier pill, the bone-growing and blood-merging pill. Second, the essence blood of a 7th grade magical beast. Third, the skeleton of at least a Dou Zone powerhouse. Moreover, the person who refines the body for me must possess 3 types of heavenly flames and also be a 7th tier alchemist. Yao Lao smiled bitterly. The other requirements were easy, with Ban's abilities he could obtain them effortlessly. But the 7th tier alchemist was a long way from Ban's current level. Ban had only started learning alchemy during the month he was unconscious. Indeed, it is not simple. Uchiha Ban stroked his chin and nodded. A 7th tier alchemist. I would probably need another 1 or 2 months to become one. It cannot be done immediately. Xia Yan reminded Yao Lao, Master Lord Ban is already a 5th tier alchemist and his fundamentals are very solid. Uchiha Ban was already a 5th tier alchemist. Hearing this, Yao Lao was shocked. In just 1 month, this Uchiha Ban had gone from a 0 baseline alchemy apprentice to a 5th tier alchemist. Such alchemy talent was absolutely unprecedented, with great potential to surpass him in the future. Mr. Ban, your speed is truly astonishing. Yao Lao exclaimed. Uchiha Ban waved his hand. Just basic operations. Can't finish it in a few days. Give me 2 months and I'll make your body for you. Next, Uchiha Ban looked at Xiao Yan. Tomorrow we'll take you to the Yunlan sect. Prepare in advance and meet on time. After saying this, Uchiha Ban vanished from the room. After Uchiha Obito left, Xiao Yan firmly closed the door. The current priority is the Yunlan sect. Based on observations, Nailin Yenran should have already advanced to the Great Dou Master, and defeating her with my current strength as a 7-star Dou Master is not a simple task. There is only one solution, which is to take the 3-pattern Qingling pill and elevate my own strength to that of a Great Dou Master. After making up his mind, Xiao Yan flicked his fingers and a blue pill surrounded by 3 distinct patterns appeared between his fingers. Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly closed his eyes and formed a cultivation seal with both hands, his chest rising and falling more steadily. Not long after Xiao Yan shut his eyes, the calm space around him began to ripple as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake. Visible streams of energy seeped out from the void, swirling around the blue lotus for a moment before transforming into thousands of energy strands rushing toward Xiao Yan. As they passed through the blue light barrier emitted by the lotus, they were rapidly refined once more, carrying a hint of the pure power of the blue lotus, and entered his body with his breath. Once these energies entered his body, they were easily controlled by Xiao Yan's consciousness circulating along the pathway of his technique. The impurities were completely purified, leaving only a small amount of pure energy that was infused into the cyclone. Slowly absorbing the external energy, after a while, once everything was normal, Xiao Yan suddenly flicked his fingers against the 3-pattern Qingling pill between them, applying a subtle force to shoot it into his slightly open mouth. The 3-pattern Qingling pill melted instantly upon entering, and before Xiao Yan could react, it transformed into 3 waves of increasingly pure energy rushing down his throat like a surging river, roaring as it infused into his meridians. Boom! Hearing the faint muffled sound from within, Xiao Yan let out a low grunt from his throat, his face flushing as he adjusted his hand seals, guiding the 3 surging energies, which had lost some of their sharpness, to circulate rapidly along the pathway of his technique. However, as the 3 energies circulated along the pathway, they suddenly became uncontrollable, rampaging through his meridians. Xiao Yan's face twisted in pain as he gritted his teeth to endure. After 3 years of perseverance, he must hold on in this final moment. The Great Dou Master awaits him. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yan cultivated, Uchiha Obito was also training in his own room. Obito's actions were always decisive and efficient. Having obtained the bone spirit cold fire, he would immediately put it to use. Sitting cross-legged, Uchiha Obito began to operate the burning technique according to the recorded method. While raising his right hand, a pale flame appeared in midair. Effortlessly absorbing the bone spirit cold fire, the burning technique broke through to a new level beyond the quasi-earth tier. Boom! A muffled thunder echoed through the sky above the Jama holy city, and a dark cloud appeared, causing many to sense an indescribable aura of intimidation. However, powerful Dou Huang experts like Jia Xingtian and Hai Bodong sensed much more and instinctively looked towards the inn where Obito was staying. Is someone using a pill that absorbs Dou Qi from heaven and earth? Hai Bodong wondered. Dou Qi is the power within the body, but there is still a vast amount of free Dou Qi in this world. Many high-level pills possess the effect of absorbing Dou Qi from heaven and earth, and such pills are extremely precious. No, the place I sensed just now is where Mr. Obito resides. The Dou Huang experts in Jama Holy City gasped in surprise but hesitated for a long time and ultimately did not investigate. Uchiha Obito, this overachiever, could be considered the greatest unstable factor in Jama Holy City right now. He was both mysterious and powerful, making all the strong figures in the city wary. To live a long life, one must first suppress their curiosity. This is something that at least the Dou Huang who have lived for decades naturally understand. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha Obito continued to absorb large amounts of Dou Qi, climbing from the 9th rank of Dou Ling towards Dou. The burning technique broke through the earth tier barrier when it consumed the bone spirit cold fire, evolving into a low-level earth tier technique. This was not the end, as continuous absorption of flames kept evolving the technique. Boom! Another muffled thunder roared in the skies above Jama Holy City, and those who had not fallen asleep opened their windows to look out, seeing large amounts of dark clouds gathering. Is it going to rain? Many thought, subconsciously not taking it seriously. Night rain wouldn't have much of an impact and would instead wash away the dust of the imperial capital. Intermediate Earth Tier. After absorbing the bone spirit cold fire, the level of the burning technique stabilized here. Meanwhile, the constantly drawn Dou Qi was relentlessly pounding on the barrier, preventing Uchiha Obito from breaking through to Dou Huang. Break! Uchiha Obito suddenly exerted force, and the Dou Qi from the large dark clouds poured into his body, forming a tricolored light wing of green, white and black behind him. Dou Qi transformation. Uchiha Obito officially broke through to Dou Huang. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Obito's mouth. This was far from over. The intermediate earth tier burning technique continued to interact with Uchiha Obito's powerful soul force, while the pouring rain continued to fall and the Dou Qi in the world continued to flood into his body. At dawn, the heavy rain that had persisted through the night ceased. As the first rays of morning sunlight fell, Uchiha Obito slowly opened his eyes and the tricolored wings behind him gradually faded. Letting out a long breath, he murmured, "Is this the current limit? Haste makes waste. I really need to digest this." Slowly standing up, he felt the surging Dou Qi within him. In just one night he had become a 5-star Dou Huang. At this moment, Xiaoyan also finally opened his eyes and laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, I've finally become a great Dou master." When daylight arrived, Yuji Boban once again met Xiaoyan. At a glance he discerned Xiaoyan's condition and nodded slightly, remarking that it seemed Xiaoyan had broken through last night as well. Yuji Boban was now truly a Dou Huang in Dou Qi cultivation and thus could effortlessly perceive the changes in Xiaoyan. "Haha, by luck I advanced from Dosher 7-star to Great Dosher last night. Now I feel even more confident facing Neilan Yenran," Xiaoyan said with a smile. "Master Ban, there was such a great stir of Dou Qi from your side last night. Did you break through as well?" Xiaoyan laughed, his delight plain to see. Yuji Boban merely nodded and did not deny it. Inside the storage ring, Yao Lao was somewhat astonished and began to form new conjectures about Yuji Boban. Unlike Xiaoyan, the Yao Lao, whose soul force was vast, could actually sense Yuji Boban's true Dou Qi realm. To have advanced overnight from Dou Ling 9-star to Dou Huang 5-star, if Yuji Boban had achieved that by ordinary step-by-step cultivation, Yao Lao absolutely would not believe it. After absorbing and refining an exotic flame, the energy within that flame must be gradually activated. It cannot instantly confer a realm advancement upon its absorber. Yao Lao now suspected that Yuji Boban had been afflicted by some kind of flame-related seal, and upon acquiring a new flame such as Guling Linghua Bone Spirit Cold Flame, he had unsealed more of them, producing this sudden leap in strength. Indeed, that must be the case. After breakfast, Hai Bodong, the Ice Emperor, came to visit. From his robe he produced a white letter of antique yet dignified workmanship. On its face was painted a white cloud and a verdant long sword, the blade half hidden in the clouds, its sword keen and severe. From Yunlan sect. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow at the unusual emblem, surprised. Hai Bodong replied with a nod. Hai Bodong raised the letter and said, "This is an invitation from Yunlan sect to certain leaders and strong figures in the imperial capital." He handed an identical invitation to Yuji Boban as well. "There is one for you too." Yuji Boban arched an eyebrow and took the letter with a slightly amused expression. Hai Bodong explained, "Master Ban, your reputation has stirred the entire imperial capital these days. The prominent forces there all know of your formidable power and your superb skill as an alchemist. If Yunlan sect were to ignore you, their intelligence would be far too backward to be the leading sect of the Jama Empire." Yuji Boban seemed to accept this line of thought, idly toying with the invitation, lost in his own reflections. Nearby Xiaoyan snorted with pride and said contemptuously, "An invitation? Isn't this just a means to build momentum for Neilan Yenran?" Hai Bodong nodded. "Soon it will be the 3-year duel between you and Neilan Yenran. Yunlan sect is now inviting respected and prestigious people to its halls 9 times out of 10. This is to generate support and fanfare for Neilan Yenran, the future young sect leader. After all, if she wins, her prestige will rise dramatically." Xiaoyan scoffed coldly. "Yunlan sect is overly arrogant. If Neilan Yenran loses, won't it be Yunlan sect that looks foolish? Will their sect leader Yun Yun not be humiliated?" Yuji Boban yawned in boredom. Yun Yun is not currently at Yunlan sect. All external affairs are being handled by the Yunlan sect Elders Pavilion for the time being. He had little interest in such petty calculations. His real reason for going to Yunlan sect was to meet the Dou Zone powerhouse, whom the sect had long kept hidden. Master Ban Yao Lao, you two should go on to Yunlan sect first. I will go alone and prove myself, Xiaoyan said. After the brief exchange, the conversation turned to this matter in earnest. Very well, Yu Boban said with a casual wave. Then he and Hai Bo Dong flew toward Yunlan sect to scout the situation. Xiao Yan was not worried in the least. A force like Yunlan sect might dominate within the Jiama Empire, but across the entire Dou Qi Continent it was insignificant. Powers that stood as obstacles in the path of the child of the world rarely had happy endings. They would either bend the knee or be annihilated. With Yao Lao residing within him and the soul form of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python at his command, Xiao Yan could toy with such forces. After Yu Bo Ban and Hai Bo Dong left the room, Xiao Yan slowly tore the mask from his face and tossed it into his storage ring. From that moment the identity of Yan Xiao could be temporarily retired. He would henceforth be known as Xiao Yan. He removed the alchemist's long robe from his body and donned a deep black robe which lent his delicate refined features an added air of mystery. After splashing cold water on his face, Xiao Yan looked up at his slightly pale scholarly visage in the mirror and smiled faintly. He extended his right hand, the storage ring flashing, and a black giant measuring rod as tall as he was abruptly manifested. He gripped the rod's handle, the shaft flipped, a sharp oppressive chi swept the room like a gust of wind, and with a faint sound the enormous black rod was thrust across his back at a slant. Clapping his palms, Xiao Yan pushed open the door and left the inn. Without disturbing anyone, he walked at an unhurried pace along the street, passed through the city gate and stood upon a high slope just beyond the walls. He looked up and stared into the distance. A vast snow-white peak rose solemnly, and from it faint sounds of swordsong drifted upward toward the heavens. The Yunlan sect, the most formidable power in the Jiama Empire, had stood atop the empire's pinnacle through generations of unbroken legacy. Had it not been for the sect's decree forbidding the seizure of imperial authority, the Yunlan sect would have completely dominated the entire Jiama Empire during several past dynastic changes. It was precisely for this reason that every imperial dynasty regarded this colossal entity with extreme wariness. By the time of the current Jiama royal family, thanks to the protection of the guardian Jiaxingtian, this generation of royalty finally possessed enough strength to make even the Yunlan sect slightly cautious. Thus the Jiama royal family stationed an elite battle-hardened legion at the foot of the Yunlan mountain. The legion had been garrisoned there for years, and its purpose was clear to all: to keep watch over the Yunlan sect. The Yunlan sect did not react too fiercely to this royal move. Aside from some hot-headed young disciples who occasionally caused trouble in the military camp, the sect's upper echelons maintained a silent stance on the matter. For they understood that no ruler tolerates a sleeping lion beside their bed, and imperial families are often beset by suspicion. They had long grown accustomed to this. As long as the Yunlan sect remained unshaken, the legion at the mountain's base would never dare to make a single rash move. No dynasty in the Jiama Empire had ever dared to truly strike against the Yunlan sect, for they all knew that this colossal hornet's nest, once stirred, would bring about a cataclysm. The Yunlan sect was built atop the Yunlan mountain, which lay only a few dozen miles from the imperial capital. The two stood in close proximity like two colossal entities locked in a silent standoff. Though Xiao Yan had waited 3 years for this day, he did not rush ahead using the purple cloud wings. Instead, he strode unhurriedly toward the snow-white peak, piercing the clouds at the edge of his vision, a black-robed figure bearing a huge sword like a wandering ascetic. On the broad road a young man clad in black robes walked slowly, the enormous black sword on his back drawing considerable attention. Occasional carriages and horsemen passing by cast curious glances his way. Xiao Yan paid no heed to these gazes. His steps were neither heavy nor light. Though the heavy Xian ruler's weight would astonish anyone who first touched it, after 2 years of familiarity he had grown accustomed to its mass. Thus carrying it while traveling caused no delay, and his footprints left only shallow imprints, no longer the clumsy deep pits of the path. Step by step, unhurried and steady, his seemingly slender figure exuded a calm and grace that drew admiration. This meditative journey was not without benefit for Xiao Yan. When he first left the city gates, the aura of his recent breakthrough to the Great Dou Master rank still leaked from his body, causing passers-by to instinctively keep their distance. That pressure was not something mere Dou practitioners or even ordinary people could withstand. As he walked, the overflowing aura gradually seeped back into his body. Now, aside from the massive sword on his back, there was nothing unusual about him. When the sun, having broken free of the horizon, climbed high into the sky, Xiao Yan finally stopped. Standing on a slope, he gazed at the vast mountain base at the edge of his vision. There rows upon rows of military tents stretched across the flat grassland, and through the white canvas faint figures of drilling soldiers could be seen. After a casual glance from a few sentries by the roadside, Xiao Yan easily followed the main path and ascended the mountain's foot. As lush greenery began to line both sides, the sounds of soldiers drilling faded away. Lifting his head, Xiao Yan saw before him a stone staircase stretching to the horizon like a ladder to the heavens. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yan gazed up at the ancient stone steps that had existed for countless years. He closed his eyes, and faintly the crisp sound of a sword seemed to drift down from the top of the steps, echoing through the forest like a bell, captivating the soul. After a long silence, Xiao Yan opened his eyes, patted the heavy Xian ruler on his back, and set his foot firmly on the slightly damp ancient stone steps. In that moment, the 3-year vow had finally arrived. As his foot landed, Xiao Yan felt as if his soul itself had exhaled the breath it had held for 3 years. 3 years ago, burdened with a seemingly rash and childish blend of shame and resentment, the young man left home, ventured into deep mountains, traversed vast deserts, and amidst blades, blood and fire transformed himself like a chrysalis. 3 years had worn away his naivety and witnessed his growth, all of which was for today's vow. With an indescribable emotion swelling in his chest, Xiaoyan maintained his steady pace, his gaze fixed on the vanishing point of the ascending steps, as if piercing through space to rest upon the woman seated in meditation at the mountain's peak. Nailan Yanran. He murmured the name, calm yet tinged with other emotions, as it slipped from his lips. Xiaoyan seems to have arrived. Deep within the sea of clouds lay a square of the Yunlan sect, surrounded by ancient towering trees. Many invited experts had already gathered there. Yuziboban leaned against the treetop of an ancient tree, flanked by many prominent figures of the Jiama Empire, including Hai Guodong President Fa Ma Jiaxingtian Nailan Jie and Mitre Tingshan. Ban nodded to indicate he was aware. The Yunlan sect was only 20 or 30 kilometers from the Jiama holy city, and Xiaoyan had always been within his perception range. At this moment, however, Ban's attention was more captivated by the Yunlan sect itself. The sect, built against the mountain, exuded a majestic grandeur, and with thousands of disciples it presented a tremendous spectacle. In his heart, Ban could not help but draw comparisons. In terms of strength, the Kanahagakure he and Hashirama had founded was undoubtedly mightier than the current Yunlan sect. But in sheer presence, Kanahagakure seemed too confined. At the same time, Ban's resolve strengthened. The old world of the ninja had been too small, and he had reached the end of his path there. Only in a world like this could he find more powerful opponents to challenge and thus surpass himself even faster. While waiting, Uchiha Madara began to observe the Yunlan sect. Beyond its imposing exterior and the hidden Do Zone powerhouse, the Yunlan sect possessed another element that caught Uchiha Madara's attention: its grand formation. At that moment, over 1,000 Yunlan sect disciples were seated in their designated positions, their breathing rhythms perfectly synchronized, their auras intertwining. Any point of contact would invite a relentless barrage of attacks as ceaseless as a storm. The 1,000-odd figures on the plaza moved as one. If they struck together, even a Do Huan might be forced to retreat. The ninja world had little involvement with formations, focusing instead on barriers and sealing techniques. Even when gathering allies, they could only combine the power of 4 or 5 individuals. With the power of the Ten Tails at his command, Madara found it effortless to produce thousands of shadow clones. Thus he couldn't help but ponder, what would happen if he used this grand formation with his shadow clones? 1,000 Doshir combined could rival a Do Huan leaping across 3 ranks. Although this was partly due to the lower realms of Do Qi being easier to cross, could 1,000 Do Huan united by this formation span 2 ranks to defeat a Do Shang? Lost in thought, Madara shook his head. The Yunlan sect's formation likely had an upper limit. Perhaps a higher grade formation would be required to achieve such a feat. And formations fell into a realm still unknown to Madara. The vast plaza remained silent, and time slipped by in the stillness. High above, the colossal sun slowly climbed to its zenith, casting warm rays that spilled down, enveloping the entire mountaintop. At some point, faint footsteps suddenly echoed from the bluestone steps beyond the plaza. The soft sound drifted in, causing the unified aura within the plaza to shift slightly. All the Yunlan sect disciples opened their eyes, their gazes locking onto the bluestone steps from which the measured footsteps came. On the stone platform, Nailan Yanran slowly opened her bright eyes, her gaze fixed on that spot. For some reason, her heart, which had been calm, suddenly beat with a few erratic pulses. The footsteps grew closer and louder until even the dozen or so white-robed elders on the stone platform opened their eyes, directing their attention to the same place. Suddenly, sunlight broke through the ethereal clouds above, landing precisely on the final step of the staircase. There, a tall, slender figure finally appeared in countless eyes. Under the gaze of nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes from the plaza, the black-robed youth bearing a huge black ruler on his back raised his foot and ascended the last step. Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the vast plaza with neither joy nor sorrow, finally settling on the beautiful woman on the stone platform, who was likewise returning his bright stare. He took 3 steps forward, his footfalls low and echoing in the silent plaza. After 3 steps, the youth lifted his head, fixed his eyes on the woman, and spoke calmly. "Shao Clan Xiaoyan." The simple flat words drifted across the vast plaza, causing the unified aura that filled it to waver and stir. In the arena, countless Yunlan sect disciples turned their eyes, each carrying different emotions, toward the black-robed youth at the stone steps. The young man named Xiaoyan was no stranger to them. Xiaoyan's relationship with Nailan Yanran made him a frequent topic of gossip among the Yunlan sect disciples. Of course, whenever his name came up, most people spoke with a hint of disdain and mockery. A youth from a minor clan aiming to marry Nailan Yanran, who held a status as noble as a princess within the Yunlan sect, this in their eyes was nothing short of overreaching. Especially after the 3-year agreement spread within the sect, the scorn grew even more pronounced. Yet much of this ridicule was also tinged with a certain envy. As the unattainable young mistress of the Yunlan sect, countless disciples regarded her as the goddess of their hearts. In daily encounters, they were always met with her serene, refined expression, and any attempt to draw closer invariably ended in failure. Thus Xiaoyan, the man who had nearly become Nailan Yanran's husband, was naturally the target of a certain twisted jealousy. Jealousy combined with rumors led these Yunlan sect disciples to form a terrible impression of Xiaoyan whom they had never met. In conversations they would belittle him as much as possible as if they couldn't rest until they had dismissed him as worthless. Yet today, watching the youth who remained calm and composed even before the combined aura of nearly 1,000 Yunlan sect disciples, some of the more astute disciples setting aside their negative emotions felt a shiver of awe. Such a demeanor was far from the image of the Shao clan waste they had always spoken of. Nalan Yanran's bright eyes were fixed on the slightly built youth not far away, her gaze lingering on his clean-cut face where she could faintly discern the outline of the boy from years ago. But 3 years had worn away the boy's childishness and sharp edges. The youth before her now no longer bore the fierce cutting aura he had shown in the Shao clan's main hall. What remained was a profound restrained depth. He has really changed. A thought quietly surfaced in her mind and Nalan Yanran's gaze grew complicated. She had never imagined that the waste of those days could truly come to the Yunlan sect without a trace of fear and face nearly 1,000 disciples with a calm as light as the breeze without any tension or change in expression. Nalan clan Nalan Yanran. She rose slowly, her figure as upright as a proud snow lotus, her bright eyes fixed on Xiaoyan, her voice as calm as his. In the arena after Nalan Yanran stood up, the dozen or so white-robed elders above her finally opened their eyes, their gazes turning to Xiaoyan at the stone steps. The elders exchanged glances, each feeling a hint of surprise. The Xiaoyan before them now, no matter how they looked at him, bore no resemblance to the scorned waste of the Shao clan from years past. The white-robed elder at the center lifted his eyes to Xiaoyan and after a long pause spoke slowly. "You are Xiaoyan of the Shao clan." As his gaze swept over the old man in the white robe, Xiaoyan realized that he held a significant position in the Yunlan sect, for ever since he spoke the other elders clad in similar robes had remained silent. "I am the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, Yunling." Before Xiaoyan could respond, the elder continued, speaking to himself. "Today the sect leader has yet to return, so I shall preside over this 3-year agreement. The purpose of this contest is for mutual exchange and learning." A gentle voice suddenly interrupted Yunling's words. All eyes in the arena shifted towards the source of the voice, ultimately resting on the quietly standing young man in black robes, each expression slightly different. Many were surprised that Xiaoyan would speak such words, for his opponent was the carefully cultivated successor of the Yunlan sect. He quite bold. Up in the trees, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoyan's actions were somewhat to his liking. Nalan Yanran raised her gaze slightly, staring at the young man in black, her dark eyes revealing an unmistakable wave of emotion. After a moment she nodded lightly, her voice cold as you wish. Hearing Nalan Yanran's response, Yunling's brow furrowed slightly. Xiaoyan's sudden interruption left the esteemed Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect feeling somewhat displeased. He knew that Xiaoyan had long shed his title of waste, yet Nalan Yanran's talent was equally impressive, and under the Yunlan sect's training her growth was astonishingly rapid. However, when it came to a battle, Yunling didn't have high hopes for Xiaoyan. "Young man, leave some leeway in everything. Yet since you insist on this demand, so be it. Life and death, let fate decide." With a casual wave of his hand, Yunling spoke indifferently. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a slight arc and he couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Leave some leeway. Back then Nalan Yanran acted with such ruthlessness. Did anyone ask her to leave any leeway? Slowly gripping the handle of the heavy ruler, he suddenly pulled it out, creating a wave of oppressive wind that pointed diagonally towards the ground. The fierce gusts of wind stirred up the dust on the ground, a faint azure fighting aura swirling around his body. Xiaoyan fixed his gaze on Nalan Yanran and declared, "For this 3-year agreement I have come as promised. Today let us resolve the grievances of the past. The humiliation you brought to the Shao family back then, today I shall reclaim it." As she extended her jade hand, a glimmering jade ring shone brightly, revealing a slender pale blue long sword, its blade slanting as sunlight streamed down, reflecting a chilling light. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes met the dark orbs of the young man, and with a faint regretful sigh she said, "I will make my own decisions regarding my marriage. Even though 3 years have passed, I do not believe I was wrong back then. I have the right to choose my own destiny. Perhaps at the time due to some inappropriate actions, but if time were to rewind, I think I would still choose the same way." Inappropriate actions? Xiaoyan chuckled softly. Did she think she could dismiss her own overbearing actions with such a light phrase? That seemed a bit too simplistic, didn't it? His expression gradually returned to indifference as Xiaoyan's grip on the ruler tightened. Moments later he stepped forward sharply, causing cracks to spiderweb through the hard bluestone beneath his feet. A surge of azure fighting aura erupted from his body, mingling with flickers of azure flames. Let the battle begin. Although in the Dou Qi Continent 3 years was but a fleeting moment, even 30 or 300 years would be insignificant. However, for the youthful and impetuous Xiaoyan and Nalan Yanran, the importance of these 3 years could not be compared to the decades that followed. This was something Uchiha Madara deeply understood. In his lifetime he experienced perhaps 2 periods filled with warmth and hope for a beautiful future. One was during his youth when he met Hashirama by the riverside. The other was after the founding of Konoha, joyfully strolling through the village. Each of these periods lasted less than a month, yet for Madara they remained the most unforgettable times of his life. Although we spent decades in a cave after the Valley of the End battle, their significance paled in comparison to those 2 months. Some things cannot be erased by the passage of time. A person's life has not only length but also depth. Feeling the powerful fighting aura rising from Xiaoyan's body, Nalan Yanren's eyes flashed with surprise. The boy who once endured scorn and ridicule at the Xiao family had truly transformed completely. Gripping her pale blue long sword tightly, a gentle azure breeze swirled around the blade, and within the wind sharp wind blades emerged, occasionally shooting out and leaving shallow scratches on the hard bluestone, the sword gradually rising and pointing towards Xiaoyan, its sharp edge gleaming ominously under the sunlight. As the fighting auras of both individuals surged, the atmosphere in the vast square suddenly became tense, the surroundings falling silent once more. All eyes were on the two, many eager to see how far the once wasteful youth had come after 3 years of cultivation. In the arena, Xiaoyan slowly closed his eyes, then exhaled deeply. His eyes suddenly opened and a flash of azure flame flickered in his dark irises while the fighting aura enveloping his body deepened significantly. Gripping the handle of the ruler tightly and feeling the heavy weight, Xiaoyan raised his gaze, focusing on the slender figure of the woman before him. In the air their eyes met, both gazes filled with complexity. The 3-year agreement has come. The grievances of the past will be completely resolved today. I hope that after today all entanglements can. On the stone platform, Yunling watched as the two stood in a tense standoff. He lightly cleared his throat, but before he could speak his expression soured again. For at this moment Xiaoyan, under the gaze of countless eyes, ignored his words and was the first to break the standoff, swinging the heavy ruler and transforming into a shadow that charged fiercely at Nalan Yanran. Let the battle begin, Nalan Yanran. It has been 3 years. Under the gaze of everyone in the plaza, Xiaoyan resembled an enraged beast as he lightly brushed the ground with the Xin heavy ruler, leaving behind a long trail of sparks and deep marks on the bluestone. Nalan Yanran gazed calmly at the shadow rushing towards her. Her technique belonged to the wind attribute, making speed and agility her greatest strengths. As Xiaoyan was about to close the 10-meter range around him, Nalan Yanran finally made a move. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her body fluttering like a leaf in a storm, and in an instant she passed by the rushing black figure. In that fleeting moment of intersection, Nalan Yanran's long sword naturally swung out horizontally, using the momentum of her movement to unleash several small wind blades that swiftly shot towards Xiaoyan's neck. The rapidly advancing figure suddenly halted, the massive black ruler slightly raised. With a clanging sound and a few tiny sparks, the wind blades dissipated without even managing to hinder Xiaoyan's attack. After fending off the wind blades, Xiaoyan raised his gaze slightly, his indifferent eyes casting a sidelong glance at the graceful figure that had just brushed past him. With a swing of his arm, the Xin heavy ruler unleashed a fierce force, striking backwards. The pressure from the force pressed Nalan Yanran's dress tightly against her skin, accentuating her slender waist. Feeling the rushing pressure behind her, Nalan Yanran raised an eyebrow in surprise at the opponent's keen perception. Her long sword thrust forward sharply, leaving a green arc in the void air. The sharp tip of the sword seemed to pierce through the air. With a crisp ding, the sword tip directly struck against the heavy ruler that was crashing down. As the two made contact, the immense force contained within the ruler bent the long sword into a dangerously sharp arc, causing the surrounding disciples of the Yunlan sect to display expressions of astonishment. The sword, infused with fighting energy, was capable of withstanding tremendous weight, yet it was already bent upon contact, indicating the terrifying power contained within the black ruler. Many invited powerful individuals began to whisper among themselves, marveling at the fierce battle between Xiaoyan and Nalan Yanran. Being invited by the Yunlan sect, they were all formidable, at least high-level Dou Ling, and could naturally discern the fluidity of both fighters' movements and the purity of their fighting energy. Such strength would likely be revered as a guest of honor in many cities of the Gamma Empire. Yet both were under 20 years old, making their talents truly frightening. Nalan Yanran was understandable as she was carefully nurtured by the Yunlan sect, but Xiaoyan had only been known as a waste 3 years ago. Achieving such accomplishments in merely 3 years, one could only wonder what kind of fortuitous encounters he had. Some Dou Wang and Dou Huang experts couldn't help but sigh, reflecting if they had possessed such overwhelming strength at the same age. Why don't we place a bet? Haidong suddenly laughed. Uchiha Madara showed no reaction, but Fama and Jia Xingtian beside him turned their heads in surprise. Let's bet on the outcome of these two today, Haidong continued. Oh. Fama raised an eyebrow and smiled at the battle on the stage. After observing for a moment, Fama commented, Xiaoyan's attacks are fierce, his fighting technique must be of the aggressive type, so it's not surprising that he can temporarily suppress Nalan Yanran. However, the Yunlan sect has a strong foundation. I wonder how much effort they've secretly put into this 3-year agreement. While I am amazed at Xiaoyan's growth, I still favor Nalan Yanran. I share the same opinion, Jia Xingtian nodded in agreement. While I believe Xiaoyan shouldn't be underestimated, I ultimately think Nalan Yanran will win. Is that so? Haidong chuckled. I have a different view, but I can't be sure. I'll bet on Xiaoyan winning. The three expressed their opinions before turning their gaze to Uchiha Madara. I wonder who Mr. Madara thinks has the better chance of winning. Haidong inquired. Uchiha Madara looked at the two on the stage and calmly replied, Xiaoyan. Haha, Mr. Madara shares my view. Upon hearing Madara's thoughts, Haidong burst into laughter. Fama shook his head with a smile. Mr. Madara's opinion is unexpected. How much do you think Xiao Yan's chances are? 100%. Uchiha Madara answered without hesitation. This time even Haidong was surprised. Nalan Yanren was the future young master of the Yunlan sect and a standout among her peers. Even if he understood some of Xiao Yan's hidden cards, he could only regard him as more promising, not certain of his victory. Madara naturally wouldn't explain why he merely focused on the battle unfolding before him. Both Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanren appeared weak in his eyes at that moment, yet they reminded him of his younger self. Viewing them through the lens of memory made it somewhat interesting. At 18 or 19 years old, Madara had already honed the most elite physical techniques in ninjutsu in the world of Hokage. He had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and though he had yet to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he was still one of the strongest. One could say that at the same age Madara's accomplishments far surpassed those of Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanren. However, due to the limited ceiling of the Hokage world, each significant leap in strength afterward would take him years or even decades to achieve. In contrast, Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanren stood at the lower tier of this world, still possessing opportunities for growth, and although their development was arduous, it was filled with happiness. Madara, having lived for over a century, couldn't help but ponder how it would be if he could grow happily through hardships alongside Izuna Hashirama and the important people around him, rather than being forced to grow painfully through the deaths of loved ones in the midst of cruel war. What a sight that would be! Madara's gaze flickered as he continued watching the battle between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanren. Perhaps he would be happier that way. As Banzai's flickered, the battle between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanren had already reached a white-hot stage. 8 extremities collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he clenched his fists. Leveraging the rotational force of his body, Xiao Yan's fists, laced with a terrifying gale, smashed fiercely toward Nalan Yanren. A low roar echoed in Xiao Yan's heart, and the force within his fists surged once more, finally landing solidly on Nalan Yanren's back amid the horrified gazes of the surrounding Yunlan sect disciples. The terrifying gale sent Nalan Yanren hurtling through the air like a kite, with its string cut, her delicate body suspended aloft like a fragile flower swept away by a fierce wind. Has Nalan Yanren been defeated? Countless onlookers were dumbfounded as they watched Nalan Yanren plummet from midair like a butterfly that had lost its wings, their faces filled with incredulity. Had the young sect leader of the Yunlan sect truly been defeated so easily? On the stone platform, Yunlang and the other elders merely watched calmly as Nalan Yanren descended slowly. If she were truly so easily defeated, that would be underestimating the Yunlan sect's training. Uziboban gazed at Nalan Yanren, who was falling at high speed. In his perception, the energy within her body was rapidly increasing, on the verge of breaking through to the Great Dou Master level. This must be a secret technique of the Yunlan sect to conceal one's true strength. Even he had barely noticed it earlier. Indeed, the Dou Qi Continent still held many marvels for him to explore. In the arena, Nalan Yanren, who had been descending slowly, suddenly hovered uncannily half a meter above the ground. With a light wave of her jade-like hand, she somersaulted in midair and landed gracefully on the hard bluestone slabs. Seeing that Nalan Yanren had landed completely unscathed, a collective sigh of relief echoed across the square. Her beautiful eyes tinged with gravity, Nalan Yanren gazed at Xiao Yan, whose expression remained calm, and said softly, "You truly surprise me. Regardless, I now believe you are no longer that waste young master of the Xiao family from years ago." Xiao Yan made no reply to her somewhat emotional words. He merely cast a faint glance at her, sensing the pale green energy slowly rising within her, and murmured inwardly, "Finally beginning to show your true strength. I don't wish to dwell on the rights and wrongs of the past." Nalan Yanren slowly raised her arm, the slender pale green sword in her hand glowing with an increasingly intense green light. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, she continued, "But now I represent the Yunlan sect. For its honor, I will not hold back." As Nalan Yanren's voice slowly faded, her robe and raven hair suddenly began to flutter without wind. A majestic aura gradually surged from within her, its intensity causing the surrounding Yunlan sect disciples to gasp in astonishment. Exclamations of surprise could not be suppressed. This aura. Senior sister Nalan has advanced to the Great Dou Master level. Judging from the expressions of the Yunlan sect disciples, even they seemed unaware of Nalan Yanren's true strength. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, pouring down its light from afar, dispersing the thin mist that lingered over the square and warming the skin of all those beneath it. Nearly 1,000 Yunlan sect disciples sat in a semicircle around the square, motionless as wooden stakes on the stone slabs. The sunlight from above did not cause them to stir in the slightest. On the stone platform behind the central stele, a dozen or so white-robed elders squinted their aged eyes, observing the two figures in the arena. Occasionally they leaned in to whisper to one another. "Great Elder, the match has only just begun, yet Nalan Yanren has already been forced to reveal her true strength. Meanwhile, that Xiao boy seems remarkably calm." A white-robed elder turned to Yunlang, speaking in a low voice tinged with concern. "His mentality is indeed commendable." Yunlang nonchalantly brushed some non-existent dust from his sleeve, then said dismissively, "But this match is not merely about mentality. Yanran's progress over the years has amazed even us old-timers. Moreover, the sect leader has imparted some sect secret techniques to her. No matter how talented that Xiao boy is, catching up to Yanran at this point is still impossible. Do not worry yourselves. Since Yanran has already revealed her true strength, this match should soon be concluded. Sending that Xiao boy packing will save me the trouble of fretting. Yunlong spoke flatly. Hearing this, the white-robed elder had nothing more to say. He nodded and turned his head, his gaze drifting to the lower stone platform. Suddenly he spoke out, "Guyi, what is wrong with you?" At his question, a moon-robed elder on the second step of the platform turned around. His face was unmistakably that of Guyi, who had accompanied Nailin Yanran to the Xiao family to break off the engagement years ago. At this moment his expression was slightly strange, and the source of his strangeness seemed to be Xiao Yan, who was in the arena. Ever since he had laid eyes on Xiao Yan, Guyi's expression had turned like this, for he felt that the young man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the mysterious black-robed figure he had encountered in the Mo family of Yenshan. Impossible. That mysterious figure was a Dou Emperor-level powerhouse. Given Xiao Yan's age, even if he were a prodigy, he absolutely could not have reached that level. Guyi shook his head violently, trying to rid himself of the absurd notion, but the two faces kept merging in his mind. When they finally overlapped completely, Guyi shuddered, gasping for breath, and realized with horror that his robes were soaked with cold sweat. "What is wrong with you?" The dozen or so Yunlan sect elders on the stone platform looked at Guyi, who was drenched in cold sweat, and asked with furrowed brows. Nothing. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva to moisten his dry throat, Guyi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, not revealing what was on his mind. Even though the two faces were strikingly similar, he still refused to believe that the mysterious black-robed figure was Xiao Yan. If he truly possessed such strength, why would he need to struggle so hard against Nailin Yanran? It must be an illusion. Judging by his appearance, he is at most a Dou master. There is no way he could be that mysterious black-robed figure. Clenching his teeth, Guyi slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze back on the square. In the square, the aura surging from Nailin Yanran finally ceased its increase, having reached the great Dou master level. She raised the long sword in her hand, and a crisp sword hum echoed lightly across the square. At the tip of the sword, a faint green sword aura extended and retracted, pointing toward Xiao Yan. In an instant, a gale appeared out of thin air. Looking at Nailin Yanran, whose aura had stopped growing, Xiao Yan pressed his lips together and muttered under his breath, "Indeed, around a two-star great Dou master. Time to start fighting with all my might." Cracking his neck, Xiao Yan exhaled, lightly grabbed the handle of the mysterious heavy ruler before him and thrust it forcefully into the floor. Green Dou Qi erupted from his body like flames. After a moment, the Dou Qi dissipated, revealing a green Dou Qi armor to the entire audience. Seeing the armor that seemed almost physical, the square erupted with a chorus of hissing breaths. Dou Qi armor. This guy is also a great Dou master. As Xiao Yan displayed the strength of a grand master, the reactions of the observing powerhouses varied. Fama and Jia Xingtian gasped in awe. Nailin Jie felt regret for his betrothal. Elder Yunling of the Yunlan sect wore a grave expression, and various factions watched the spectacle with keen interest, while the party involved Nailin Yanran was left in utter disbelief. And Uchiha Madara was confident of victory. Uchiha Madara looked down, and after showcasing the aura of a grand master, both summoned their battle armors, their figures intertwining like shadows, fiercely colliding. Suddenly, two silhouettes descended from the tree he was in. Upon the arrival of the two figures, Jia Xingtian, Fama, and others atop the large tree turned their gazes, and when their eyes fell upon a young man in a light blue robe whose face faintly bore a handsome quality, they greeted him with broad smiles. The newcomers were none other than the Pill King Guhi from the Gamma Empire, followed closely by Lu Ling, perhaps feeling the blow from Xiao Yan's performance at the Alchemist Conference. Having lost that arrogance, he appeared very calm. I didn't expect both Pharaoh and Elder Jia to be here." Guhi gestured politely to the two, responding courteously as he dared not show any neglect towards these two peak powerhouses who held considerable prestige within the Gamma Empire. "And this person is?" His gaze suddenly fixed on Hai Bodong. A hint of hesitation flashed across Gui's face as his exceptional soul perception allowed him to sense the palpable aura emanating from the latter. Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong cupped his hands towards Guhi. His typically indifferent expression towards strangers surprisingly broke into a somewhat stiff smile. Although he was of a higher generation than Guhi in this world, only those with greater strength or abilities could truly receive equal treatment or respect. Though he was a Dou Huang powerhouse, Pill King Guhi, being the most skilled alchemist in the Gamma Empire, must be treated on equal footing even by a Dou Huang. For everyone knew the enormous influence a sixth-grade alchemist possessed. Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. Upon hearing Hai Bodong's self-introduction, Guhi was taken aback, and after a moment his expression returned to normal as he smiled politely at Hai Bodong, saying, "Back when I was still training, I had long heard of Elder Hai's reputation. It's a pleasure to see you today. Your prestige remains undiminished." Hai Bodong smiled in acknowledgement. With Gui's politeness, he naturally couldn't be overly formal, returning the courtesy. Meanwhile, Gui's gaze continued to scan the surroundings. He had not come to this 3-year agreement match for nothing. Suddenly, when Gui's gaze fell upon Uchiha Madara, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly approached Uchiha Madara, producing a storage ring and respectfully saying, Mr. Madara, here is the prescription you requested. It contains all the 5th and 6th grade prescriptions that Gouhi possesses. Uchiha Madara glanced at it and accepted the storage ring from Gouhi. Much appreciated. The matter of the prescription had originally been communicated to the Yunlin sect by his shadow clone. He had thought this information wouldn't reach Gouhi as he was well aware of the intricacies within large factions. But perhaps because his shadow clone carried some token from Pill King Gouhi, the message was not taken lightly, thus Gouhi received the news. Gouhi looked at Madara, his smile growing brighter. Gouhi had learned from his disciple Lu Ling that Uchiha Madara was also an alchemist whose skills were not inferior to his own. Coupled with Uchiha Madara's world-shattering power, Gouhi felt increasingly fortunate that he had not chosen to make an enemy of him. Do you know each other? Haibodong asked, somewhat surprised. Gouhi nodded. I had the fortune of meeting Mr. Madara during the competition for the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire in the Tagar Desert. Mr. Madara's strength is remarkable and truly awe-inspiring. Competing with Mr. Madara for the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire was a bit overestimating our capabilities. Haibodong recalled that his first meeting with Uchiha Madara had also been in the Tagar Desert, so Gouhi must have met Uchiha Madara before him. However, speaking of the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire, Haibodong had seen Xiao Yan wield a blue flame. Could it be the Blue Lotus Earth Heart? If that's the case, he would need to re-evaluate Xiao Yan's worth. Uchiha Madara remained silent, and at this moment the battle in the arena had entered a new phase. Under the blazing sun, the girl untied her sash, her dark hair cascading down, complementing her ethereal and graceful aura, creating a captivating scene that made countless admirers' hearts race. Is she going to use that thing? Looking at Nalan Yanran's sudden actions, Yunling and the others on the stone platform were taken aback, then began to mutter to themselves. It seems the competition is about to conclude. But to force Yanran to this point, that Xiao family boy is truly formidable. A white-robed elder sighed. Is she going to reveal her trump card? This girl has been pushed to this point. On the giant tree, Gouhi's face showed a hint of surprise as he murmured. The surrounding Jia Xingtian and others, upon hearing Gouhi's words, were all taken aback, then looked toward the arena with keen interest. In the arena, as her dark hair flowed down, Nalan Yanran slowly closed her eyes, and a moment later she suddenly opened them, her long hair rising without the aid of any force, or wings beginning to hover upwards. As Nalan Yanran's figure gradually ascended, the energy surrounding her began to boil like boiling water, ripples of faint blue energy continuously spreading from her body. The long sword slowly raised, finally pointing diagonally at Xiao Yan below. At a certain moment the sword trembled slightly, and suddenly the sunlight from above converged towards the sword. In just an instant the sword radiated an overwhelming light, dazzling as if it were a second sun in the sky. Xiao Yan, let's decide the victor. Xiao Yan looked up, gazing at the blinding light. Beneath that radiance, terrifying energy was wildly coalesced. Since this is the case. With her beautiful eyes fixed on the tall young man below, Nalan Yanran took a deep breath, her jade-like hand gripping the heavy long sword, moving it slowly, almost imperceptibly. As the long sword moved, the energy ripples spread more intensely. Gazing fatally at the sky, Xiao Yan gently extended his right hand, and with a burst blue flame suddenly appeared under the watchful eyes of everyone. This is... Upon the appearance of the blue flames, while the ordinary disciples of the Yunlin sect seemed unfazed, the elders and powerful figures like Gouhi in the treetops widened their eyes in shock, especially Afema, whose feelings intensified. In the sky, the moving long sword suddenly halted. Nalan Yanran bit her lip tightly, her hands gripping the quivering long sword, the terrifying energy within it becoming increasingly hard for her to control. At a certain moment, when the energy on the long sword reached its peak, Nalan Yanran finally ceased to restrain herself, her delicate face serious. With a clear shout, the already dazzling sunlight from the sword surged once more. In an instant, the intense light from the sword actually overshadowed the brilliance of the blazing sun in the sky. Extreme winds setting sun radiance. As the shout echoed in the sky, the terrifying energy fluctuations finally erupted. A fierce sword aura descended from above, raining down upon Xiao Yan. The hard floor cracked under the pressure of the fierce sword aura, creating fissures that spread to the end of the plaza. Sensing the terrifying sword aura in the sky, the disciples of the Yunlin sect hurriedly joined hands, their battle chi surging forth and coalescing into a massive energy shield that covered most of the plaza, allowing them to escape the pressure caused by the sword aura. It's actually extreme wind. I didn't expect Yun Yun to teach her this. However, with her strength she can barely exert 20 to 30% of its power. Looking up at the sword aura that resembled a sun descending, Jia Xingtian murmured, this little fellow may be in for a tough time. Shifting his gaze back to Xiao Yan in the arena, Jia Xingtian's words were cut short as his pupils suddenly constricted. In the center of the arena, Xiao Yan suddenly took out a pale purple pill from his spatial ring, tossed it into his mouth, and after a slight chew opened his mouth to expel a burst of purple fire that hovered above his left hand. This situation. With his eyes fixed on Xiao Yan spitting out purple fire, Jia Xingtian's eyes nearly narrowed into slits. That day in the Royal Plaza, the youth known as Yen shouted the same. Slowly turning his head, he exchanged glances with Fa Ma, their expressions extremely peculiar and intriguing. It seemed they had finally confirmed something. That Yen Xiao is Xiao Yan. Of course it wasn't only Fa Ma who discovered this from Xiaoyan's actions. Jia Tian and many others on the giant tree also looked on in astonishment. In truth, the most important person wasn't them but Nalan Yenran, who was hovering in the sky and had just unleashed a terrifying martial skill. What is this? In the sky, Nalan Yenran stared blankly at Xiaoyan below. His familiar act of expelling purple fire and the blue flames in his palm triggered the memory of the youth named Yen Xiao who had left a deep impression on her. The two somewhat slender figures in her mind gradually connected and then perfectly merged together. Aside from his face at this moment, Xiaoyan's demeanor and expression were indistinguishable from that young alchemist who had single-handedly defeated the young alchemists of the Yun Empire in the Royal Plaza. Yen Xiao. Xiao Yen Yen Xiao. Xiao Yen. The murmured words escaped her lips, and in that moment Nalan Yenran seemed to awaken, suddenly understanding something. The mysterious youth who had become a leader among the younger generation of the Gamma Empire through the Alchemist Conference and who even made her Nalan Yenran with her proud disposition feel admiration was actually that boy she had regarded as a waste 3 years ago. Nalan Yenran bit her red lips tightly, her expression changing repeatedly. Her jade-like hand covered her lips, her rigid body feeling as if struck by lightning, numb and almost beyond her control. This sudden realization turned Nalan Yenran's calm mind into a muddled mess. Her previously indifferent, delicate face had turned somewhat pale. The first person in so many years to evoke admiration and strange feelings in her, the same age male, turned out to be that boy she had almost regarded as a waste, trampling on her dignity. This almost earth-shattering difference made Nalan Yenran feel dizzy as if dreaming. Yen Xiao. This Xiao Yen is actually Yen Xiao. On the side, Lu Ling looked at Xiao Yen below with astonishment, exclaiming, Yen Xiao. The young man who won the championship of this alchemist conference. Hearing this, Gu he frowned and turned to ask. Yes. Lu Ling nodded, smiling wryly. I didn't expect he was Xiao Yen, we were all deceived by him. However, Lu Ling felt a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. Since Yen Xiao is Xiao Yen, he probably has no feelings for Nalan Yenran. Thus the strongest opponent he originally regarded has seemingly vanished, which is undoubtedly good news for Lu Ling. From what I know, 3 years ago Xiao Yen didn't understand alchemy, and in just 3 years he was able to refine a 4th-grade pill like the 3-pattern blue spirit pill. If this is true, then his talent in alchemy is frighteningly impressive, Gu he said solemnly. Although it's somewhat embarrassing to say, among the younger generation he is the only one I admire. His talent in pill refining is indeed terrifying. You actually admit defeat to someone. It seems this conference's failure has not been without benefits for you, at least you won't be as arrogant as before. Glancing at Lu Ling with slight surprise, Gu he remarked. With his understanding of his disciple, he knew well the pride within him. He didn't expect Lu Ling to feel such admiration towards Xiao Yen, who was evidently younger. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling smiled awkwardly, not daring to continue the conversation. He also knew that his past arrogance had caused Gui some trouble and helplessness. The blue flames in his hand should be a type of unusual fire. But why does this blue flame feel so familiar? As he spoke slowly, Gui's expression changed rapidly, looking towards Uchiha Madara in sudden realization. The blue lotus earth heart fire was taken by Uchiha Madara, and now that it appeared in Xiao Yan's hands, it proved that Xiao Yan had a connection with this Dou Zhe powerhouse. In that case, Xiao Yan's performance was not surprising. However, Gui looked at Xiao Yan and Nalan Yenran in the arena. One side had the Dou Zhe powerhouse Uchiha Madara. The other side was the massive Yunlan sect. Clearly neither side seemed willing to concede. Today's 3-year agreement had become more complex. A cool breeze swept across the sky, startling Nalan Yenran from her dazed stupor. As she came to, she waved her jade-like hand, almost reflexively trying to retrieve the light sword that was hurtling downward. However, with her current strength, merely unleashing the wind extreme was already quite an effort. Controlling it as freely as an extension of her arm was utterly impossible. Thus she could only watch helplessly as the long sword, carrying overwhelming oppressive force like a blazing sun, slammed fiercely toward Xiao Yan on the square. Her pretty face slightly pale as she watched the dazzling longsword plummeting down. Nalan Yanran's heart was in a turmoil. She knew well that she harbored a certain fondness for that young man named Yen Xiao, ordinary in appearance yet possessing an admirable strength along with a hint of unyielding competitive spirit. It was precisely because of these complex feelings that Nalan Yenran, when speaking with him, abandoned her usual aloofness and adopted a very gentle tone. Although she had not known Yen Xiao for very long, Xiao Yan, using this identity, had been recklessly displaying his continuously astonishing abilities. He wielded a strange flame to cure the poison that even the Pill King Gui could not treat. He stood out in the Alchemist Grand Competition from among the outstanding alchemists nationwide and finally single-handedly turned the tide, creating a miracle in a desperate situation, reclaiming the honor that was about to be lost for the Empire's Alchemist Guild. These heart-stirring feats had captivated countless young maidens, causing them to lose their hearts. Under the halo of such remarkable achievements, even a woman as outstanding as Nalan Yenran could not help but feel dazzled. Which woman has never dreamed of her beloved being cheered by the crowd? Indeed, heroes love beauties, but beauties also love heroes. Yan Shao's act of preserving the reputation of the Jiama Empire's alchemist guild might not have been his original intention, but in the eyes of the people of Jiama it truly earned him the title of hero. Nalan Yanran, no matter how aloof and proud, was still a woman, and that moment when the young man bore the cheers of the multitude was indeed the most captivating. Thus, amidst the chaotic emotions in her heart, Nalan Yanran had even felt an impulse to retrieve the long sword. But when that attempt failed, she suddenly fell silent, biting her red lip, staring at Xiao Yan below with eyes as complex and tangled as countless intertwined threads. Looking up calmly at the glaring light that grew larger in his pupils, Xiao Yan also noticed the reactions of those around him, but he did not pay much attention. Exposure was inevitable, he had never intended to conceal it for long. On his hands cyan and purple flames rose slowly. The pressure from the sky pressed his robe tightly against his skin. The purple flame flickered, but the cyan flame swayed in the wind without any weakening. He raised both hands flat, then slowly brought them together. Sensing the impending collision, the two flames suddenly began to pulse violently, the fire leaping wildly as the scorching temperature soared rapidly. What is he trying to do? Watching Xiao Yan's strange movements, Ma and Gu He on the giant tree were stunned, their faces full of confusion. This fellow wants to merge two flames together. As a 6th rank alchemist, Gu He after a moment of thought understood Xiao Yan's intention and exclaimed in astonishment, is he crazy? Different flames, yet he wants to merge them. Isn't he afraid of backlash from the flames? As a 6th rank alchemist, Gu He was well aware of the resistance and incompatibility between flames. Merging two different flames successfully was a difficulty beyond imagination. Even Gu He himself was not sure he had that ability. Uchiha Madara also let out a surprised sound, not expecting Xiao Yan to have such insight into flames, even coinciding with his own Indra's flower. Not bad. He has some of my style. However, without an ability like flame control, merging two different flames is no simple task. The cyan and purple flames grew closer and fierce energy ripples constantly surged out from between them. Occasionally tongues of fire leaped out and touched each other, erupting with thunderous roars that left everyone in the square stunned. With a calm expression, Xiao Yan observed the changes in the two flames. After a brief moment of stillness, he suddenly clapped his hands together heavily. Boom boom. The two colored flames were slammed together and a series of thunderous sounds continuously emitted from Xiao Yan's palms. Yet he ignored them, gently rubbing his hands while his soul power spread out like lightning, enveloping the two flames and manipulating them with practiced ease based on previous experience. As the speed of his rubbing increased, faint light suddenly radiated from his palms along with the thunder, and after a moment the thunder ceased abruptly. Xiao Yan let out a light breath, slowly separated his pressed palms, and a brilliant cyan-purple light burst forth from his palms. The intense light gradually faded and everyone quickly looked over, only to stare in astonishment at a cyan-purple fire lotus spinning slowly above Xiao Yan's palm. Such powerful energy. The sky is becoming more and more unfathomable with a seemingly endless arsenal of tricks. Ma shifted his gaze from the fire lotus and exchanged a look with Jiaxingtian, both shaking their heads with a sympathetic sigh. Since they had met this fellow, they had been stunned by Xiao Yan's actions countless times. Success. Uchiha Madara's lips curled slightly. Although Xiao Yan was still weak, his talent with flames convinced him that Xiao Yan's future would not be mediocre. Xiao Yan slowly moved his hand up and down and the floating cyan-purple lotus followed. He looked up, the pressure from the sharp scorching sword energy nearly tilted his body. He spread his feet slightly to transfer the immense force into the ground, took a deep breath, and after a moment of stillness he flicked the fire lotus with his finger, murmuring softly, "Go Buddha's wrath." Fire lotus. As the words fell, the cyan-purple fire lotus shot out, turning into a streak of light like a meteor rushing to meet the blazing sun, sword plunging toward him. Under the tense gaze of the countless spectators in the square, the two streaks of light flashed across the sky and collided violently like meteorites about 10 meters above the ground. Boom! The thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire Yunlan Mountain at that moment. A thunderous explosion roared across the skies above Yunlan Mountain as if the wrath of the thunder god itself shook the very soul, reinforced the defenses. Upon seeing the shockwave, Yunlang, the Grand Elder of Yunlan sect, immediately sensed grave danger and bellowed in alarm. Yes. Nearly 1,000 Yunlan sect disciples answered in unison, their battle chi spiraled above them, converging into a vast protective dome that enveloped half the plaza. Numerous cultivators simultaneously activated their own defenses. Though both combatants were merely great battle masters, the shockwave generated by their clash was formidable enough to command respect even from a battle king. High above, where blinding light had severed all sight, the 3-year challenge reached its decisive conclusion. A violent shockwave struck Nalan Yanran full force, instantly draining the color from her delicate face as she spat forth a crimson gush of blood. It is over, Nalan Yanran. Xiao Yan sprouted violet wings from his back and soared into the sky. With one palm strike aimed at the off-balanced Nalan Yanran, he sent her plummeting downward like a shattered lifeless blossom. Grand Elder, what shall we do now? Yanran has been defeated, one of the Yunlan sect elders asked wryly. Yunlang's expression flickered with turmoil. Nalan Yanran embodied the entire Yunlan sect. Her defeat would inevitably deal a devastating blow to the sect's prestige. He needed to devise a way to salvage this loss. Suddenly a voice rang out, Grand Elder. He is the mysterious killer who slew Mo Chang. Gu Yi, the Yunlan sect's steward, pointed fearfully at Xiao Yan. This matter traced back to 1 month A month earlier Xiao Yan had journeyed to the northwestern city of Yanchang and the Mo family seeking to awaken the Bish San Huatong of his servant Qinglin. Mo Chang, the Mo family patriarch, was also the one who had abducted Qinglin. Mo Chang held another identity, former steward of the Yunlan sect, hence Gu Yi had been present that day. Coincidentally, when Xiao Yan, shrouded entirely in black robes, slayed Mo Chang with the aid of senior pharmacist Yao's true face had been glimpsed by Gu Yi. Now Xiao Yan's visage overlapped perfectly with the memory seared into Gu Yi's mind, spurring him to cry out in terror. Below, Xiao Yan withdrew the ancient engagement contract and tore it slowly before Nalin Yenran's eyes. Nalin Yenran, from this day forth there shall be no further ties between you and my Xiao family. Xiao Yan drew forth his Xuanzhong spear, planted it firmly upon his back and strode calmly toward the plaza's edge, his voice trailing behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, the spectacle has concluded, please return home. Bathed in the golden afterglow of sunset, Xiao Yan's silhouette exuded effortless grace. For him this was the perfect resolution. The 3-year obsession that had coiled tightly around his heart dissolved completely in this instant. His Dao heart would undoubtedly advance in cultivation today. Yet, how could matters unfold so smoothly? Uchiha Madara watched Xiao Yan's retreating figure, then turned his gaze upon the assembled elders of Yunlan sect, his lips curling faintly upward. He sensed their emotions simmering at the precipice of eruption. Perfect. No need to contrive an excuse. Xiao Yan, please remain a moment. The Yunlan sect has certain matters requiring your personal confirmation. Have you heard of the death of Mo Chang, one of our outer sect stewards, 1 month past? Yunlang fixed Xiao Yan with a cold venomous stare and demanded gravely. Whispers immediately rippled through the ranks of Yunlan disciples. Though Mo Chang held low standing within Yunlan sect, his social acumen earned him wide connections, thus upon his death the sect's enforcement team had dispatched investigators to Yanchang. Their findings proved meager, only that 2 exceptionally powerful mystics had slain him. Why then did the Grand Elder raise this matter now? Did he suspect Xiao Yan? But Xiao Yan was a great battlemaster, Mo Chang a battle spirit. Their disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. How could Xiao Yan possibly be implicated? Madara caught the murmurs and glanced sidelong at Hai Bodong. Was it you? Hai Bodong's face paled instantly. He could not fathom how Madara knew. Seeing Hai Bodong's reaction, Madara understood at once. A subtle smirk lifted his lips as he murmured, well done. Hai Bodong. In the arena, Xiao Yan's heart pounded violently, his body trembling faintly, but slowly, deliberately he turned back, his voice calm and detached. Grand Elder Yunlang, what meaning lies behind these words? Do you truly suggest Mo Chang was slain by me? Ha ha. Yunlang gestured sharply toward Gu Yi. Gu Yi happened to be present at the time and even exchanged blows with the mystic. During that brief skirmish he glimpsed the assassin's face, though only fleetingly, leaving his memory hazy. Only now has he dared confirm, beyond doubt, that the mystic was none other than Yu Xiao Yan. Yunlang's overwhelming aura bore down upon Xiao Yan like a vengeful specter as he roared. Silence descended upon the plaza. Most had heard rumors of those 2 mystics. Their status as battle emperors made them exceedingly rare within the Jama Empire. Yet a teenager as a great battlemaster. That they could accept. But a teenager as a battle emperor. Such a feat had never been achieved anywhere across the entire Dou Qi Continent. Grand Elder Yunlang, I deeply regret Mo Chang's steward's passing, but truth demands evidence. To accuse me solely on Gu Yi's testimony is nothing short of absurd, Xiao Yan replied, coolly defending himself with unshaken composure. Ah, I recall. At the moment of Mo Chang's slaying, that mystic wielded a terrifying white flame. The sharp, strained voice burst from Gu Yi's flushed face. White flame. Bone-cold flame. Madara's eyes lit up instantly. He rose abruptly, electrified with excitement. Hai Bodong recoiled in alarm, bewildered by Madara's sudden fervor, yet instinctively sensed something monumental was about to unfold. With a flick of his palm, Madara summoned a pale, bone-chilling flame, its frigid aura radiating outward. His voice, amplified by both battle chi and chakra, resonated across the entire plaza. Is this the white flame you speak of? Silence. Upon hearing Uchiha Ban's words, the entire hall fell into a deathly stillness. The Uchiha Ban before them was no longer the unknown figure who had just arrived on the Dou Qi Continent. After the incident at the Jama Empire auction, those slightly better informed in the Jama Empire knew that Uchiha Ban was a man capable of crushing Jiaxingtian and 9-star Do Huang beneath his feet. To subdue a 9-star Do Huang so utterly meant that Uchiha Ban was at least a Dozong powerhouse. Now seeing Uchiha Ban step forward, countless people were struck with astonishment. Mr. Ban, why did you voluntarily admit to this matter? Pharma asked with confusion. Any reasonable person would know the wisdom of self-preservation. I don't know, but the Yunlan sect is definitely in trouble today, Jia Xingtian chuckled. Having faced Uchiha Ban directly, he understood all too well the latter's formidable strength. For a powerhouse like Uchiha-ban to come into conflict with the Yunlan sect, a colossal presence entrenched within the Jama Empire, it suited him perfectly. Fight. The fiercer the better. This way the Jama royal family could rest easy. Heibadon's expression was complex, filled with questions. Why would Uchiha-ban take the blame for him and Xiaoyan? Offending such a behemoth as the Yunlan sect without reason seemingly brought no benefit. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Heibadon. Could it be that he came straight for the Yunlan sect from the start? The more Heibadon pondered this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps some great power sought to extend their influence into the Jama Empire by first striking at the Yunlan sect. If so, all of Uchiha-ban's unusual behavior earlier could be explained. At this thought, Heibadon couldn't help but shudder. Once drawn into the struggles of these great powers, even as a Douhuang facing such forces that span continents would render him nothing more than an expendable pawn. Danwang Guha also wore a grave expression. As a Danwang built upon the resources of the Yunlan sect, logically he stood on their side. However, unlike the current Yunlan sect members, Guha had witnessed Uchiha-ban's power in the Tiger Desert. That massive meteorite descending from the heavens, he doubted anyone in the Yunlan sect could counter it. If Uchiha-ban truly fought the Yunlan sect, where then would he stand? Yunlang's face darkened as well. After glaring fiercely at Gaia, he forced a strained smile and spoke to Ban. Senior, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Yunlang had to be cautious. This was a Douzone powerhouse. One slip could spell ruin for the entire Yunlan sect. Ha ha ha. A defiant roar echoed as Uchiha-ban let down from the tall tree, crossing his arms with an arrogant expression. Yunlang, is it? The white flame is right here. What else do you seek? Uchiha-ban said calmly, flicking one hand as the pale bone spirit cold flame surged upward. Simple and direct, this had always been Ban's style. Without hesitation, after stepping down, he openly admitted to being the murderer. He cared not whether Xiaoyan truly committed the crime, his purpose was clear. Since the Yunlan sect was the Jama Empire's strongest force, harboring possibly a Douzone-level powerhouse, he intended to test their mettle. Thank you, Lord Ban, Xiaoyan murmured in surprise upon seeing Uchiha-ban step forward. Facing the Yunlan sect alone would undoubtedly be troublesome. Step aside or you'll only get in the way, Uchiha-ban brusquely reprimanded. Xiaoyan suddenly found himself speechless. It seemed Lord Ban's intervention was not to save him after all. No, the person I saw was not him, it was Xiaoyan. Gaia shouted. Seeing this, Yunlong clenched his fists, trembling. If it were another person, even a Douhuang, he would show no mercy. But Uchiha-ban was a Douzone, he dared not offend him. Gaia clearly saw Xiaoyan, and Xiaoyan did manifest a white flame during the alchemist conference when refining the 3-pattern Xing spirit pill. Perhaps you are mistaken. Gritting his teeth, Yunlang spoke these words. Enough with the nonsense. I've already admitted to killing that Mo Chang. Now I stand here. Whether your sect's dignity remains intact depends on your strength. Uchiha-ban sneered contemptuously, utterly disregarding the faces of the Yunlan sect members in the plaza, brazen and arrogant. To him they were mere ants. Even wielding his Dou Qi, they could not harm him in the slightest. For a moment, countless strong figures atop the tall trees subtly changed expressions, revealing anticipation. Today promised to be an extraordinary spectacle. In a corner of the tall tree, upon hearing Uchiha-ban's words, someone resolutely made up their mind. Lu Ling, come with me. Danwang Guha did not hesitate, spreading his Dou Qi wings and swiftly taking his disciple Lu Ling away. Teacher, what is happening? I heard the old sect leader of Yunlan sect hasn't appeared for decades, likely a Douzone as well. Two Douzongs clashing, shouldn't we have confidence in Yunlan sect? Lu Ling still held hope. After all, having stayed in Yunlan sect for so long, he could not be as decisive as Guha. Foolish. Do you think I would harm you? Don't be deceived by that little girl from the Nayland family. You have talent in alchemy and can achieve great things, but all that depends on whether you survive. Guha lamented, recalling the meteorite several kilometers wide he used in the Tiger Desert. He doubted any ordinary Douzone could defeat Uchiha-ban. Reluctantly, Lu Ling glanced at Nayland Yenran and finally nodded. Teacher, I will go with you. Good. After receiving the response, Guha quickly flew toward the foot of Yunlan Mountain with Lu Ling. As a 6th-rank alchemist, he would not confine himself to one tree. Even apart from Yunlan sect, he could live a fulfilling life. Besides, after today, whether Yunlan sect could continue to exist remained uncertain. Heed my command, Yunlan sect stewards. Form the Yunlan Mist formation. Yunlang trembled all over. Trapped in an irreversible predicament, he could only issue the order. As Yunlang's shout faded, the 100 Yunlan sect stewards atop the giant tree in the plaza roared in unison, their vigorous Dou Qi bursting forth from within. A white mist-like energy cascaded from their palms like a waterfall, and over 100 streams of misty energy intertwined and spread rapidly. In merely an instant, it enveloped the entire plaza like an inverted giant bowl. Decent, I suppose. Uchiha Madara cast a casual glance and offered this appraisal. The Yunlan sect members' expressions darkened. They knew Uchiha Madara was formidable, but to have their proud grand formation dismissed so contemptuously stunned deeply. Xiaoyan seized the chance to retreat to the side, but the mist formation ensnared him as well. Yet Xiaoyan felt no worry now. This was Lord Madara. With him around, what was there to fear? Before coming, he had heard that the former sect master of Yunlan sect might be a Douzone. Today he might witness his first battle between Douzone powerhouses. But the next moment, when he saw the black, white and cyan Dou Qi wings unfurling behind Uchiha Madara, Xiaoyan was utterly bewildered. Unlike others, Xiaoyan knew Madara's origins. He was not from the Dou Qi Continent at all. Though immensely powerful, he wielded chakra, not Dou Qi. Now seeing Dou Qi wings, a hallmark of the Douwan realm, on Madara's back, reality crashed down upon him. Xiaoyan felt that the past decade of his life had been lived in vain. On the field at Yunlang's roar, the three oldest white-robed elders on the stone platform trembled slightly. After fading momentarily, they reappeared in a triangular formation, completely blocking Uchiha Madara's retreat. Three surging streams of Dou Qi burst forth from their bodies, exerting immense pressure. They locked onto Uchiha Madara firmly. With a soft cry, Dou Qi swirled in their hands and they launched similar attacks. Though their attributes differed, their Dou techniques were identical. The three different types of Dou Qi rotated and merged, amplifying their power threefold. Even a Douwan peak powerhouse could be severely injured if caught off guard. Ha! With a disdainful snort, Uchiha Madara turned around. Without employing any other means, he simply covered his arm with Dou Qi and threw a fierce punch. A thunderous crash erupted. Under Madara's almost brutish approach, the Yunlan sect elder's attack shattered instantly. Through his training in the Demon Beast mountain range, Madara had cultivated a formidable physique. Even a 6th-tier Demon Beast, the Ape Emperor, would not dare to clash head-on with such raw power. Thus, though it was merely a simple punch, Madara's strike carried the force of a Dou Huang. The three Yunlan sect elders, seeing their attack dispersed by a single blow, felt uneasy. Yet they sensed no Douzone-level power, which bolstered their confidence. Having access to more information, they knew that the former sect master Yinshan was now within the Yunlan sect and had already become a Douzone. The next instant, Uchiha Madara spread his Dou Qi wings and charged straight at the three Yunlan sect Douwangs. With no flashy moves, he swept a kick horizontally. Though the kick was plain and unadorned with Madara's current strength, it possessed the power to split mountains and cleave rocks. The three Yunlan sect elders reacted swiftly. Two used Dou Qi to form a barrier before Uchiha Madara, while the third conjured a long blade of Dou Qi and slashed down from above. Falling Cloud Slash. Xian grade high Evil Dou technique. Bang! Madara's kick connected with the Dou Qi barrier. A thunderous crash followed as the barrier shattered rapidly, and he sent that elder flying with a single kick. Simultaneously facing the oncoming blade aura, Uchiha Madara struck out with his right hand in a knife hand motion, instantly overwhelming the blade aura and cutting into the attacking elder, who was sent flying as well. Then with another knife hand strike, the last Yunlan sect elder was also sent flying. Is this all you've got? Amuse me to your fullest. Madara looked down on them scornfully. He had only used Dou Qi in physical strength. In terms of Dou Qi cultivation, all three were at the same Douwan realm as him, yet they were so pathetically fragile. On the tall tree, the assembled powerhouses let out exclamations of astonishment, though tinged with something else. This Dou Qi cultivation seems to be Douwan. And each strike only rivals a Dou Huang's power. Then how did Elder Jia get knocked out in one blow the other day? The group couldn't help but discuss. Old Jia, what exactly happened? Fama, standing beside Jia Xingtian, couldn't resist asking. Jia Xingtian said gravely, his true strength is far beyond what we see. That day I didn't lose consciousness because he struck a specific spot on my body. He attacked my soul directly. With a single blow of soul power, he knocked me into a coma. If he unleashes his soul power, it's definitely at the Douzone level. But his frontal combat power might only be around Dou Huang. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's explanation, the group showed looks of sudden understanding. All except one, Ice Emperor Hai Buodong. You underestimate him too much. Hai Buodong shook his head. I once fought him. His frontal combat power completely overwhelmed me, and I could sense he was holding back significantly. His frontal combat power is definitely capable of reaching the Douzone level. If both his frontal combat power and soul power could individually match a Douzone, that would require at least a high-level Douzone. Hearing this, the assembled powerhouses turned their gaze back to the field, eagerly anticipating the true eruption of Uchiha Madara's power. At that moment, the three elders of Yunlan sect, realizing they stood no chance against Uchiha Madara in single combat, shouted, "Form the battle formation." A surge of battle chi erupted from within each of the three elders, flowing and intertwining until they moved as one. With the battle formation, these three Douwan powerhouses could now rival a Dou Huang. Victory and defeat are common in battle. Uchiha Madara. If this is all you've got, the three of us are enough to defeat you. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened, but he showed no surprise. As he gathered his strength, he remarked calmly, "That's not what victory and defeat are common means. Its true meaning is, my victory is the norm and your defeat is also the norm. With a roar, Uchiha Madara's fist erupted with overwhelming power, hurtling toward the center of the battle formation. Even the combined might of the three Yunlon elders could not withstand that punch, and they were forced back several steps. Use the Dou technique. Realizing Uchiha Madara's close combat prowess was beyond their reach, the three elders synchronized their auras and unleashed the sect's secret Dou technique, hoping to decide the battle with it. A Dou technique. I've picked up one myself recently. With a single wave of his hand, Uchiha Madara released a torrent of battle chi, the surrounding air condensing at high speed under its influence to form an invisible long sword. Then raising his right hand, the invisible sword hung high in the sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance as if a second sun had risen in the heavens. Impossible. Nailin Yenran exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Uchiha Madara's movements were identical to hers. But that was the Wind Extreme Sunset Radiance, one of Yunlan sect's most powerful secret Dou techniques. Even Nailin Yenran, already designated as the sect's heir, had spent years mastering it and could barely unleash a tenth of its full potential. It was among the highest level Dou techniques within Yunlan sect. There was no doubt that Uchiha Madara was not a member of the sect. Yet now this complete outsider had executed their secret Dou technique. How could Nailin Yenran not be astonished? The three Yunlan elders' expressions changed abruptly, but their hands never slowed. With a surge of immense battle chi, a devastating attack took form. Falling Cloud Hammer. The battle chi coalesced into a massive hammer, sweeping through the air with a howling wind and crashing heavily toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara lowered his arm and the invisible sword moved. The colossal sun in the sky descended, shaking the plaza as a powerful shockwave radiated outward. Boom! A deafening explosion like a sunburst erupted. Even Dou Huang powerhouses like Fama Jiaxingtian and Hai Buodong were forced to close their eyes and deploy defensive measures. The 1,000-plus Yunlan disciples maintaining the large formation struggled to keep it stable, barely managing to withstand the shockwave. 3 cries of agony followed. When the crowd opened their eyes, they saw the 3 Yunlan elders plummeting from the sky like broken kites. Thud! 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 3 muffled impacts echoed as the elders coughed up blood, their injuries clearly severe. Uchiha Madara unfurled his battle wings of cyan black and white, hovering high above like a demon surveying the mortal world. Is this all the strength Yunlan sect has? His calm words dripped with contempt, a blatant disdain for Yunlan sect. 3 Dou Huang elders might have been an unstoppable force in the Jiama Empire, but to Uchiha Madara, that was far from enough. Without even using chakra, relying solely on the battle chi he had recently cultivated, Uchiha Madara could utterly dominate the 3 Yunlan elders. Moreover, he had employed no combat technique whatsoever, just a raw frontal burst of power that crushed them. Yunlan sect's Grand Elder Yunlong clenched his fingers until they turned white, his expression grim. He had never anticipated such an outcome. 3 Dou Huangs empowered by the battle formation, yet defeated in a direct clash by Uchiha Madara, who also displayed Dou Huang level strength. It should have been impossible. But it had happened before his eyes, utterly unbelievable. Now there was no choice but for him to step in person. Yunlan sect is not for you to judge. Spreading his battle chi wings, Yunlang charged at Uchiha Madara. At the peak of Dou Huang, his individual strength rivaled the combined power of the 3 elders in their battle formation. But, thud! With a single strike, Yunlang was sent flying like a broken kite, his chi and blood churning violently. He spun in midair, barely managing to steady himself with all his strength. A defeated dog at home only knows how to bark at the sun. Uchiha Madara taunted without mercy. Formed the cloud smoke covering sun formation. Only power at the Dou Huang level can hope to deal with him. Yunlang roared, finally deploying the sect's signature formation. After a moment of hesitation, the countless Yunlan disciples responded in unison, streams of white energy seeping out from the tops of their heads. Endless white mist-like energy rose into the sky, nearly blotting out the heavens, making it look like a sea of clouds. The cloud energy abruptly condensed into a spherical white orb about a zhang in size, shooting toward Uchiha Madara in the sky at terrifying speed. Where it passed a vacuum zone nearly a zhang long, appeared the air compressed into nothingness, and a piercing crackle echoed as if the void itself was being torn. Cloud smoke covering sun formation. The Yunlan sect's ultimate formation. Harnessing the power of all disciples, it unleashed the most ferocious assault. Even a Dou Huang would fall to this strike. An ant trying to shake a tree, knowing not its own limits. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed and black and white flames suddenly appeared in his hands. If he was to continue using battle chi, then this was the move. The white spiral sphere unleashed by the Yunlan sect screamed across the heavens. The watching Fama Jiaxingtian, Hai Buodong and the other Dou Huang powerhouses wore grave, solemn faces. They could not help but ponder whether, had they stood in that position, they might withstand the blow. Yet each arrived at the same answer: even as Dou Huang powerhouses, they would employ every means to evade if at all possible. If struck, the least they would suffer was grievous injury. Having reached this conclusion, Jia Xingxin's eyes narrowed. Faced with such overwhelming force, Uchiha ought to be done holding back. He should be revealing his true strength. But in the next instant, Jia Xingqian's eyes flew wide. He beheld something astonishing. Two flames had appeared in Uchiha hands, one jet black, the other pale as bone. Neither resembled ordinary fire. Could these be two varieties of exotic flame? Was Uchiha attempting to merge them? Madness! Exotic flames are explosive by nature. How could anyone possibly achieve such a feat? Yet with a cold cry from Uchiha, the violent forces of the black and white fires collided and against all expectation fused almost perfectly. In the next heartbeat, a blossom of interwoven black and white petals coalesced. Indra flower. Uchiha intoned icily. The black and white blossom hurtled toward the white spiral sphere. A cataclysmic explosion thundered and the entire Yunlan mountain trembled. On closer inspection, the Yunlan sect's mountain guarding formation had been shattered by a single strike. Elder Yunlang of the Yunlan sect was struck down on the spot, lifeless and silent. Nearly 1,000 disciples, stewards and elders all emitted dull groans. Many collapsed, their breaths feeble and wan. Despair surged through the ranks of the Yunlan sect. Only a crushing helplessness filled their hearts. Yunlan sect, you have truly disappointed me. In that case, I see no reason for your continued existence. Uchiha sneered in midair as Tianzhao and Guling Langhua reappeared in his palms. He intends to strike again. The remaining members of the Yunlan sect inhaled sharply. The Indra flower had already left a psychological scar upon them. Heavens, who can save them? Deep within Yunlan mountain, a snow-white-haired man in white robes and a figure shrouded in abyssal black smoke sat together, conversing in low tones. I did not expect your Jama Empire to harbor such a strong man, the black-robed figure purred. His Dou Qi realm is only Dou Wang, yet the strength he displays is not inferior to yours. His soul power must be considerable. You go test him first. If you cannot finish him, I will assist you, he continued. Our Hundian prizes those with mighty soul power. No matter how potent their souls before our secret arts, they are of no avail, the black-robed man said with a sinister laugh. The black-robed man smiled with malice. He was Wu Hufa of Hundian, come to Yunlan sect on business with Yunshan. The white-robed man, of course, was Yunshan, the former sect leader of Yunlan. Having advanced to Dozong, Yunshan had been rejuvenated in appearance. With Hufa present, I can be at ease, Yunshan said, nodding as he slowly rose to his feet. Hundian was not like the Yunlan sect, which held sway only within the Jama Empire. Hundian was a true power entrenched across the entire Dou Qi Continent. With Wu Hufa of Hundian here, matters were secure. Deep within Yunlan mountain, an immense overwhelming aura, like an ancient dragon roused from slumber, suddenly surged forth, bearing an irresistible pressure. Has he finally appeared? Uchiha lips curved into a faint smile. The formidable pressure emanating from the mountain's depths spread swiftly, soon blanketing the entire Yunlan mountain and inspiring awe. This aura. Nailan Yenran stared fixedly toward the mountain's heart, shock etching her features. She had not expected today's events to have stirred the Grandmaster from seclusion. Damn, the old fellow really isn't dead. Hai Buodong said, his face changing the moment the aura awakened. His low voice betrayed undisguised astonishment. Hai Buodong's expression was grave. Although he had confidence in Uchiha, he had never witnessed a Dozong's hand in combat. It remained unclear which of the two would prevail. The previous Yunlan sect leader, Yunshan. Xiao Yan's face darkened as memories of past rumors surfaced, his brow furrowed. This was troublesome, Xiao Yan thought. Up until now, the strongest figures he had known were the likes of the Medusa Queen and Jia Xingtian at the peak of Dou Huang. Suddenly a Dozong had appeared. Anxiety was inevitable. But upon seeing Uchiha still composed in the sky, Xiao Yan's tension eased. With Ban present, things did not seem so dire. Uchiha chakra had yet to be revealed. These people knew nothing of his terrors. With that thought, Xiao Yan calmed and turned his gaze slowly upward. Let me see how much weight a Dozong of this world truly carries, Uchiha murmured, his eyes fixed on the white radiance issuing from Yunlan mountain's depths. At his whisper, the torrent of aura pouring from the mountain deepened, growing ever more intense. At last a clear, piercing cry rent the air. Under countless gazes, a white silhouette emerged from the mountain's heart, then stepped upon the void and began slowly toward the Yunlan sect plaza. The white figure did not summon Dou Qi wings, yet walked the void with unfaltering speed. Each footfall sent concentric ripples through the emptiness. Before the ripples fully faded, the figure had already advanced scores of meters, an uncanny sight. With several such strides in mere moments, the figure flashed onto the summit of the stele at the plaza's center. Yunshan's cool gaze swept over the raised ground, his brow knit slightly, and the oppressive aura cloaking the plaza intensified. The Dozong's pressure revealed itself without reservation. Yunshan's voice was stern as he demanded, who can tell me what is happening? Suspended in the sky, Uchiha Madara surveyed the white figure that had appeared, meticulously examining the former master of the Yunlan sect from top to bottom. The white figure wore an extremely simple white robe, gently billowing in the breeze, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. Though not appearing very old, the face bore no wrinkles typical of the elderly, resembling a piece of warm jade radiating a soft glow. The long snow-white hair did not convey any sense of age or decay, but instead shimmered with a crystalline clarity, much like Uchiha Madara in his six paths mode. Master, you have finally emerged. If you had delayed any longer, the Yunlin sect would have been destroyed by others. The second elder of the Yunlin sect knelt involuntarily, tears streaming down his aged face. It was him. All of this was instigated by Uchiha Madara. The second elder pointed at Uchiha Madara, subsequently recounting the events with increasing fervor. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara was unexpectedly pleased. After all, it was best to draw all the hatred of Yunshan onto himself, as that would force Yunshan to exert his full strength and anger. After listening, Yunshan's gaze revealed a chilling, murderous intent directed at Uchiha Madara. Clearly in his heart, Uchiha Madara had already been sentenced to death. This matter no one could mediate. So it is Uchiha Madara. Do you have anything to explain? Yunshan said coldly. Uchiha Madara calmly looked at Yunshan, a look of disdain crossing his face. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why all this unnecessary talk? Simply put, his words echoed throughout the entire plaza, and one could hear a pin drop within the Yunlin sect. After all, he was facing a dozone, a genuine dozone. Even though Uchiha Madara was not weak, did he not fear provoking such a powerful dozone? He laughed. Yunshan laughed. A laugh of extreme anger that turned into mockery. At this moment, Yunshan did not care about Uchiha Madara's intentions, nor did he care if there were other forces behind him. He only wanted to kill this arrogant man on the spot, making him understand what the power of a dozone truly meant. Behind the scenes, Xiao Yan secretly applauded. As expected of Madara, exuding an overwhelming aura. Beatdown also smiled wryly, recalling the first time he met Uchiha Madara, who was just as disdainful and obstinate. It was a kind of pride that originated from the bones deeply ingrained in the soul. It was a momentum cultivated by standing at the peak for a long time. I wonder if he will unleash his true powers. I am greatly looking forward to this battle, Jia Xingtian thought. As the protector of the Jama Empire, the more disastrous the Yunlin sect's situation, the happier he was. Now, with the entire Yunlin sect suffering casualties, he was already very pleased. But if Yunshan, that old fellow, was pressed to the ground and rubbed in, he would be even happier. Thinking this, Jia Xingtian fixed his gaze intently. Although only a single word separated Dou Huan from dozone, the meanings they represented were entirely different. In the Dou Qi Continent there are countless major forces, and a Dou Huan is merely an outstanding representative of the younger generation to these major powers. However, a dozone can be called a powerhouse no matter where they are. This is the difference. And in a remote place like the Jama Empire, the weight of a dozone is even more significant. They can act with impunity, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are invincible. Although he had great confidence in Uchiha Madara and knew that he was not using his full strength, Jia Xingtian still found it difficult to predict the outcome of the upcoming battle. Since you want to die, I shall grant you your wish. A cold glint flashed in Yunshan's eyes as he moved with lightning speed, transforming endless wind Dou Qi into long swords that rushed towards Uchiha Madara in an instant. Uchiha Madara threw the black and white Indra's arrow, producing a massive explosion that shattered Yunshan's Dou Qi long swords, covering Yunshan's face with dust, making it even darker. Wind wall. Yunshan brought his hands together and a fierce wind surged, coalescing into a massive dark green wind wall that spanned almost half the sky in the blink of an eye at scale, leaving countless people dumbfounded. Yunshan waved his long sleeves again, and another equally enormous wind wall appeared, forming a gigantic cage that trapped Uchiha Madara within. The wind wall slowly closed and then suddenly compressed together. Under such a vast range attack, Madara had no way to evade. Boom! The sky darkened for a moment, the mountains trembled, and the sound of falling rocks echoed incessantly. In the distance, Uchiha Madara had been blasted into a faraway peak, the mountains collapsing amidst the thick smoke. This is the fate of opposing the Yunlin sect, Yunshan sneered, clearly believing that under such a powerful attack Uchiha Madara could not survive. But at that moment a loud explosion erupted, blue light shooting into the sky, and a terrifying aura emerged, distinctly different from Dou Qi but unmistakably conveying a sense of horrific power. Beneath the collapsing peak, amidst the scattered rubble, as if an ancient deity were awakening or a demon lord from the abyss, was emerging a four-armed giant with two faces, slowly rose, wielding four massive blue long swords. Uchiha Madara's figure appeared within the Susanoo, showing no signs of injury, his eyes transformed into the strange and intricate blood-red patterns of a kaleidoscope. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and disdainfully looked at Yunshan. His cold and contemptuous voice echoed, "Yunshan, do you think you have one? Too naive. Susanoo. Manifest." At last his true power has emerged. From atop a towering tree, Jia Xingtian gazed down at the colossal giant, like a denizen of hell, and murmured softly. He had always known that Uchiha Madara's true strength was far more profound than it first appeared. Another new form of power. Ice Emperor Beatdown stared intently at the distant Susanoo. He remembered clearly during their battle in the Taker Desert, Uchiha Madara had wielded only wood-affiliated abilities, but now he unveiled yet another unprecedented force, leaving Beatdown awestruck. A pill cultivator who possesses such overwhelming might. Pharma nodded slowly. To excel equally in both alchemy and battle chi was extraordinary, perhaps only that enigmatic pill cultivator he once encountered during his continental wanderings could rival him. He is no ordinary opponent. Dou Zhe Yunshan grew markedly more serious. He knew full well the devastating potency of his wind barrier, yet this Uchiha Madara stood unscathed before it, an outcome that defied belief. Yunshan now understood Madara was a formidable adversary indeed. Come on. Entertain me further. Madara laughed, a fervent gleam flickering across his face. Though battle chi flowed through him, he had mastered it for barely over a month. Even with his exceptional talent, his peak combat capacity remained capped at the Dou Huang rank. Yet once he unleashed his innate power, everything changed utterly. From this moment onward, the real battle began. Poof. Better that you survived, now I shall show you the true terror of a Dou Zone master. Yunshan sneered coldly, but even as his voice faded, Madara erupted with immense chakra, raising the colossal blade of Susanoo high before cleaving downward. The azure Susanoo sword descended from the heavens like a meteor, blazing with radiant brilliance. This chakra, a force wholly distinct from battle chi, flared forth with breathtaking intensity, engulfing the entire plaza of Yunlan sect. Having ascended to the 6th paths level and fully mastered and released Madara's half-bodied Susanoo clad in the Crow Tengu armor dwarfed those of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, its power magnified tenfold. Thus this strike carried unimaginable force, not only ravaging Yunlan sect but sweeping across all observers, elite masters included. What? Countless masters perched upon treetops blanched instantly. Though merely spectators, they felt the shockwaves of these titans clash, an apt metaphor gods battle, mortals suffer. They had intended only to watch quietly, but now solemn vigilance became imperative. Instantly many masters activated battle chi around their bodies, erecting defensive barriers or donning kai armors. Survival demanded enduring this onslaught first. Yunshan's expression darkened. As former sect master of Yunlan, he bore responsibility for its entirety, he must shield it. Wind barrier. With a thunderous shout, Yunshan unleashed a torrent of wind-affiliated battle chi. Chaotic currents coalesced midair into an invisible bulwark positioned directly before the descending Susanoo blade. Boom! The collision resounded like thunder. Azure chakra radiated outward, causing the entire mountain summit to tremble violently. Yet upon contact, the wind barrier shattered instantly, scattering blade fragments like falling meteors across the sky. Yunshan's countenance twisted in disbelief. He had never imagined such a staggering disparity between Madara's earlier and current power, two realms entirely apart. Yunlan sect disciples activate the Cloud and Mist Tsunun Moon formation immediately to repel the assault. Faced with the Susanoo Blade's aftershock, Yunlan sect members refused passive slaughter, they instinctively synchronized their chi, weaving the Cloud and Mist Tsunun Moon formation to intercept the attack. Within the sect, muffled groans rose in succession. Damage evenly distributed by the formation weighed heavily upon weaker disciples, leaving them battered and breathless. Xiao Yan, observing from afar, remained remarkably composed. His position lay squarely within Yunlan sect's Cloud and Mist Tsunun Moon formation. Originally designed to prevent his escape, it now served as his unexpected sanctuary. Xiao Yan watched Madara and Yunshan's duel with rapt attention. Such a high-tier confrontation promised immeasurable benefit for his future cultivation, broadening his vision beyond measure. At least it would expand his horizons. In the sky, Madara roared with laughter, leaping upward before clapping his hands together, summoning countless Magatama that swirled downward beside his half-bodied Susanoo. Yasukani no Magatama, the Susanoo's signature assault, unleashed with devastating force. Whirling through the heavens, the Magatama howled like gales, heralding their cataclysmic might. Yunshan neither dodged nor flinched. Drawing breath, he launched a fist wreathed in roaring wind thunder fist. A colossal fist imprint swelled midair, hundreds of meters wide, within which thunderclaps detonated like cannon fire. Effortlessly it repelled each Yasukani Magatama. Against this 100-meter behemoth, even Madara's 15-meter Susanoo seemed diminutive. Excellent. A splendid performance. Madara laughed heartily, fingers flying as he formed seals. Fire release super dragon flame roar technique. A crystalline dragon's cry pierced the air, and suddenly a colossal crimson dragon materialized overhead. Lifelike in every detail, its serpentine body stretched nearly a kilometer, truly a sovereign of flame descended upon the world. Temperatures across the mountain range surged instantaneously. Waves of scorching heat rolled forth as the fire dragon, akin to a divine dragon god incarnate, roared forward to meet the 100-meter fist imprint. Spectating masters paled, staring skyward. This battle transcended all prior expectations, far beyond mortal comprehension. A massive crimson dragon soaring across the mountains. In an instant it devoured the wind and thunder fist of Yunshan, continuing its assault towards the Yunlan sect without losing any power. In Uchiha Obito's perspective, there has never been such a thing as collateral damage. Thus this time the super dragon flame sown like the previous Susanoo longsword affected everyone present in the Yunlan sect square, including the invited strong ones. Below, Xiao Yan, hiding within the grand formation of the Yunlan sect, bitterly shook his head, doubting that Uchiha Obito was deliberately attacking everyone. It would be best if all the invited strong ones attacked together to enhance the enjoyment of this battle. At that moment Yunshan's expression changed. The Crimson Dragon descended from the sky, posing a formidable threat to the entire Yunlan sect. As the former sect master he had to step up. Heavenly Cloud Slash. Yunshan concentrated, summoning countless clouds into his hands. His Dou Qi erupted without reservation, showcasing the power of a Dozong at that moment. Yunshan's expression was solemn. Initially he had somewhat underestimated Uchiha Obito. However, when Uchiha Obito unleashed the Fire Release Super Dragon Flamesong technique, Yunshan fully recognized him as a Dozong powerhouse on par with himself. No, he even regarded him as a stronger Dozong. A magnificent sword 100 meters long abruptly descended from the sky, with Yunshan's swing charging straight at the Crimson Dragon. This Heavenly Cloud Slash was an Earth-tier Do technique, and in Yunshan's hands, who excelled in wind attributes, it was as if a tiger had grown wings. The giant sword collided with the Fire Dragon, and the white and red lights obscured the sky, making the entire world appear divided into two colors. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the red light in the sky suddenly expanded, instantly overshadowing the white light, and a powerful shockwave erupted, bringing rolling heat waves from above. A white figure like a kite with a broken string plummeted from the sky but halted just before hitting the ground. This white figure was none other than Yunshan. Apart from his white robe and hair, his face was pale and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, suggesting he had suffered significant injuries in the earlier clash. Old Sect Master, the people of Yunlan Sect exclaimed, deeply concerned for Yunshan. He had lost to Uchiha Obito in their direct confrontation. After witnessing this outcome, the many onlookers began to calculate in their hearts. It seemed that the sky over the Gamma Empire was truly about to change. Deep within Yunshan Mountain, a black mist surged, accompanied by sinister laughter, gradually making its way towards the center of the square, murmuring to itself, "I didn't expect such a strong figure to appear in the Gamma Empire." Just as Yunshan stood up from the ruins and raised his head, a giant fist suddenly fell next to him, leaving no opportunity for him to catch his breath. Yunshan's eyes focused and his body moved swiftly, narrowly dodging Uchiha Obito's attack. The giant fist of Susanoo struck the square below, shattering the hard bluestone slabs into pieces, creating a massive pit. "Keep dancing." Uchiha Obito manipulated Susanoo's figure to reappear beside Yunshan, his fists crashing towards him from both sides with tremendous force. And it didn't end there. In the next moment, Susanoo, accompanied by Uchiha Obito's hand seals, naturally formed seals, gathering dark clouds in the sky as bolts of lightning rained down. Lightning Release. Raijin. Utilizing the power of chakra to summon heavenly thunder, this technique was immensely powerful. While Uchiha Obito expended chakra to summon the heavenly thunder, he could clearly feel that the amount of chakra consumed was many times greater than in the ninja world, likely due to the stronger natural forces of this realm. He can actually summon heavenly thunder. Jia Xingtian and Fama exclaimed, their expressions grave as they watched the scene. Do techniques capable of summoning heavenly thunder are exceedingly rare on this continent. By level, they are at least mid-tier earth techniques. The power of lightning, just how many forms of power does he have? Heibodong observed Uchiha Obito in astonishment. Normally most people in the Dou Qi Continent only master techniques that resonate with their own Dou Qi arts. Uchiha Obito's Dou Qi art was fire attribute, which he could clearly discern. However, he also possessed techniques of lightning, wood and giants. Apart from the basic fire attribute techniques, Uchiha Obito concealed many techniques of other attributes. If it were just other attributes it wouldn't be a problem, but the issue is that he mastered these other attribute techniques so proficiently, and they were immensely powerful. Who exactly is Uchiha Obito from such a colossal force to be so versatile? I underestimated him. He likely possesses Duzone level strength, but since he hasn't displayed spatial power I can't be sure. Yao Lao spoke gravely within Xiaoyan's body. By rights the Gamma Empire should only have a Dozong at most. How could a being like Uchiha Obito appear? A Dozong powerhouse in Zhengzhou would be considered a formidable figure. In the center of the falling thunder, Yunshan's expression darkened even further. Wind attribute Dou Qi enveloped his body as he swiftly dodged one bolt of lightning after another. Each bolt struck the ground, instantly scorching the already parched earth black. With 100 lives he wouldn't dare to face the power of this heavenly thunder. Extreme Wind. Flowing Wind Sword. As he moved at high speed, Yunshan's figure appeared behind Uchiha Obito and a long sword formed from swirling winds rapidly coalesced in his hand. Such a rare opportunity, he had to seize it to deal a heavy blow to Uchiha Obito. With Yunshan's strike, the long sword in his hand transformed into countless sword shadows raining down from the sky. At this close distance he was sure to win. However. Ding! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Yunshan's face was filled with disbelief. This was a strike he was determined to land. Yet it was effortlessly blocked by the exterior armor of the blue giant, leaving not a single mark on Uchiha Obito. Damn! How am I supposed to hit him? Witnessing this scene, the surrounding spectators were filled with deep emotion. This combat technique integrates offense and defense with such astonishing defensive power. Yunshan is a Dozone, yet even his technique cannot breach its defenses. Haibodong drew a sharp breath. This technique combining offense and defense was likely beyond the Earth tier high grade. Fama shook his head bitterly, his estimation of Uchiha Ban rising even higher. Jia Xingtian sighed and shook his head. A Douzone who has just begun to comprehend spatial power unless he possesses special means simply cannot overcome this technique. To easily destroy it, Heaton one would likely need a veteran of the 8-star Douzone or above, even Douzone who have profound insights into spatial power. Yun Shan, having failed in his strike, realized his predicament and sought to retreat swiftly. But Uchiha Ban would never allow Yun Shan to escape unscathed. Ban's half-body Susanoo, inherently dual-faced and forearmed, required no turning. The colossal blue fist directly descended upon Yun Shan. Yun Shan gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to engage. He raised his wind sword to block. Yet the delicate swift blade against the massive heavy fist seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bang! Yun Shan's body was sent flying by Susanoo's punch, half of it embedded in the rock. The wrist holding the wind sword was drenched in blood. Before comprehending special forces like space and time, combat, though complex in theory, essentially boils down to a comparison of power, speed, defense and technique. Though Yun Shan had broken through to Douzone, his overall capabilities were still thoroughly outmatched by Uchiha Ban. A higher-level Douzone might have fought on par with Uchiha Ban's half-body Susanoo, but Yun Shan, newly ascended, was only marginally stronger than a 9-star Dou Huang and thus was crushed by Ban. The air howled as Susanoo struck again with a fist, giving Yun Shan no respite, as if intending to crush him outright. Bang! The fist descended mercilessly, shattering the 100-meter plaza into fragments with cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. Elder Sect Leader. Grandmaster. The Yunlan sect members cried out in terror and helplessness. Their strongest Yun Shan, who had ascended to Douzone, was reduced to such a state. Today was supposed to be a simple 3-year pact. Why had it turned into this? Uchiha Ban shook his head, utterly disappointed. He had hoped a Douzone might provide some amusement. But now it was clear a mere Douzone was not even half his equal. The dust shrouding Yun Shan gradually dispersed, revealing his bedraggled figure. Blood dripped profusely from his body, staining the shattered plaza tiles. Any discerning eye could see that Yun Shan was now utterly weak and no longer capable of opposing Uchiha Ban. Would the Yunlan sect, which had dominated the Jiama Empire for years, meet its end today? At that moment Yun Shan bellowed, wooing. If you do not act now, the Yunlan sect will be annihilated today. Do you want any clues to your plans? At Yun Shan shout, Fama Haibuodong and Jia Xingtian were stunned. Who was Wu Wing? Why had they never heard that name? Uchiha Ban's eyes lit up. Another strong one. He. A strange laughter echoed as a massive black mist surged from within the Yunlan sect's great hall, flooding the sky. It rapidly condensed into a deep, fathomless misty mass about 10 feet wide. Such an eerie aura, Haibuodong and the others remarked gravely. Today's drama was unfolding layer upon layer. What was this sinister black mist? Inside Xiaoyan's body, Yao Lao's emotions surged violently upon seeing the black mist. Soul Hall. I never expected such beings to exist near the Jiama Empire. They rarely come to the northwest. Why is this happening? Master, what is Soul Hall? Xiaoyan asked, seeing Yao Lao's expression. It was the first time he had seen his master so solemn. Little one, I planned to tell you when you grew stronger, but fate has brought us to them earlier. If you wish to know, I can speak now. But I must warn you, the forces behind this are far beyond sects like the Yunlan sect. Are you still certain you want to know? Yao Lao paused before speaking. Xiaoyan's hand trembled imperceptibly and he swallowed hard. He had a premonition that what Yao Lao was about to reveal would make his future perilous and unstable. Involuntarily Xiaoyan looked toward Uchiha Ban in the sky. Facing a new powerhouse, Ban showed no fear. His demeanor was like a guiding light for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan wanted to be as domineering as Lord Ban. So why was he still hesitating? Master, I am certain. Xiaoyan declared firmly. Yao Lao looked at him with approval. During the month of his slumber, Xiaoyan had truly grown up. Little one, I once told you that the Dou Qi Continent is vast with countless experts. Even a Douzone is merely a slightly larger ant. Within this vast land there are many strange forces. Soul Hall is the most enigmatic among them, its influence spanning nearly half the continent. It is immensely powerful and mysterious, targeting soul bodies of extraordinary strength. They act as the continent's soul scavengers, sensing any powerful soul that leaves its body and sending assassins to hunt it down. They possess special means to restrain souls. After my physical body was destroyed, I was ambushed by them. Xiaoyan gasped. Even someone of Yao Lao's caliber was hunted by Soul Hall. How formidable was this mysterious organization? Xiaoyan could not help but look skyward again. Would Lord Ban once again crush everything in his path? Back to the battlefield. The black mist formed by the Soul Hall's protector Wu transformed into a swirling mass in the sky, emitting a sinister crow-like cackle. Ha! I never expected to encounter a powerhouse like you in the Jiama Empire. Capturing you today and bringing you back to the Soul Hall will surely delight the Hall Master. The black mist contracted and fluctuated, slowly condensing into a figure shrouded in deep dark smoke under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A pair of slightly crimson eyes peered out from the profound darkness, glancing not only at Uchiha Madara but also at Xiao Yan. And you, boy. Your Xiao family possesses something that the Soul Hall requires. After I finish him off, I'll deal with you as well. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly. What could his Xiao family possibly possess that would draw the attention of the Soul Hall? Protector Wu stood in the void without any Dou Qi wings, his aura far deeper than that of Yunshan. Another Dou Zone. Fa Ma's gaze sharpened and he exclaimed in shock. I don't recall the Yunlan sect having such a figure. He mentioned he's from the Soul Hall, this must be an organization from the mainland. Jia Xingtian said, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. He himself was merely a peak Dou Huang. With Yunshan now having broken through to Dou Zone, he was already feeling outmatched. Now that Yunshan had also established ties with another powerful faction from the mainland, the Jiama royal family had even less leverage to counter him. All Jia Xingtian could do now was place his hopes on Uchiha Madara eliminating both Yunshan and this newly emerged powerhouse. Only then could the Jiama royal family continue to rest easy. Uchiha Madara sneered. Quite the arrogant tone. I wonder if you have the strength to back it up. I hope you can at least keep me entertained. Protector Wu was taken aback, then a cruel smile spread across his face. Very well. For those words, I'll take your soul as a trophy. Yunshan gasped as he pulled a handful of pills from his robe and swallowed them. The medicinal effects were remarkable, stabilizing his injuries. He then fixed a cold glare on Uchiha Madara. You're courting death. Yunshan's words came from the depths of his heart. Where did Protector Wu hail from? The Soul Hall. And what was the Soul Hall? In the Central Plains it was hailed as the premier power. Its experts were as numerous as clouds, even a mere flick of its little finger could crush countless sects like the Yunlan sect. Uchiha Madara's performance was indeed impressive, but the fact that he had been forced to counter meant he was still an ant beneath the Dou Zone level. And this Protector Wu, a guardian of the Soul Hall, was already a 6-star Dou Zone. Moreover, he certainly possessed secret techniques, making him a formidable figure even among Dou Zone. With a flick of his wrist, Protector Wu summoned a pitch-black chain that slithered forth with a clanking sound, coiling around him like a venomous serpent. The black chain trembled slightly, then shot toward Uchiha Madara like a streak of darkness. The chain's head was exceptionally sharp, covered in intricate runes with spiral patterns winding around the tip. Driven by Protector Wu's energy, it exuded a powerful killing aura. Facing the chain, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. He sensed a power similar to Mito Uzumaki's adamantine chains, but while those chains sealed the body, this one seemed to target the soul. Uchiha Madara commanded Susanoo to slash out with its blade, cleaving the chain into black mist. However, the mist scattered only to reform into the chain once more. Similar to the power of In release, is it? As soon as the exchange began, Uchiha Madara could tell that Protector Wu's strength far surpassed that of Yunshan from earlier. Moreover, the chain was constructed from soul power and a special secret technique. As long as the soul power persisted, it could be driven indefinitely. It bore many similarities to In release, which is rooted in spiritual energy and can create form from nothingness. And when it came to wielding In release, Uchiha Madara was a master. But Uchiha Madara touched his chest. Against such soul-related techniques, the best counter was not In release but the blazing resolute Yang release. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together and a golden radiance blazed forth like a rising sun, emitting a dazzling light that seemed to dispel all evil spirits. The reincarnator of Ajura lacked In release and the reincarnator of Indra lacked Yang release. This had been the truth for millennia as the two chakras reincarnated. But Uchiha Madara was no longer the man he once was. After implanting Hashirama's cells, he had long possessed all chakra natures. Needless to say, without all chakra natures, how could he wield the 6 paths exclusive power of Yin-Yang release? As the sun rose, the expression of the Soul Hall Protector shifted drastically. Though he sensed no Dou Qi, he clearly perceived a life and death crisis. That blazing sun must pose a tremendous threat to him. With this in mind, Protector Wu did not hesitate to unleash his strongest technique. A vast expanse of black mist surged forth and countless souls howled as they flew toward Uchiha Madara, turning the entire sky into a hellish landscape. But no matter how Protector Wu resisted, the black mist melted like snow before fire upon encountering Uchiha Madara's Yang release, offering no resistance whatsoever. The golden light, after dispelling the mist, continued toward Protector Wu and struck him squarely, his eyes filled with utter terror. Bang! A figure plummeted from the golden radiance in the sky, crashing onto the ground. A massive crater formed on the Yunlan sect square, the aftermath of Protector Wu's fall. Silence fell over the entire Yunlan sect square. This was a Dou Zone stronger than Yunshan, yet he had been defeated in the very first exchange. How could anyone believe it? Yunshan hurried to Protector Wu's side. A peak 6-star Dou Zone like Protector Wu had been beaten like a dog. Uchiha Madara was truly ferocious. Uchiha Madara frowned in displeasure. Yang release was too effective against this man. He had lost in a single move and the excitement had faded before it even began. Protector Wu lifted his head with a sinister look, turning to Yun Shan beside him. Yun Shan, there is still one way to ensure the Yunlan sect survives today. And that is... Protector Wu suddenly grabbed Yun Shan's head. Black mist enveloped Yun Shan and his soul was drawn out. The sound of chewing echoed. 9 forests, 100 devouring souls. The vast square became eerily silent at this moment, with everyone staring blankly at the sudden turn of events. Even some elders of the Yunlan sect appeared perplexed. Wasn't this mysterious protector a helper of the sect leader? What? The sound of chewing echoed eerily across the quiet sky. Some could imagine the horrifying events unfolding within that black mist, sending chills throughout their bodies. What's going on? Xiao Yan was startled by this sudden scene. He took a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it, his blurry vision clearing slightly as he fixed his gaze on the black mist, asking in shock. That guy seems to have swallowed Yun Shan's soul. At this moment Yao Lao's expression was also unusually grave. He could sense a chilling and strange aura rapidly growing within the black mist. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression slightly changed. He did not expect this protector to be so ruthless, directly extracting Yun Shan's soul without hesitation, then forcibly swallowing it. It seemed that today's events were far from over. The Soul Palace's experts are extremely bizarre. I didn't expect them to forcibly devour souls to enhance their own strength. However, as I surmise, this kind of secret method must carry severe side effects. Even if he can successfully devour Yun Shan's soul now, he will likely pay a hefty price later, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until this moment to use this technique. We can't allow him to successfully devour Yun Shan's soul. Yao Lao's eyes narrowed as he considered intervening, but upon noticing that Uchiha Obito remained motionless in the sky, he hesitated and did not act. What's wrong, teacher? Xiao Yan noticed Yao Lao's unusual reaction and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, Yao Lao replied softly, almost forgetting that Uchiha Obito was nearby. In release. Thunder Blade. Uchiha Obito coldly stared at the black mist, summoning a pitch-black lightning blade that rushed toward the mist, unwilling to let this minion continue. The dark lightning blade split the black mist in half and a piercing scream echoed through the air. He had learned some details about the Soul Palace from Yao Lao. The foes he sought to battle were those venerable elders and heavenly lords, not such a minor protector. Impossible. When I unleashed this move, my defenses were extremely high. Even a 9-star Dozone would struggle to break through it. The protector shouted in disbelief, his face showing terror as an elderly face slowly emerged from the black mist, finally forming into a phantom head about a foot in size, contorted in pain as if enduring an unusual torment. The gathered crowd was not unfamiliar with this aged face, for it was none other than Yun Shan, whose soul had previously been devoured by the protector. As Yun Shan's phantom head appeared, a low chilling wind swept across the sky, causing everyone to shiver. The members of the Yunlan sect stared intently at the phantom head floating beside the protector, their jaws clenched. Although their hearts brimmed with extreme anger, the overwhelming pressure descending from the sky made them dare not move an inch. The protector's claw-like hand slowly extended from his robe, grasping the phantom head of Yun Shan. A strange dense black light surged from his palm, completely pouring into the head. As the black light crazily infused, the phantom head expanded rapidly, growing many times larger. In the blink of an eye, its face contorted in even clearer agony. 10,000 Realms Soul's Funeral. A resounding roar echoed as the phantom head, now several meters in size, bore a frozen expression of pain. Black light erupted violently from its 7 orifices, bursting forth under the watchful eyes of countless horrified onlookers. Boom! The tremendous explosion sounded like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth as the terrifying black tide surged forth like a flood. In an instant, the strange black light spread out, enveloping the entire realm. This darkness came with great intensity. The sun in the sky was obscured at this moment, seemingly vanishing into thin air as the entire world was consumed by darkness. What's happening? What's going on? The sudden darkness caused a stir among the crowd in the square as countless people gasped in shock, panic spreading rapidly. Teacher, what's going on? Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask as the scene was too unsettling. That guy detonated Yun Shan's soul. The explosive soul wave is under his control, with Uchiha Obito as the main target, so we didn't feel much impact. Yao Lao said gravely. The self-detonation of a Dozong expert's soul is not a force that ordinary people can withstand. In the sky, Obito also sensed the immense power of the soul explosion. Under the full activation of the young release, golden light instantly filled the entire sky as the black mist rapidly dissipated beneath the overwhelming golden light. Soon the sky returned to clarity. Uchiha Obito glanced around. There was no trace of the protector. Looking further into the distance, he finally spotted a ghostly figure swiftly fleeing into the sky. Creating such a commotion, I initially thought he would be tough and try to please me. Now it seems he wants to run. What a spineless coward. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito swiftly pursued the fleeing protector. The protector's flight suited Uchiha Obito's intentions perfectly. Ideally, he would run to a stronger nest, allowing him to enjoy the chase even more. The two fled and chased, quickly heading westward. leaving the crowd at the Yunlan Mountain Square stunned and at a loss for what to do. Was that how it ended? Wu Ying fled with incredible speed, his courage completely shattered, all trace of his former arrogance gone. At this moment he was undoubtedly filled with deep frustration. He had originally thought that in a place as tiny as the Jiama Empire the sudden appearance of a Dou Zone capable of suppressing Yin Shan was already the limit. Unexpectedly the opponent's strength was far more than just Dou Zone. As a guardian of the Soul Hall his vision was far broader than that of a Dou Zone from a small place like Yin Shan. To defeat him in such an overwhelming manner this powerhouse named Uzibo Ban could only be described as unfathomable. Even Yin Shan's soul explosion seemed to have caused no substantial damage. At the very least he was a peak Dou Zone. That was Wu Ying's judgment at that moment. In fact, if Uzibo Ban had not shown any use of spatial power from start to finish he would have suspected that he had run into a Dou Zone today. This was utterly ridiculous. What bad luck! I haven't even completed the orders from above. Just as I established contact with the Yunlan sect a mysterious powerhouse appears. I can only escape for now and find another chance later. Wu Ying was extremely frustrated. The Soul Hall's orders were for them to find the Shao family and obtain a certain item. Of course they were not entirely clear about the true purpose. They only knew that the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. Uzibo Ban is it? This time Wu Ying would remember. When he returned to the Soul Hall and brought reinforcements he would make sure Uzibo Ban learned his lesson. Wu Ying flew furiously without looking back. Suddenly a rumbling sound erupted behind him. He turned his head and was instantly terrified. He saw Uzibo Ban stepping through the void chasing at an even faster speed the massive giant technique already retracted. In release. Lightning style. Chasing Wu Ying from behind Uzibo Ban struck directly unleashing a vast expanse of pitch-black thunder that emitted a gleaming black light as it hurtled toward Wu Ying. With a loud cry Wu Ying used the little power he had left to unleash a life-saving technique. A burst of black light shot out and when it met Uzibo Ban's in-release lightning style it actually absorbed the attack directly. However, after using this move Wu Ying's aura became noticeably weaker. This technique consumed both his vitality and soul power. He would never use it unless absolutely necessary. But to save his life he couldn't care about that. At the same time Wu Ying roared inwardly. My grandpa. What do you mean by chasing me like this? Isn't your target the Yunlan sect? I'm just a temporary helper and you've beaten me half to death. Is this really necessary? Ban raised an eyebrow. Indeed, opponents were like water in a sponge. If you squeezed they would always produce some new ability. Hanging behind Wu Ying as calmly as the king of hell, Ban's purpose was simple. He wanted to use Wu Ying as bait to lure out stronger members of the Soul Hall. As for the Yunlan sect, originally Ban had no conflict with the Yunlan sect. It was just that the Yunlan sect happened to be the strongest force in the Jiama Empire and had the misfortune to cross Uzibo Ban's path. However, Yin Shan's performance had disappointed him greatly. He hadn't even forced out Ban's complete Susanoo, let alone his subsequent moves. Of course, after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and fully mastering In Release, even his half-body Susanoo was no less formidable than the complete Susanoo of his youth. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to dominate Dou Zones. Come on, let him witness the stronger beings of this world. This time no one should try to run away. After obtaining the Space Stone he had spent 2 days preliminarily studying the power of space. Although he couldn't master it completely, setting up a barrier to seal space was no problem at all. Back at the Yunlan sect after Uzibo Ban chased after Wu Ying, everyone in the square was stunned. Jia Xingtian was the first to recover his wits. After Yin Shan and Uzibo Ban left he was the strongest present. Ha 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 ha. What a show. Jia Xingtian laughed heartily as he flew toward the Jiama capital. Without Yin Shan the strongest of the Yunlan sect was merely Yun Yun. And Yun Yun was no match for him. From now on in the Jiama Empire if the Jiama royal family said something, who would dare to oppose? He hurried back to prepare. In a few days, if the situation was favorable, he would completely eradicate the Yunlan sect, a task that many dynastic changes had failed to accomplish. The people of the Yunlan sect also looked at each other in dismay and began to contact Yun Yun. Today's event was a turning point of fate for the Yunlan sect. Where would they go from here? Fama thought of the alchemy king Gui, who had just fled swiftly, and couldn't help but sigh. There was indeed a gap between a 6th-grade alchemist and a 5th-grade alchemist like himself. On the square, Shaoyan stood blankly watching Uzibo Ban's fading figure, feeling a sense of loss. For some reason he felt that he would never see Ban Yi again. Although Shaoyan had only interacted with Ban a few times, Ban's charisma and immense power held a fatal attraction for a growing youth like Shaoyan. Every young person who had come into contact with Uzibo Ban wanted to become a powerhouse with as much style as Ban. Stop staring. You still have to walk your own path. As long as you reach the Central Plains, I believe you will meet again in the future. Yao Lao said. Shaoyan was still dazed and did not reply. He was still in the Jama Empire. It would take an unknown amount of time to grow strong enough to reach the central plains where experts were as numerous as clouds. And Ban Yi in just over a month had gone from nothing to his current level without even showing his limit. By the time he reached the central plains, based on his understanding of Ban Yi, it was very likely that Ban Yi would no longer be in this world, having already become a Dou Di and gone to a new world to start new battles. After all, Ban Yi had never belonged to this world. Carrying the heavy ruler on his back, Xiaoyan slowly walked out of the Yunlan sect. Ban Yi. Farewell. Xiaoyan will never forget you. Let's leave Xiaoyan Sai for now and continue with Ban's. Yuzebo Ban chased Wu Ying in one direction all the way. In this chase, Wu Ying had 1,000 curses in his heart. To survive, Wu Ying used every ability he could just to delay Yuzebo Ban's pursuit. But now it seemed useless. Yuzebo Ban hung behind him at a leisurely pace, occasionally hitting him with unknown techniques, keeping him on edge the entire time. It seemed Yuzebo Ban didn't want to kill him but was playing cat and mouse, deliberately using him as entertainment. Yuzebo Ban. Yuzebo Ban. I will make you regret this. Wu Ying, full of grief and anger, accelerated. In the distance, a pitch-black mountain range appeared before him. Finally here. Wu Ying felt elated, a surge of hope for escape. Yuzebo Ban keenly sensed the change in Wu Ying. Finally arrived at the place. He hoped a worthy opponent would appear. As he approached the mountain range, Wu Ying plunged in without looking back, gazing in one direction. Ban looked in that direction. The cold air was extremely dense, blotting out the sky. Beneath the mountain soil, countless corpses lay buried. Under the shroud of cold mist, even spiritual perception seemed affected. But with the Rinnegan appearing in his eyes, the mist posed no obstacle. Ban's gaze penetrated to the deepest part of the mountain, where a pitch-black palace came into view. Is it the headquarters or a branch? Ban wondered. But it didn't matter either way, there should be powerful experts inside. Yuzebo Ban smiled and directly darted into the vast expanse of cold mist. Inside the cold mist was a forest with white mist obscuring the view. Occasionally several agile figures like spectral monkeys flashed through the fog, emitting low beastly roars. Going deeper, Yuzebo Ban heard faint sounds. He looked ahead and saw a massive swarm of ants covering the ground. Yuzebo Ban, having thoroughly studied the knowledge of the Dou Qi Continent, recognized this magical beast. Stone-devouring demon ants, only around the 3rd or 4th rank, but their numbers were terrifying. They often came in tens of thousands, devouring any flesh and blood that stood in their way. Where the stone-devouring demon ant swarm passed, only bones remained, not a shred of flesh was left. Facing such a swarm, even an 8th-rank magical beast would have to retreat. Yuzebo Ban had no interest in wasting time on these true ants. Such beasts that relied solely on numbers could not quickly bring him the joy of battle. The ripples of his purple Rinnegan stirred slightly and the entire ant swarm fell silent. A dark gold ant queen with 8 translucent wings like cicada wings flew to Yuzebo Ban. The stone-devouring ant queen ruled the entire swarm. Under the influence of the Rinnegan, the queen was easily controlled by Yuzebo Ban and began to lead the way. As they walked, the ant queen ahead suddenly emitted a faint, strange sound wave from its mouth, spreading like ripples in all directions. Snap! 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 Not long after the sound wave spread, black shadows fell from the cold mist onto the withered grass. On each shadow, a black ant the size of a fist was clinging, biting tightly into the shadow's neck. Yuzebo Ban looked closely and saw that these shadows were blackbirds the size of a palm, very small, hidden in the cold mist. The stone-devouring ant queen buzzed, and Yuzebo Ban instantly understood. These blackbirds were the Soul Hall's spies. At the slightest disturbance, they would send sound waves to report. Indeed interesting. Yuzebo Ban continued walking. The mist thinned considerably, and at the end of an extremely high and steep slope there was a huge valley surrounded by mountains. Inside the valley, a massive black palace, hundreds of zhang in size, crouched like a primordial beast, exuding a chilling, terrifying aura from the shadows. Yuzebo Ban looked at the giant palace before him, the smile on his lips growing more intense. Then he struck without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the Soul Hall branch. Elder, save me. As soon as he entered the hall, Wu Ying cried out loudly. This was a branch of the Soul Hall on the northwest continent, guarded by an elder. Because there were few experts in the northwest and the overall strength was unremarkable on the continent, the Soul Hall had limited presence here. The true Soul Hall elites were unwilling to come. Otherwise the Soul Hall wouldn't have to rely on the Yunlan sect for matters in the Jama Empire. Wu Ying cried for help all the way as he reached the center of the hall. An old man sitting in the center opened his eyes. As the old man opened his eyes, the very space seemed to suffocate. Guardian Wu, the old man asked in doubt. Weren't you on a mission in the Jama Empire? Why are you injured like this? Although Wu Ying was only a dozong, he had come from the Heavenly Hall in the Central Plains and was directly under the jurisdiction of the 9 great celestial venerables with no direct hierarchical relationship with him. Of course that didn't mean Wu Ying could act recklessly. The Dou Qi Continent ultimately revered strength. If a Douzone dared to be disrespectful to a Douzun, he would die without knowing how. Celestial Venerable, you must save me. Wu Ying said hastily. I went to the Jiama Empire to carry out a mission. I had just established contact with the Yunlan sect when a powerhouse appeared from nowhere and severely wounded me. Oh. The elder raised an eyebrow. How audacious. This elder was named Li Fei, addressed by the Soul Hall members as Elder Li, a 4-star Douzun, a local powerhouse from the northwest who had defected to the Soul Hall. Although the Jiama Empire was weak and a Douzone could roam freely, the entire northwest was vast and it was not unusual for Douzuns to exist. But in the northwest, Douzun was the limit. To advance further to the peak of Douzun and then undergo the 9 transformations of Douzun was extremely difficult. This required countless resources alone. It was nearly impossible to obtain them. Just as Elder Li was about to ask further, a tremendous crash shook the entire hall. What's happening? He asked in shock, then realized. Someone is attacking the hall. How bold. Elder Li flew into a rage. He hadn't seen such a reckless fool in many years. The Soul Hall's reputation was fearsome even in the Central Plains, a place teeming with experts. The Soul Hall's name was terrifying. In this northwest region, a Douzun like him was practically a god. To be able to shake the protective array so violently, this is at least a peak Douzone expert. Your defeat is not unjust. He said calmly, rising and floating 3 feet above the ground, then walked out step by step. Stay here, I'll deal with him immediately. Boom. Another earth-shattering noise. The Soul Hall Palace rumbled and shook. Elder Li frowned deeply. After a moment, Elder Li left the hall standing in midair. He looked up and saw a figure in the sky. The long hedgehog-like hair was particularly conspicuous. You finally came out. Uzibo-ban crossed his arms, looking at the emerging Elder Li with a contemptuous gaze. He could sense that the power within this man was indeed immense. Finally, could he use more of his strength? Are you the one who injured Wu Ying? Elder Li said calmly, his voice flat. In his eyes, Uzibo-ban was merely an ant that could be crushed at will. Are you his backer? Uzibo-ban retorted instead of answering. Elder Li was taken aback, perhaps not expecting Uzibo-ban to talk back. After a second of silence, Elder Li showed a strange smile. You could say that. But have you considered the consequences of offending the Soul Hall? Consequences? What's that? Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. In the sky, a surging endless sea of fire appeared, rolling waves of heat instantly rushing toward Elder Li. Red light blazed, brilliant radiance bloomed in the sky with awe-inspiring momentum. To be able to control flames of this level, your strength is indeed not bad. Elder Li nodded, then casually reached out a hand. The moment his hand touched the sea of fire, space rippled and the fire vanished in an instant. Spatial power. Uzibo-ban's expression shifted. So this was the spatial power that true experts of the Dou Qi Continent mastered. Finally, he had found such a strong opponent. Although your strength is decent, you haven't shown any spatial power, which means you haven't become a Douzun. Prepare to die. Elder Li put his hands behind his back, looking enigmatic. He didn't understand spatial power. Just because he hadn't shown it meant he didn't understand. Certain aspects of spacetime-related cultivation in this world are indeed somewhat backward. Take Senju Tobarama, master of the Flying Thunder God technique. Against any Douzun of this realm he would be utterly overpowered. Yet was he truly one to enter battle unprepared? He had long since contemplated every contingency. You are stronger than your predecessor, far stronger. It appears you may afford me genuine exhilaration. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, his aura surging ever higher as chakra roiled violently within him. Douzun Li let out a low chuckle. This was the first time he had ever heard such an appraisal, comparing a Douzone to himself, a bona fide Douzun. How utterly presumptuous. You shall soon learn just how vast the gulf between Douzun and Douzone truly is. Douzun Li murmured with a faint smile, then unleashed his battle chi without hesitation. Annihilation of all living things. A torrent of devastating obsidian-hued battle chi erupted from all directions, converging upon Uchiha Madara. A thunderous roar split the mountain forest. Silence fell instantly as Douzun Li struck. The sky itself darkened into an abyssal void, like hell incarnate, grotesque and harrowing. Uchiha Madara's gaze hardened, his focus now absolute, as immense chakra surged forth from within. He would never commit the elementary blunder of underestimation. Yang release. Blazing flame. Golden flames erupted from the void, colliding with the surrounding battle chi in sizzling bursts, dissolving the black energy, shattering the fabric of space and unleashing shockwaves that swept across the land. Though Yang release and Yin release share the suffix release with the 5 releases, their mastery yields a chasm of power far exceeding that of the latter. Consider but one example. In the theatrical film The Last Naruto, Uzumaki employed Yang release to envelop his fist, blocking the golden will reincarnation explosion of Tonari Otsutsuki outright, and delivered a single blow that shattered Tonari's Rinnegan chakra mode, reverting him instantly to his mortal state. Such is the true magnitude of Yang release and authority bordering on 6 paths level power within the Naruto world. So it actually withstood the impact. Dou Zhe appeared genuinely surprised. Though only one character separates Dou Zhe from Dou Zhe, the gap widens exponentially at higher tiers of battle chi cultivation. A Dou Zhe who commands spatial forces renders countless Dou Zhes utterly futile, even a casual strike, yet this opponent had intercepted it directly. Truly extraordinary. So you've reached the threshold of Dou Zhe, half a step away. When did such a master emerge in the northwest? Dou Zhe silently assessed, then stepped forward, transcending space itself to appear beside Uchiha Madara. His finger thrust forward, aimed precisely at Madara's forehead, its tip coalescing with sinister condensed battle chi capable of piercing even the most impregnable defense in an instant. Yet in the next breath a radiant cobalt blue skeletal barrier materialized. Madara summoned Susanoo once more. Battle chi armor. Dou Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. It resembled the external battle chi armor cultivated by great battlemasters, but vastly superior in potency. Was it some formidable defensive battle technique? Yet almost immediately Dou Zhe discarded that assumption. Uchiha Madara ascended ever higher into the heavens, the wind whipping his jet-black hair upward as chakra exploded outward. His ocular power surged uncontrollably. Crimson spirals of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and violet ripples of the Rinnegan alternated rhythmically within his eyes. This is the power of the Uchiha clan. The power of gods. The 15-meter-tall half-body Susanoo suddenly expanded skyward, its colossal form eclipsing the sun, blotting out the heavens, its overwhelming presence pressing down upon Dou Zhe like a sovereign's decree. Such power. Dou Zhe's expression shifted. How could a mere Dou Zhe wield such might? This oppressive aura defied all logic. No Dou Zhe could possibly emanate such dominance. Above, Susanoo continued its metamorphosis. Thick cerulean armor encased its frame. The mask of the crow deity descended. Immense wings unfurled behind it, and 2 colossal azure light blades gleamed in its hands, boundless chakra radiating outward in all directions. A 500-meter-tall divine colossus descended upon the earth, its gaze sweeping across the horizon with regal disdain, as though a celestial overlord had descended to rule the mortal realm. Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed. This was the first time he'd manifested the complete body Susanoo since absorbing the 10 tails. Sustained by infinite chakra and ocular power, this manifestation surpassed all prior versions in sheer abundance and potency. What is this? Dou Zhe cried out, stunned. The sensation mirrored that of confronting a Duzuntier demonic beast in its true form, yet this figure's awe-inspiring majesty delivered an unparalleled psychological shock. Madara grinned faintly, then drew his blade. A tide of oceanic force descended upon heaven and earth. Azure light slashed across the sky, brilliant as cosmic detonation, dazzling as volcanic eruption, causing heaven and earth alike to tremble beneath its passage. Boom! Heaven collapsed, earth shattered. With each swing of the complete body, Susanoo mountains spanning dozens of kilometers were leveled. The violent turbulence from repeated strikes thinned the mountain range's perpetual frost fog to near transparency. Dou Zhe of the Soul Palace fixed his gaze intently, then tapped the air with his right hand, conjuring an invisible spatial barrier before him. Spatial barrier, a fundamental ability mastered by every Dou Zhe alongside spatial lockdown, spatial translocation, and spatial compression. Yet even as he deployed it, Dou Zhe felt no certainty. Spatial barriers possessed inherent defensive limits, and his own might prove insufficient against this colossal divine entity. Yet Uchiha Madara merely smiled, then lightly tapped the air with his right hand. Instantly Dou Zhe's spatial barrier dissolved into nothingness. What? This spatial ability. Are you also a Dou Zhe? Dou Zhe nearly spat blood. Wu Eagle Guardian had deceived him. Promised a Dou Zhe, yet this blatant mastery of spatial force unmistakably marked Madara as a Dou Zhe. Within the Soul Palace, Guardian Wu recoiled in shock, then instantly dissipated into a wisp of black mist, fleeing the Grand Hall. A Dou Zhe. No wonder Madara had trailed him so effortlessly. Uchiha Madara was a Dou Zhe. Had he known Madara's true rank, he would never have intervened for the foolish Yunlin sect in the Jama Empire. All was lost. He estimated Dou Zhe would fall today, and fled immediately towards Central Continent to seek Nine Heaven Sovereign, whose proximity alone guaranteed safety. He vanished, leaving Dou Zhe to bear the brunt alone. Uchiha Madara sneered coldly. Over a month had passed since his arrival on this Dou Qi Continent. From senior pharmacist Yao he learned Duzongs begin perceiving spatial forces. Dozens wield them fluently. Dou Shangs can carve personal microrealms using spatial power. Thus from the Dozong tier onward, mastery of spatial forces becomes an indispensable pillar of elite strength on this continent. Would he remain stagnant, refusing to engage with such power? Of course not. He evolved relentlessly. Ever since acquiring the spatial stone in the Gemma Empire, he had dispatched over 1,000 shadow clones into the Ten-Tailed Ceiling dimension, studying spatial theory day and night until he attained profound insight. He had now fully mastered foundational applications: spatial barrier, spatial lockdown, spatial translocation, and spatial compression. Against a Dou Shang or an elite Dou Zhe, his command of spatial forces might still falter, but facing a low-ranked Dou Zhe like Madara stood perfectly matched. Upon realizing Madara wielded spatial power, Dou Zhe attempted escape via spatial translocation only to find the surrounding space sealed. His heart sank. At that moment two colossal Susanoo slashes converged upon him from opposite directions, the shriek of displaced air leaving him no avenue of retreat. Black Soul Palm. Dou Zhe roared. 100-meter-wide obsidian palms slammed from the heavens. Silence engulfed the sky, space itself groaned and tore. Both Susanoo slashes disintegrated, then the black palm hurtled toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara laughed, undaunted. His twin Susanoo blades fused into one unprecedented chakra condensed within the great sword. Its thunderous resonance shook heaven and earth, unleashing a ring of inky energy that rippled outward. The two titanic attacks collided, shockwaves erupting in all directions, summoning gales of unimaginable fury. Amidst deafening booms, mountains crumbled and earth ruptured, finally dispersing the lingering frost fog. As mist cleared, Dou Zhe reappeared, disheveled and battered. That Black Soul Palm was among his most potent techniques, yet the clash ended in stalemate. Uchiha Madara was unequivocally a Dou cultivator. He must deploy his ultimate technique. Uchiha Madara stood calmly atop the complete body Susanoo's head, his lips curving slightly as he sensed Dou Zhe's escalating aura. Come. He welcomed it. The stronger, the better. Dou Zhe clasped his hands together, a terrifying force surged from his being as if awakening an ancient leviathan, its overwhelming pressure instilling primal dread. 8 Desolation Beast Fist. Dou Zhe bellowed, the spectral silhouette of an archaic titan rivaling the complete body Susanoo in scale loomed overhead, gazing down upon creation before delivering a crushing blow straight toward Susanoo's head and Madara within. This was his ultimate art, the quasi-heaven tier technique 8 Desolation Beast Fist. Never before had it failed him. Invariably it secured decisive victory. Once wielding it against another Dou Zhe, he had slain his foe outright. Thus even in Dou Zhe vs Dou Zhe combat this technique qualified as a definitive deathblow. A deafening cataclysm erupted, obliterating the complete body Susanoo beneath waves of annihilation. Even Dou Zhe could no longer discern what transpired within the maelstrom, yet one truth remained certain: Madara, having absorbed the full force, would suffer grievously. Having unleashed his strongest technique, Dou Zhe still deemed it insufficient. Flicking his storage ring, he withdrew a massive bow, jet black, radiating a singular formidable aura. The Annihilation Bow, recovered from an ancient ruin, its power amplification unmatched. With it, Dou Zhe had once hunted down and slain a Dou Zhe demonic beast. Against colossal targets it was his weapon of choice. A black arrow materialized in his grasp, drawn without hesitation onto the Annihilation Bow. The Annihilation Arrow. Forged to complement the Annihilation Bow, only 5 such arrows existed, now reduced to 2 after years of relentless combat. Deploying one against Uchiha Madara was honor enough for any warrior. Dou Zhe's battle chi surged violently, his fingers released the string. The black Annihilation Arrow pierced the heavens like a demon god's death warrant, hurtling toward Madara still engulfed in the storm of destruction. A faint smile crept across Dou Zhe's lips. Such a relentless barrage deploying his entire arsenal would leave even a 5th-star Dou Zhe with no chance of survival. Victory in this battle was finally his. Once Madara's corpse emerged, he would extract and devour his soul, surely elevating his own battle chi cultivation by 1 star. Such advancement would amplify his authority within the Soul Palace, perhaps even earn him an additional low-ranked Dou Zhe as subordinate. The Northwest would become his domain. Ha 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 ha. The future. A glorious future, within reach. Yet at that moment infinite white radiance descended from the heavens, ethereal celestial music drifted downward as if immortal cranes danced amid the clouds. Dou Zhe's laughter froze midair. What was this? Had Madara survived such devastation? Clouds churned violently, immense power and crushing pressure descended simultaneously, drawing cold sweat from Dou Zhe's brow. This sensation mingled awe before a superior cultivator with the instinctive submission of lesser lifeforms confronting transcendent beings. What was unfolding? As brilliance intensified, the churning cloud sea parted cleanly down the center. A pristine white sage's robe draped his frame, 9 black Tomo emblems adorned his back, austere black undergarments contrasted with flowing white hair, and 9 ominous black truth-seeking balls hovered about him, radiating palpable dread. Clutching the sage's staff, forged entirely from yin-yang release, he stood upon the heaven's sovereign aura, commanding all directions, transcendence incarnate. Though traces of Madara's former visage remained, his entire essence had ascended, his power now incomparable to any prior incarnation. Your earlier assault was commendable, 6 paths, Madara praised without reservation, much as he had lauded Might Guy's 8 gates technique during their battle. As reward, I shall grant you the privilege of witnessing my peak state. The 10 tails roared within 6 paths. Madara chakra erupted like a cosmic tempest, its boundless pressure bearing down upon Dou Zhe. His purple Rinnegan gazed upon Li with utter indifference, as if surveying a corpse. In his hand appeared a pitch-black spear, woven entirely from yin-yang release, the creation sword Amenamina Kanusha no Tsurugi. 6 paths. Madara swept the spear forward with his right hand, then launched several black truth-seeking balls toward Dou Zhe. Dou Zhe watched the approaching spheres with mounting tension, each exuding a primal sense of mortal peril. What are these? Why do they radiate such overwhelming dread? No, I cannot underestimate these small black orbs. Black Soul Defense. Dou Zhe waved his hand, thick black mist coalesced into a defensive wall before Black Soul Defense, a mid-tier Earth rank technique renowned for its exceptional resilience. Yet the next moment defied belief. The black truth-seeking balls pierced through Dou Zhe's defensive barrier as if it were air. Six Paths Madara watched impassively, neither triumph nor surprise gracing his countenance. An expression of expectation. The questing jade is composed of yin and yang escape, and at this moment his body has transformed into the physique of the Six Paths mode. The combination of the two makes it impossible for his methods regarding the questing jade to defend against this as an essential difference that cannot be compensated by mere quantity. In the ninja realm, only those who possess either sage arts or the power of the Six Paths can hope to resist his questing jade. In this Dou Qi Continent, the only ways he can think of to resist his questing jade are overwhelming spatial power or overwhelming natural energy. This Dou Zhe clearly does not possess either of these conditions. Even Six Paths Ban believes that even using all his strength, Dou Zhe will be entirely unable to break through his questing jade barrier or withstand the attacks from his questing jade. This battle was practically destined to end the moment he transformed into the Six Paths mode. The pitch-black questing jade pierced through the black defensive barrier, and in Dou Zhe's terrified gaze it instantly destroyed both of his arms and legs. Dou Zhe swallowed the pill he had already placed in his mouth, but he could not recover his limbs no matter what. Six Paths Ban coldly observed the scene, unable to keep the questing jade at bay and lacking the traits of the Six Paths power or sage arts. The injuries inflicted by the questing jade are irreversible. After killing me, the curse mark of my soul hall will be engraved upon your body. You will face endless pursuit from the soul hall. The master of my soul hall possesses the strength of a 5-star Dou Saint, and our strongest backers from the Soul Clan have even reached the 9-star Dou Saint level. I advise you not to be unwise. Dou Zhe continued stubbornly, his voice trembling. After his recent battle with Uchiha Ban, he began to understand what kind of person Uchiha Ban was. He was not one to be intimidated easily, rather he seemed to prefer challenging the toughest opponents. If Uchiha Ban were to decisively refuse again, he would only have one last life-saving card left to use. This card was only available to him as the overseer of the Soul Hall branch. If that card also failed, he could only await his demise. Dou Zhe formed several seals with his soul power, and then a vast black mist appeared before him, followed by an energy entity enveloped in black energy. I welcome the Nine Heavens Zune. This Dou Zhe actually summoned the Nine Heavens Zune, one of the 9 great Zunes of the Soul Hall. As the branch master of the Soul Hall, he had the authority to do so. However, what he summoned was certainly not the true body but merely an energy avatar. A blue figure appeared before Dou Zhe and glanced around the battlefield in disarray, and then looked at Dou Zhe, whose arms and legs were all broken, frowning unhappily. Li Fei, what exactly happened? Why has the Soul Hall branch become like this? The Nine Heavens Zune questioned with a somewhat cold tone. Nine Heavens Zune, it was this powerful individual named Uchiha Ban who did this. He chased after the protector who was sent to the Gamal Empire on your orders and directly demolished the Soul Hall branch. At first, fighting him was manageable. After using my killing move, I even thought I could defeat him, but who knew he would transform into this form, feeling as if he had become a completely different person, with the nature of his Dou skills changing entirely. I suspect the transformation Dou skill that Uchiha Ban is using now is a heavenly grade transformation Dou skill, Dou Zhe respectfully informed the Nine Heavens Zune. The Nine Heavens Zune raised an eyebrow. His attention focused on two matters. The first was that the target of this Uchiha Ban's pursuit was the protector Wu Ying. Wu Ying was someone he personally entrusted to the Soul Hall Master to gather the Shao family's ancient jade in the Gamal Empire. Could it be that Uchiha Ban is also a member of another ancient clan wanting the Shao family's ancient jade for himself? This was the Nine Heavens Zune's speculation. Such occurrences were not unheard of. From what he knew, the ancient clans had even sent valuable princesses to the Shao family for the ancient jade. The second matter of concern was Uchiha Ban possessing heavenly grade Dou skills. Heavenly grade Dou skills, regardless of the battle tier, could provide significant enhancements to strength as long as the Dou Qi realm difference was not too great. The Nine Heavens Zune sneered, looking at Uchiha Ban before him. Once he kills this person, he could directly scour his soul, and regardless of whether it was the heavenly grade Dou skills or the related merits concerning the ancient jade, it would all belong to him. Six Paths Ban maintained his usual expression, carefully observing the Nine Heavens Zune of the Soul Hall. Six Paths Ban's senses were exceptionally acute. The moment this person appeared and spoke to Dou Zhe, he understood that this was the Nine Heavens Zune of the Soul Hall. The 9 great Zunes of the Soul Hall, he had heard about them from Miao Lao being the 9 most outstanding individuals within the realm of Dou Zune. It was said that even the weakest among them, the Nine Heavens Zune, was at the peak of the 8-star Dou Zune level, a height that is nearly unattainable for ordinary people. However, Six Paths Ban disdainfully glanced at the Nine Heavens Zune, whose body flickered between reality and illusion. If it were the true body, that would be one thing, but merely an energy entity, what right did it have to battle him? With a wave of the Tian Zhao sphere in his hand, the pitch-black questing jade surged towards the Nine Heavens Zune. The Nine Heavens Zun's eyes flashed with light, revealing a dangerous aura. After gently clenching his palm, the chilling power of the world quickly converged at the center, ultimately forming a layer of black crystal that enveloped his right hand. At the same time, the Nine Heavens Zun stepped into the void and eerily disappeared under the gaze of many. Six Paths Ban's pupils constricted with the light of young escape condensing in his hand. He swiftly swung his fist towards the void beside him, and as the fist wind swept past, a phantom figure immediately emerged, colliding forcefully with Uchiha Ban's fist. This phantom was none other than the Nine Heavens Zun reappearing after entering the spatial realm. Did he perceive? The Nine Heavens Zun was somewhat surprised by the collision with Six Paths Ban. His previous attack had unleashed his spatial abilities without holding back, but even so Six Paths Ban successfully sensed the strike and effectively defended against it. It seems that Uchiha Ban's spatial ability is not weak at all. Six Paths Ban coldly thought as the fists collided. A powerful gust erupted from the point of impact, distorting the surrounding space. What exactly is your strength? The fierce wind surged as the Nine Heavens Zun's figure appeared, his expression changing due to the tidal force impacting his arm, causing him to be pushed back over 10 steps by Six Paths Ban's strike. Clearly only at the Dou Wine level in terms of Dou Qi realm perception, yet the power he unleashed was not inferior to his. What kind of monster is this? Poof. Six Paths Ban snorted coldly, the sage staff pointing in the void. He did not retreat an inch. In that previous clash he had held nothing back, unleashing both his chakra power and physical strength to the fullest, yet even so he had not gained the upper hand in the collision with this energy entity. Had it not been for the boost to his physique from the Six Paths mode, he would likely have suffered in that direct confrontation. This was unacceptable for the proud Ban. At that moment Ban set a goal for himself. After this battle he must train his physical strength to a level where he can contend with 8th tier magical beasts. However, for now he first had to deal with this energy entity that wished to compete with him. If you defeat me, I'll tell you. Six Paths Ban suddenly hurled the Tian Zhao spear, the pitch black light streaking across the sky, crossing the spatial distance towards the Nine Heavens Zun. Be careful, Tian Zun. His attack is very strangely Dozo and warned from the side. The expression of the Nine Heavens Zun grew serious as he sensed the threat from the throne spear. He rapidly formed seals, a low growl escaping his throat, while the chilling energy around quickly coalesced into massive energy hands roaring towards Six Paths Ban. The enormous energy hands contrasted sharply with the 1 square black Tian Zhao spear, but ultimately the Nine Heavens Zun's move did not gain overwhelming superiority in terms of Dou Qi amount. Perhaps if the true Nine Heavens Zun were here there would be some chance of subduing Ban's Tian Zhao spear, but the power of merely an energy entity attempting to suppress Ban was undoubtedly a fool's dream. The massive energy hand was directly pierced by the Tian Zhao spear, which was made from yin and yang escape, creating a hole, and the spear continued to charge towards the Nine Heavens Zun with fierce momentum. Of course, at the same time the other parts of the energy hand that were not penetrated by the Tian Zhao spear also rushed towards Six Paths Ban. From an observer's perspective this would likely result in a mutual destruction. The Tian Zhao spear rapidly approached through the spatial distance. The Nine Heavens Zun wanted to escape but found himself completely trapped in space. The pitch-black spear pierced through his chest, and a powerful force different from Dou Qi spread within him, causing the energy within this energy entity to deplete, rapidly becoming increasingly ethereal. The Nine Heavens Zun's expression darkened due to this attack. He was forced to disappear. Before vanishing, the Nine Heavens Zun glanced into the distance. His energy hand had also struck Uchiha Ban, and logically Ban should have been gravely injured as well. But the outcome was beyond the Nine Heavens Zun's expectations. In the swirling dust a large black sphere appeared in the sky, which then shrank to a point, revealing Six Paths Ban's figure. With a slight flick of his sage staff the large sphere transformed into the questing jade, soaring behind Six Paths Ban once again. In the face of his earlier powerful attack this Uchiha Ban emerged completely unscathed. You aren't from the ancient 8 clans, are you? The Nine Heavens Zun remarked just before disappearing. Of course not. How can the ancient 8 clans compare to the noble Uchiha clan? The name of the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly become the most resounding name in this world, Uchiha Ban proudly replied. Indeed, the Uchiha clan in the ninja realm is much weaker compared to the ancient 8 clans of the Dou Qi Continent. But having left the ninja realm for a new world, he Uchiha Ban is the Uchiha clan. A strongman from a loose faction. If you don't kill Li Fei, I might consider letting you go. After killing Li Fei, just wait for the endless pursuit from the Soul Hall to find you. Exactly. Six Paths Ban smirked disdainfully, the questing jade crossing the spatial distance to obliterate Li Fei, who had lost both arms and legs in this world. Let them come after me. The more the better. Very well. The energy entity of the Nine Heavens Zun laughed in rage, leaving behind 2 words before completely disappearing. He. Want to threaten him? The person capable of threatening him has yet to be born. Six Paths Ban moved through space to the side of the slain Li Fei's soul, lifting Li Fei's soul high. The purple ripples of the Rinnegan surged instantly, flooding his mind with a massive amount of memories. Six Paths Ban truly understood what kind of existence the Soul Hall was, as well as the locations of the other 2 branches of the Soul Hall in the northwest region. After absorbing the soul, Six Paths Ban flew into the distance. The Soul Hall Ha. As long as he encounters them, whoever they send to pursue him, he will ensure their death. However, the pursuit by the Soul Hall would not affect Ban's existing actions. His next target was also clear: to head to the Black Corner region to obtain the Heart of the Sea from Yao Lao's disciple, and if possible to acquire the Fallen Heart Flame from the Jianan Academy. The former was insignificant to Ban, and regarding the latter, Ban was curious to know who would be stronger now, himself or the old man who claimed to be the head of the Jianan Academy whom he met that day. In the sky, 6 paths, Ban's figure gradually receded, leaving behind the ruined Soul Hall branch in disarray. Meanwhile in Zhengzhou, the 9 Heavens Zun was in his room, suddenly opening his eyes and sneering. Uchiha Ban Ha. Truly unaware of the vastness of the sky and the depth of the earth. No matter if you come to Zhengzhou or not, you are doomed. The extreme coldness in the depths of the 9 Heavens Zun's eyes revealed how naive he was to think he could contend against a colossal entity like the Soul Hall with just his own strength. The Soul Hall is backed by the most powerful soul clan among the current ancient 8 clans. The Uchiha clan. What is that? Chapters 94 to 97. Black Corner Region, Maple City. Those willing to take the bait. The Black Corner region, a special area formed outside the Jianan Academy due to chaos. Many people on the continent were perplexed as to why such a chaotic area, which was completely at odds with the atmosphere of the ancient and venerable Jianan Academy, existed. But regardless, existence is truth. Although suppressed for many years, the Black Corner region continued to expand at a staggering pace, and its seemingly indestructible nature left those who sought to suppress it feeling powerless. The Black Corner region is vast, and after years of expansion it has nearly become a clearly defined nation. However, the only difference from other empires is that other empires have one dominant force, whereas this area is each for their own. Various forces continually vie for their own interests, killing and causing chaos like a scattered pile of sand. Even though the chaos of the Black Corner region is famous throughout the continent, the high-level techniques, dou skills and pills that flow from here have attracted many strong individuals from across the continent. Regardless, these items are essential for making further advancements on the path of the strong, and such temptation is undoubtedly fatal for some. Thus the Black Corner region can be described as a peculiar area where danger and opportunity coexist. A figure in a white robe filled with a sense of detachment flew from the sky, gazing down at the gradually expanding black plane slowly descending. This figure is none other than 6 Paths Ban. He had memorized the map of the Black Corner region from the map shop in the Tagar Desert Sea, knowing that the vast black plain before him was the gateway to the Black Corner region. Stepping onto this vast black plain signifies entering the chaotic world of the Black Corner region, which is rumored to be at odds with the outside world. Landing on the plain, 6 Paths Ban looked around. The plain stretched endlessly, all in monotonous black. The slightly dim sky added to the oppressive and irritable feeling, explaining why chaotic rules would arise in such a place. Was there no one in sight? 6 Paths Ban closed his eyes and began to perceive. After entering the 6 Paths mode, his perception range significantly increased, far beyond the mere dozens of kilometers he had before. After a moment, 6 Paths Ban opened his eyes, gently tapping his sage staff in the void, and his figure instantly vanished. In 6 Paths mode, his affinity for space is heightened. His application of spatial abilities became more adept. With his spatial powers, he could already perform instantaneous teleportation within a certain range. A moment of void. When he reappeared, Lidaoban found himself before a cluster of tents from which faint human voices could be heard. Walking slowly toward the tribal gate, Lidaoban could sense waves of killing intent surging toward him. Then a long arrow suddenly tore through the air, embedding itself fiercely into the grass before him. Judging from the quivering arrow fletchings, the one who shot had no intention of leaving him alive. You there, are you a rookie new to the Heijiao domain? Don't you know the rule of paying a road toll before approaching within 100 meters of another's tribe? A figure leaped up and shouted. One by one, people noticed the commotion, folded their arms and watched with mocking expressions. Lidaoban's face remained cold. He pointed one hand at the arrow stuck in the ground, activating the powers of attraction and repulsion. The next moment, the arrow emitted a fierce shriek as it cut through the air, leaving a trail of black afterimages, and shot toward the figure who had leaped up. A single arrow to the throat. Seeing this, the crowd that had been wearing mocking expressions froze for a moment, then quickly wiped away their smiles. From that one scene, those who had lived in the Heijiao domain for years understood that Lidaoban was a ruthless and decisive man, the kind who could survive and thrive in this land. Best not to provoke him. Lidaoban slowly surveyed the onlookers. The shifts in their expressions did not escape him. These people were unexpectedly sensible. It seemed the law of the jungle was even more severe here in the Heijiao domain than elsewhere. Standing at the entrance, Lidaoban's calm voice was amplified by Chakra. Who among you has a detailed map of the Heijiao domain? As he spoke, Lidaoban infused a hint of illusory seduction into his words. Anyone who truly knew the detailed map of the Heijiao domain would involuntarily step forward. A slightly plump figure stepped forward. I am a merchant who travels across the Heiyu Great Plain, and I carry the most detailed map. But sir, I won't hide it from you. Even if you have a map, it's hard to find the right destination while traveling across the Heiyu Great Plain, because the plain is occasionally struck by sky-obscuring black storms. In such times, the map is useless. Only those with seasoned experience can successfully navigate the black storms. But you sir have just arrived, so you likely lack such experience, don't you? I can see that you are quite powerful. How about traveling with our caravan? We'll guide you out of the Heiyu Great Plain and you can lend us a hand when we encounter trouble, what do you think? Ludeoban looked at the fat man expressionlessly. He extended his hand, unleashing a powerful gravitational force, and the fat man was instantly pulled toward him. Activating the power of the human path, Ludeoban read the fat man's soul. With another motion of his right hand, he threw the fat man to the ground and the ring on the fat man's finger flew into Ludeoban's hand. The next moment Ludeoban's immortal staff tapped the void and he vanished from the spot. Spatial teleportation. That lord just now. Seeing this, countless people in the small tribe were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone use such an ability, but spatial teleportation was known to be usable only by high-star Dozone or even Dozun. They had just encountered such a mighty figure. Fortunately they hadn't provoked that lord earlier, or they would surely be dead without a burial place. For a moment everyone felt a lingering fear. A Dozun. The strongest on the Heijiao domain's blacklist was only a Dozone. And they had encountered such a powerhouse. The Heijiao domain was about to undergo a major change. After Ban left, these people only expressed awe for Ban without any mockery or curses. As for the fat man lying unconscious on the ground and the youth killed by a single arrow to the throat, no one cared about them. Such was the chaotic Heijiao domain. There were no written laws here. The only rule was that the strong reigned supreme. Over the pitch-black Great Plain a white figure flew swiftly through the sky. At this moment Uchiha Ban took out a slightly yellowed scroll from his bosom and slowly unfurled it. The map featured many small black dots and a single blue star. The small black dots represented the various cities in the Heijiao domain, while the blue star stood for the Jianan Academy at the domain center. From the soul of the man just now, Uchiha Ban had obtained this information. Moreover, Ban knew that these cities were governed by specific factions. For instance, the nearest city, Heiin City, was under the control of the Eight-Gate sect, whose leader's strength ranked among the top 10 on the blacklist. The blacklist was equivalent to the Heijiao domain's ranking of powerhouses. The first and second ranks were quite mysterious. The fat man just now did not know about them. But the third ranked on the blacklist was precisely Uchiha Ban's target, this time the Medicine Emperor Han Feng, a peak Do Huang who controlled the strange Fire Sea Heart Flame. The whereabouts of Medicine Emperor Han Feng were easy to find because he personally governed a city named after himself, Feng City. Because Han Feng was the top alchemist in the Heijiao domain, he had deep connections with many factions, so he feared no one coming to cause trouble. If anyone did come to cause trouble, they would be attacked by a coalition and eventually die without a burial place. Logically, that was indeed the case. But Ludeoban put away the map and smiled faintly. For someone strong enough, things were different. Han Feng's blatant display saved Ban a lot of time. He could simply go straight to Feng City. After a brief search on the map, Ban used spatial teleportation to head toward Feng City. Ban had become quite adept at using spatial teleportation, which was far more convenient than ordinary flight. Along the way, Ban encountered some black storms that terrified the people of the Heijiao domain, but he dispersed them with a single strike. As a natural phenomenon, the black storms were indeed powerful, but only relative to the people of the Heijiao domain, where a Do Huang was considered a top powerhouse. For Ban, the black storms were utterly insignificant. Heijiao domain, Feng City. As the city governed by Han Feng, the foremost alchemist of the Heijiao domain, Feng City was bustling with life. The streets and alleys were like noisy markets. But at the very center of Feng City lay a bamboo grove completely different from the clamorous markets outside. This bamboo grove was heavily fortified. Ordinary people could not enter, and even approaching within a certain range would invite indiscriminate attacks. Every year quite a few people were killed by the bamboo grove's guards for this reason. Thus, despite its tranquility, it was considered a forbidden ground by many in Feng City. Deep within the bamboo grove stood a bamboo house, its verdant color like emerald, exuding a faint fragrance of bamboo. Inside the bamboo house, in a high room by the window, a man sat cross-legged, wearing an alchemist's robe with a meticulously embroidered character phone on the back. At that moment he was deeply focused on a prescription in his hand, looking utterly absorbed. After a while the man's expression suddenly changed. He grunted, stood up, frowned, and covered his forehead as he coughed urgently. The coughing lasted for a long time before gradually subsiding. The man let out a deep breath and muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn old man, if you had just let me cultivate the burning art back, then nothing would have happened. Rubbish about impure character. My alchemy talent is far superior to yours." His voice trailed off at the end, but from his clenched fists one could imagine the anger and hatred in his heart. This man was naturally Han Feng, the former disciple of Yao Chen Yao. Even though Yao Chen had shown great care for Han Feng, taking him on travels across the world and sparing no effort to nurture him, Han Feng ultimately succumbed to the temptation of gain and killed his master. People are sometimes like that. Perhaps without temptation one can grow safely into an upright person. But as soon as temptation arrives, one may stray onto the wrong path, the path of evil. Han Feng narrowed his eyes, flicked his finger, and a deep blue flame like clear lake water eerily emerged from his body, enveloping him tightly. This deep blue flame was quite peculiar. It looked as if it were a pool of clear water flowing, yet the most tangible sensation clearly told people that it was not water but a flame. The sea heart flame, ranked 15th on the strange fire list, was a strange fire born from the depths of the ocean after countless years of tempering. Han Feng gazed at the sea heart flame in his hand and began to circulate the burning art. Back then Yao Lao had not taught Han Feng the burning art. Han Feng had only secretly studied it and obtained the lower half of the technique. But the lower half was only the lower half. Without the upper half of the burning art, Han Feng could never unleash the true power of the sea heart flame, and he often suffered backlash from the technique. Recently, however, he had heard that there seemed to be a strange fire within the Jianan Academy. Upon hearing this news, a fierce ambition surged in Han Feng's heart. If he obtained that strange fire, perhaps he could deduce the true burning art. Clenching his fist, Han Feng looked toward the direction of the Jianan Academy. Unfortunately, the Jianan Academy had hidden the strange fire very well. He had no idea where it was concealed and could only wait patiently. But at that moment Han Feng suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the bamboo grove. He sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation that was faintly familiar. This feeling. Han Feng murmured softly, tapping his forehead with his fingers. Countless pieces of information flashed through his mind. After a long moment, Han Feng's body stiffened and his eyes shot like lightning toward the source of the energy fluctuation. His voice was tinged with surprise and disbelief. It seems like the fluctuation of a strange fire. Moreover, if his perception was not mistaken, the fluctuation of this strange fire was appearing right in his Feng city. Heaven was truly aiding him. Although Han Feng had sensed the presence of a strange fire, he remained calm and did not lose his reason. Han Bang! Han Feng turned abruptly and shouted in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, a figure like a ghost flashed out and appeared in the bamboo house, kneeling on one knee. His voice was hoarse but respectful. Master, what are your orders? Take these tokens and notify the Earth Flame sect, the Eight Gate sect, the Blood sect, and tell their sect masters to come to Feng City within 2 hours. I need their help. Also deliver these 2 tokens personally to that place and invite the 2 gentlemen to come as well. Han Feng casually tossed several oddly shaped tokens toward the kneeling figure, who caught them with lightning speed. As soon as he stored them in his ring, 2 more tokens, 1 gold and 1 silver, shot over. Taking the special gold and silver tokens with both hands, the usually expressionless figure showed a slight change in his face. He whispered, Master, you want to invite even them? They don't even meet ordinary people. To invite them this time, I'm afraid you'll need to offer something they desire. Just do as I say. If I achieve my goal, what they want will naturally be no problem. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Hearing this, the figure no longer hesitated. He responded respectfully, then quickly vanished into the darkness. Watching the shadow disappear, Han Feng finally let out a slow breath. After adjusting his attire, he walked toward the source of the strange fire's presence within the city. The second strange fire, here he comes. The sudden appearance of the strange fire fluctuation in Feng City was naturally caused by Uchiha Ban. Using spatial teleportation as his means of travel, Uchiha Ban moved very quickly and arrived at Feng City in no time. The reason he released the strange fire was that there was a certain resonance between strange fires. Although this resonance was very faint and ordinary people could not detect it, Ban was not one of them. With his perception fully expanded, the entire Feng City was within Ban's sensing range. The moment Han Feng brought out the sea heart flame, Uchiha Ban sensed Han Feng's presence. After sensing Han Feng, Ban smiled with a hint of amusement. Because he perceived that Han Feng was also heading toward him. It seemed that Han Feng had the same intention. Noticing this, Ban turned his gaze around. Not far ahead, a furious curse suddenly rang out. In a queuing line, a bald burly man, growing impatient, directly grabbed the skinny man in front of him and lifted him up. Ah! The bald man's words had barely fallen when the skinny man he was holding suddenly turned around. A dagger flashed swiftly from his sleeve, drawing a cold glint, and stabbed fiercely toward the bald man's throat. Although the bald man reacted quickly, jerking his neck back to dodge, the dagger veered off and struck half an inch below his throat. Blood spurted and a miserable scream erupted from the bald man's mouth. After severely wounding the bald man with one strike, the skinny man twisted his body and like a loach plunged into the nearby bushes and disappeared. Bastard, I'll tear you apart. The bald man had lost his reason. With bloodshot eyes, he pulled out the dagger and charged into the bushes. But moments later, a scream identical to the one before came from the bushes. Ban watched with interest. Although both were weak in strength, the scene stirred some memories of the ninja world in Ban. The skinny man was only at the Dou Zhe level while the bald man was a Dou Zhe. Yet despite such a large gap in Dou Qi cultivation, the skinny man emerged victorious with clean efficiency. The same was true in the ninja world. Below the 6 paths level, there was no absolute gap in strength. As long as one's combat awareness was sharp enough, a chunin could kill a jonin without much difficulty. This Heijiao domain was indeed quite interesting. Ban continued walking. Suddenly the sound of horse hooves came from the end of the street and the whole street became chaotic. A black figure galloped from the end, knocking over countless people along the way. "Get out of my way if you know what's good for you, or if you get trampled to death I won't be responsible." The girl shouted wildly and arrogantly, as if she had been throwing her weight around in Feng City for a long time. In the blink of an eye the girl appeared not far from Ban. Seeing the white-clad figure ahead, who neither dodged nor avoided the black-clad girl, frowned. Her slender hand gripped a leather whip, and then the black whip shot out with a sharp crack, lashing directly toward Ban's head. Ban's face remained calm. He casually reached out and caught the whip, then yanked it hard. Ah! A tremendous force came from the other end of the whip, and the red-clad girl was painfully pulled off her horse. She fell backward and landed hard on the cold, filthy ground. "How dare you lay hands on me? Uncle Wong, teach him a lesson." Her face flushed an ashen gray the moment her backside touched the earth, and she shouted furiously. An elderly figure materialized before the black-robed girl. "Esteemed sir," he began, glancing first at his crimson-faced young mistress, then turning toward Uchiha Madara, his brows knitting in quiet concern. "My young mistress may indeed be headstrong, but she is after all but a girl. To strike so mercilessly without restraint, is this truly appropriate?" The elder's gaze lingered for a moment on the girl's livid expression before settling upon Madara, his brow furrowing deeply. He was a 6th-rank Dou Wang, and thus keenly aware that Madara stood at the 5th rank. Yet something far more unsettling emanated from Madara, an overwhelming aura of latent threat compelling the elder to proceed with utmost caution. Madara did not reply. With a single lift of his right hand, sapphire lightning erupted like a sinuous serpent, darting past the elder and striking the black-robed girl full force. In an instant her body charred, black limbs slack, consciousness extinguished, truly earning her the title of the black-robed maiden. "If you intend to chastise me, then do so directly, no need for hollow rhetoric. Clearly you lack confidence in your own strength." The elder's expression darkened. After swiftly assessing the girl's condition, he realized she was all but beyond saving, and a low, grim voice rumbled forth. "Do you have any notion whom you've just provoked? You've dared to offend none other than the sovereign of this city, the direct disciple of the divine pharmacist Han Feng." A crowd of Feng City residents watched with morbid fascination. Many felt a perverse sense of vindication. The girl had long terrorized the streets, leaving behind a trail of chaos and resentment. The divine pharmacist Han Feng. Hoof. A faint disdainful smile flickered across Madara's lips. Suddenly a cerulean blur shot forth from the city's heart, materializing midair above the street, and unleashed a crushing wave of overwhelming pressure upon both the elder and Madara. "Dare you? Since when did I grant her permission to act under my name? Today's calamity is entirely self-inflicted." This sudden arrival was none other than Han Feng himself. Though his words rebuked the elder, and though his aura indeed bore down upon him, Han Feng's true intent was to test Madara. From the moment he laid eyes on Madara, Han Feng sensed a palpable, unshakable danger, an oppressive presence that defied logic. Here stood only a 5th-rank Dou Wang, yet no ordinary cultivator. After all, only someone extraordinary could command a heavenly flame. Han Feng's gaze swept over Madara. Even beneath the suffocating weight of his peak Dou Huang aura, Madara showed not the slightest tremor, proof indeed of exceptional fortitude. "Lord Mayor. This." The elder strained desperately beneath the pressure, bewildered and pleading as he turned toward Han Feng. Han Feng ignored him entirely, instead offering Madara a warm, affable smile. "Esteemed sir, my wayward apprentice has caused you grave inconvenience. If it pleases you, I would be honored to invite you to my residence, to offer proper amends." Madara glanced first at Han Feng, then at the fallen girl and the trembling elder. He perceived clearly the murderous intent simmering beneath Han Feng's cordial mask, a dissonance rare even among shinobi. In the shinobi world, though its overall cultivation tier lagged behind the Dou Qi Continent, every shinobi possessed the innate ability to distinguish types of killing intent, rendering pretense between sworn enemies not merely futile but unthinkable. Their truth was drawn in steel, not smiles. So, was this delay intended? To buy time until reinforcements arrived. Madara's perception spanned thousands of li without strain, and he sensed several formidable presences converging rapidly upon Feng City. They were undoubtedly Han Feng's summoned allies. All the better. He would eradicate Black Horn Domain's elite en masse, and claim their vast resources as spoils. "Agreed." Madara replied simply. "This way, please." Han Feng continued smiling warmly, leading ahead with practiced grace. The fish has taken the bait. Indeed. The fish had taken the bait. Bamboo Grove. Madara sat motionless, lifting a porcelain cup with quiet elegance. His sixth-path sage mode lent him an aura of transcendent sovereignty, so much so that the bamboo grove seemed to bow to his will, and Han Feng appeared less a host than a guest granted fleeting grace. Han Feng sat awkwardly beside him, having attempted conversation repeatedly, only to receive either silence or terse monosyllabic replies. Thus after hours of strained exchange Han Feng had gleaned only two things: Madara's name and that he hailed from the Uchiha clan. Setting down his teacup, Madara withdrew his expansive sensory awareness. The bait is set. All 7 have arrived. A jade-green flame bloomed softly in Madara's palm as he spoke, voice calm detached. You gathered them all for my heavenly flame, did you not? Avarice flared deep within Han Feng's eyes, but his smile remained unbroken. Master Madara, how could you say such a thing? I summoned no one. 7 Dou Huang, including yourself. Is that not enough? Madara sipped his tea, tone serene. What you did, and whom you called, could never elude my senses. No sooner had Madara spoken than 6 figures manifested within the grove. Any who knew Blackhorn Domain's underworld would have gasped. This assembly was legendary. For these 6 were all ranked among the top 10 on the Black List, the domain's most feared elite. The Gold and Silver Elders, masters of Metallic and Thunder-type Dou Qi respectively, stood at the apex of the 9th-ranked Dou Huang realm. Ranked 1st and 2nd on the Black List, their combined might rivaled even a Douzone. Ban Lao, a 7th-ranked Dou Huang, ranked 4th. Fan Lao, Lord of Mu City and Patriarch of the Blood Sect wielding Blood-type Dou Qi, 5th-ranked Dou Huang, ranked 5th. Yen Huang, Patriarch of the Earth Flame Sect, Master of Flame-type Dou Qi, 3rd-ranked Dou Huang, ranked 9th. Yuani, Lord of Heian City and head of the 8th Fan Gate, 2nd-ranked Dou Huang, ranked 10th. And Han Feng himself, Lord of Feng City Peak, Dou Huang, ranked 3rd. 7 of the Black List's top 10 gathered in one place. Such a convergence defied belief. Han Feng, if the matter is already laid bare, there's no point concealing our purpose any longer, said the Gold Elder. You certainly raised an army. We assumed you'd summoned only us 2 brothers, yet look at this gathering. The price you'll pay shall be steep indeed. That puzzled me earlier. But now I see you seek his heavenly flame. Understandable. To alchemists such flames are irresistible, beyond mortal comprehension. The Silver Elder concluded. The remaining 4 Blacklist masters remained silent, deeming speech unnecessary. Even excluding those for the combined might of the Gold and Silver Elders plus Han Feng surpassed all but the central power of Nanlan Academy. With all 7 assembled, no deed in Blackhorn Domain remained beyond their reach. Han Feng let out a cold snort, abandoning pretense. Torrents of Dou Qi exploded from his body, unleashing a crushing unrestrained pressure upon Madara. Now that you know our intent, will you surrender the heavenly flame willingly, or force us to take it from your corpse? Choose one path or the other. At Han Feng's words, the other 6 likewise unleashed their auras, pressing down upon Madara like converging tempests. Golden light blazed from the Gold Elder, crackling azure lightning surged from the Silver Elder, 2 titanic forces roaring forth like ravenous tigers poised to rend Madara limb from limb. Ban Lao remained impassive, white searing light coiling about him before erupting outward with a bestial roar. Fan Lao's eyes bled crimson, a viscous suffocating aura of slaughter billowed forth, aimed squarely at Madara. Yen Huang became an inferno, crimson flames wreathing his form, soaring skyward like a phoenix's cry, radiating sheer awe-inspiring dominion. Yuan exhaled darkness, black mist coalescing into a spear, twisting like an ancient dragon lunging forward. 7 Blacklist Dou Huang masters, simultaneously unleashing their full auras, sent gales howling through the grove and dimmed the heavens themselves. All 7 wore identical savage grins. Tremble. Cower. This is the power of Blackhorn Domain's All-Star Assembly. It seems you hold your strength in high regard. Madara's expression remained unchanged. He set aside his teacup and rose. As he stood, an aura erupted, hundreds of times more overwhelming than the combined pressure of all 7, engulfing Feng City entire. Lightning tore across the sky, thunder roared, rain fell in torrents, as if an ancient celestial beast were undergoing tribulation transcendence. Children wailed across Feng City. Citizens gazed upward in abject terror, the magnitude of that presence dwarfed all prior imagination. Azure skeletal ribs encased Madara, then expanded outward rapidly. Muscles and sinews formed with startling speed, culminating in a towering 2-headed 4-armed partial Susanoo, its face crowned by the ominous mask of the Crow Tengu, 4 colossal blue swords gripped in its hands. Yet this was only the beginning. The partial Susanoo surged further, 2 powerful azure legs emerging beneath it, completing the full Susanoo, now 30 meters tall, a true giant before the 7 Dou Huang. Still ascending, Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with furious chakra as thick impenetrable armor sheathed the Susanoo and vast sweeping wings unfurled from its back. 500 meters tall, the complete Susanoo loomed over the ruined bamboo grove, twin azure blades each 200 meters long, resting easily in its grasp. Its mere emergence obliterated the entire grove. Citizens of Feng City stared dumbstruck at the colossal awe-inspiring figure, words failing them utterly. Madara crossed his arms atop the Susanoo's chest, gazing down from sublime height, his voice resonating with divine authority. Coincidentally, I hold my own strength in equally high regard. Half a day had passed since he'd departed the Soul Palace branch. His patience had run its course, he would claim the Azure Heartflame now. He held nothing back. Speed was paramount. These insects had wriggled long enough, 2 chapters was more than sufficient. The 7 Black Horn Domain elites stood frozen, not a trace of arrogance remained. Only raw paralyzing dread shone in their eyes. The gold and silver elders trembled violently beneath Madara's aura. Han Feng, you. They could barely speak, but their fractured utterances spoke volumes: despair, betrayal, utter helplessness. What power was this they dared provoke? Was this suicide? This was no mere Dou Zone, it was a peak-level sovereign. If even the strongest among them, peak Dou Huangs, quailed thus, what hope remained for the lower-ranked Dou Huangs? They could only shake, speech abandoned them entirely. I had no idea he was this strong. Han Feng's face was ashen, stunned by the scale of his miscalculation. What business could draw such a being to Black Horn Domain? What treasure could possibly lure him here? Shall we dispense with pretense, Han Feng? Surrender the heavenly flame. Madara's voice struck Han Feng like a physical blow, his pupils contracting sharply. The others turned stunned toward Han Feng. Han Feng possessed a heavenly flame. Why had none heard of it? And if he already wielded one, why seek another? 2 heavenly flames could not coexist within a single vessel. Yet one truth was undeniable: Madara had come for Han Feng, and Han Feng alone. We will subdue Han Feng for you, spare our lives. The gold and silver elders spoke first, the sharpest minds among them. The others quickly echoed their plea, desperate, unanimous. Han Feng stared incredulous at the 6 he'd summoned, who now betrayed him without hesitation. In Black Horn Domain he had always been the one to turn others' loyalties, never the one abandoned. The gold and silver elders looked upon him with open contempt. Even supreme alchemical mastery is but empty promise, worth less than our own lives. Madara scoffed, such craven bargaining was laughably naive. He extended olive branches only to those whose potential and power met his exacting standards, as he had once done for Uchiha Sasuke when the latter awakened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Weaklings, especially those who shifted allegiance like reeds in wind, earned only deeper disdain. You. Hoof. Lack even that privilege. With that the colossal Susanoo swung its blade, a cataclysmic arc cleaving reality itself. Infinite energy rings pulsed outward, raw annihilating force poured from the heavens, inducing absolute soul-crushing despair. The 7 knew survival hinged upon this moment. Though death loomed inevitable, they charged, resigned, defiant, desperate. Fan Lao slashed his palm, countless crimson filaments erupted, weaving a massive blood sphere that condensed then rocketed forward like lightning, aimed straight at the Susanoo's blade. Yen Huang roared, crimson flames filled the sky, dyeing the air scarlet. A phoenix of fire coalesced, its piercing cry echoing as it surged forward, fearless and fierce. Yuani opened his mouth, dense black mist coalesced into a jet-black spear, twisting like a primordial dragon lunging to devour. Ban Lao pressed his palms together, blinding white energy converged from the air, forming a colossal beam that split the heavens, roaring forward with deafening force. Han Feng unleashed the azure heart flame, cerulean fire surging across the sky, forming a leviathan whale that swallowed space itself, diving toward Madara. Finally the gold and silver elders joined hands, summoning a titanic bolt of golden lightning that crashed down from the heavens with thunderous fury. Each of the 7 had unleashed their ultimate techniques, unrestrained, absolute, final. At a moment teetering between life and death, no one would hold back. Yet the intensity of Dou Qi does not hinge on the strength of one's resolve alone. Before an utterly overwhelming force the 7 could do nothing but struggle in vain. In their next life they would do well to consider carefully whose business they pick a fight with. A blue Suzhua Changjian cleaved through the air and all 7 attacks collapsed without suspense. The 7 figures were swept away by that single stroke. After being blasted away, all but Han Feng lay motionless. Only Han Feng, protected by an exotic flame, remained in a desperate, barely living state. With the complete Suzhua Nung who dispelled Ban approached Han Feng and delivered a light finishing strike. Han Feng's eyes rolled back and he went still. Yuji Bo Ban touched Han Feng lightly with his right hand and Han Feng dissolved into nothing, leaving only a coil of cerulean flame before Ban. This was the Haixin Yen Sea Heart Flame, ranked 16th on the exotic flame roster. After stowing the Haixin Yen away, Ban gathered the narings of the 7 from Heijiao Domain, including Han Feng's, with his Wanxiang Tianin. A hurried glance brought even a cold-faced Ban a knowing smile. The narings of those 7 contained countless treasures, precious herbs, myriad manuals of techniques and dou skills, and roll after roll of pill recipes, all things he coveted. Among them Han Feng's naring was especially abundant. Han Feng's naring shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Its interior space was vast, the sum of countless smaller rings he had once possessed, making future carrying of items infinitely more convenient. A fruitful haul. Tonight, after absorbing the Haixin Yen, Ban planned to head to Jianan Academy. With that thought his figure vanished and he departed Feng City. Though Ban left Feng City, his actions there today, the slaughter of 7 top 10 names from the black list, would not be forgotten. This meant that the skies over Heijiao Domain were about to undergo a great upheaval. In less than half a day the earth-shattering news spread throughout Heijiao Domain, shocking every power that heard it. Heijiao Domain Jianan Academy. The towering complete Suzhua Nung, who 500 meters high, unleashed a prodigious energy that was sensed by many of the Academy's strong practitioners. Outer courtyard of Jianan Academy, the Vice Dean's study. Dou Huang Pinnacle Powerhouse and Vice Dean of the Outer Courtyard Hu Qian sprang up from his seat. The enormous energy only a few hundred li away was far too intense. Did such a being truly exist in Heijiao domain? The massive energy vanished not long after appearing, but Hu Qian remained uneasy. Such overwhelming power could not be compared to a Dou Huang. It might even be Dou Zone or Dou Zun level. With the old dean absent, even though the Qianbei elders are present, one must handle this with caution. No, we must send someone to investigate. Hu Qian paused at the thought. With Dean Meng Tianqi absent, many matters fell to him. Though the Qianbei elders who guard the academy are Dou Zong apex powerhouses, Hu Qian still fretted that he might not manage things properly. Besides, that brat Hu Jia needs to be reined in lately. If she provokes such a mighty being, it would not be something to trifle with. Hu Qian worried further. Hu Jia, his granddaughter, was known in Jianan Academy as a little demoness, headstrong, fiery, and fond of women. She had caused more than her fair share of trouble, which made Hu Qian all the more concerned. In special times, special measures were required. In the inner courtyard of Jianan Academy, in a secret chamber, a Dou Zong strength practitioner opened his eyes. This Dou Zong wore a black robe, white hair and beard, and eyes as cold and sharp as blades. He was Su Qian, the great elder responsible for inner courtyard affairs. Such a powerful, oppressive presence, which Dou Zun has arrived in Heijiao domain, and who was fool enough to provoke him. Su Qian's experience exceeded Hu Qian's, having been in contact more with Dean Meng Tianqi and the Qianbei elders. He knew this power was far beyond mere Dou Zong. Even a Dou Zong at its peak could not match this force. Su Qian mused that with a Dou Zun in the domain, the inner courtyard students' training schedules must be temporarily adjusted. With Dean Meng Tianqi absent, any Dou Zun coming to Jianan Academy would without doubt pose a grave threat to the school. At that moment, the door to Su Qian's chamber was burst open by a girl with purple hair and a white robe, her features delicate. She strode in and shouted the moment she entered. "Old Su, did you feel that extraordinary power?" "You must have sensed it. Who is it?" "Because of that power, I'm too scared to steal herbs right now." The girl was Ziyan, a Taishu ancient dragon in transformed form. Though she was over 1,000 years old, having consumed a transformation herb prematurely, she retained the guise of a little girl. By virtue of Dou Wang level strength, Ziyan held the top rank among inner courtyard powerhouses. Su Qian pinched her on the head with a scolding look. "Always stealing herbs, how many high-grade medicines have you filched? Listen, this power likely originates from a Dou Zun. If you keep acting careless these days and end up provoking someone, I won't have the skill to mop up the mess." Ziyan patted her head. All right, I'll behave for a few days. I still don't understand why a Dou Zun would come to Heijiao domain. Why not go to Zhongzhou?" Ziyan's complaint reminded Su Qian of what Jianan Academy's most prized treasure was, something others might not know, but he did. The Yanluo Xinyan, famed as a cultivation cheat and ranked 14th on the exotic flame roster, is a temptation even for a Dou Zun. One could only hope that this Dou Zun was not coming for the Yanluo Xinyan. In the Jianan Academy library, two elders of Dou Zong Apex also opened their eyes, exchanging a glance. Surprise gleamed in both their looks. These two were the Academy's guardians, known together as the Qianbei elders Qian Mu and Bai Lai. "Is this Dou Zun level power?" Qian Mu asked uncertainly. "It can't be wrong. You might missense it alone, but the two of us misperceiving together is unlikely," Bai Lai replied, nodding. "A Dou Zun coming to a small place like Heijiao domain is most likely aimed at Jianan Academy, perhaps even the Yanluo Xinyan itself. We should prepare to activate the protective formation at a moment's notice." After confirming, Qian Mu grew solemn. If only the old dean were here. To a half-saint like him, a mere Dou Zun would be no challenge. The old dean is elusive, but once he hears the news he will return. Bai Lai sighed. "I hope this Dou Zun is not targeting us, otherwise another fierce battle will be upon us," Bai Lai said. After some more discussion, the two closed their eyes again, though their minds were no longer as calm as before. Besides Dou Huang Pinnacle, Hu Qian, Dou Zong, Su Qian, the Qianbei elders, and the Taishu ancient dragon-blooded Ziyan, two other people at Jianan Academy felt that vast power. They were Xiao Suner, who had spent more than a decade with the Xiao family and was the princess of the Gu clan, and her attendant, the 8-star dark attribute Dou Huan Lingying. Atop the verdant-backed mountain of Jianan Academy, a girl in a pale cyan robe stood like a jade orchid. A purple sash bound her slender waist, outlining it with exquisite allure. She faced the boundless mist beyond the summit. 3,000 strands of glossy black hair cascaded over her fragrant shoulders and flowed down to her willow-like waist. She stood with hands behind her back, her elongated form against the pale veil of fog resembled a lotus blossoming apart from the mundane world, ethereal and suffused with spirit. Such a woman seemed born of heaven's own essence, so dazzling as to leave the onlooker breathless. "A Dou Zun has appeared in Heijiao domain. It is truly unimaginable," Xiao Suner murmured. A golden flame rose in Xiao Suner's eyes, the Jin Di Fenchen Yen, well concealed by the Gu clan's secret arts. "Miss, we should leave this land of trouble at once. Have you forgotten the Dou Zun we encountered in the Gamma Empire? That Dou Zun showed no fear even against the Soul Hall backed by the Hun clan. He pursued and drove a Dou Zong guardian of the Soul Hall from the Gamma Empire. Such a man would not be cowed by the name of the Gu clan." That Xiao Yan has fulfilled a 3-year pledge admirably given time. I believe even the clan chief will not underestimate him. But the clan chief is pressing. Miss, it truly is time we leave this northwest region. Sensing the power Ling Ying's mind was stirred by unpleasant recollections, he urged with a mix of honeyed words and stern warnings. Ling Ying felt it unreasonable to remain here for the sake of one insignificant Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan truly had talent, he would eventually venture to Zhongzhou. Even if Miss Xiao were willing to wait, Xiao Sun'er's beauty, talent, and the might of the Gu clan behind her would attract countless suitors who would make Xiao Yan dizzy with envy. Xiao Sun'er had protected Xiao Yan for over a year. When that was the case, could she really be expected to guard him forever? In a tranquil secret chamber, Yuji Boban stirred his right hand and a sea blue Haixing Yan manifested, emitting crystalline radiance. In an instant, Ban devoured the Haixing Yan, setting it into motion along the path of his Fenju. The incense-laden chamber felt clear and unreal, as if outside of time. Ban sat cross-legged, eyes closed, as waves of terrifying heat spread from within him. Small marine blue flames licked from his pores, curling and wrapping around his body. Ban's face remained placid, his mind wholly immersed in the assimilation and fusion of the Haixing Yan. The process of devouring and refining the Haixing Yan proceeded smoothly, partly because Ban had already absorbed 3 exotic flames and partly because his Kagutsuchi-like ability to command fire remained overwhelmingly strong. If nothing went awry, Ban would soon fully refine the Haixing Yan, after which he would possess 4 exotic flames within himself. If news of that spread, who on the Dou Qi Continent would not grow envious? Exotic flames are such that an ordinary person would consider themselves blessed to possess a single one. That Ban bore 4 was almost beyond comprehension. Bluntly put, possessing 4 exotic flames made Ban, in his own estimation, the continent's supreme master of exotic flame control. This, however, owed much to the Fenju that descended from Xiao Yan. Without Fenju, even Ban's skill at commanding fire would not permit him to simultaneously harbor 4 exotic flames. Nonetheless, this unquestionably laid a solid foundation for Ban's ascension as a true powerhouse on the path of Dou Qi. As Ban's refinement entered its stride, the chamber's temperature rose relentlessly. The burning incense turned to ash and drifted down. Such heat would put even Dou Zone practitioners at risk of remaining. The wild energy filling the air, if inhaled, would stir the Dou Qi within, provoking violent upheaval in any who absorbed it. As time passed, the Dou Qi fluctuations around Ban intensified, spreading from him like ocean waves. About a day later, the chamber's temperature reached a terrifying pitch. Sealed entirely, it became like a steaming furnace. Waves of scalding air tore black rifts in the space itself. Stone tables and chairs in the chamber melted, turning liquid and dripping slowly to the ground. Bubbles rose and burst silently with faint muffled pops. Yet Ban, seated at the center, showed no sign of waking. His breathing remained even. The heat that would turn an ordinary man to ash drifted into Ban like twin dragons of breath, entering his body without pause. Stone tables melted and dripped. The subtle rhythm of the droplets echoed in the chamber, but Ban sat as if transmogrified to stone, showing no response. Had it not been for the ever-ascending vast aura he emitted, any onlooker might have taken him for a statue caught in a heat wave. Suddenly a pillar of fierce smoke burst forth from the chamber. The vast aura that had slumbered for a day unfurled, and a clear, prolonged howl shot up from within the room, piercing the sky. That cry carried a profoundly resonant Dou Qi that echoed across the heavens. Merely by absorbing the Haixing Yan, Ban's Dou Qi leapt from a 5-star Dou Wang to an 8-star Dou Wang, and the transformation was not yet complete. Centered on Ban, gray clouds stretched for hundreds of li in the sky, filled with surging Dou Qi as if a colossal funnel were pouring down upon him. Fenju churned, countless streams of Dou Qi rushed into Ban's body. With the Haixing Yan assimilated, Ban's Fenju had advanced from the Earth Tier Intermediate to the Earth Tier Advanced. An Earth Tier Advanced technique was something most Dou Zun could command. Driven by this level of Fenju, Ban's absorption of Dou Qi accelerated dramatically. 8-star Dou Wang, 9-star Dou Wang, the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Wang. Soon Ban's Dou Qi approached the threshold between Dou Wang and Dou Huang. For most, this boundary was hard to breach, but for Ban it posed no obstacle. Break! He roared inwardly. Surging Dou Qi surged toward the threshold. The fluctuations around him swelled rapidly, and in an instant his presence exploded. Dou Huang. Promotion achieved. Yet it was not finished. Torrents of Dou Qi still poured into him, and his realm continued to climb. 1-star Dou Huang, 2-star Dou Huang, 3-star Dou Huang. Finally his level stabilized at 3-star Dou Huang. Ban could now briefly stand in the void, supported by Dou Qi. Sensing the new power within him, Ban laughed aloud. By devouring and refining another 2 or 3 exotic flames, his Fenju should reach the celestial tier and his full might would approach completion. The Yan Luo Xinyan, he is coming. Following a verdant dirt road lined with trees, Uchiha Madara arrived at a small town. He stopped at the town's entrance and glanced up at the sign above the gate, which bore a rather ordinary and mundane name, Peace Town. In such a chaotic place as the Black Corner region, the name of the town was ironically Peace Town. The only reason Peace Town could afford such a name was its backing by the Canaan Academy, otherwise it would likely have its sign ripped down by the many villains of the Black Corner region by the next day. Stepping into the town, the first thing that greeted him was a pitch-black tree. The canopy of this dark tree spread out in all directions, its gnarled branches clawing at the air, exuding a faint chill in the glow of the setting sun. Madara's gaze swept across the tree, and he noticed several corpses hanging between the branches. A light breeze rustled through, making them sway and emit an eerie creaking sound. This was the Death Tree. In the Black Corner region, this tree had acquired a reputation that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Many who had spent years in the Black Corner region would never forget the brutal battle between the Black Corner region and the Canaan Academy. The exact cause of that bloody conflict had faded from memory, but one thing was clear: after that battle the bodies of 2 Dou kings and a Dou emperor were hung on this death tree in a nearly cruel manner. Ever since then the area around Canaan Academy fell into a peculiar silence, and no powerful figures from the Black Corner region dared to storm into these towns with murderous intent. Even when occasional disturbances occurred, those responsible would soon find themselves hanging on the death tree within an hour. Madara withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. It was merely a display of power, nothing to be surprised about. However, just a few steps later a dozen figures leaped from the rooftops like agile monkeys, dashing towards the town gate. Moments later they appeared at the entrance of the town. Their eyes flickered over Uchiha Madara, and the leading middle-aged man stated flatly, "Anyone entering Peacetown must declare their identity and name or they will be expelled." Madara's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the dozen figures. Aside from the middle-aged leader, the rest were young individuals dressed in light blue attire with red daggers embroidered on their chests, indicating they were likely responsible for this matter. At that moment the young figures looked at Madara with faintly hostile expressions. "Additionally, after declaring your name you must take this pill." With a wave of his hand the middle-aged man produced a vial containing a light red pill. He cast a casual glance at Uchiha Madara and coldly remarked, "Rest assured, this is not poison. It is simply a pill crafted by the Academy's alchemy department that senses murderous intent. If you harbor ill intentions within the town, this pill will emit a red glow from your body and our enforcement team will follow the light to find you. You should already know how Canaan Academy deals with those who bring the Black Corner region's atmosphere here. If you intend to leave the town you can collect a counteragent at the central distribution point of the town. However, upon obtaining it an enforcement team will supervise your exit." Madara's expression remained unchanged, but the young men and women around him unsheathed their long swords with a sharp sound, their various colored Dou Qi emanating from their bodies ready to strike at any moment. The rules of Peacetown have always been this way. If you do not wish to comply, then do not enter. Otherwise, if you violate the rules after entering, more things might hang from the death tree beside you. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently, and as his words fell a potent aura slowly emanated from his body. The middle-aged man sensed a unique aura from Madara along with a Dou Qi realm that he could not fathom, realizing that Madara was no ordinary individual. However, backed by Canaan Academy, the middle-aged man was not afraid. "What if you refuse to take the pill?" Madara's voice was cold. Madara understood the purpose of the pill from Canaan Academy very well. If he had such a pill, he too would compel anyone entering his territory to consume it. However, understanding or not, given Madara's character, it was evidently impossible for him to willingly take this pill. "Then we won't hold back against you," the leading middle-aged man replied, having encountered people like Madara before and was somewhat unfazed. Madara snorted coldly, and the aura of a 3-star Dou Emperor erupted, enhanced by the advanced Earth Tier burning decision and 4 types of extraordinary flames. His current aura was no less than that of an average peak Dou Emperor. "Call your supervisor here. Is Meng Tianqi around? You'd better bring him here." Madara's icy voice resonated. A Dou Emperor level powerhouse, and the aura he emitted was not that of an ordinary Dou Emperor. Realizing this, the leading middle-aged man's face changed instantly. He was merely a 7-star Great Dou Master, and the gap between them and a Dou Emperor was akin to that between heaven and earth. Such a powerhouse was beyond his ability to handle. Fortunately, someone at Canaan Academy had anticipated this situation and established a code of conduct. The middle-aged man pulled out a map and handed it to Uchiha Madara. "You are strong and we are no match for you, but the strength of Canaan Academy is beyond your imagination. Crossing a primitive forest from Peacetown will lead you to Canaan City, where Canaan Academy is located. If you have the courage, then go ahead." Indeed, the code of conduct was simple: just let the person in, and a powerhouse from Canaan Academy would handle the situation. Smart enough. Madara grabbed the map and walked towards Canaan City, choosing not to further trouble these people. While Madara was determined to achieve his goals and was indeed ruthless and decisive, he was fundamentally a kind-hearted person who would not act blindly against others. Seeing the peace maintained by Canaan Academy, Madara reminisced about the Konoha village that he and Hashirama established to uphold peace, thinking of Azuna and the past version of himself. Thus Madara left without further ado. Behind Madara, the leading middle-aged man was drenched in sweat. Dealing with a genuine Dou Emperor was a psychological pressure that few could imagine. The other young individuals did not directly confront Uchiha Madara, but they were not much better off, feeling a tinge of fear. "Immediately. Report this information to the Academy immediately." In the vast sky, Uchiha Ban soared, his 4-colored Dou Qi wings spread behind him, flying toward a massive city below. This city was Jianan City, the headquarters of Jianan Academy. In terms of scale alone, it was by no means inferior even when compared to the Jama imperial capital of the Jama Empire. Descending slowly, a wide street paved with bluestone appeared before him. Uchiha Ban walked straight ahead. Jianan Academy was located in the very center of Jianan City. As long as Ban continued forward he would reach Jianan Academy. Jianan Academy. In a quiet room filled with bookshelves 7 or 8 elderly men sat on chairs around a round table. These elders were all of considerable status and rank, otherwise they would not have been qualified to sit in this conference room where all matters of the academy were decided. Have you seen the intelligence? This powerful man named Uchiha Ben first destroyed the snake tribe single-handedly in the Tagar Desert of the Gemma Empire, then overpowered the former Yunlan sect master Yanshana Dozong powerhouse and chased the Dozong protector of the Hundian like a stray dog. Su Qian, the Grand Elder of the Inner Academy of Jianan Academy, put down a document in his hand and looked around the room before speaking. Not only that, but I also have news that the powerful force that erupted in Feng City a few days ago is highly likely to have originated from this Uchiha Ban. Moreover, after that battle the soul lamps of the 7 top 10 experts on the blacklist, gold and silver elders Hanfeng Ban, Lao Fan, Lao Yan and Yuan Yi, were all extinguished. If there were no accidents they all died under this Uchiha Ban. Hu Qian, the Vice Dean of the Outer Academy of Jianan Academy, added. According to our perception this Uchiha Ban should be a Dou Zhe and his goal is likely the strange fire. Our very secret intelligence network has detected that the Feng City Lord Medicine Emperor Hanfeng possesses the high Xian flame which ranks 16th on the strange fire ranking. This explains why Uchiha Ban made that trip to Feng City. Qian Mu, one of the Qianbai elders, said. And if Uchiha Ban's goal is strange fire then his target might also be the fallen heart flame in our inner academy. If we activate the Guardian formation the two of us can barely match a Dou Zhe, but we still need to see the exact level of Uchiha Ban's strength. I lie, the other of the Qianbai elders said. At this moment another elder took out a piece of intelligence. He was the person in charge of intelligence liaison for all towns around Jianan Academy and Jianan City. The word likely can be removed. The law enforcement team in Heppingtown has news a Dou Huang powerhouse forced his way in without taking any pills. From his appearance he is that Uchiha Ban. Calculate the intelligence transmission time and the flight speed of a Dou Huang. By now this Uchiha Ban should have already arrived at Heppingtown. Upon hearing this the others' expressions turned solemn. Exchanging glances they quickly began to act. Since Uchiha Ban had already entered they had to take action now. Although the intelligence stated that Uchiha Ban was only a Dou Huang based on the power he unleashed in Feng City that day, he possessed extremely powerful trump cards with the strength of a Dou Zhe. With the destructive power of a Dou Zhe even a slight delay could cause severe damage to Jianan Academy. At this moment Uchiha Ban was only a step away from Jianan Academy, having already arrived at the gate of the Outer Academy. Looking toward the gate of Jianan Academy a woman in green robes was bidding farewell to an old man in black robes. Uchiha Ban raised an eyebrow. This old man in black robes, why did he feel a sense of familiarity? It seemed. It was Linging, the servant of the Gu clan who had been following Xiao Yan, whom he had captured that day. Just as he was about to walk over, Uchiha Ban noticed a figure completely shrouded in blood-red robes rushing swiftly toward the woman in green. A bloody stench spread around with the movement of this blood-robed figure. Uchiha Ban raised an eyebrow again and followed as well. Even Ban enjoyed watching a spectacle. Master Ling, the experts of Jianan Academy have been quite active recently. It would be better for you to stay elsewhere in Jianan City. Otherwise it might worsen our relationship with Jianan Academy, which would be unfortunate. The woman in green said gently and calmly. This woman in green was naturally Xiao Suner, the female protagonist of Battle Through the Heavens. Linging, being an 8-star Dou Huang, could not stay in Jianan Academy to protect her all the time, as that would be a provocation to the academy. Very well, miss. With your strength you should have no rival in the Outer Academy of Jianan Academy. However, regarding the matter of returning, please consider it carefully. Linging said. I understand, Master Ling. Xiao Suner said with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. But she also understood that Linging was frightened by the Dou Zhe expert. If she were to face a Dou Zhe directly she would probably want to flee immediately as well. Suner. At that moment the figure in blood-red robes from earlier came to their side. When Xiao Suner saw this person she immediately frowned. This blood-robed youth was named Wu Hao and his strength was among the top in the Outer Academy. He was a representative figure of the Jianan Academy law enforcement team, and at least 3-digit numbers of people from the Heijiao domain had died at his hands. In addition, Wu Hao was a suitor of Xiao Suner. But Xiao Suner, who already had someone in her heart, how could she possibly accept Wu Hao's pursuit? Thus this youth named Wu Hao also caused Xiao Suner much distress. Wu Hao, is there something you need? Although her mood was not good, her good upbringing still made her reply politely. The Inner Academy selection tournament is about to begin. That Xiao Yan still hasn't come. You've been waiting for him for 2 years. Are you going to continue waiting? Wu Hao said. Whether Xiao Yan comes or not is his business. I believe he will come. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Suner said somewhat angrily. As she said what did this have to do with Wu Hao? A detached voice came at this moment. Kid at your age liking someone is just a thought born from being momentarily dazzled by this girl's glamour. Soon you will realize the shallowness of what you are saying now. A man forever improving his own strength is the true way. The source of this voice was naturally Uchiha Ban. Upon hearing these words, Wu Hao, Xiao Suner and Linging all turned to look at Uchiha Ban. Wu Hao and Xiao Suner's eyes were full of confusion, as if wondering who this person was and why he was intervening. And Linging. Then his face was full of terror. Who are you? Young Wu Hao frowned, his voice edged with displeasure. At his age he brimmed with pride and vigor. No mere words from Ban could hope to sway him. Instead he adopted an air of knowing superiority and began to interrogate Ban. Unlike the inexperienced Wu Hao, Linging understood far more of what was unfolding. Mr. Ban, how is it that you are here? Linging asked with a smile. A Dou Zhe level powerhouse, without Meng Tianqi present, could not be stopped in such a remote place. Ban paid no heed to the young Wu Hao. When one should be devoted to self-improvement, squandering time on romance leads only to emptiness. Why could I not be here? Uchiha Ban asked calmly in return. The question left Linging momentarily flummoxed. He scratched his head, unsure how to reply. Senior Ban, greetings. I am Gu Suner of the Gu clan, call me Suner. At that moment Xiao Suner stepped forward to defuse the situation, speaking with polite courtesy. Xiao Suner was perceptive. She knew well that a Dou Zhe powerhouse was beyond her capacity to resist. I've heard about it from that brat Xiao Yan. Ban shrugged indifferently. Clearly he paid little mind to Xiao Suner's status as a princess of the Gu clan. I ask you, do you know where the Academy's strange fire is? I have come for Jianan Academy's strange fire, Ban said bluntly. Senior Ban, I truly do not know, Xiao Suner replied, a flicker of something passing across her eyes before she shook her head. To be honest, when she heard Uchiha Ban had come for a strange fire, Xiao Suner felt a measure of alarm. After all, she herself bore the Jindi Fenqianyan Jindi Scorching Heaven flame, ranked fourth on the list of strange fires. She wondered whether the Gu clan's protections woven around her could withstand Ban's scrutiny. Uchiha Ban noted the change in her expression, but he did not seem overly concerned. Ban was a man of singular focus. When he fixed upon a goal, his concentration was absolute, to the point where other matters simply failed to register. She does not know. Do you? Uchiha Ban turned his gaze to Linging. Linging had just recovered his composure and likewise shook his head. I do not know either. Then is your Dean Meng Tianqi currently at Jianan Academy? Uchiha Ban asked. Meng Tianqi had left an indelible impression on Ban during their encounter in the Beast Mountains. Not to exaggerate, Meng Tianqi was the only figure since Ban's arrival in this world who had ever made him feel powerless. At that time Ban had not mastered spatial power. Even if he had tried to pursue Meng Tianqi, he could not catch him. Though Ban said little of it, the matter weighed on his mind. This score he vowed he would reclaim sooner or later. Sir, what is your business with our dean? The elders who had been in the meeting room now appeared in the sky. Head Elder Su Qian stood at the fore with the Chen Baier elders and Outer Academy Vice Dean Hu Qian behind him, shouting aloud. Are you the senior leadership of Jianan Academy? Uchiha Ban's gaze fixed upon them. Hu Qian, a Peak Do Huang, did not interest Ban, but Su Qian, a two-star Do Zone, and the Peak Do Zone Chen Baier elders were respectable adversaries. Indeed, Su Qian answered. The Yun Luo Xinyan Fallen Heartflame is in your Jianan Academy's custody, is it not? I have come today to claim the Yun Luo Xinyan. Meng Tianqi is absent. Do you still intend to stubbornly resist? Ban folded his arms and spoke. A mighty aura rose from him, casting a tremendous weight upon Su Qian and the others. The Chen Baier elders exchanged a glance and stepped forward. Their combined might surged forth. Together with Jianan Academy's formation, they could barely withstand the pressure Ban exerted. Those nearby sensed the danger. Xiao Suner, Linging, Wu Hao of the enforcement team and the people outside Jianan Academy instinctively began to retreat from the area. No matter what, we will defend Jianan Academy to our last breath. Su Qian, Hu Qian and the Chen Baier elders shouted in unison. Countless Jianan students gathered and stood behind them, watching from afar with anxious eyes. Uchiha Ban felt a flicker of reverie. That unyielding sense of guardianship reminded him of his youth, when he had thrown himself between Qianqiu Fujian's assault and Uchiha Quan Nai without hesitation to shield Quan Nai. Alas, he could never see Quan Nai again. Quan Nai was dead. Note, suddenly Ban's thoughts shifted and the hazy look in his eyes snapped into clarity. His range of activity was no longer confined to the ninja world. He could traverse many different worlds. On this Dou Qi Continent, for example, Yao Lao's soul had been able to return through the remolding of a body. If he could return to the ninja world and locate Quan Nai's soul, might he not also restore her to life? At that thought the light in Uchiha Ban's eyes brightened and his heart surged. Yes, he could resurrect Quan Nai. A roar of laughter burst from him. He laughed aloud, overcome with elation. This was a scheme he had pondered for decades. Those around him watched the laughing Ban in bewilderment, unsure what had provoked such mirth. Su Qian and the others grew increasingly grave. It seemed Ban paid no heed to their words. Originally I had two aims in coming to your Jianan Academy, he said. One was to confront and defeat Meng Tianqi, the other was to obtain the Yun Luo Xinyan. But now Meng Tianqi is absent. Using my full power against you would be to bully children. I will limit myself to the strength of Dou Qi and will not employ my chakra. I hope you can safeguard your Jianan Academy well. Come to the mountains to fight if you do not wish the whole academy to be caught in the fray. With that he unfurled a pair of four-colored Dou Qi wings and flew toward a mountain outside Jianan Academy. Uzibaban's choice was not born of fear of the academy's formations. He regarded Jianan Academy and the Black Horn Domain with two very different attitudes. There was no sympathy for the people of the Black Horn Domain. The law of the strong prevailing over the weak was unforgiving. As beneficiaries they must be prepared for annihilation. But the people of Jianan Academy were different. Their purpose was to protect the students within the academy who had not yet come of age. That approach reminded him of how he and Zhu Jian had built Konoha to shelter the unmatured children of their clans. Ban admired such intent. Because of that admiration, Ban did not wish to destroy what they protected. After a brief exchange, Su Qian and the others acquiesced. Picto Huang Hu Qian remained behind while Su Qian and the Chen Baier Dozong elders followed Uzibi as he flew off. Ban's plans suited them. A battle at the gates of Jianan Academy would surely spell disaster for the institution. After Uchiha Madara and the three powerhouses of Jianan Academy flew away, the reactions of those left behind varied. Miss, we must return to the Gu clan immediately. If we delay any longer it will be too late. Ling Ying said anxiously, what if Uchiha Madara discovers that you possess the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, Miss? Facing a Dou Zun in such a small place, the pressure was overwhelmingly intense. Xiao Suner was still clearly hesitating. During her encounter with Uchiha Madara, although she appeared composed, it was only on the surface. With only Ling Ying and 8-star Dou Huang by her side and no other experts from the Gu clan, Xiao Suner had no leverage to negotiate with Uchiha Madara. Thus she was also feeling a trace of anxiety. However, Xiao Suner's feelings for Xiao Yan were genuine. After more than a decade of deep interaction and being at the age of 17 or 18, an age when girls are often love-struck, she simply could not let go of Xiao Yan. Ling, sure, let's wait a little longer. Once the matter at Yunlan sect is settled, brother Xiao Yan should be nearing Jianan Academy. Moreover, I don't think that Senior Madara is a heinous villain. After a moment of hesitation, emotion triumphed over reason and Xiao Suner made her decision. Ling Ying could not help but sigh. This was not the first time. Originally they had come to the Xiao family to retrieve the Tusha ancient Emperor Jade, but now Xiao Suner was completely on Xiao Yan's side. What could be done? Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, hurry up and come. Once you're here I can send the young miss back. The hot-blooded young man Wu Hao was also somewhat stunned. He had thought that the handsome white-haired uncle speaking to him was merely good-looking, but never expected that this white-haired uncle was also a super powerhouse. He did not recognize many of the representatives from Jianan Academy who had just arrived. The only one he knew was Vice Dean Hu Qian from the Outer Academy, who was left standing in place without even a chance to join the battle. After all, their Vice Dean Hu Qian was a Beatdown Huang expert. And yet a Beatdown Huang expert had no opportunity to fight. Good heavens, this was terrifying. Upon realizing the strength of Uchiha Madara, Wu Hao could not help but seriously consider the words Madara had spoken to him earlier. He carefully pondered whether it was necessary to continue pursuing Xiao Suner. People, especially proud young men in their adolescence, are like this. Only when a sufficiently authoritative and powerful figure offers advice from a supreme position can they truly listen. Otherwise most would never turn back until they hit the wall. A mountain range outside Jianan Academy. Uchiha Madara stood opposite Su Qian, Shenmu and Bai Lai. A massive corporeal Uchiha fan composed of green, black, blue and white flames appeared in his hand. The power of the four different fires surged forth violently, their might soaring into the heavens. 4 different fires. Truly astonishing power. Grand Elder Su Qian was startled at the sight. This Uchiha Madara was indeed not as simple as he appeared. With just those 4 different fires, it was something no Dou Huang could achieve. Elder Qian, Elder Bai, I will test him first. Although startled, Grand Elder Su Qian remained calm. A powerful streak of Dou Qi instantly lashed out toward Uchiha Madara like a swift serpent striking its prey. Xian Mu and Bai Lai nodded but did not act. Instead they formed hand seals, secretly using space power to probe Uchiha Madara. The power of space arrived after but struck first. The space around Uchiha Madara rippled slightly. Madara waved his left hand and the space returned to normal. The space power of the 2 elders was still shallow, even inferior to that Dou Zun from the Soul Hall. Qian Mu and Bai Lai's heart sank. From this display of space power alone, Uchiha Madara was already in an invincible position. The 2 of them were 9-star Dou Zone. Although they had mastered space power, the gap compared to a Dou Zun was still far too great. In this battle, to put it bluntly, if Uchiha Madara wished to use space movement to leave the battlefield, the 2 of them could not stop him at all. As Madara watched the incoming Dou Qi streak, he focused his eyes and swung the four-colored Uchiha fan forward, shattering the Dou Qi streak with a single blow. The next moment, activating space power, Uchiha Madara appeared before Su Qian in a few flashes. The Uchiha fan chopped down fiercely from above like a colossal mountain falling from the sky. Direct space movement. What speed! Su Qian's expression turned solemn. Gazing at the enormous shadow above, he could feel the immense power contained within. He quickly formed several hand seals and a massive palm print shot upward instantly. As the massive palm print collided with the four-colored Uchiha fan, a huge cloud of dust scattered in all directions. A powerful shockwave erupted and Su Qian was forced back several steps. Clearly Madara's strength was far greater. Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised. Could he now suppress a Dou Zone with just his Dou Qi power? Indeed, a 3-star Dou Huang was different from a 5-star Dou Wang. This Su Qian was not too different in strength from the Yun Shan he had faced earlier. Back then, as a 5-star Dou Wang, even using Indra's flower, the damage he inflicted was limited. Now in close quarters combat he could already suppress a Dou Zone. Actually, this was not difficult to understand. What was Madara's situation now? The burning arc was of earth-grade high level and his Dou Qi was infused with the power of 4 different fires. This alone was a tremendous asset for Madara to fight above his level. Moreover, Madara currently possessed the physical constitution of the 6 paths mode. Although he lacked chakra, physical constitution did not diminish without chakra enhancement. Although his Dou Qi cultivation was only at 3-star Dou Huang, this was essentially a dimensionality reduction attack. Elder Qian and Elder Bai saw the situation was unfavorable. They instantly performed space movement, appearing on either side of Grand Elder Su Qian to halt his retreat. Leave the rest to us. Su Qian frowned slightly but nodded. He could sense that Uchiha Madara's Dou Qi realm was indeed 3-star Dou Huang, yet during the actual clash the concentration and intensity of Madara's Dou Qi were in no way inferior to his own. Was it because of the tempering of the 4 different fires? The gap between Dou Zong and Dou Huang was still substantial, but he never expected that mastering 4 different fires could grant such formidable power. However, Uchiha Madara's Dou Qi concentration and intensity were merely comparable to his own. Compared to Elder Qian and Elder Bai, whose Dou Qi cultivation was at the peak of Dou Zone, it's still far from enough. As Su Qian withdrew, Qian Mu and Bai Lai, 2 peak Dou Zone powerhouses, came before him. Ban nodded slightly. Changed opponents, huh? Indeed, it was time for a change. A Dou Zone like Su Qian could not exert enough pressure on him nor grant him the joy of battle. Without mocking, Su Qian's removal, Ban repeated his tactic. The power of space flickered several times and he grasped the 4-colored Yuzibo Tuanshan in his hand, swinging it toward the 2. Such was Ban's nature. When facing multiple foes, he welcomed stronger opponents, replacing weaker ones, meeting whoever came. Just as in the original story of Naruto, when Might Guy replaced Kakashi Hatake in Minato Namake's, Ban excitedly engaged Might Guy in combat. Qian Mu and Bai Lai operated in seamless coordination. Both formed hand seals simultaneously and 2 powerful streaks of Dou Qi shot from opposite directions toward Yuzibo Ban. Midway, Yuzibo Ban somersaulted into the air, planting the Yuzibo Tuanshan vertically on the ground while he gripped its handle and hung upside down. The 2 Dou Qi streaks struck the Yuzibo Tuanshan, producing a sharp piercing sound as the air split. Yuzibo Ban's expression remained unchanged. He channeled the Dou Qi's force into the Tuanshan, where a white radiance blazed dazzlingly. A few syllables escaped his lips and then the 2 Dou Qi streaks shot back toward Qian Mu and Bai Lai at even greater speed. Yuzibo reversal. Qian Mu and Bai Lai's pupils contracted. Clearly they rarely faced such a technique that repelled attacks. Space flickered faintly and they vanished from their spots, dodging the 2 Dou Qi streaks. When they reappeared, the 2 Dou Qi streaks struck the ground, blasting 2 enormous craters. Qian Mu, be careful! Bai Lai shouted. Just as they reappeared using spatial power, Yuzibo Ban had also followed, appearing behind Qian Mu. He swung the Yuzibo Tuanshan toward him with an imposing momentum. Qian Mu's expression shifted. A surge of immense Dou Qi erupted from within him and a green radiance coiled around his fists. His fists roared forth like 2 fierce tigers charging at Yuzibo Ban. Collapse Heaven Fist. Earth rank low-level Dou technique. It was Qian Mu's close-range combat technique. At such proximity, the Collapse Heaven Fist exerted its maximum power and reacted with the greatest speed. Yuzibo Ban swung the massive Yuzibo Tuanshan and met Qian Mu's Collapse Heaven Fist head. White light burst forth and both were sent reeling by the shockwave. Qian Mu gritted his teeth and looked at his tiger's mouth. The punch had jarred it painfully. Yuzibo Ban, on the other hand, brushed the dust off his clothes and frowned slightly. Under the 6 paths mode physique, only high-intensity spatial power and massive amounts of Dou Qi could harm him. Thus the collision with Qian Mu left him without a single injury, failing to deliver the thrill of battle. Thinking this, Yuzibo Ban deactivated the 6 paths mode. His white hair and immortal robe turned black, the immortal staff and 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls vanished, and he was clad in a sharp black and gold suit. Ban flexed his limbs, the purple ripples of the Rinnegan swirling in his eyes. This feels better. Qianmu and Bai Lai keenly sensed the change in Uzibo-ban. Though they didn't know exactly what had happened, they could clearly perceive that the oppressive pressure he exuded had greatly diminished. Acting on a tentative thought, Qianmu teleported behind Uzibo-ban, unleashed his Dou Qi and launched the Collapse Heaven Fist again, delivering a powerful strike. Uzibo-ban reacted swiftly, sidestepping to meet the attack, thrusting the Uzibo Tuanshan forward. But in this nearly identical collision, Ban was clearly at a disadvantage, stumbling back several steps more than Qianmu. This was not surprising. After exiting the 6 paths mode, Uzibo-ban's physical prowess could only overwhelm a 6th-rank magical beast. His Dou Qi, boosted by the Earth-rank Hyable incinerating art and the power of 4 heavenly flames, could surpass a major realm to rival Su Qian, a 2-star Dozone. However, against the veteran pair Qianmu and Bai Lai, who had spent decades at the peak of Dozone and possessed no weaknesses in either physique or Dou Qi, it was indeed insufficient. Noticing this, Qianmu and Bai Lai exchanged a glance and began a fierce assault on Uzibo-ban. Torrential waves of Dou Qi streak surged toward him like a raging tide. Uzibo-ban's eyes darted rapidly, his powerful dynamic vision supporting him. In an instant he swung the 4-colored Uzibo Tuanshan dozens of times, blocking each incoming Dou Qi streak. A close look at Ban's expression revealed a shift from complete coldness to a faint subtle smile. Such high-intensity combat, which could exert a certain pressure on him, clearly suited his tastes. Meanwhile, the elders Qian and Bai, having gained the upper hand, began to persuade Uzibo-ban. Though both sides had exerted some force, they were still in a probing phase. The two elders believed a negotiation was possible. "Sir, we do not know where you heard about the fallen heartflame of our Jianan Academy. We won't hide it from you, there is indeed a fallen heartflame within our academy. However, sir, you already possess 4 heavenly flames. The difficulty of acquiring another must be very clear to you. Moreover, even if you are confident in subduing the fallen heartflame of our Jianan Academy, our old Dean Mangtianchi is a half-saint powerhouse. As a Dozun, you should understand how formidable a half-saint truly is. Sir, it would be best if you cease now. In doing so, you will earn the friendship of the Jianan Academy," said the two elders. "Half-saint. I see. So that old man is a half-saint. He coming to me suits me perfectly. I still have a battle to settle with him," replied Uzibo-ban. The two elders felt somewhat helpless. They had intended to use Mangtianchi to pressure Uzibo-ban, but instead it had only further stimulated him. "Sir, you are a Dozun and we know we cannot defeat you. But if you do not use your full strength, do not blame us for being ruthless. The fallen heart flame is the very foundation of the Jianan Academy. It is because of this flame that our students can cultivate and grow rapidly. Though the old dean left a backup container, we will not accept its loss," said the two elders. "Come, let us settle this with one move. If you survive this, I will retrieve the heavenly flame and then resolve your concerns," said Uzibo-ban. Uchiha Madara spoke, and at that moment a colossal surge of Dou Qi power erupted from within his body as 4 fiercely burning strange flames materialized in the air. The terrifying temperatures of the 4 strange flames combined, causing the entire space to warp to a certain degree. Billowing waves of heat surged outward, a truly horrifying sight. Qianbai Erlio's faces turned solemn. The power of 4 strange flames was no trivial matter. What was Uchiha Madara trying to do, revealing all 4 strange flames at once? Was he planning to fuse the 4 strange flames together to unleash an overwhelmingly powerful attack? Could such a thing truly be accomplished? How could something as fiercely rigid and violent as strange flames ever be fused together? Let alone 4 strange flames, even the fusion of 2 was utterly impractical in the eyes of Qianbai Erlao. Qianbai Erlao formed one hand seal after another, and a vast Dou Qi power constructed layer upon layer of defensive barriers before them. Although Qianbai Erlao did not believe Uchiha Madara could successfully fuse the strange flames, the explosive energy of 4 strange flames, even in chaotic disorder, was extremely terrifying. They had to treat it with utmost caution. The reason they did not use spatial power to simply flee was twofold. First, Uchiha Madara's spatial power surpassed theirs, making escape impossible. Moreover, since Madara had suppressed his own strength, if they still lacked confidence in themselves, it would be inexcusable. Second, they also wanted to witness whether Uchiha Madara could truly achieve the incredible feat of fusing the power of 4 strange flames. At this moment, Uchiha Madara gazed at the 4 clusters of strange flames before him without any hesitation. With a flicker of his mind, his hands danced, leaving trails of afterimages. Amaterasu Flame, Qinglian Dishin Fire, Guling Lung Fire, and Haishin Flame. These 4 powerful yet fundamentally different strange flames under Madara's control were directly collided together. The Dou Qi energy between heaven and earth suddenly erupted into chaos. A powerful aura strong enough to shock even peak Dozong experts like Qianbai Erlao slowly emanated. Qianbai Erlao exchanged glances, reading the disbelief in each other's eyes. In their perception, Uchiha Madara's Dou Qi cultivation was indeed at the 3-star Dou Huang level. Due to his advanced cultivation technique and refinement by strange flames, his Dou Qi density barely reached the level of a low-star Dozone. But now despite having only low star Dou zone density, the power Uchiha Madara was unleashing was absolutely greater than even a peak Dou zone. They would believe it to be on par with a low star Dou zone. This kind of feat spanning two major cultivation realms, they had seen it before at the Dou Shi to Dou Shi or even Dou Ling level, since the gap between those realms seemed relatively small to them. But now Uchiha Madara had jumped from a low star Dou Huang straight to a low star Dou zone, crossing two major realms, something they had never imagined possible. Jianbai Erlao turned their gaze to the terrifying four-colored flower slowly stabilizing and taking shape in Uchiha Madara's hand. By fusing four strange flames together, arguably the greatest flame control ability on the Dou Qi Continent, Uchiha Madara had accomplished something they could hardly fathom. Uchiha Madara slowly exhaled and the four-colored Indra flower in his hand truly took shape. When Madara condensed this Indra flower, he did not use the power of Kagetsuchi, so its formation was extremely challenging for him as well. Within the ten-tailed ceiling space, countless shadow clones of Madara were engaged in two required courses. One was to consolidate and enhance alchemy skills and the other was to practice flame control abilities. It could be said that today's Indra flower was only truly completed after countless instances of Madara's shadow clones blowing up the furnace. Within it condensed not only destructive power but also Madara's true improvement in flame control since arriving on the Dou Qi Continent. At this moment Madara could already condense this Indra flower, the four-colored Indra flower, relying solely on his own flame control ability without the aid of Kagetsuchi. Uchiha Madara hurled the Indra flower toward Jianbai Erlao. Vast destructive power swirled and echoed across the sky, and a straight beam of fire shot toward them. Wherever this terrifying fire beam passed, the void of space was directly torn open into a pitch-black spatial rift like a devouring hell. Use full power. Unleash secret techniques. We can't hold back anything. Jianbai Erlao shouted simultaneously. This destructive power. If they didn't risk their lives, they would die. The two took a deep breath and intense light burst from their bodies. Countless streams of Dou Qi shot out from them, transforming into a massive white light wall dozens of zhang in size and several meters thick. At this moment they were using secret techniques to squeeze the potential of their bodies, unleashing more Dou Qi, a desperate gamble. Two powerful Dou Qi ripples, one offensive one defensive, radiated outward. The Grand Elder of the Inner Academy of Jianan Academy was forced to retreat swiftly to a more distant location. Even as a two-star Dou zone, he felt he could not withstand the aftermath of the collision. The four-colored Indra flower tore across the sky and struck the white light wall as expected. The impact was as if a massive meteor had crossed countless distances to crash into the ground, its momentum breathtaking. Boom! 100 zang-wide multicolored fire waves swept across the sky. Many things around were instantly reduced to nothingness, leaving not even ashes. The land within a vast area turned completely charred and flat, devoid of any other trace. This was not the end, it was only the initial collision. After the initial collision, the power of the four-colored Indra flower truly erupted without restraint. A dazzling multicolored beam shot into the sky, visible even from 100 li away. Su Qian halted his retreat and gazed into the distance at the center of the explosion. At this moment both Uchiha Madara and Jianbai Erlao were shrouded in the dazzling light, and the outcome was still unknown. So at this moment, what exactly was the situation of both sides now? The dense smoke from the powerful explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Uchiha Madara and the two elders Qian and Bai. At this moment both sides were in a rather disheveled state. Uchiha Madara's black robe on his upper body had shattered into pieces, almost turning to powder. His exposed body was covered with burn marks, and brownish-red blisters kept forming one after another, making him look as if he had been boiled in a cauldron of oil. On the left side of Madara's chest a white face appeared, looking extremely eerie, at least in Su Qian's eyes. What surprised Su Qian even more was Uchiha Madara's Boda's self-healing ability. The brownish-red blisters automatically burst one after another, oozing brownish-red blood, which then quickly coagulated into scabs. The scabs then fell off, revealing fresh fair skin beneath. In just a few breaths Uchiha Madara appeared to have completely recovered to his original state. Apart from his tattered clothes, there was no evidence to prove that he had just experienced an earth-shattering explosion. This was Uchiha Madara, who had taken the explosion of Indra's flower directly with his bare flesh without any protection. It proved that Hashirama's cell's self-healing ability was extremely formidable. Basically, as long as he wasn't dead, it could bring him back. In a way this was also a kind of perversion, because it meant that unless one could overwhelm Uchiha Madara with power and kill him in one, otherwise no matter what attack he faced, Uchiha Madara would fight relentlessly like the most tenacious cockroach. This was an ability that almost no one on the Dou Qi Continent possessed. Whether it was high-level magical beasts or Dou Zun and Dou Sheng, their physical bodies were extremely powerful, but without using healing pills their recovery ability was not impressive. On the Dou Qi Continent there was only one exception, the possessor of the 3000 flame fire, a type of strange fire. The 3000 flame fire originated from the starry sky, and those who had fought against its possessor called that person's physique the undying body, due to its immensely powerful recovery ability. Judging by Xiaoyan's performance in the original work, this recovery ability was much weaker than that of Rinnegan Madara or Six Paths Madara. It could only have some effect in post-battle injury recovery, but could not function instantly during combat. From this perspective, even though they were separated by life and death, Hashirama's help to Madara was still significant. He allowed Madara to enjoy the thrill of battle to the fullest without having to worry about other matters. In contrast, the two elders Qian and Bai, who had ordinary recovery abilities, looked much more miserable than Uchiha Madara, even though they had used a large amount of Dou Qi as a barrier. They each pulled out a handful of healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths, which improved their condition somewhat. Nevertheless, using a secret technique to unleash their own power, the two elders Qian and Bai successfully withstood Uchiha Madara's four-color Indra's flower, although their own combat capabilities were temporarily lost. So you survived. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly. Although his appearance was somewhat battered, these two Jianan Academy individuals at the peak of Dozong had managed to block his four-color Indra's flower. This was the most powerful attack he could unleash at his 3-star Do Huang cultivation level. The two had done well. Take me to retrieve your Jianan Academy's fallen heartflame if you don't wish to continue fighting. Hearing this, the two elders Qian and Bai felt somewhat helpless but could only nod in agreement. Facing Uchiha Madara, even a Madara who had suppressed his power, they could do nothing. Alas, circumstances were stronger than people. They would have to wait for the old dean to return to even the score. For now they had to concede. Su Qian, the great elder of the inner academy of Jianan Academy, slowly flew over from a distance. After a brief exchange with the two elders Qian and Bai, he looked at Uchiha Madara with a complex expression. Lead the way, Uchiha Madara said calmly, ignoring Su Qian's resentful little glare. Su Qian sighed and could only obediently lead the way. The two elders Qian and Bai then faded into the space behind them. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered. Collecting 4 of the 23 strange fires in this world within 2 months was quite efficient. Come, let him see what this fallen heartflame was really like. At the gates of Jianan Academy, Su Qian led Uchiha Madara back. Seeing the wary group of Jianan Academy elders, stewards and students, he waved his hand and said, "There's nothing to worry about. You may go back." Great Elder. Hu Qian, the vice dean of Jianan Academy, saw Su Qian's helpless expression and understood that Uchiha Madara's strength exceeded what Su Qian or even the two elders Qian and Bai could handle. This plan had been discussed on the way. With a slight sigh, Hu Qian and the others stepped aside, and Great Elder Su Qian and Uchiha Madara flew into the academy. Outside the academy, Xiao Suner and Ling Ying had anticipated this. They knew that Mang Tianqi was absent, and the strongest in Jianan Academy were merely 2 peak Dozan level academy guardians. And Uchiha Madara was a genuine Dozun, so it was not surprising that Jianan Academy ultimately compromised. Beside them, the blood-rogue youth Wu Hao, seeing their knowing expressions, couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly is this person?" Xiao Suner gazed at Uchiha Madara's back and said softly, "The senior is a Dozun." Dozun. In an instant, Wu Hao's pupils contracted, revealing extreme shock. Every man undoubtedly holds great admiration for the strong. For the black and gold elders who were merely peak Do Huang on the blacklist of the Heijiao domain, a Dozun was a ceiling-level figure. He was also the kind of person Wu Hao dreamed of becoming. Gritting his teeth, Wu Hao's face hardened and he said resolutely to Xiao Suner, "Xiao Suner, I will no longer pursue you romantically. I want to become strong as the senior." Xiao Suner was taken aback. Had Wu Hao suddenly achieved some enlightenment? But this was exactly what she wanted, so she smiled and said good. At that moment, under the azure sky, Uchiha Madara and Su Qian flew over the endless mountain range behind Jianan Academy. The raging wind could not affect them in the slightest. The lush forest sea sped beneath them. Soon they crossed a vast distance. Countless flying magical beasts rushed toward them but were struck into blood mist and dispersed with a single blow. Soon they landed on an open space opposite a mountain stream. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. He could sense intense spatial fluctuations ahead. So, was the inner academy of Jianan Academy a self-contained space? The notion of a self-contained space had just emerged from Uchiha Madara's mind when Su Qian, after advancing a dozen paces, halted abruptly. With a wave of his hand, a burst of energy shot forth from his palm, hurtling straight toward the space before him. In an instant, the energy struck the space, rippling it like water. These ripples churned violently, and suddenly a colossal silver gate nearly 8 zhang in height materialized. The silver gate creaked open under the gaze of the onlookers, revealing a dense forest beyond. "The inner academy lies within," Su Qian said. Madara nodded, stepping through the gate while sensing the spatial fluctuations arriving in the dense forest behind it. After both had passed through, the silver gate slowly closed, the spatial fluctuations faded, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had changed. This forest is usually the venue for our Jianan Academy's annual fire energy hunting competition. Freshmen and seniors compete here, hunting for fire energy. The victor takes the loser's fire energy, a fine way to temper these young souls. Su Qian explained as he flew with Uchiha Madara across the forest. Madara nodded, acknowledging the merit of the idea. In the Warring States era, internal competition among ninja clans was scarce. Shinobi had limited energy, focusing primarily on rivalries with other clans. But in times of peace, holding such competitions more often would be beneficial, not only the Chunin exams but also regular battles among shinobi of similar skill across the entire territory. What is this fire energy? Madara asked. Within the inner academy there is a training tower called the Tianfen Refining Chi Tower built upon the fallen heart flame. This flame tempers the mind while refining Dou Qi. The fire energy we've set is the threshold for entering the tower. To cultivate 1 unit of fire energy equals 1 day's training time. Su Qian explained. Madara nodded. A clever idea, forming a virtuous cycle of cultivation. Those who excel gain fire energy which they can use to further their training, thereby motivating cultivators more effectively. Did you conceive this? Madara asked. No, it was the old dean's idea, Su Qian replied, shaking his head. I see. So Meng Tianqi not only possesses formidable strength but also his own wisdom. No wonder he was the first in this world to stump him. At that moment Su Qian and Uchiha Madara had reached a gravel staircase on the hillside. The gravel staircase was not high. They ascended at a steady pace and reached the top in just a minute or two. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Uchiha Madara cast his gaze downward. This was the inner academy of Jianan Academy. Beyond the hillside lay a vast sunken basin, its shape as if a colossal meteor had crashed from the sky, gouging it out. Within the basin towering buildings rose densely. From this vantage point figures like fleas could be seen flitting and leaping atop the structures. Perhaps this description is a bit difficult to grasp. To put it in a more relatable way, looking down from the hillside onto the inner academy was like overlooking the entire Konoha village from the cliff of the Hokage rock. Let's go directly to the burial site of the fallen heart flame. Alright. Uchiha Madara and Su Qian stepped into the void, descending from the hillside toward a massive black tower buried deep underground. This was the Tianfen Refining Chi Tower, with only its tip and a dark entrance visible above ground. The power of the fallen heart flame, a strange fire, is formidable. It took us considerable effort to seal it underground. To better harness its power, the entire Tianfen Refining Chi Tower was built underground, anchored to the fallen heart flame. Su Qian explained as the two descended before the tower. Su Qian waved his hand again and the tightly shut black door creaked open. A faint scorching aura seeped out, raising the temperature of the surrounding air. Mr. Madara, your body may feel some discomfort upon first contact with the fallen heart flame. Be careful, Su Qian advised. Su Qian was trustworthy. He didn't conceal this to ambush Madara. Of course, Su Qian's honesty was largely due to the undeniable gap in strength between him and Uchiha Madara. Understood. Madara nodded, stepping forward onto the hard stone floor. A faint white mist swirled around him. He raised an eyebrow, sensing a strange transparent flame flickering within his body. Formless and colorless, manifesting through the heart, leaving no trace. This was the description of the fallen heart flame in the flame list. If he wasn't mistaken, this transparent flame was the power emanated by the fallen heart flame. By forcibly guiding the transparent flame through the circulation route of the Fenju technique a few times, the flame within Madara's body dissipated completely. Madara extended his hand again, pinching the air. Invisible flames coalesced at his fingertip into a tiny milky white vortex. So this is the fallen heart flame. Why is it so weak? Uchiha Madara looked at Su Qian and asked. Su Qian smiled wryly. Though this was merely a division of the fallen heart flame, to have dealt with it so effortlessly upon first encounter was truly astonishing. Such mastery over fire was alarming. Mr. Madara, this is not the true body of the fallen heart flame, but merely a projection within the heart caused by proximity to the original. The true body lies in the magma world at the bottom of the Tianfen Refining Chi Tower. Su Qian said. I see. Madara nodded and continued forward, soon reaching the center of the first floor. At the center lay a bottomless black hole, its darkness stretching to the horizon. If Madara wasn't mistaken, this hole ran through the entire tower and a faint heat emanated from it. Madara's eyes shifted to a blend of black, white, cyan and blue. In the infinite darkness, space twisted in the distorted space, coiled like a massive invisible python, climbing toward the hole at a terrifying speed. Careful! Su Qian warned. A tremendous roar erupted and a massive formless fire python at least 10 meters thick appeared. Yet its length was unknown. The python was enveloped in writhing flames, its gaping maw revealing fangs as thick as a human thigh, radiating a twisting distortion. Its huge triangular eyes shot out invisible flames. A gleam of recognition illuminated Madara's eyes. He could sense that this fire python shared the same origin as the transparent flame he had absorbed. He inquired, but his tone carried certainty. This formless fire python, is it the incarnation of the fallen heart flame? Yes, this is the incarnation of the falling heart flame. Upon receiving the answer, Uchiha Madara gazed into the black hole. A formless fire serpent burst forth from the darkness with an angry roar, yet just as it was about to reach 5 meters above the pitch-black deep hole, the surrounding space suddenly rippled, forming what seemed like a spatial cage. Although the appearance of the formless fire serpent was imposing when it collided with the spatial cage, it merely caused the cage to ripple for a moment before producing no further effect. Realizing it could not break through, the formless fire serpent grew somewhat frantic, spewing invisible flames from its massive maw in a torrent, continuously scorching the spatial cage. Yet no matter how fiercely it burned, the spatial cage stood firm. After a frantic struggle for some time, the formless fire serpent finally began to tire. It raised its head and let out a furious shriek, then the space twisted and the serpent once again turned formless, slithering back into the dark deep hole. As the formless fire serpent vanished, the spatial cage gradually faded until it completely disappeared. "Then I'll go straight down from here," Uchiha Madara said, activating his spatial power to destroy the spatial cage before him. This. Su Qian clearly hadn't expected Madara to go straight down from here. Although this route indeed led directly to the sealed location of the falling heart flame at the bottom, normal people usually took the stairs to descend step by step. Mr. Madara, perhaps. Su Qian started to say something, but after seeing the scene before him, he swallowed his words. Uchiha Madara had already shattered the spatial cage and leaped into the depths of the black hole. Su Qian. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't dare to do this, because the power of the falling heart flame was no weaker than a Dou Zone. If he jumped straight down, he would probably be severely injured by the alerted falling heart flame before he even landed. Well, as expected of a Dou Zone powerhouse. So capricious. Then he might as well indulge himself this once. With that thought, Su Qian also jumped down directly. With Madara leading the way, he now had nothing to worry about. Falling freely through the black hole, Madara soon felt himself touch something. With a deft flip of his feet, he stood firmly on the ground. This was the lowest level of the heavenly flame refining tower. Compared to the upper levels, it presented an entirely different scene. Blazing temperatures rose within the vast space, making even the vision blur and distort. Taking a light breath felt like inhaling a mouthful of flame. A fiery red glow seeped from some unknown source, illuminating the entire space quite brightly. At the center of this area lay an extremely wide deep hole. The mouth of this deep hole was larger than any of the upper levels, and it was not filled with the usual blackness but with a faint dark red like congealed blood. Outside the deep hole, a visible energy shield formed a cylinder, firmly sealing it. The surface of the shield was covered with various intricate patterns and strands of powerful energy ripples spread outward, occasionally accompanied by deep low gas explosions. As if sensing Uchiha Madara's arrival, the quiet deep hole echoed with the sound of surging tides, and a wave of scorching heat swept. A faint fluorescent light glazed over Madara's eyes. Beneath this light, the deep hole revealed other sights, a vast ocean of magma. But unlike ordinary magma, its color was exceptionally dark red, as if mixed with countless drops of blood, exuding an eerie aura. Thump. Thump. Sounds like a heartbeat echoed, and then an extremely violent and immense power surged from the depths of the magma. With this surge of violent energy, the calm of the magma world was shattered. A fierce wind seemingly from nowhere howled above the magma, churning up fiery waves dozens of meters high, which then crashed down with a thunderous roar like mountains collapsing and the earth splitting. At this moment, Great Elder Su Qian also arrived, a look of shock on his face. The falling heart flame was trying to break the seal. He glanced at Uchiha Madara beside him, and upon seeing that Madara remained calm even with a hint of anticipation, Su Qian felt reassured. Fortunately, such a formidable figure was by his side. Before him, the calm surface of the magma suddenly erupted into towering waves. Amidst the splashing magma, a huge fire serpent, almost invisible in its entirety, with a head over a meter wide and shrouded in formless flames, broke through the magma, carrying a surge of energy that distorted the very space appearing before the two. Roar! Breaking out of the magma, the colossal, nearly invisible fire serpent, as if imprisoned for 1,000 years, raised its enormous head and emitted a piercing sonic wave sharp enough to shatter the body of an ordinary Dou Ling instantly. As the sonic wave spread, the magma world seemed to be bombarded by countless explosives, with low rumbles continuously erupting, magma shooting out and flames spraying wildly in all directions. After a near-frenzied outburst, the massive transparent fire serpent seemed to sense the gaze from above. It abruptly raised its huge head, its triangular pupils within the formless flames locking firmly onto Su Qian and Uchiha Madara at the mouth of the deep hole. Only an instant after locking onto them, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation surged from the colossal body of the falling heart flame, overwhelmingly violent and immense. Roar! Another violent sharp sonic wave burst forth, and the formless fire serpent's massive body slapped the magma with force. In an instant, its enormous body, nearly 30 meters in length, shot upward like a formless lightning bolt, carrying scorching heat and violent energy charging straight up the deep hole. Huge streams of blood-red magma erupted from the endless depths, finally crashing with overwhelming force against the colorful energy shield. A dull muffled sound echoed throughout the lowest level of the tower. Trying to break the seal. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly, then raised his hand and sent a powerful surge of Dou Qi toward the energy shield. With Madara's addition, the shield was completely shattered. As the energy shield burst, a massive column of blood-red magma dozens of meters wide and long shot out from the deep hole like a volcanic eruption. A formless fire serpent of astonishing length extended a huge fierce head from the fiery waves glaring fiercely at Uchiha Madara. Madara standing before the colossal formless fire serpent seemed like a dwarf, but as he crossed his arms an immense seemingly endless aura erupted from him. Madara's cold voice followed. A mere grain of sand, how can it compare to even a fraction of me? Mere grains of sand, how could they compare to even a fraction of my power? Hearing this, the invisible flame python formed by the fallen heart flame felt the contempt of this insignificant human before it. As a heaven-born earth-nurtured extraordinary flame that had existed for a millennium, the fallen heart flame had already attained such a degree of sentience. The invisible flame python raised its head and let out a piercing screech, unleashing sharp sonic waves that rippled through the surrounding space like tangible substance. Its fully white triangular pupils fixed on Uchiha Madara, flames surged over its body, warping the air around it. The next moment the invisible flame python lunged forward, its massive body shooting out like lightning. Despite its enormous size, its speed seemed in no way diminished by its bulk. As the invisible flame python darted through, it left a crack in the void itself, a terrifying sight. Facing such a horrifying spectacle, Uchiha Madara merely sneered. The purple ripples of his Rinnegan swirled in his eyes and a powerful repulsive force erupted from his palm. Shinra Tensei. With a thunderous crash, the invisible flame python which had been hurtling toward him was blasted back several times faster than its approach, slamming violently into the ground. A human-like expression flickered in the invisible flame python's eyes as it struggled to rise from the ground and coiled back into the sky. It could sense that the Uchiha Madara before it was far stronger than Su Chen, the Grand Elder, who had contended with it for years. That single attack had left it almost powerless to resist, forcing it back. It could not rely on brute force, it would have to employ other means. The next instant the vast cold serpentine pupils swept slowly across the area. Invisible flames erupted from the flame python's body in a torrent, filling nearly the entire battlefield. No longer resorting to wild physical charges, it now unleashed the power of the heart flame on a grand scale, hoping to inflict meaningful damage on Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised a hand, the purple ripples of his Rinnegan swirling in his eyes as he activated the Predapath, and the next moment the vast sea of invisible flames immediately plunged into a black hole, their roar fading weaker and weaker until they vanished completely. The invisible flame python displayed an expression of sheer disbelief. It knew the power of its invisible flames well, they had nearly always been invincible. Now they had simply disappeared. This was beyond its comprehension. Uchiha Madara sneered. No combat technique, only mindless force. The fallen heart flame was nothing more than this. Not even a shadow of his power. Since that was the case, he would not waste his time. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, and in an instant an immense power surged forth, an overwhelming aura sweeping through the entire bottom layer of the heavenly flame refining tower. Countless air currents churned wildly. The fallen heart flame was stunned. Its intelligence had awakened. Such power, it could not withstand it at all. With that thought, the invisible flame python twisted its body and plunged back into the deep chasm. The magma world which it had once detested now became its refuge. Running away. A cold gleam flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He leaped and plunged into the magma world in pursuit of the fallen heart flame. Su Qian stood in the bottom layer of the heavenly flame refining tower, somewhat dazed. The time from the fallen heart flame's dramatic breakout to its ignominious retreat into the magma world had been remarkably brief. This, truly worthy of a Dou Zhe powerhouse. But the magma world was the birthplace of the fallen heart flame. There its power was virtually inexhaustible. Could Uchiha Madara still suppress it there? At the bottom of the heavenly flame refining tower in the magma world, countless rivers of blood-red magma flowed sluggishly. Uchiha Madara had already transformed into 6 paths mode, a pristine white celestial robe manifesting behind him. 9 black truth-seeking balls hovered around his back, his aura ethereal and transcendent. Uchiha Madara was not without means to deal with the magma surrounding him in this world, but it would be troublesome, and while he could protect himself, his clothes would not survive. However, in 6 paths mode the magma could not even harm him. Ahead of Madara, the fallen heart flame refused to give up, ceaselessly encircling him, trying to roast him with its heat. In this magma world, the birthplace of the fallen heart flame, its power was immensely amplified. Even a peak Dou Zhe powerhouse would be at the mercy of the fallen heart flame here. But unfortunately Madara was not that weak. No matter how much the fallen heart flame enhanced its power, it posed no threat to Uchiha Madara. 6 paths. Madara clenched his hand in the magma world, and then an endless torrent of magma enveloped the fallen heart flame, surging toward him like an unstoppable wheel of time. The invisible flame python formed by the fallen heart flame grew increasingly panicked, struggling violently. Countless crimson bubbles churned and boiled, bursting with an extreme heat. Poof! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Incorrigibly stubborn. In an instant the invisible flame python was drawn to within a meter of Uchiha Madara. Amid the vast transparency, a palm-sized milky white flame serpent flickered, its eyes filled with invisible flames, vividly animated. This is the origin of the fallen heart flame. Uchiha Madara instantly deduced this. Among the several extraordinary flames he had obtained, the origin of Amaterasu was in his hands, as were those of the bone-chilling flame and the sea heart flame. However, during the refining of the green lotus core flame, he had also learned that within the vast outward manifestation of an extraordinary flame its origin existed. And this milky white serpent was clearly the origin of the fallen heart flame. Capture the serpent and he would truly have seized the fallen heart flame. Uchiha Madara reached out a slender hand and grasped at the milky white serpent. Sensing danger, the serpent wriggled and darted about, trying to escape his grasp. But in the next moment a blur shot out and the serpent was pinched in Uchiha Madara's hand, writhing and hissing in a futile attempt to break free. Yet how could a mere serpent hope to escape the iron grip of Uchiha Madara's hand? He narrowed his eyes at the milky white serpent in his palm. So far he had obtained 4 extraordinary flames: Amaterasu, green lotus core flame, bone-chilling flame and sea heart flame. The fallen heart flame would soon become the 5th he refined. In the crimson magma world, Uchiha Madara sat down calmly, forcing the milky white serpent into his body through his arm. Fallen heart flame. Begin refining. Time flowed ceaselessly. As the 4 types of strange flames on Ban eroded the fallen heart flame, the milky white fallen heart flame had transformed from violent resistance into utter tranquility. The nascent intelligence naturally born of the fallen heart flame as a strange flame had clearly dissipated entirely. Once the flame's own consciousness was eliminated, the next step was to refine it. Uchiha, looking inward at the fallen heart flame within his body, guided the cluster of fallen heart flame into the route diagram of the burning art, quietly circulating it. Soon the seed of the fallen heart flame settled peacefully within Uchiha-ban's body. Subsequently, within the crystal-clear spacious meridians, the milky white flame surged like a tidal wave. After being refined by Uchiha, the fallen heart flame became as docile as a well-behaved child, completely obeying Ban's commands, no longer displaying its former arrogance. Time continued to flow. After a period, a colossal pillar of light burst forth from the magma world, shooting straight through the sky flame refining tower, emitting a dazzling radiance. In the azure sky, thick layers of dark clouds suddenly gathered and a fierce wind howled across the heavens, and earth raging without cease. Outside the sky flame refining tower, countless students of the inner academy of Jianan Academy were deeply shocked. Even Xiaoyan's future rivals on the strong ranking, Lu Qinglin, Shoya Ziyan, were all awed by this power. What on earth is happening? Countless people murmured in their hearts. At that moment Su Qian's voice resounded from within the sky flame refining tower. Students of the inner academy, do not panic. It is I, Su Qian, handling some matters within the tower. As Su Qian's voice rang out, the students of the inner academy felt considerably more at ease. However, a few who knew Su Qian well, such as Ziyan, wore grave expressions. She was well aware that such power was not something Su Qian could unleash. Recalling Su Qian's words from a few days earlier, it must be that Dou Zhe and Uchiha had arrived. She could only hope that Su Qian was safe. This was the world above ground. But in the subterranean world, a figure with an inseparable bloodline connection to Ziyan also stirred. That figure was indescribably colossal, coiled motionless in the dark void. If one tried to follow its form with their gaze, they would only be blocked by the darkness, unable to see its end. This mysterious figure was entirely of a purple-gold hue, its body covered in icy scales as hard as steel. In the dark void, a pair of eyes that had been shut for ages suddenly snapped open. They were faintly red, and each eye alone was hundreds of times larger than an ordinary human's. A powerful pressure emanated as the pair of eyes opened, and a voice of astonishment rang out. A celestial phenomenon. Could a heaven-grade technique be emerging? In this backwater place, a heaven-grade technique could emerge. Celestial phenomena in the Dou Qi Continent could generally be triggered by a few scenarios. First, a high-grade pill's emergence causing pill lightning. Second, an ordinary magical beast evolving into an ancient beast. Third, the emergence of a heaven-grade technique or heaven-grade Dou skill. Here emergence does not refer to an existing one being unearthed, but rather a brand new heaven-grade technique or Dou skill being created. At that moment no fragrance of pills wafted through the sky, so the first possibility was ruled out. And as the ancient dragon emperor of the void, its perception of ancient beasts was the keenest, it could confirm that no magical beast had evolved into an ancient one. Thus only the last possibility remained: a heaven-grade technique or Dou skill had emerged. Creating a heaven-grade technique or Dou skill from scratch. This junior is quite formidable. Even at a 9-star Dou Saint could not accomplish such a feat. With that thought, the colossal figure closed its eyes again. This matter was no longer important to it. Trapped within the ancient emperor's cave, nothing mattered to it anymore. Curse you, Tuwa Shi Gudi. This figure was none other than the ancient dragon emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, Zhu Kuan, the biological father of Ziyan. It had been imprisoned in the ancient emperor's cave for thousands of years, with no clue when it would see the light of day again. Leaving Zhu Kuan aside for now, in the magma world at that moment a scorching column of energy erupted violently, and atop that column Uchiha stood firmly. Observing Uchiha aura, after absorbing and refining the fallen heart flame, he had already become a 9-star Dou Huang. Had the technique evolved into a heaven grade one? Uchiha waved his hand, dispersing the celestial phenomenon. As the burning art circulated, the energy within 100 zhang of him began to boil violently, surging toward him like a tangible torrent. In less than 2 seconds it was all absorbed completely. Uchiha Ban wore a contemplative expression. It seemed the technique had not yet reached heaven grade. A true heaven grade technique, it was said, could absorb all the Dou Qi within 100 zhang in an instant. His performance just now still fell short. Nevertheless, even as a quasi-heaven grade technique, he could feel that the rate of Dou Qi absorption was over 10 times faster than that of an earth grade high-level technique. The speed was decent. It was time to elevate his Dou Qi realm again. As Uchiha Ban mused, a deep black vortex once again engulfed the entire magma world. The energy of the entire magma world seemed drawn by a tornado surging frenziedly toward Ban. Uchiha Ban let out a thunderous roar and the heavens and earth trembled. Magma columns shot in all directions, the entire magma world seeming to quake. A deafening boom resounded at that moment. Radiant light burst from his entire body. The Dou Qi fluctuations on Uchiha Ban grew increasingly powerful until at a certain moment, like a volcano breaking free from its crater's confines, his Dou Qi fluctuations multiplied severalfold, standing like a sharp sword in the magma world. Dou Zone. Successfully promoted. And this was not the end. The quasi-heaven grade burning art continued to circulate, drawing vast amounts of energy from the magma world toward Ban. Countless molten rivers churned with Ban at the center of the vortex. Within the magma world, fire elemental energy was naturally abundant. At that moment, streams of pure scorching fire elemental energy followed the route diagram of the burning art, transforming into streams of dense refined Dou Qi. 1-star Dou Zone, 2-star Dou Zone, 3-star Dou Zone. Uchiha Ban's aura climbed relentlessly. The rich fire elemental energy in this magma world was simply the perfect place to cultivate the burning art. Moreover, the energy in this magma world seemed inexhaustible, which was quite strange. Though he did not know why it appeared endless for Ban at this moment, it was undoubtedly good news. Soon Uchiha Ban reached the current limit he could temporarily elevate to 5-star Dou Zone. Feeling the immense power within his body, if he were to meet the Qian Bai elders again now, even with only his Dou Qi power and without using the Flower of Indra, he was confident he could subdue them both. But at this moment, Uchiha Ban sensed that the fallen heart flame within him seemed to be responding to a certain summons. And that summons came from the deeper depths of the magma world. Uchiha Madara felt the summoning of the fallen heart flame from the depths of the magma and pondered for a moment. It seemed that deep within this molten world there lay a hidden realm. No one knew the true depth of the magma world. The deeper one descended, the greater the pressure and intensity that ordinary experts could scarcely endure. Yet this suited him perfectly. Moreover, the essence of magma was fire, attribute which for Madara was a trivial matter. With that thought, Uchiha Madara leaped up and plunged headfirst into the viscous magma. Bubbles rose and burst one after another as scorching heat and immense pressure assailed him from all sides. But as his power surged forth, those external hindrances seemed to vanish instantly. Uchiha Madara flicked his finger and a wisp of formless flame rose slowly from his fingertip. As it appeared, the flame suddenly blazed with searing heat and brilliant radiance. The flame then aimed straight at the depths of the magma and began to streak downward, uncontrollably slipping from Madara's command. Uchiha Madara nodded. He had sensed earlier that the fallen heart flame was drawn by a strong call which should guide the way. Now it seemed he was correct. Uchiha Madara mobilized his power and swiftly followed. He was determined to see what lay in the depths of the magma that summoned the fallen heart flame. His figure moved nimbly like a fish entering the sea, weaving through the thick magma. A few meters ahead of Uchiha Madara, a formless flame shot out like a guide leading the way. In the endless expanse of magma, a sea of crimson, a single black silhouette diving downward, stood out conspicuously in this world of red. Uchiha Madara was somewhat surprised. He had followed the fallen heart flame for 20 minutes, yet the flame before him continued its determined descent without any sign of stopping. Although the flame's speed was slow, he had still descended a considerable distance in those 20 minutes. Clearly matters were not so simple. Uchiha Madara continued his descent. Before long, the swiftly darting fallen heart flame gradually slowed down. Oh! Madara's interest was piqued. It seemed they had arrived. He looked around. Here too was a world of crimson, not the end of this magma sea. Beneath Uchiha Madara's feet still lay the dark red magma. But upon closer inspection, the depths of the magma faintly revealed a chilling darkness, an abyss that made one wonder what secrets lay hidden within. At that moment, the cluster of fallen heart flame before Uchiha Madara slowly rose and a gentle radiance spilled from it like a beam of light, illuminating a patch of magma not far below. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. That patch of magma began to churn slowly, and from the swirling vortex emerged a translucent glowing halo. Uchiha Madara looked at the halo before him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Within the halo there was nothing else, only a skeleton that had turned to white bones emitting a faint fluorescent glow. Above the skeleton drifted a flame, transparent and formless. This was precisely the fallen heart flame. Uchiha Madara's eyesight was extraordinary. He could tell at a glance that this flame was not a mere projection of the heart flame but a true fallen heart flame itself. However, this fallen heart flame was only the size of a human head. If the one he had just refined was a mature form, then this one was an infant form. Uchiha Madara nodded. This smaller fallen heart flame contained little in the way of the flame's original essence, offering him minimal benefit. It would be best to leave it to Jianan Academy. With that thought, Madara slightly curled his fingers and leaned forward, intending to pluck this infant fallen heart flame. But as he stepped within 2 meters of the mysterious skeleton, a brilliant white light suddenly burst forth from the bones. Instantly a tremendous force emerged, attempting to immobilize Uchiha Madara. Yet with a wave of his right hand the force dissipated into nothing. Uchiha Madara looked ahead. The white light slowly writhed and finally coalesced into an illusory aged figure. The figure wore a white robe with snow-white hair and beard. His face was aged and his calm eyes gleamed with a faint sharp light. The fallen heart flame. So it has been subdued after all. The illusory figure glanced at Uchiha Madara and spoke slowly, his voice carrying an indescribable undertone. Who are you? Uchiha Madara asked. A white skeleton appearing suddenly in the depths of the magma hardly seemed normal. The illusory figure ignored Uchiha Madara's greeting. He stared at him for a moment, then beckoned with his hand. Uchiha Madara frowned. He felt the fallen heart flame within his body stir uncontrollably. After forcibly suppressing it, his expression darkened further. Were you the previous owner of the fallen heart flame? Uchiha Madara asked. Only that answer could explain the flame's reaction. The illusory figure was stunned. He could not reclaim the fallen heart flame. Realizing that Uchiha Madara was no ordinary being, the illusory figure revealed his origins. This old man is named Yao Tianhua. You may call me Venerable Tianhua. A Dozun, said Uchiha Madara. Indeed, replied Yao Tianhua. Although he had failed to retrieve the fallen heart flame, he could sense that the man before him was merely a Dozone. Very well. Whatever your intentions, let us first engage in battle. With that thought, the pitch-black truth-seeking balls exuded an aura of hellish annihilation. Yao Tianhua instantly felt a mortal threat, his expression shifting. This was undeniably the power of a high-star Dozun. Immediately Yao Tianhua abandoned all pretense and roared, Sir, spare me. I am but a remnant of a soul imprint devoid of any combat power. I am in no way a match for you. Dull. After giving that assessment, Uchiha Madara reached out and drew Yao Tianhua's soul toward him. The Rinnegan instantly rendered Yao Tianhua unconscious, and the power of the human path activated, extracting the soul's memories. Pitiful was this venerable Tianhua who had intimidated Xiao Yan for so long in the original story, only to meet his end within a single chapter. After all, he had chosen the wrong person to intimidate. Uchiha Madara was no ordinary man to be so easily cowed. Setting that aside, after obtaining the memories of venerable Tianhua, Uchiha Madara discovered 2 intriguing things, and his eyes lit up with interest. After obtaining the soul memory of the radiant sunfire, Uchiha Madara reached out to its skeletal remains. A snow-white ring flew up and landed in Madara's hand. With a flick of his finger, a pale scroll unfurled before him depicting beasts wreathed in flames. Uchiha Madara unrolled the scroll, probing it with his spiritual power. This was the first item that piqued his interest, the 5-wheel Lihua method. According to the memory of the one who called himself the Flame Venerable, the 5-wheel Lihua method was less a combat technique and more a method of flame control. The method had 5 tiers distinguished by the nature of the beasts: wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, and flood dragon. Each tier had its own fire spirit. When all 5 beasts were gathered, the 5-wheel Lihua array could be formed, possessing the immense power to evaporate seas and set the heavens ablaze. If 4 of the 5 beasts were condensed from different flames, the power of this method would rival a heaven-tier combat technique. This was the method's combat prowess. With 5 different flames at his disposal, Madara surpassed the conditions for a heaven-tier technique. If he used the 5-wheel Lihua method to form the array, its power might not be inferior to the 5-colored Indra flower. Combat strength was secondary. For Madara, what mattered more were the various flame-controlling techniques recorded in the method. These techniques were not only dazzling but also allowed the most exquisite control of flames with minimal spiritual energy usage. They offered Madara many insights for growth. Thus Uchiha Madara was quite satisfied with the 5-wheel Lihua method. He put it away and looked around. The second thing that interested him was a tribe living in this magma world. According to the Flame Venerable's soul memory, there existed a group of flame lizardmen in this magma world, numerous in number and not lacking in fighters, on par with Dozuns. Back then the Flame Venerable was attacked by a Dozun level flame lizardman, was forced to retreat here and ultimately perished. Uchiha Madara strode outward, his formidable aura sweeping through the entire magma world without reservation. The Flame Venerable had not even fully explored this magma world before encountering a Dozun level flame lizardman. Could there be flame lizardmen approaching or even reaching the Do Shang level in this entire magma world? Let him see for himself. Best if he could fight to his heart's content. The moment Madara released his aura, a scorching blast of air hit him. Here they come. Uchiha Madara gave a faint smile. In a flash he grabbed a flame lizard man and flung it away. He looked ahead, a red figure was swimming through the magma, its body the same color as the surrounding lava. Without careful inspection it would be difficult to spot. The crimson body was covered in red scales and a half-hang-long red scale tail swayed slightly. The red figure stood upright but its feet were unusually wide. Its round head was covered in fine scales and its small narrow eyes held a barely concealed viciousness. Its mouth slightly opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The creature looked like a lizard that could walk upright. This was the flame lizardman, a strange creature living in this magma world. After being flung, the flame lizardman, far from being frightened, became even more ferocious. It let out a piercing shriek, flicked its tail and charged straight at Uchiha Madara, its sharp claws cutting through the magma. Along the way the flame lizardman opened and closed its mouth, spitting balls of magma fire at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's leg power exploded. Like a flash of light he appeared beside the flame lizardman, his right hand thrusting like a thunderbolt into its chest. A powerful burst of lightning erupted, piercing through the creature's body. After receiving the fatal blow the flame lizardman struggled violently, its narrow eyes flickering with savage light. Then sharp chirping sounds continuously escaped its mouth, spreading like water waves through the magma. The chirping lasted for a moment before gradually fading and the life in the flame lizardman's eyes quickly dissipated. Uchiha Madara watched the stiffening magma creature coldly, then slowly withdrew his hand. But as his hand was about to leave the creature's body his perception activated. His palm moved slightly and when he pulled it out a crimson bead was in his hand. Despite being drawn from the flame lizardman's body there was not a trace of blood on Uchiha Madara's hand, only a slick grease. Within the grease the crimson bead shimmered with a faint scorching light. Picking up the crimson bead Uchiha Madara found that it seemed to contain a rather vigorous and violent fire-attributed energy. This energy was purer than what he could directly absorb from the magma world. It was probably something like a magic core from magical beasts, a rare tonic for those who cultivated fire-attributed power. Although the fire energy within was somewhat violent, that was not a significant problem for Uchiha Madara. He could consume and absorb it directly. If only there were more of these. The flame lizardman just now was at most equivalent to a low-star Do Huan, far too weak compared to his current strength. As he thought, Uchiha Madara's eyes brightened. He turned his gaze to the west of the crimson magma where intense commotion was stirring. The next moment a swarm of red figures surged from behind the magma like a school of fish, all with extremely vicious looks. Soon hundreds of red figures rushed over, surrounding Uchiha Madara layer by layer, staring fixedly at the crimson bead in his hand. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and toyed with the bead again. So this thing had attracted the flame lizardmen. It seemed there was a connection among them. Seeing Madara play with the crimson bead the flame lizardmen could no longer hold back. Their eyes turned bloodshot, their mouths emitted piercing cries, and they charged through the magma to kill him. Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. The 9 black truth-seeking orbs behind him shot mercilessly toward the flame lizardmen. In just an instant dozens of them were killed. The flame lizardmen realized Uchiha Madara's strength. Sharp piercing sonic waves emanated from their mouths, calling for reinforcements. The more the merrier. Uchiha Madara was not alarmed but delighted. Today he would test the mettle of these flame lizardmen. Uchiha Madara's gaze swept across the magma world in all directions. With the sharp cry of the fiery lizardman just now, countless red figures rushed towards Uchiha Madara from all sides of the magma world. The red figures cleaved through the magma and in just a few seconds they surrounded Uchiha Madara tightly. Surrounded by so many fiery lizardmen, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed, merely shifting his gaze to the figure standing at the forefront of all the fiery lizardmen. This fiery lizardman was not only more robust than the others, but its scales also exhibited a bizarre red hue, radiating a glint of both coldness and ferocity alongside a wisdom and cunning that other lizardmen lacked. 9 pitch-black Dou-seeking orbs flew out from behind Uchiha Madara, crashing towards this fiery lizardman like lightning. The fiery lizardman waved its large hands repeatedly, but at the moment of contact with the Dou-seeking orbs it was effortlessly obliterated. Comparable to a Dou zone. After comparing this fiery lizardman with the humans he had encountered, Uchiha Madara concluded thus. Shaking his head in disappointment, the 9 Dou-seeking orbs began a massacre in the magma world, even with thousands of fiery lizardmen surrounding him. With the speed of the 9 Dou-seeking orbs they could wipe out hundreds of fiery lizardmen in an instant. If these fiery lizardmen did not take action, even 1,000 of them could be eliminated in merely 2 or 3 seconds. However, the fiery lizardmen were not fools. After approximately half of their companions were slaughtered by Uchiha Madara, the remaining 500 fiery lizardmen began to scream in unison. They began summoning their companions again. Shortly after the sound waves emerged, Uchiha Madara's expanded spiritual perception detected several powerful and ferocious auras flying toward him. In terms of speed, without the addition of spatial power, these figures were even faster than the Dou Zun he had slain in the Soul Palace. Uchiha Madara remained calm, striking the ground with his sage staff while the 9 pitch-black Dou-seeking orbs continued to slaughter the fiery lizardmen. Around him tens of thousands of fiery lizardmen were converging on Uchiha Madara, among which several blood-red figures exuded particularly potent power. Roar! After a few fiery lizardmen comparable to Dou Zhe arrived on the scene, they immediately charged at Uchiha Madara. A massive force of magma was summoned by these fiery lizardmen, and waves of turbulent magma surged toward Uchiha Madara, surrounding him without leaving any escape routes. Uchiha Madara smiled lightly, paying no mind to the magma waves. He struck the ground again with his sage staff, and the pitch-black Dao-seeking orb surged towards the fiery lizardmen, piercing through the hundreds of feet of magma waves in an instant. Though the magma waves were vast, their quality was too low. The attack against Uchiha Madara in Six Paths mode was completely ineffective. For the fiery lizardmen, engaging in close combat with Madara was their only hope. After the Dao-seeking orbs broke through the magma waves, they continued forward without pause, piercing through the chests of several Dou Zhe-level fiery lizardmen in their astonished gaze. After slaying these Dou Zhe-level fiery lizardmen, they dropped blood-red orbs which, under the influence of gravity, flew towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara examined them closely and found that these orbs contained exceptionally rich fire attribute energy, which could likely elevate his fighting spirit realm by a star with just one. Not bad. Uchiha Madara stored the orbs and continued hunting the surrounding fiery lizardmen. Tens of thousands of fiery lizardmen surrounded him like a massive red vortex, yet they seemed to be rushing to their doom like moths to a flame. This overwhelming power, capable of effortlessly facing thousands of enemies, was the true strength possessed by Uchiha Madara after fully unleashing himself in Six Paths mode. In contrast, the battles he fought upon arriving in this world were merely child's play. While Uchiha Madara was rampaging, two creamy white fiery lizardmen had sensed the commotion and were rushing towards him. After such a long time, someone has come to invade the Tomb of the Gods. Their strength seems quite impressive. Several young ones at the Dou Zhe level were instantly killed, indicating a high-star Dou Zhe. Regardless of their strength, anyone daring to invade the Tomb of the Gods will not have a good ending. Even if they pass through our tribe's barrier, they will not be able to overcome the Guardian. The Guardian is a 9-star Dou Shang. Without the ancient emperor, it is the strongest being on this continent. Indeed, let us first see how formidable this intruder in the Tomb of the Gods truly is. After saying this, the two fiery lizardmen rushed towards Uchiha Madara. If a powerful being with strong spiritual perception were to see these two fiery lizardmen, they would undoubtedly show signs of shock, for their strength had reached the semi-holy level. Returning to Madara's stage, if we say that in his Six Paths form he is a white light point and the 9 pitch-black Dao-seeking orbs are 9 black light points, then this small cluster of 10 light points pierced through the countless red light points representing the surrounding fiery lizardmen. Every second hundreds of red orbs reached near Six Paths Madara, yet even more fiery lizardmen surged in from the periphery, as if the population of the fiery lizardman race in this magma world was truly endless. However, suddenly at least 100,000 fiery lizardmen surrounding Uchiha Madara halted their movements and knelt in one direction, where two extremely powerful auras emerged, sweeping across the entire magma world. Have they finally made their appearance? Uchiha Madara lightly struck the ground with his sage staff, and the 9 pitch-black Dao-seeking orbs stood quietly behind him as a holy and immense aura also emerged, sweeping through the entire magma world. The entire magma world became divided into two realms, one marked by Uchiha Madara and the other by these two auras. The two semi-holy fiery lizardmen sensed Uchiha Madara's strength and spoke, "Human, this is the Tomb of the Gods, not a place for you to tread. Leave at once or awaken the Guardian and you shall be eternally buried here." In the land of magma, crimson flames surged. Six Paths Madara stood imposingly in the world of molten rock. A Guardian. What is it guarding? And I shall test the might of this so-called Guardian. Two milky white semi-sane flame lizardmen fixed their cold pupils upon Uchiha Madara. Human, leave or die. At the same time, the thousands of feet of magma in the entire world churned violently. If Madara did not leave, the two semi-sane lizardmen would immediately kill him. Madara answered them with his actions. Waves rippled in his purple Rinnegan and the two semi-sane lizardmen were sent flying by an inexplicable attack. Madara still stood calmly, but the immense dojutsu radiating from his Rinnegan suggested otherwise. He had unleashed his unique Rinnegan ability, Limbo Border Jail. Unlike ordinary clones, the shadows of Limbo existed in another world. Only those possessing Six Paths power or a Rinnegan could perceive them. In Naruto, Uchiha Madara with a single Rinnegan used Limbo to instantly obliterate the nine-tailed beast Sage Mode Naruto and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke. With both eyes, Madara could summon 4 Limbo clones. Together with his original body, it was like having 5 superpowered beings and absolute dominance in direct combat. The two semi-sane lizardmen crawled up, exchanging shocked glances. They had sensed nothing yet were kicked away. What was this power? The unknown was the most terrifying. The semi-sane lizardmen, unable to perceive the Limbo clones, were trapped in this state. Endless magma surged toward Uchiha Madara, but with a slight wave of his sage's staff, several truth-seeking balls floated before him. The magma split apart, automatically avoiding him. As said before, unless one could suppress Uchiha Madara in his Six Paths mode qualitatively, they would only be dominated by him. Against Madara in this state, close quarters combat was far more effective than long-range attacks. Realizing that manipulating the world's power from the magma realm to attack Madara was futile, the two semi-saint lizardmen exchanged a glance and charged at him from both sides. Yet before they could touch Madara, they were kicked away again. Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with contempt. Whether ranged or close combat, he could crush these foolish lizardmen. After knocking them away, Madara gave them no respite. He sent all 4 limbo clones to deliver seamless, relentless strikes. Each blow capable of splitting mountains landed on the semi-saint lizardmen, who never stopped being pummeled. However, being semi-saints, they were tough. Despite losing the initiative and having no chance to fight back, they clung to life under the constant battering of Madara's limbo clones. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Just as their ranged attacks failed to harm him, his close-quarters strikes could not inflict substantial damage on them. To truly wound these semi-saint lizardmen, he would need truth-seeking balls. Composed of yin-yang release, they could easily breach defenses. Thinking this, Madara transformed the 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls behind him into 9 dark swords, which shot across the magma world toward the lizardmen. The two semi-saint lizardmen instinctively sensed danger. They felt a mortal threat from the dark swords. They tried to dodge, but Madara's limbo clones kicked them directly onto the truth-seeking ball swords. Struck by immense force, the semi-saint lizardmen unavoidably touched the swords. The moment of contact, parts of their superhuman bodies were severed like paper. Before the truth-seeking ball swords, the lizardmen's bodies offered no resistance. As they cried in pain, countless watching flame lizardmen showed terror for the first time. The two semi-saint lizardmen were the foundation of the flame lizard clan's fearlessness, but now even they could not withstand Madara's. This left countless flame lizardmen helpless, as if they had lost their backbone. Uchiha Madara's expression remained cold. His assault would not stop. Since he had used limbo, he would crush the two semi-saint lizardmen with overwhelming force. The two semi-saint lizardmen roared, magma swirling around them as blood gushed from their severed wounds. Trespassing into the god's graveyard. You will surely suffer divine punishment. Divine punishment. 6 paths. Madara raised his sage's staff high, his resonant voice echoing across the magma world. Here I am, the god. A magma storm surged with his words, engulfing countless flame lizardmen. The black truth-seeking ball sword swam through the magma, cutting off pieces of the two semi-saint lizardmen's bodies. An otherworldly aura enveloped Madara. His expression was full of confidence and determination. The entire magma world was now under his control, with none able to resist. Trespassing into the god's graveyard. You will be torn to pieces by the guard. The semi-saint lizardmen left only these words before falling silent, transforming into 2 dazzling red orbs containing immense energy. At the same time, the massive magma storm ceased spinning. Countless red orbs from lizardmen at Dou Huang Dozone and Dou Zun levels swirled to Uchiha Madara's front. Uchiha Madara gazed at the countless red orbs, sensing the vast energy within them. If all the fire attribute energy in these orbs were to serve him, his Dou Qi realm would likely reach Dou Zun, and not merely a 1-star Dou Zun. He stored the orbs in his ring and swam deeper into the magma. A guardian. He would test the guardian's power. With no fire lizard men to obstruct him, Uchiha Madara's speed surged once more. However, no matter how terrifying Uchiha Madara's speed became, it was still impossible to touch the end of the magma. The path ahead remained blurry and indistinct beneath the fluctuations of the magma. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow slightly at this situation, but did not give up. The depth of this magma sea far exceeded his expectations. Such a grand scale was simply beyond human capability. He found it hard to imagine who could have created such a massive magma world. Could it be created by the so-called Dou Emperor of this world? Thinking of this, Madara's mind stirred. He had heard that there were no Dou Emperors left on this Dou Qi continent, but the scene before him, even if not crafted by a Dou Emperor, could not be too far off. I don't believe that your magma truly has no end. Uchiha Madara scoffed coldly as his figure darted forward like lightning. As Madara passed through, a vacuum zone emerged and the magma within was directly shattered into nothingness. Boom, boom, boom. Rushing through with unstoppable momentum, the color of the surrounding magma gradually shifted from crimson to dark red without his notice. When the magma turned this color, Uchiha Madara was forced to slow down considerably. It seemed that a peculiar heat was hidden within this magma, a heat that even the Tao-seeking jade could not fully counteract. As the surroundings changed, Uchiha Madara's gaze flickered rapidly. A sudden sign surged from his heart, and in an instant his descending figure came to a halt. Boom! Due to Uchiha Madara's sudden stop, the surrounding magma exploded violently. Yet Uchiha Madara's gaze remained fixed ahead. In his spiritual sense, he had already reached the end of the magma. However, what lay before him was still endless magma. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered as he slowly extended his hand with strange flames swirling in his palm and gently touched the magma before him. Buzz! As Uchiha Madara's palm touched the patch of magma, it surprisingly created rippling waves. His hand vanished into it as if he had touched a crossing space. At the bottom of the magma there is a hidden space. Watching this scene, even Uchiha Madara felt a bit surprised. He had heard of the ability to create spaces, which was something a Dou Saint could possess. However, even though a Dou Saint could create spaces, the limitations were substantial. For instance, the ancient realm of the ancient clan was only created after generations of Dou Saints carried on the effort. That was because the location of the ancient realm was relatively calm, making the difficulty of space creation lower. To create a space at the bottom of such a deep magma world was another matter altogether. It seemed that his speculation was correct. This place was definitely related to the Dou Emperor. With fervor dancing in his dark eyes, Uchiha Madara hesitated only slightly before suddenly stepping forward, directly entering the space beneath the magma. Sizzle. As his entire body stepped into that mysterious space, the sound of flowing magma that once filled his ears abruptly ceased. What appeared before Uchiha Madara was a somewhat dark and silent endless space. This space seemed to have been silent for countless ages, filled with an ancient and desolate aura. As Uchiha Madara's gaze swept through the space, he found it empty, lacking any peculiar features. Madara frowned slightly and continued onward. Flying through this empty space, after a few minutes Madara finally paused, his gaze firmly fixed on a spot not far away where a faint light was emerging. As he gazed at the light, Uchiha Madara pondered briefly before darting towards it. As he got closer, the scene within the light also came into his view. It was a stone door, a door towering tens of thousands of zhang high. The stone door stood quietly in this vast space as if it had existed since time immemorial, emanating an ancient and wild aura that spread throughout the world. Before the stone door was a similarly massive plaza, while Uchiha Madara remained at a distant spot outside the ancient stone door. Uchiha Madara's gaze fixed on the strange sight within this dark space, momentarily rendering him speechless. What did it mean to have a stone door towering tens of thousands of zhang high? It was several hundred times taller than a complete Susanoo. Although it was merely a door, the impact it had on Madara was significant. He felt as if his perspective had elevated to another level and his heart expanded further. This world was indeed the right place for him. Only such immense power could match him. Standing before the grand and magnificent stone door, Uchiha Madara's gaze swept over it, finally resting at the top. There 4 ancient characters were inscribed. Ancient Emperor's Cave. The ancient characters did not appear overly ornate, yet within their plainness lay an endless majesty that towered above the world. Indeed, as he had surmised, this place was related to the Dou Emperor. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly and flew towards the colossal door. However, the smile at the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth did not last long. During his flight, he suddenly felt a chill, as if something were watching him. This feeling caused Uchiha Madara's expression to grow serious. He scanned his surroundings but found nothing. Closing his eyes, Uchiha Madara activated his formidable perception ability, once again sensing the entire space. In his 6 paths mode, his intuition was akin to foresight, leaving no room for error. Moments later, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly narrowed and he slowly looked down. At the same time, a pillar of fire shot out from his fingertip. The flames erupted in the dark space, yet at that moment Uchiha Madara's gaze suddenly froze. The dazzling flames illuminated a space that had been dark for many years, revealing a gigantic creature covered in purple gold scales coiled in the dark void, emanating a powerful and vigorous aura. Uchiha Madara hovered in the void with his vision. He couldn't see the entirety of this enormous creature. Compared to it, the Ninetales was but a trivial little ant. This gigantic creature undoubtedly possessed the power to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. In the next moment, the colossal creature suddenly shook and opened its eyes, shooting forth a red beam. Zhukan's gaze collided with Uchiha Madara's.